This film is purely fictional. Please do not imitate it. Your like and subscribe are the motivation for me to update. Chapter 1 Yua. Hello, I am Yua. I am honored to serve you. Welcome back, Xia Yu. A gentle female voice slowly woke Xia Yu up, and then the small sleeping cabin lit up with a warm light of goose yellow. Xia Yu lay on the soft white pillow, yawned, waiting for the cabin door to open. This is a glass cabin door. You can see all kinds of people outside. Xia Yu was very happy every time he woke up. He wanted to go out and play, and he couldn't wait to grow back his lost limbs or organs. As a genetically modified person, Xia Yu knew what he was from a very young age. A jellyfish gene was inserted into his DNA, which gave him some abilities that looked powerful but were actually useless. For example, he could make parts of his body transparent, just like the jellyfish floating in the sea. For example, Xia Yu looked at his left arm and couldn't help singing, "Pulu Pulu." Little jellyfish, I am in the depths of the ocean, sinking first and then floating up. Yua, is this your favorite song? I can hear you singing it every day. Xia Yu nodded quickly, yes. This is the little jellyfish song I composed. It sounds good. I have already put this song into the information database, and I can sing it with you in the future. Before he finished speaking, the curved glass door opened, which meant that Xia Yu's body scan had been completed, and the indicators were completely normal. This is his second ability. The limbs removed during the experiment can grow back, just like a small jellyfish cut in half can become two independent individuals, with a strong regeneration ability. Thank you, bye, Sister Yua. Xia Yu couldn't wait to jump out of the sleeping cabin. His thick hair was unruly and tangled. Yua is the artificial intelligence of the entire institute. Here, it is one of Xia Yu's few friends. He was still wearing a light blue surgical gown, which didn't fit him well, and the collar slipped down from his shoulders, revealing his shoulders that didn't look cut at all. A few hours ago, Xia Yu's left shoulder and left arm were cut off. His recovery speed is getting faster and faster. It used to take several days to grow an arm, but it was gradually shortened to 1 day, and finally to several hours. Moreover, he was not very sensitive to pain, so he was always cut off and used for experiments. Alas, Xia Yu did not think there was anything wrong. He was born here, or he could be said to be a genetically modified person made here. Although he is already 10 years old, Xia Yu has never left here. He does not know what the outside world is like, but only knows everything inside the institute. There are many genetically modified people like him here. Of course, there are also normal people here, but there are more robots. Maintenance is going on ahead. Please be careful, a robot reminded him. Thank you. Xia Yu bowed quickly and ran away with his bare feet. There are many more robots than people and genetically modified people here. At least several thousand. They have a uniform appearance, like dark gray skeletons, and they are responsible for the maintenance of the entire institute. It has an oval-shaped mechanical head, and 2 eyes flashing blue light. When the research institute is in danger, their eyes will turn red, protecting humans at all costs. Xia Yu is not sure if he is considered a human, but he hopes so. In his memory, the robot here only had red eyes once, and that was 4 years ago. There are countless light bulbs and countless cameras in the straight corridor. Xia Yu will meet a robot every few steps. Bow and leave. If it were any other time, he might stop and chat with these friendly and lovely machines, or chat with Yua through their systems. But now there was obviously something more important. He had to go see his good friend. Xia Yu walked through the glass corridor, got on the elevator, and came to the X series floor. He didn't know whether this research institute was an above-ground building or an underground building, but the X series was on the B4 floor. Xia Yu belonged to the X series, which was basically useless. No one could tell him what he could do, and no one could figure out the meaning of his existence. With a swish, the silver metal door in front of him opened to both sides, and another person was already standing in the empty room. Professor Wang. Xia Yu ran over happily. He had always had an unstable center of gravity since he was a child, and he accidentally fell down. He quickly got up and threw himself on Professor Wang Qin's thigh. This was the person he was most familiar with and loved the most in the institute, and the person who took care of him when he grew up. Why aren't you wearing shoes yet? Wang Qin was wearing a white coat, thin, with half-white long hair tied behind her head, and always holding a notebook in her hand. I just woke up, and I don't like wearing shoes. My feet are very flexible. Xia Yu was like an innocent child in front of Professor Wang, circling around her. Have I grown taller? Do you want to hear me sing? Wang Qin put the notebook on the table and squatted down attentively. Although she was only middle-aged, she already had deep crow's feet at the end of her eyes, and she always exuded a faint smell of Chinese medicine. When facing others, she was always cold. But when facing her main research object, the X-series, Wang Qin's cold shell would crack a crack, revealing infinite warmth. Yes, he has grown taller. A lot taller. Wang Qin coaxed Xia Yu like a child. And even the name Xia Yu was given by her. But in fact, Xia Yu's growth and development have always been slow, and his absorption is not very good. Although he is now a 10-year-old boy, he looks like 7 or 8 years old. But being too thin did not hide the fact that he was a beautiful child, with a round face, some baby fat, and a small dimple on the corner of his mouth when he smiled. The most special thing is his eyes. The pupil color is very light, close to white, but with the polarization of some fish scales, it becomes silver. Every time she looked at him, Wang Qin seemed to see a strange species in the endless deep sea. Although human technology has reached the sky and the earth, the ocean will always be an unexplored abyss. Yes, many people say that I have grown taller. And Xia Yu believed Wang Qin's words. Suddenly he remembered something, pulled his collar wider, revealing his intact shoulder. My arm is back too. Why did they send you to the operating table again? Wang Qin frowned immediately, obviously unaware of this matter. They said, I have value. Xia Yu didn't understand what value meant, but he could eat delicious sweet candies every time he was on the operating table. After eating the sweet things, he fell asleep. And when he woke up, he was lying in the sleeping cabin. After hearing this, Wang Qin not only did not relax her brows, but frowned even deeper. Of course, she understood the words of those people. She had told them long ago that Xia Yu's development plan could be stopped because he was just a little jellyfish. He can indeed heal himself, and has the ability to regenerate broken limbs very quickly, but now is not the past. In today's world of artificial organs and body modification, if a person loses a part of his body, the first choice is to rely on machinery to become complete. Although fragile, machines create value. This is a global trend. Xia Yu, he is just a little jellyfish. Wang Qin was so distressed that she carried him to the desk. She knew those people's methods too well. A few pieces of candy can deceive a child. In the future, if they ask you to have surgery again, you must tell me. Okay. Wang Qin stretched out her hand and made a pinky promise with him. But if I don't have surgery, I won't have any candy to eat. Xia Yu was still a little hesitant. His body was not worth mentioning to him, and he could recover it anyway. But if he lost the sweet candy, he would really lose it. It was super delicious. In the future, I will find a way to get you candy to eat. And don't let them cut your body at will. And you are getting older and older, and you are at the age to study hard. Wang Qin took a book from the bookshelf next to her, and put it in Xia Yu's little hand. Have you finished reading this book? I have finished reading all the books here. Xia Yu nodded. He didn't like reading, but reading here was his entertainment. In addition, he had another entertainment activity, which was to listen to the robots communicating in their own language. Da-da-da, like some kind of signal. But their movements were too small, hardly noticed. Putting down the book in his hand, Xia Yu put his little hand back into his pocket, and touched a few sugar residues that he had secretly hidden. The white grains were about the size of sand. He put them on the back of his hand, and licked them carefully. This is delicious. He tasted it very cherishingly, and walked to his good friend while licking it. But this good friend had never talked to him, or even had any communication with him. This was just a friendship that Xia Yu unilaterally believed in, and he never received a response. Hello. I'm Xia Yu. Do you remember me? Xia Yu had finished eating all the sugar residue. He licked his lips with satisfaction, and pressed his hands on the glass cover in front of him. Across the glass, a huge fish egg was preserved in the sea water inside. It was like a breathing heart, constantly expanding, contracting, expanding, contracting. Countless dark blue blood vessels spread on the light blue membrane. These blood vessels covered the membrane tightly, and occasionally secreted some bubbles, hanging on the surface of the fish egg. Through the translucent membrane, Xia Yu could see the liquid flowing in the fish eggs. And the person. Imoen was also very quiet today. It never moved. Wang Qin walked behind Xia Yu unconsciously. and the two of them stared at this precious and strange fish egg together. Emoan. Emoan. Xia Yu had long known that the living creature inside was called Emoan, because he had secretly read Professor Wang's notebook. The notebook recorded that this was a human fish egg, which was fished ashore from the deep sea fault 4 years ago, and has been left here for experiments ever since. However, no matter how the adults stimulated it, the fish egg never reacted, as if there was only a dead fetus inside. But everyone knew that the fish egg was not dead, but grew up smoothly. The egg follicle was in the fresh seawater, and the outer layer of the egg membrane became thinner and thinner, allowing light to pass through. And the embryo with a long fish tail curled up inside could be seen. The fish egg was now 1 meter long, and the face of the mermaid larva was hidden in the cover of the arm. It could be seen that there were obvious scales on its elbow, but that was all that could be seen. Whether the young inside is male or female, human or fish, or whether it is extremely aggressive, humans cannot detect all of these. It has lived here for a long time. I guess it is about the same age as you, Wang Qin said, touching Xia Yu's little head. Mermaids and jellyfish are both classified as X series. Xia Yu because his ability is useless to this society, and Emoan because it cannot be developed for the time being. Mermaids are very cruel and mysterious creatures. Even now, we still know very little about their population. We don't know how many there are, what they eat, how they reproduce, and we don't know why they appear, and how deep their range of activities is. Wang Qin looked at the fish egg, as if she saw a more mysterious creature. The fish eggs were floating up and down in front of her, but she couldn't communicate with the organisms inside. Do you know, Xia Yu, in order to catch this fish egg, humans lost a lot of diving equipment and mechanical divers. The landing of this egg also officially announced the existence of the strange species. There are natural aliens in this world. They are not genetically modified or mechanically modified. They have the right to be born and survive just like humans. Strange species. So profound. Xia Yu certainly didn't understand this. Most of his information came from the artificial intelligence Nuwa. And Nuwa hadn't told him about birth and survival. You will understand when you grow up. Wang Qin paused when she said this, and her chest felt sour. She was worried that those people would not allow Xia Yu to grow up. Perhaps in a few years, the X series would become completely obsolete, and Xia Yu would be dismembered and thrown into the gene garbage station. Then I have to eat more candy, so that I can grow up quickly. When I grow up, I will take you out to see the sea. Let's go together. Xia Yu had no idea of his own situation, and he made a promise easily without leaving here. He didn't even have the concept of sea. He just wanted to be with Wang Qin. He wouldn't be so lonely when he was with her. Okay. Let's go together. Maybe. There are still large groups of yours in the sea. Wang Qin squatted down and hugged Xia Yu. When she stood up slowly, the metal door of the X-Series Biological Research Laboratory opened quietly, and a cleaning robot walked in, holding a sharp screwdriver in its hand. Hello. Xia Yu immediately greeted it with a smile. He recognized it. This was the robot he had just seen in the corridor. The huge fish egg suspended in the seawater observation tank suddenly shrank, and the side face that had been buried in the arms turned outward for the first time. The pale blue ear fins were like the wings of a butterfly that had just emerged from its cocoon, curling up, waiting to fully stretch. As the robot continued to approach, the fish egg seemed to have subjective consciousness for the first time, approaching Xia Yu outside the tank, and finally sticking to the glass. But no one noticed all this. Why did you come here? There is no repair here now. Wang Qin shook her head, turned around and looked at the smart monitoring in the upper left corner. Nuwa, move the robot out. There is no repair here. The camera of the monitor turned around and fixed on Wang Qin. Xia Yu was still feeling around in his pocket, hoping to find some sugar residue inside. When he raised his face, he saw a scene he would never forget. The robot's eye light turned from blue to red, and the metal screwdriver glowed coldly. It was held high and stabbed into Wang Qin's back. Alarm bells rang all around, and the incandescent lights went out instantly. It seemed that the only thing left in the world were the two bright red dots on the robot's face, like bloodshot eyes. Chapter 2: Escape from the Institute. The dark environment left only strangeness and fear. Xia Yu wanted to shout help, but unfortunately, he couldn't shout a word. In just half a second, his world seemed to collapse, like a mountain breaking in front of him. He couldn't figure out how everything happened. He only knew that the robot actually attacked humans, which shouldn't happen. Nuwa once told him that. All machines are under the control of artificial intelligence. They absolutely will not hurt humans. They only protect humans, even at the cost of sacrificing themselves. What is the scene just now called? Xia Yu still stood there in a daze, his ears filled with the alarm sound inside the institute. The sound was particularly harsh. It was obviously to inform all the humans who were still alive that something very dangerous had happened inside. Run, run, run. Xia Yu was so frightened by the sound that he couldn't even cover his ears. He couldn't do it, his whole body couldn't move. It was like he was frozen in an instant. But his face seemed a little hot and wet. It was unclear whether it was tears or the blood splashing from Professor Wang Qin's back. The robot was killing people. The robot wanted to kill humans. Xia Yu shuddered violently before he broke free from the shock. The two red dots flashing in front of him had become the most dangerous signal in the world. He began to retreat involuntarily. But he didn't know how to retreat. He just instinctively avoided danger, but couldn't find a way out. Nuwa, save me. Xia Yu shouted the name of artificial intelligence in his heart, but in reality, he just opened his mouth, without any sound. Bang! A loud noise, not only shook the ground, but also shook the two red bright spots out of his world. Wang Qin stood up at some point. Her usual meticulous hairstyle was now extremely messy. She had devoted decades of her life to scientific research and realized the visualization of her hair. It turned out that only the outermost part was still black, but the inside was already full of snow-white hair. Xia Yu. Wang Qin's voice tore through the darkness of despair. The metal chair in her hand was either thrown to the ground by her, or fell to the ground because of exhaustion, with a loud sound. Xia Yu was held by her, and all his senses returned to their original state. He experienced endless depression and panic, and felt the feeling of near death for the first time. He had been on the operating table countless times, but the operating room did not scare him. He was not sensitive to pain, and he was given candy every time he had an operation. After waking up, no matter how messed up his body was, it could grow back. So from the bottom of his heart, Xia Yu never thought that he would die, that he would become a cold pool of corpse. But this cognition was broken at this moment. He would die. He would definitely die. And he would die soon. Run! However, Wang Qin's voice rushed into Xia Yu's mind again. Like a blow to the head. Xia Yu's small body shook. And suddenly his whole body's desire to survive was activated. But he didn't know where to run. It was dark everywhere. And there was only the terrifying sound of the alarm. There was another loud noise behind him. It was obvious that something had broken. Before Xia Yu could turn around, a large amount of seawater splashed on his back. He could smell the salty and wet smell. It was real seawater. Xia Yu was soaked. The robot that was temporarily knocked down on the ground had stood up. It seemed that it would never die and could get up forever. However, the red light in its eye socket was extinguished on one side, leaving only the left eye. The right eye was shattered by Wang Qin's sudden blow. Wang Qin also knew that it had stood up again. In fact, she didn't expect to kill it. It's impossible for a human to kill a machine, unless the highest intelligence orders it. All robots will not stop the massacre. She reacted faster than Xia Yu. Although she didn't know what was going on, she guessed it. The world is really going to be in chaos. But why is it like this? She couldn't figure it out either. As the highest artificial intelligence covering the world, Nuwa has never had such a big command error. Could someone have broken through its underlying logic? This is almost impossible. The only answer that can be figured out is, it wants to do this. This is a betrayal led by it, but at the moment, Wang Qin didn't have time to think so much. She had to do her best to help Xia Yu escape, if possible, and take this with her. She quickly took off her blood-stained white coat, wrapped the fish egg that slipped out of the broken observation tank. The fish egg was too smooth, and felt harder than it looked. It took several times to wrap it successfully. Then she dragged the fish egg with one hand, and the frightened Xia Yu with the other hand, and rushed out of the laboratory door. The door of the laboratory closed behind them, and the robot inside had picked up the screwdriver again. It was so harsh. Xia Yu panted and ran with Wang Qin. The usually bright and clean fully enclosed corridor turned into a scary pipe. There were originally more than a dozen lines connected by white light tubes above his head. But now they were gone. The only thing he could see was the sign on the ground. The sign was also red, which made him shudder, and suddenly thought of the robot's eyes. There was an emergency light every 10 meters. Now all the lights were turned on, rotating non-stop, making the black corridor flicker. Not only was there a problem with the lights, The airflow ducts were no longer working. The white moist gas that should have been sucked away was sprayed out from all directions, and fell on Xia Yu's calves. He hadn't put on shoes yet, and his feet were cold and slippery. If that was all, he wouldn't be so scared. The cries for help, the roars, the footsteps, all the sounds happened in a closed environment, and there was no soundproofing, so they were particularly clear. Xia Yu could even infer what happened at the corner from these sounds. And he could also hear the clicks of the robot's special communication. The smell of blood was getting stronger and stronger. He might have stepped on blood, because the liquid under his feet suddenly became viscous. Xia Yu didn't know where to run like this, but he was dragged by Wang Qin. Maybe he could run out alive by following Professor Wang. Just when he thought of this, the warm hand loosened. Wang Qin fell to the ground. It was not just the corpse that tripped her, but she really couldn't run anymore. Xia Yu also fell, and fell on Wang Qin. When he touched her clothes with his hands, he found that they were all wet, and the liquid was still warm. It was all blood. Xia Yu looked at his hands under the flashing lights. Don't stop. Don't stop. Wang Qin grabbed his wrist and stopped him from looking. Xia Yu, keep running. Don't stop. I. Xia Yu knelt beside her and shook his head, still thinking about helping her up. But this time, Wang Qin did not get up, but pushed him forward with a ruthless heart. Run. The elevator is in front. Run. Once the institute is breached, it will enter the self-destruction program. Wang Qin's roar echoed in the corridor, vibrated, and broke into Xia Yu's heart. I can't leave. I can still help you delay. Wang Qin seemed to have used up her last strength, and stuffed a corner of her white coat into Xia Yu's hand. Listen. I don't want it. Xia Yu let go of the white coat, and he pulled Wang Qin's hand again, crying and shouting. Let's go together. Let's go together. Don't die. Listen to me. Listen to me. Wang Qin, who was always gentle to Xia Yu, seemed to have changed at this time. She stuffed a corner of her white coat into Xia Yu again. Run forward, and you can run to an elevator. I'll give you this. This. As she spoke, she took off the electronic bracelet on her wrist and put it on Xia Yu's wrist. But Xia Yu was too thin, and his wrist was too thin, so it slipped off as soon as she put it on. She could only pick it up again and put it on Xia Yu's upper arm. Be good. Wear it. Run to the front and use it to swipe open a door. And there's the elevator, Wang Qin said quickly, tears falling down. You have to live well. Let's go together. Let's go together. Okay? Xia Yu loved to cry, and now his tears were like beads that had broken off the string. I'll help you delay. You go. Aren't you going to take me to see the sea? Okay. You go first. And then? I'll go. Wang Qin was already struggling to speak, and blood kept coming out of the corners of her mouth. Swipe open the elevator. Go in. Press the red button. And then you go out. My bracelet is the highest level here, you can go. Then. I don't want to. Xia Yu still wanted to take her with him. You have to. This is our agreement, okay? Wang Qin stretched out her hand and made a pinky promise again. We have an agreement. The first agreement, you have to save the world. The second agreement, you have to raise this mermaid. And the third agreement, you have to go to the sea, okay? Xia Yu didn't even try to make a pinky promise, but Wang Qin stretched out her hand and took the initiative to hold him. Okay, this is our agreement. Now run! Wang Qin pushed him hard, and the noise behind him was getting louder and louder. Countless red dots were approaching. Xia Yu shuddered violently. He had listened to Wang Qin very much since he was a child, and chose to obey again in a stiff state. After taking 2 steps back, he turned around and started to run desperately. It was so heavy. The fish egg he was dragging was so heavy, but he didn't know where he got the strength from, and he just ran hard. The only thing left in his mind was Professor Wang's last promise. To save the world, raise the mermaid, and go see the sea. Behind him, Wang Qin, who was lying on the ground, gradually lost her small figure. The moment her figure completely disappeared, she fell to the ground weakly, unable to suppress her tears. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. You're just a little jellyfish. You can't do anything. Run. Run. Behind her, more and more red dots gathered, and robots crowded the corridor, rapidly carrying out this bloody killing. Human blood splashed, falling on the silver metal surface to form beautiful patterns. Flowing down, the patterns changed again and again. I'm sorry. Wang Qin said the last words in the direction of Xia Yu's escape, After struggling to get up, she turned her body resolutely, using the fragile human body to block the unstoppable machine, buying the last bit of time for Xia Yu. The machine is indeed indestructible, but the human soul still shines. Chapter 3 My Little Fish Fry. Xia Yu did not run very fast. He was originally thin, and had just undergone an operation not long ago. He had not had time to eat after waking up from a nap, and he had no shoes on his feet. The ground was very wet, and he could not tell whether he was stepping on blood or not, and sometimes he could not tell the direction. This corridor was like a big mouth, trying to swallow him in, and chew him into a bloody mess. Including, together with the fish eggs behind him. The fish eggs were heavier than he thought, and it had been sleeping for so long and still showed no signs of waking up. That white coat was like a giant net that tightly held it, protecting it very well. Huff, huff, huff. Amid the warnings, Xia Yu's breathing was particularly obvious. His mind was blank, he forgot everything, and only remembered to run forward. Finally he saw a door, but the door did not open to him. It was tightly closed, announcing that this road was blocked, which was equivalent to announcing Xia Yu's death. Because the robots behind him had caught up, they moved very fast, and those nightmare-like red eyes followed him like a shadow. Open. Open the door. Open the door. Xia Yu knelt in front of the door, looking at the surveillance camera on the upper left in a begging posture. The camera was lit with a red light, which meant it was working. He still couldn't understand why Niwa suddenly became so cruel. Not only did she no longer protect humans, but on the contrary, she was killing people. She killed so many people. However, she was still chatting with him half an hour ago, and she said that she had added Song of the Little Jellyfish to her music library. Xia Yu was tired from running. His legs were shaking constantly, and the cold footsteps were getting closer and closer. He could only knock on the door helplessly, hoping that the door would open. At this moment, the camera light turned blue, but it was only a short second before the blue turned red again. But the door opened, and the dead end became a way out. Xia Yu had been pressing his upper body against the door, but it opened all of a sudden, causing him to fall completely to the ground, as if he had fallen flat on his face. His chin hit the ground hard, but he felt no pain, so he got up and ran. He saw the elevator, which was only a dozen meters away from him. That was the elevator that Professor Wang had mentioned. But as he ran, Xia Yu suddenly felt his shoulders relax, as if he had forgotten something important. Fish eggs. He forgot about the huge fish eggs. He was too flustered. How could he be aware of everything when he had never experienced anything? After the door opened, he only thought about escaping. Xia Yu realized that he had lost the fish eggs and turned around quickly. But the red lights were almost reaching the edge of the metal door. A countdown appeared on the door. There were 60 seconds left. This floor would enter the self-destruction program. Countless red dots were surrounding him. Each robot had the ability to cut him into pieces. Although Xia Yu had undergone many surgeries, he knew that he would be fine even if he broke his legs or arms. But he was not sure if he could recover after being cut into pulp. The fear of dying invaded his body again, and the horrible death seemed to be right in front of him. Xia Yu turned around, and at this moment, he chose to run to the elevator. As long as he entered the elevator, he would be completely safe, and he could use the bracelet to escape. However, after he ran 2 steps, he stopped again. That fish egg was his only friend in all these years. In this research institute full of unknowns, Xia Yu never had any friends of the same age. Besides Professor Wang, he only had Niwa to chat with. The X-series was useless. Xia Yu had already accepted his fate, which was to be called to the operating table by humans and watch them take away his hands or feet, liver or kidneys. He originally thought that his life would go on like this day by day. This mermaid egg was sent to the X-series research room. At first, the fish egg was not big, but when Xia Yu approached the glass, the egg floating in the liquid seemed to float towards him, and through a layer of transparent glass, it seemed to be looking at him. They didn't talk. To be exact, Xia Yu had been talking to the fish egg, but he never heard a response. But this egg had been with him for 4 years. Now it had grown so big. When it was thrown away, would it be scared? Probably not, because the mermaid inside had no chance of hatching. Many people said so. It was just a growing ball of flesh, swallowing nutrients and growing in size. The embryo inside might have already become a ball of flesh without consciousness. But it will die. If you don't save it, it will die. Ah, don't come over here. Xia Yu turned around quickly, crying while running, as if to encourage his timid self. When he grabbed the corner of the white coat, the robots were only a few meters away from him. Xia Yu dragged the fish eggs forward again. He didn't care about anything, and ran to the elevator door in one breath. Bracelet, swipe. Xia Yu jumped up and swiped the sensor, and the small screen on the bracelet lit up immediately. Welcome, Professor Wang Qin. Good evening. A mechanical voice sounded, and the elevator door opened. Xia Yu dragged Yu Rong inside and hid. Hurry up. Hurry up. Hurry up and close the door. He kept pressing the door closing button. He breathed a sigh of relief when the door closed in front of him. But then the robot outside cut a half-meter-long hole in the door panel. The hole expanded with the edges rolled up. With the help of the light in the elevator car, Xia Yu saw the red electronic eye again. There were not only red lights in sight, but also red buttons on the elevator. But these devices were designed for adults, and children were not considered at all. Xia Yu was short, and he could not reach the red button of emergency up even if he stretched out his arms at risk. The curling edge of the crack became more and more obvious, and the hard elevator door might not last long. The robot that cut the door had already stuck its head in, and then its arms. There was not much time left for Xia Yu. He squatted slightly without thinking, and then jumped up with all his strength. His fingertips finally pressed the red button successfully. There was a violent shock under his feet, and Xia Yu was shaken to the ground, and he couldn't even stand steadily. Wang Qin's bracelet fell to the ground. After the vibration, the elevator entered a stage of rapid ascent. The head of the robot that had already entered the elevator was crushed and rolled at his feet. The speed was so fast. Xia Yu had never felt this way before. His body seemed to float completely. Soon he felt tinnitus and a little dizzy. He had no excitement of surviving the disaster, only fear and confusion. The elevator finally took him away from the institute. But where else could he go? The outside world was more dangerous and more unfamiliar. At this moment, Xia Yu had used up all his strength. In just over 10 minutes, he had experienced too many things that he could not digest. Now, the only thing he could do was to hold tightly the fish egg beside him, which he did not know whether it could survive. Without seawater, would it die soon? In the continuous vibration, Xia Yu hugged it tightly and closed his eyes tiredly. From today on, the only person it could rely on was itself. And it was its own little fish fry. The fish egg, without a trace of temperature, remained motionless. The white coat wrapped around it had turned dark red, and was stained with the blood that had passed along the way. It looked like a butterfly cocoon, and also like a soft core. The pale blue outer membrane was still expanding, as if it was in urgent need of water and nutrients. In the weak part of this membrane, one could vaguely see a male larva inside. In the amniotic fluid-like liquid environment of the fish eggs, he embraced his soft fish tail, his eyelashes trembling rapidly, as if the eyeball hidden under the eyelids was developing rapidly, looking forward to the arrival of light. After an unknown amount of time, the elevator finally stopped. For a few seconds, Xia Yu wished that the elevator would not stop, and would just keep rising. At least it was safe during the ascent, and there would be no robots chasing after him. But hope was only a bubble after all, and it would burst if it was poked. The elevator would always have a destination. And now he had reached that destination. We have reached the top floor. Thank you for your use, Professor Wang. And goodbye. As the voice sounded again, the elevator door opened. Unlike the place where Xia Yu had just escaped, the lights were bright. The floor was clean. There were no robots. And there were no dead people. The surroundings were very quiet. And this quietness even gave Xia Yu some kind of illusion, as if what he had just experienced was just a nightmare. The world is still the same. Everything is the same as before. But the bracelet that fell at his feet and the cut-off robot head reminded Xia Yu, wake up, be more awake, this is not a nightmare at all. Xia Yu did not dare to relax, let alone waste time. He first picked up the important bracelet, put it on his thin arm, then kicked the mechanical head away with his little feet, pulled the fish eggs again, brought his little fish fry. The white coat turned into a red coat. The difference is that they are temporarily safe. Xia Yu dragged the fish eggs out of the elevator. There was only one way in front of him. He had no choice. He wanted to ask if there were other people alive around him, but he was afraid of attracting the robot, so he kept holding back. After walking for nearly a quarter of an hour, which was longer than a few hours, Xia Yu finally saw a door. Emergency exit. It was written on it. And that was it. Xia Yu's hands had no strength left, and the fish eggs had obviously become a burden to him. In order to walk faster, he made a bold move. From dragging the mermaid eggs to carrying them on his back, he first wrapped the eggs in a red coat, then fastened the coat buttons one by one, folded the long hem of the coat upwards, and fastened it with the buttons in an offset manner. This was equivalent to tying the mermaid eggs firmly inside the clothes. When this step was completed, Xia Yu found that both of his feet were injured, and blood was oozing out. Fortunately, I don't feel the pain, that's great. Xia Yu wiped the blood, not daring to delay for a moment. He squatted down with his back against the mermaid egg, and carried it on his back. The sleeve of his clothes was the most suitable fixing rope, which he tied to his chest. The heavy egg left the ground and became a part of Xia Yu. It's okay. It's okay. I'm there. In the depths of the ocean. I'm a little jellyfish. Don't be afraid. I'm a little jellyfish. Xia Yu began to move towards the emergency exit. He was so scared that he could only sing softly to give himself courage. Although the exit was called safety exit, it was not safe for him at all. He walked out of the shelter of the institute unarmed. He still used Professor Wang Qin's bracelet to swipe open the last door. When the door opened from top to bottom, a gust of fresh wind blew in, blowing his hair. The damp wind, coming from the outside world, welcomed him to the real and cruel world. Xia Yu dared to open his eyes only after the wind passed. He had imagined the outside world countless times, but now he realized that none of his imaginations were right. This was the real world he had never seen or understood. The ground seemed to be covered with undulating buildings, which continuously emitted blue, purple, and red light. A huge screen was projected in the sky, and many intertwined wires formed a new floor. The flying machines in the sky formed a river of endless flow, and machines kept taking off and falling. The sound of whistles filled every corner, and people kept falling down and running for their lives. Sure enough, the world after leaving the institute was not spared, and robots killed people everywhere. Every building was like a monster that could eat people. Xia Yu stood there completely at a loss, not knowing where to go next. But he couldn't stay here for too long, because a robot with a triangular head had already started looking over here, and it would soon discover them. He had to move forward even if he didn't know where to go. He had to escape first, find a safe place, and make a small safe house. Xia Yu had some courage, and walked quickly in another direction with his fish eggs on his back, hoping to get rid of the machines on the street. He couldn't die, and neither could his only friend. Courage gave birth to more courage, so he changed from walking fast to running in small steps. And during this slight bump, the fish eggs on his back began to emit a light blue fluorescence that he had never seen before. Each blue blood vessel seemed to protrude from the egg membrane, sometimes lighting up and sometimes extinguishing as the fish eggs expanded and contracted. During this bumpy ride, the boy in the fish eggs blinked faster and faster, as if he was trying to break free from some kind of restraint, preparing to open his eyes. The ear fins behind his ears also unfolded in the amniotic fluid, like two thin wings, vibrating slightly. On this day, Imoen heard the voice of the real world. Chapter 4 Acid Rain. The real world is so noisy. The ear fins just stretched out and then retracted. Mermaid's hearing is the first to develop, and it is very sharp. In the deep sea, they rely on hearing to catch the sound of water flow and the traces of enemies, but the deep sea is too quiet, and now any movement is very strong to Imoen. Since he was caught on the shore, Imoen has been kept in an observation glass box, and now he just feels pain in his ears. Has he left the glass box? What happened in the outside world? The outside world is full of dangers. This was Xia Yu's only thought at this moment, and all he could do was run to a safe place first. But where is safe? He had no answer at all. Before this sudden change, he didn't even have the concept of safety. Although the institute was boring, there had never been a catastrophic incident. Xia Yu, who had always been safe, couldn't tell what danger was. Moreover, there were robots everywhere in the institute. Even if you couldn't find a person, you could find them. They would patiently answer all questions and handle difficulties for everyone. Without their help, Xia Yu was very uncomfortable when he thought about them trying to kill him. Xia Yu shuddered. As he ran, he could no longer hold back his tears, and they flowed unconsciously. Unlike ordinary people, when they cried, there was nothing special about their eyes, but the whites of their eyes turned red in an instant. Xia Yu thought of Professor Wang Qin. She must be dead. Right? She must be. There were so many robots, and she was seriously injured. There was no way she could survive. She gave him the last hope of living. And she also said something to him. Xia Yu was completely scared when he took the elevator to escape. Now his emotions were like melting ice, seeping into his body bit by bit. Despair and sadness were about to defeat him. For a few seconds, Xia Yu even thought about not running away. The only person in the world who cared about him was dead. And he had no ability to survive. How long could he survive hiding outside? His tears suddenly turned into beads with broken strings. I don't know if it's because of the jellyfish gene, but Xia Yu has always loved to cry and can cry a lot. Now he didn't dare to say anything, for fear that his crying would make too much noise. Countless aircraft flew overhead. They seemed to be aimless, but in fact they wove in a huge network of fighting over the city. Desperate wails rang in my ears from time to time. I don't know where the fire started, the glass was shattered, and the fragments fell from the sky. Xia Yu raised his head, looking at the transparent object that was broken into countless pieces, like watching countless colorful butterflies lose their lives. Then, someone jumped down from the highest floor in front of him, and fell directly to the ground. Ah! Xia Yu screamed in fear, and immediately covered his mouth. The tears flowed to the back of his hand, and then dripped to the ground. Why did this person jump off the building? Did he find that he could not survive anymore, and was chased by the machines to the point of no return? Xia Yu could not help guessing, but soon he had no time to guess, because the loud noise of falling from the building attracted a robot. This was a robot Xia Yu had never seen before, and it was different from those in the research institute. The robots in the research institute were taller and thinner, with slender limbs, which made it easier for them to work, and most of the things they could touch were metal tools. But the robot in front of him was relatively short, and its limbs did not look so slender, but rather strong and powerful. Its head was not oval, but a triangle, and there was a red bright spot on each side of its head, which was its eye. It could see in every direction. Xia Yu understood immediately, and squatted down immediately, and rolled and crawled to the trash can next to him with the fish eggs on his back. The outside world was different from everything in the institute. Xia Yu had never seen such a high trash can. But this did not prevent him from moving the fish eggs in first. His good friend Imoen is still inside, he has to protect his friend's safety. It has to be said that Imoen is very heavy, of course. It may not be all his weight. This fish egg is full of seawater similar to amniotic fluid. Xia Yu has not eaten since he woke up, and the sudden escape has exhausted him. When he lifted the fish egg, he clearly felt his arms trembling. It's almost impossible to lift it. I have to be faster. Xia Yu had to tiptoe, and use all his strength to throw the fish egg into the trash can. But this was not enough. In order to ensure Imoen's safety, Xia Yu also lowered the lid of the trash can. However, he misjudged the weight of the metal lid. Before he could put it down steadily, his hands made a noise. It was over. It was over. I would die. This was the only thought in Xia Yu's mind. Sure enough, the triangle-headed robot must have heard the noise, and came over immediately. Xia Yu had never touched a weapon, but that gun could definitely kill him. It was too late. Xia Yu could not hesitate. Every second of decision was crucial. He had not figured out the world yet, and had to learn to survive quickly. So he turned around and ran to the alley next to him. His bare feet stepped into the dirty puddles. Water splashed and made continuous noises. However, when he ran into the alley, he realized in despair that there was no exit. This was a dead-end alley. There was no escape route on the other side. There was only a high wall. The triangular-headed robot was heading for the trash can. And within half a second, it caught the definite movement. And 2 seconds later it reached the depths of the alley. If its movement speed just now was searching. Then after it detected the movement, its movement speed became hunting. The red light was projected on the high wall at the deep end of the alley, illuminating every brick and stone clearly. The walls on both sides were even more bare, with few places to hide. The robot's head began to rotate, and its 3 red eyes were constantly searching. And the last red light was fixed on a pile of debris. Waste is something that can be seen everywhere on the street. And of course, it is the easiest corner to hide. The robot walked towards the waste, and its metal feet stepped into a pool of mud. Xia Yu clenched his teeth to prevent the sound of 2 rows of teeth knocking against each other. The footsteps were getting closer and closer, and Xia Yu closed his eyes. Gunshots rang out, and the robot fired before it even got to the front of the waste. It did not use ordinary bullets, but the most common gas explosion gun now. The barrel compressed the gas and then ejected it quickly, forming a gas bullet that could destroy the human body. Not only the human body, the metal on the top of the waist was shattered, splattering into debris several meters high. Under the debris, there was no possibility of survival. When all this was done, the robot turned around and walked out of this dead end. It did not check the pile of waste repeatedly, because the whole pile of waste was broken into pieces by it. The broken scraps fell from the sky, like burning leaves, and easily turned into ashes when they landed. No living thing could survive such an attack. The air was filled with metallic and burning smells. The towering skyscrapers were like tree branches, sticking out in brutal manipulation. When the rain fell, the ever-changing neon lights seemed to change color in the blink of an eye. When the rain fell on Xia Yu's skin, his entire small body squeezed and the gap felt something was wrong. This rain seemed to be acid rain. He had heard of acid rain, but he didn't expect to encounter it just after escaping from the institute. When the fine raindrops fell on the skin color changed. If he was sensitive to pain, he would have been burned. Half a minute ago, he chose the latter between the pile of debris and the crack in the wall. Based on Xia Yu's understanding of robots, they would definitely sweep the pile of debris. However, the crack was too small, and his leg could not be hidden in it. Fortunately, it could become transparent. Jellyfish itself has a very high water content. The blood in Xia Yu's body also turned into transparent water, turning the exposed calf into air. However, as the color of the flesh and blood emerged, the fracture at the thin ankle was also revealed, and he was seriously injured. The metal that flew into the air just now injured Xia Yu's calf. His ankle was broken and bent inward at a strange angle. It seemed that he could only walk with the instep of his left foot. There was acid rain above his head. His little feet had changed shape. There was also a triangular head outside, who was not sure if it had walked far. Xia Yu had no way to retreat. Tears flowed all over his face again, and his shoulders began to tremble. Xia Yu hid in the crack and cried for a while. He thought of giving up again. Before he could figure out what happened, the accident took away everything around him. Professor Wang is gone. Xia Yu really doesn't know who he can rely on. The outside world is much more dangerous than the research institute. If he takes a wrong step, he will die. What's more terrifying is that he is just a small jellyfish and has nowhere to go. He can't hide in this gap forever. If he goes out, he will be exposed to acid rain. Xia Yu doesn't understand why Professor Wang has to run out by himself. It's better to die in the research institute. Anyway, he is not afraid of pain. He won't feel pain if he is shot or chopped into pieces. It will be over in a moment. He won't have to worry about death. But as he thought about it, he thought of Wang Qin's last request. To save the world. To raise Emoan. And to see the sea. To save the world. To raise Emoan. Xia Yu felt that Professor Wang had made a big joke. How could he save the world? What about Emoan? How is Emoan now? Thinking of this, Xia Yu slowly stopped crying. He couldn't die here yet, because he promised Professor Wang. I am a little jellyfish. I live in the depths of the ocean. After an unknown amount of time, Xia Yu finally mustered up the courage and left the small gap in the dead-end wall. The acid rain was still dripping, making his whole body red, and he would probably have blisters soon. The pain in his ankle was intermittent. Xia Yu bent down with difficulty and picked up a long piece of metal debris as a weapon. He limped, walking and stopping from time to time, and walked towards the trash can. The scale of fate finally tilted in his favor, giving him a way to survive, and he never encountered the dangerous triangle head again. After finally walking to the side of the trash can, Xia Yu opened the lid of the box, tipped on his toes, and got in at once. He closed the lid of the box again without checking Emoan's condition, keeping the acid rain out. The smelly trash can became their temporary shelter, and the space that could only accommodate 2 people became the safest place in Xia Yu's eyes. There was no light. Xia Yu's eyes were like flowing mercury. He gently untied the knot of his white coat, checking Emoan's condition. Fortunately, you are not injured. Xia Yu was exhausted, lying on top of the huge fish eggs, because he was very scared. So he thought Emoan must be very scared too. Don't worry, I have already found a way to stay alive. Wait until I rest. I will take you away from here. We will find a safe place, be a writer, and then live there, and we will never be in danger again. Xia Yu comforted Emoan, and at the same time comforted himself. Even though he didn't know what to do next, even though Emoan never responded to him. While talking, Xia Yu, who was exhausted, fell into a deep sleep. The raindrops fell on the metal box, making a dripping sound. They depended on each other in the small space. Emoan in the fish egg once again approached Xia Yu outside the fish egg, but his eyes still couldn't open, separated by a layer of egg membrane. Emoan wanted to lift his eyelids. Something must have happened outside. He had to be faster. Faster. Xia Yu probably slept for more than 10 hours. He was too tired and too scared. He actually woke up twice in a half-awake state. But the thought of facing a hopeless life with his eyes open forced him to sleep again. He wished he would never wake up again. But hunger did not give him this opportunity. He woke up with hunger. After waking up, he did not dare to move for the time being, and subconsciously patted the fish eggs. Don't be afraid. I'm awake now. Xia Yu was worried about Emoan's condition. He didn't know if the fish egg could survive without the seawater. Let me see what's going on outside. He knew Emoan would not pay attention to him. But Xia Yu still said something to him to give himself courage. He opened the lid of the box and looked outside through the gap. Although it was bright, it was not sunny. The good news was that the rain had stopped. After the rain stopped, they should leave here. Where should I take you? We have nowhere to go. Xia Yu became depressed instantly. Or, I'll leave you here and find a place by myself. When I find it, I'll pick you up. The mermaid sleeping in the fish egg was motionless, except for the slight movement of her tail fin. Don't worry. I will definitely come to pick you up. I'm already 10 years old. I won't abandon you, Xia Yu said tremblingly. He didn't want to leave this temporary safety. Suddenly, a ray of light illuminated the entire trash can, like a ray of sunlight that belonged to them piercing through the clouds. Leave here. Go 520 meters west. Open the password door, and you can enter the sewer smoothly. A faint voice sounded from the shining bracelet, although it was a mechanical female voice. Cold and icy. Xia Yu shuddered after hearing it. You can't stay where you are. The next wave of cleaning is coming. The trash can can't guarantee your safety. Go to the sewer. Who are you? Who are you? Xia Yu took Wang Qin's bracelet in front of him. He didn't know whether he should believe it, whether he could believe it. After all the machines had rebelled. This might be a trap. Are you Nuwa? Xia Yu asked again. He had seen many people talking to Nuwa through bracelets before. After waiting for half a minute, the bracelet lit up again. I'm not Nuwa, I'm Jingwei. You must leave here. It's predicted that the next wave of cleaning will arrive at your location in 14 minutes. Get out quickly. Chapter 5, He will starve to death. Xia Yu felt his body shaking. Thanks to his super self-healing ability, his broken left ankle has recovered, his skin has returned to normal color, and the large red area burned by acid rain has completely disappeared. But he once again stood at the crossroads of fate, which was too difficult for him at the moment. One choice was to hide in this small trash can, not go out, sneak out every day to find food, and use this place as a temporary safe house for himself and Emoan. They had successfully avoided the triangular-headed robots. As long as they did not make any noise, the robots would not find them. Another option was to leave the metal box. Run a few hundred meters at the risk of being discovered by the robots. Find a password door. Open it and enter the sewer. Xia Yu did not know what was going on outside, but it must be full of dangers. But what made him even more hesitant was this Jingwei. This must also be artificial intelligence, similar to Nuwa. Xia Yu had never heard of this name. Nuwa had always controlled the whole world. Who is Jingwei? Is it good or bad? Does it want to deceive itself and then kill everyone? Jingwei, Xia Yu, you must leave here. Take Emoan with you, quick. The bracelet made a sound again. Although Jingwei was just a mechanical voice, you could hear the anxiety in the tone. Who are you? Why should I believe you? How do you know my name? Xia Yu couldn't help asking. The machine is killing people. Why should I believe you? Yes, artificial intelligence and robots are in the same group. They are not living people, so they will kill living people. Xia Yu chose to stay without hesitation, and instinctively chose the short-term safety. Jingwei, leave quickly. Leave quickly. You are lying. Xia Yu was very angry. You not only kill people but also lie to people. You want to trick me out. I know. There is no sound of robots around. There is no. Jingwei, you must believe me. And I am the only one you can believe now. Professor Wang Qin gave you this bracelet. Maybe this is the answer. Wang Qin. Professor Wang? Xia Yu suddenly calmed down after hearing this name. Jingwei, Professor Wang will not lie to you. I won't either. Please take Emoan away immediately. The tone sounded more and more anxious. Xia Yu was about to be torn in half by his hesitation. If he believed this random artificial intelligence, the risk was great, but Jingwei actually said that Professor One gave him the bracelet. Xia Yu's heart beat very fast. He knew he had to leave the safe house again. Still moving cautiously, he left the trash bin first. His clothes were not intact. The surroundings were still very quiet. There was no sign of a big cleanup. He held his breath, pulled Emoen out by the sleeve of his white coat, and put him on his back again. Maybe it was because he was hungry. He felt that Emoen had become much heavier. Which direction is west? Xia Yu asked. Jingwei, opening the street view camera. I see you. Xia Yu. Run straight ahead of you. The road is safe. There are no machines. And you don't have much time. The west is straight ahead. Should we run now? Xia Yu looked at the waterlogged ground, pursed his lips and ran. He ran very hard. His lips turned pale, even though Jingwei told him that the road was safe. But Xia Yu still refused to let his guard down. He couldn't step into puddles. The threat of acid rain had not been eliminated. Huff and puff, Xia Yu, who rarely exercised, soon couldn't run anymore. So his running turned into a brisk walk, and then into a slow walk. Jingwei, speed up, don't rest. I know, I'm just very hungry, very hungry. Xia Yu pursed his lips bitterly. Artificial intelligence doesn't need to eat. You certainly don't know what hunger is. As soon as he finished speaking, something suddenly exploded 300 or 400 meters behind him. The sound was deafening. It was the trash can where he and Emoen had been hiding. Xia Yu was froze with fear after seeing it clearly. If they had not left that place, they would have become pieces of broken meat now. Jingwei was not lying. The machine was really cleaning the road. Jingwei, it's an aircraft. The aircraft is inspecting the road. Jingwei's voice brought Xia Yu back to reality. At the moment, those aircraft had not flown over, so he still had a chance to escape. After turning around, Xia Yu forgot about hunger. There were only 2 words left in his head: run. Run with his little fish. Xia Yu's mind was completely blank. He started to race against death. He had seen those aircraft before. There were so many of them that he couldn't count them at all. They were very fast. Run faster. Run faster. They were behind him. Xia Yu couldn't count how many meters he ran. He just rushed forward. The sound of the aircraft was getting closer and closer, like a nightmare that couldn't be shaken off. Finally, he saw a rusty metal door. Whether it was it or not, Xia Yu rushed towards it. Jingwei, the password is 0901. There were a lot of gravels on the ground. Xia Yu stumbled a few steps and fell to the ground. But he didn't care about anything else, and after getting up, he threw himself on the password lock. The password button had been corroded by acid rain, and it looked blurry. He recognized the numbers from the unclear handwriting, and tremblingly pressed the 4 numbers. Then the door opened in front of him. There was another explosion behind him, and I don't know what was blown up again. Xia Yu and Emoen went into the door, and closed it forcefully. Just half a second later, the door was cleaned up. The ground was about to be lifted up. Xia Yu was shaken against the wall, and then rolled to the bottom of the stairs with the fish eggs. The world was spinning, and he felt dizzy. The sound outside made his ears ring. Xia Yu couldn't hear anything for a few seconds, and he might have fainted for a few seconds. His body felt heavy, and his mind was not clear. He only knew that the stairs were very long, and it took a long time to roll to the bottom. I don't know how long it took for the ringing in his ears to really fade away. Xia Yu slowly opened his eyes, and saw a very faint light. It was the light of the sewer, warm yellow. This warm yellow light made people feel at ease, but the bracelet was silent, not sure if it was broken just now. He lay there for a few minutes before he had the strength to sit up, and the first thing he did after getting up was to see if Emoen was injured. The huge fish eggs were wrapped in his clothes, and rolled down the stairs with him, and also took some of the damage for him. The outer layer of the originally intact fish eggs had several scratches. Xia Yu touched it with his little hand distressfully, and tears welled up again. I'm so sorry, you always get hurt when you follow me. Xia Yu only hated himself for being useless, not being fast enough, not being strong enough, and not even having a decent weapon. Professor One gave him this precious fish egg, but now Emoen is injured. I'll help you find medicine after I rest. Xia Yu put his dirty little face on the fish egg, and his tears unconsciously stained the fish egg. There was a big cleanup going on outside. The bricks and stones above their heads shook from time to time, and dust fell, and sprinkled all over Xia Yu's body and face. After a short rest, he decided to continue walking deeper into the sewer. It was too dangerous here, and too close to the door. Carrying Imoen on his back again. Xia Yu was no longer as panicked as before. At least, he had found a stable place to live for the time being. And he knew he had the help of Jingwei. The width and height of the sewer were very close to the corridor of the institute. But it was not as bright. When the road surface was shaking, the inside also shook. Every vibration frightened Xia Yu. Such movement was transmitted to the fish eggs. And Imoen's pelvic fins also shook. But he did not have the strength to open his eyes. I am a little jellyfish. Xia Yu sang again, so he was not so scared. After walking for dozens of meters, he took Imoen around a corner, and suddenly heard a very faint voice. Help, help. Who is it? Xia Yu immediately put the fish eggs on the ground, blocked them in front of the eggs, took out the metal piece hidden in his pocket as a weapon. Who is there? I am very powerful, I will kill people. Don't kill me, don't kill me. The voice rang again. Xia Yu listened quietly. He certainly couldn't scare adults with his bluffing, but he was more than enough to scare people of the same age. A little boy about his age crawled out from the wall section, covered in sand, with a palm-sized wound on his shoulder. He looked very different from Xia Yu. There seemed to be something on his head, hidden in his hair. Who are you? Xia Yu asked fiercely. My name is Mi Do. The boy gasped intermittently. Blood had already flowed all over the floor. My name is Mi Do, help. Mi Do? What is Mi Do's name? This was the first time Xia Yu heard such a casual name. The names given to the test subjects by the research institute were all very nice. He approached Mida cautiously, to make sure if this person was dangerous. After getting closer, Mida seemed to be younger than him, probably 7 or 8 years old. Are you a genetically modified person? Xia Yu slowly put down his weapon, because he saw the 2 bare ears on Mida's head. This is the external feature of genetically modified people. When the DNA of an animal is fused, there will be corresponding external manifestations, such as Mida's pair of furry ears growing and curly hair. And these appearances that do not belong to humans will be considered by humans as defects. The perfect genetically modified people are no different from humans in appearance. Mi Do nodded weakly. And when he looked at Xia Yu, he recognized that he was of the same kind. Their genes had been operated. Both of them were genetically modified people with defects. There was no longer any estrangement between the 2 boys of similar age, only sympathy similar to mutual appreciation. Xia Yu put away his weapons, and carried Imoen on his back. He observed the environment. Mi Do was in a collapsed wall, just revealing a small room, which might be a rest room in the sewer. This place is much more hidden than the corridor. He settled Imoen, dragged the dying Mi Do in, and gently closed the door. What's wrong with you? After finishing all these things, Xia Yu squatted beside Mi Do. My name is Xia Yu. I am a little jellyfish. My mother and I got separated, and there was a crack in the ground and I fell in. Where is this? Mi Do stared at Xia Yu's eyes. He had never seen eyes of this color before. Like fish scales. Xia Yu simply sat down next to him. It's a sewer. But I don't know where it is. How did you fall in? Perhaps through Mi Do. He could know something about the outside world. Xia Yu was eager to find out everything. Only by finding out can he survive. At least, he won't die so easily. Mi Do's face was red. And he was obviously very uncomfortable. I was walking on the street with my mother, and heard a loud noise. When we looked up, the aircraft fired at the street. Then, some transport robots started to attack us. It was as expected. Xia Yu nodded. It was similar to what happened in the institute. The robots rebelled. My mother pulled me to run. I ran slowly and fell down. Then a fireball hit me. The ground cracked and I rolled down here. The crack collapsed again, and I could never get out again. Mi Do looked at his right shoulder. The wound was like a pit. I can't survive. Xia Yu was good at treating wounds, because he had been walking around in the laboratory since he was a child. It was just that he couldn't do it in this situation. The wound needs bandages and medicine, but now you need. Xia Yu touched Mi Do's forehead. Reduce fever, you have a fever. No wonder, I feel so uncomfortable. Mi Do said weakly. Xia Yu felt sorry. How long have you been here? Your wound has become inflamed. You must reduce the fever. Mi Do shook his head. 1 day? Or 2 days? I don't remember. I fainted. What is that? Is it medicine? He looked at the fish eggs in the corner, wrapped in a red dress. Xia Yu was very concerned about this thing. Maybe it was medicine that could save people. That's not medicine, that's my most important friend. Xia Yu didn't have time to tell him about the strange species. And Mermaid. He was already hungry, and now he was at a loss. The bracelet flashed at the right time, this time without waiting for Jingwei to speak. Xia Yu had already taken the bracelet in front of him. Jingwei. The signal is a bit bad. Xia Yu, are you okay now? I came in the sewer. I'm so hungry. Xia Yu first reported his situation and then said, I met a little bear. He was injured. What should I do now? Jingwei. Sewer map is being retrieved. Map loading. If you can walk to the next manhole cover exit and climb up to the ground from there, you can find a machine that automatically sells medicine. There is also a food vending machine. You can get food. Ah? We have to go to the ground again. Xia Yu was immediately shaken. There is killing and blood there, and there is always the danger of being discovered. Jingwei. Behind the vending machine, there will be an energy pharmacy. There are not only medicines there, but also the nutrient injections that Imoen needs. What? Xia Yu's heart was immediately shocked. Jingwei. Imoen needs nutrients. According to the information provided to me by the information database, Mermaid needs enough energy. Imoen now needs 5,000 calories a day. And if he doesn't reach this number, he will die. Xia Yu asked tremblingly, What do you mean? Jingwei. It means that if he doesn't get the nutritional injection, he will starve to death. The dilemma was once again placed in front of Xia Yu. After a brief hesitation, he stood up with his weapon. Don't lie to me. I will go. Chapter 6. The Mermaid's Eyes. Where are you going? Mi Do was dizzy from the fever, and could hardly hear him clearly. I'm going outside, to find nutrients for Imoen, to find some medicine for you, and then for myself. Xia Yu's stomach growled. Find something to fill my stomach. Outside? Mi Do closed his eyes in a daze. He had already experienced how dangerous it was outside. It had become hell, and it was easy to die. I didn't know how my mother was doing. I wanted to go home. Just as he was in a daze, someone was pulling him. So Mi Do opened his eyes again. What are you doing? Take off your shoes. I have to wear them before I can go out. Xia Yu sat next to Mi Do, pulled his shoes off with all his strength. We are about the same size. I should be able to wear them. I couldn't run out barefoot anymore. The road would be more dangerous than before. After the big cleanup, it would be covered with broken glass and debris. If I got hurt again, Imoen and Mi Do would have no one to save them. Xia Yu had only this thought in his mind, so he put on slightly smaller shoes. The cold toes squeezed together, warming up a little. I'm leaving now. Can you promise me one thing? Before leaving, Xia Yu was very worried. Mi Do was almost out of breath, but he still nodded his head with all his strength. His little bare ears turned back. Okay. No matter what happens, you must take good care of Imoen. Xia Yu shivered as he spoke. It's the fish egg over there. His name is Imoen. He's a strange species, a mermaid. You must take good care of him. Okay. Mi Do closed his eyes and nodded again. If I don't come back, you must wait until someone comes to rescue you. You must take Imoen to a safe place, and then find an opportunity to release him back to the sea. Xia Yu's tongue was stiff at the end, because he was really scared. He couldn't be sure if he could come back safely this time. If there was really no way to survive, at least he had entrusted Imoen to another person. Mi Do, like himself, was a genetically modified person. He would not discriminate against strange species. Maybe he could survive and continue this little hope. If I can't do it, Xia Yu hopes others can do it. If Imoen can hatch successfully one day, Xia Yu hopes that he will have his own shadow in his memory. A useless little jellyfish that can sing. After saying this, he turned around quickly. A child needs to use this kind of resolute mentality to force himself to leave the safest place at present. Every time he took a step outside, his teeth were trembling, and he couldn't predict the fate he would face next. The sewer corridor was very long, and the sound of dripping water could be heard from time to time. It was messy and rusty. The environment here is unfamiliar to Xia Yu. The research institute is always clean and tidy, and is fully maintained by robots. Now the prototype of the real world has a clear picture in his little head. Some places are full of high technology, some places are backward, and the contrast is sharp. But no matter what, a safe place is the best place. Xia Yu can't help but speed up his pace. His heart is beating. Can this world still be saved? Why does Professor Wan let himself save the world? Jingwei, we are here. The reminder of artificial intelligence came. Xia Yu stopped for a moment, looked around. There were walls on both sides. There was a round manhole cover above his head, and a curved ladder leading to it. This should be it. Xia Yu didn't dare to waste time, and stepped on the bottom horizontal bar of the ladder. This was his first time climbing a ladder, and it was difficult for him to keep his balance due to his poor center of gravity, and he almost fell several times. Jingwei, be careful. I know to be careful, but it's hard. Xia Yu muttered softly, and it took him a few minutes to climb to the top. He pushed open the manhole cover with his right hand, but what he saw was not the road surface, but another ladder climbing up. Jingwei, keep climbing up, be careful of your steps, it's very high. Jingwei's voice became particularly cold once it lost its emotions. Xia Yu began to miss the gentle Professor Wang. This was the only way for him now, so he held the horizontal bar firmly with his little hands again. He didn't dare to look down, because he would fall down in fear if he looked down once. He kept singing to cheer himself up, and finally climbed to the top. He pushed open the round manhole cover again. This time, Xia Yu saw the sky outside. The sky was gray-blue. Why is it this color? If he were a little older, he would understand that this was the dust after the explosion. The ground was full of gravel and glass shards. Luckily he wore shoes, otherwise the soles of his feet would be pierced with holes. Stepping on the ground again, it seemed like a long time ago. Xia Yu didn't dare to stand up straight, crouched forward. Jingwei, are you still there? Don't lie to me. Jingwei, look to the left now. Perhaps worried that Xia Yu couldn't tell east, south, west, north, Jingwei used the relatively vague left and right to describe the direction for artificial intelligence. After hearing this, Xia Yu looked to the left and saw a row of tall vending machines flashing there. However, their glass covers were covered with thick dust. Medicine. Xia Yu ran over in small steps. The glass cover was no longer intact and was broken into pieces. Xia Yu wiped off the dust with his hand and then saw the words inside clearly. VC. VB. Omega-3. What are these? Jingwei, nutrients. I suggest you take some. Your immunity is not very good. Who said I am not good? I am very strong. Xia Yu whispered, but still reached out to the broken glass. He had to be very careful to avoid the sharp glass. After grabbing a small can of VC, he quickly withdrew his hand and put it in his pocket. The clothes were still the surgical gown of the institute. I wonder if the institute is still there after the self-destruction program. Wait, now is not the time to think about this. Xia Yu did not allow himself to be absent-minded. Looking behind the vending machine. According to Jingwei, there is an energy pharmacy behind it. Xia Yu moved forward in a squatting position, trying every way to shrink his body, for fear of being noticed by the aircraft. He could hear the sound of those things. They had not completely left. The door of the energy pharmacy had been blown open. Xia Yu got in without any effort. This was his first time in such a place. How should I find the medicine? Jingwei, tell me. He had begun to learn to ask Jingwei for help. Just above his left, a semicircular camera was pointed at him, scanning him. Then Jingwei said, go to the 4th row, the medicine you need is on the shelf. The 4th row, Xia Yu walked and searched, watching the numbers on the shelf constantly changing. Although the door of the pharmacy had been blown open, no one came to rob it for the time being. Xia Yu guessed that most people were hiding like him. Many people must have been injured, and everyone needed these things. Xia Yu walked and stopped, and moved only after making sure it was safe. So it took a long time. When he found the number 4, the shelves full of medicines made him feel dizzy. Mi Do had a fever, and Imo needed nutritional supplements. He recited in his heart, and then tiptoed to search inside. Fortunately, Xia Yu had read a lot of books in these years and could read, so he found it without any difficulty. There were only enough antipyretic and anti-inflammatory drugs, but there was only one nutrient. Xia Yu picked up a bag from the ground and quickly filled it. Jingwei, there is only one nutrient, what should I do? Jingwei, take one first, this thing is very precious. Okay, I'll take it back first, don't let Imoen starve. Xia Yu wanted to cry when he thought of Imoen starving to death, but when he turned around to leave, he stopped again. The camera on the ceiling also turned to him, watching him all the time. Xia Yu ran to another shelf, and took some things for bandaging wounds, and then ran out of the pharmacy with satisfaction. When he finished all these things, he remembered that there was a food vending machine outside the door. He was so anxious just now that he forgot to take food. During this special period, food is also very important. Jingwei, Xia Yu, you better move faster. I know, I'll take a few more small breads and go back. Xia Yu quickly packed the food. There were various small breads in the vending machine, and he only took the one closest to him. But when he was halfway through, Xia Yu seemed to have just woken up from a dream and suddenly stopped. Okay, I'll go back now. Xia Yu squatted down again, preparing to run back to the manhole cover while squatting. Jingwei, it's safe now. Take all the food away. Jingwei's tone was full of doubt. Xia Yu had already touched the manhole cover, and without answering, he lifted the cover and crawled in. He didn't relax until the round manhole cover above his head was tightly covered, and began to slide down. Jingwei, why didn't you take all the food away? Xia Yu then said, because I thought, what if someone else found the vending machine? The bread is so delicious, I can't eat it all by myself. Jingwei, it's a good idea, but you have to learn to be selfish, especially now. Sometimes selfishness is also a protection mechanism, you have to learn it. Jingwei's voice softened for a moment, but only for a moment. The cooling of her emotions reminded Xia Yu of those people in the institute. Sometimes you can see their smiles, but any expression on their faces will disappear, because they are used to being serious. And the one who is the most gentle to him, besides Wang Qin, there is also Niwa. It is also artificial intelligence. But it has richer emotions than Jingwei, and never says selfishness. Jingwei, do you know Niwa? Xia Yu couldn't help it when he was about to fall to the bottom. He wanted to know where Niwa was. Why did she disappear? If she was still there, the world would not be like this. It would not allow machines to rebel, and would protect everyone. Jingwei, sorry. I don't know Niwa. However, Jingwei's answer disappointed Xia Yu again. Niwa really disappeared. Soon, Xia Yu returned to the sewer. He ran very fast in his shoes, muttering softly as he ran, please wait for me. You, don't be in any trouble. Don't die. I have medicine and bread. I can save everyone. Xia Yu really thought so. In his little head, food and medicine are omnipotent. When he ran back to the damaged room, Mido had completely lost consciousness. His ears were cold, and his padded hands were holding the unremarkable weapon, and fell into a coma. Jingwei, give him medicine quickly. I know. Xia Yu didn't have time to think about anything else. He took out the pills from the bag and stuffed them into Mido's mouth. There was no water, so he stuffed it in forcefully, and used his little finger to push the pills into Mido's throat. Then he took out the potion and simply treated the wound on Mido's shoulder. Blood, scabs, and dirt were mixed together. Xia Yu washed them away, rebandaged them, and wrapped them with clean bandages. There was no bed in the room. Xia Yu laid Mido flat, let him lie on the ground and sleep well. Whether he could survive depended on his own willpower. Next is, feed Imoen a meal. Xia Yu continued to encourage himself, pulling out the expensive nutrient. He had never used a syringe before, but he had seen others use it in the research institute, and now he imitated the process, tearing open the package and pushing the liquid first, emptying the bubbles. Jingwei, be careful. Okay, I'll be very careful. Xia Yu knelt in front of the fish eggs, touching the scratches on them with his hand. When the needle of the syringe went in, Xia Yu didn't dare to breathe. He pierced the outer membrane of the fish eggs with his own hands. I wonder if Imoen would feel pain. In order to shorten the process, Xia Yu injected as quickly as possible, and then quickly pulled out the needle. As the nutrient solution entered the amniotic fluid of the fish eggs, Xia Yu also breathed a sigh of relief. Great. You won't starve to death now. This needle hole doesn't hurt. I'll blow air for you. Xia Yu lay beside the fish eggs and blew air at the place where he had just been pierced. He had used up his last strength. Now he didn't even have the strength to pick up a small piece of bread. He could only lean his head on the fish eggs while pouting his mouth and blowing air to accumulate strength. Through this membrane, he could see Imoen sleeping inside, looking like a boy. Strange. Was Imoen's ear fin this long before? Xia Yu unconsciously paid attention. In the past, he had always seen Imoen through glass and sea water. Never so close. So he couldn't see it very clearly. Now that he was so close, he could see that Imoen's ears were indeed different from those of humans and genetically modified people. Imoen. Can you hear me? I'm Xia Yu. I helped you escape. Xia Yu tapped the fish eggs with his little finger. He did not expect the mermaid inside to respond to him, after all. This fish egg had never responded to the research institute. But when he finished the last word, the mermaid inside turned to him. The rapid trembling of the eyelids finally stopped, and then the light came in. Imoen opened his eyes, and saw the outside world for the first time, and the little jellyfish that kept talking to him, and talked to him a lot every day. He opened his eyes early, several years earlier than the normal mermaid larvae, and even the tear film was not well developed. Chapter 7 Mermaid Instinct. Like a dream, Xia Yu seemed to see a miracle in the sea. The ceiling still shook off dust, which fell on their heads, announcing danger and not staying away. However, Xia Yu quietly watched the changes in the fish eggs, and pinched his arm by the way, for fear that he was dreaming. Is he too tired, too scared, so he had hallucinations? The scene of the injection just now appeared in front of him again. The needle of the nutrient is thicker than the needle of the research institute, and the fish eggs are very thick. There will be a clear sense of obstruction when it is inserted. When the needle was completely pierced, Emoan inside did not react. He just floated in the water, slept, and unconsciously avoided the needle. Now he opened his eyes, following the egg membrane. Xia Yu was not sure if Emoan could see his face clearly. He could only see his face very blurry. He could vaguely see his light blue ear fins, and the fine blue blood vessels on the ear fins. Suddenly, the face approached him, which frightened the timid Xia Yu again. Ah! Xia Yu sat back, and sat on the cold floor tiles. He had no idea about the strange species. And he had no idea what a mermaid was. It was just that the moment just now was still a little scary. As if the living creature inside was deliberately rushing out, breaking out of the egg, and eating him. The tears that had just been held back flowed out again. Xia Yu really loved to cry. And he was also very angry at his weakness. He could only wipe away the tears fiercely. Did he cry? Why did the little jellyfish cry? At this time, Emoan in the fish egg also frowned. He really couldn't see too much. The tear film in his eyes had not yet fully grown, and any light was too strong for him. But this did not prevent him from recognizing Xia Yu, because he had heard this song for a long, long time. I am a little jellyfish. I come from the depths of the ocean. Pulu pulu, pulu pulu. Every time I was anxious and desperately wanted to return to the deep sea, this song would soothe my anxiety. In that big water tank, Emoan knew the name given to him by people outside. The artificial seawater gently lifted the fish eggs, but it was not as quiet as the ocean. It was too bright. It was too bright around. Emoan had been sleeping intermittently in the institute, but he never slept well. He missed his tribe, missed the peace in the abyss of the sea, missed the embrace of real sea water. But from that day on, all of this disappeared, and he was put into a glass box. But for some reason, every time Emoan heard Xia Yu singing, he would calm down, as if he heard the sound of the sea. Xia Yu was still sitting on the ground, and suddenly realized that Emoan had woken up. He approached the fish eggs carefully, and gently placed his two small hands on the scratches on the egg membrane. Emoan, Emoan you. Emoan still couldn't see him clearly. It was too bright. The light was too bright. He just felt a pair of hands caressing the egg membrane, very cold, and still trembling. His fish tail, the umbilical cord, is connected to the inner membrane of the fish egg, and can sense the pressure from the outside world, and even pain. When those hands slid over his scars, Emoan's frenzy was calmed again, as if the seawater was flowing through him. So strange. However, Xia Yu didn't know all this. He just knew that Emoan woke up, but still couldn't do anything. I'm sorry, I don't think, there's no way to raise you, I can't raise you. What was he talking about? Emoan couldn't move at all. He could only blink his eyes, and his ear fins couldn't be fully extended. Through the amniotic fluid, he could hear the intermittent sounds. I'm so useless. I only found a nutrient. Xia Yu felt mixed emotions. He was happy that Emoan finally moved and was still alive. He was worried that Emoan might starve to death soon. He didn't have time to get so many energy needles. The harsh environment threatened not only Emoan, but also him. Xia Yu suddenly began to feel cold all over and trembled inexplicably. No, I can't die. But he immediately thought of Professor Wang's words, and used his last bit of strength to tear open the bag of bread. The bread was not tasty, it was dry and tasteless, and it felt like eating paper in the mouth. But Xia Yu had no right to dislike anything, because being alive was the most important thing. As he ate, he even thought it tasted good, because the feeling of hunger disappeared. Okay, I won't die if I'm full. He stuffed food into his mouth randomly, while comforting Emoan. Obviously, he was just an unarmed little guy, but at this moment, he still wanted to protect another little guy. After eating his fill, he felt much better. Xia Yu also had a strong desire to survive. He looked around. Mido hadn't woken up yet. The surroundings were relatively safe. It would be nice if they could stay here forever. But soon, he lost his mind to think about it. Fatigue and coldness swept through his body. He was so tired. He just wanted to have a good sleep. Let's talk about tomorrow's affairs tomorrow. So Xia Yu, who had filled his stomach, curled up next to the fish eggs, regarded Mon as his only support, and closed his sore eyes. It was so cold. When Xia Yu was about to fall asleep, his feet had lost all feeling. He was so cold that he couldn't stop shivering. Although he was constantly disassembled in the research institute, his living conditions were always good, and he even slept in the hibernation chamber. Nuwa would turn off the lights for him, play his favorite sound of the waves, and adjust the temperature for him. Now all this is gone. Xia Yu missed Wang Qin and Nuwa very much. Where are they? Are they still alive? Xia Yu fell into a deep sleep, and his last thought before falling asleep was, if only I could have a blanket to cover myself, so I wouldn't be so cold. Boom, boom, boom. The ground was still being cleaned, and another tall building collapsed. The psychedelic neon lights shattered into foam, and the walls of the sewer also shook. Under the dim light, in the dilapidated hut, a faint blue light was flickering, as if the huge egg was breathing. Mon also closed his eyes, and the seawater in the egg was glowing. His egg membrane began to heat up, becoming a constant source of heat to provide shelter for the little jellyfish. There was no benefit for him to open his eyes early, and his sleep had been very shallow since he left the hatchery, and he was easily awakened by the sound of the ground. When he had the strength to open his eyes, Mon looked at Xia Yu, who was sleeping soundly beside him without exception. He was looking forward to the day when he could get out of the egg and see clearly what color the little jellyfish's eyes were. Thinking of this, Mon happily blew a few transparent bubbles in the amniotic fluid, and his tail swayed slightly. It would take several years for him to break out of the egg. He had to wait until the tail fin, umbilical cord and egg fell off naturally, which was too long for him. Xia Yu felt that he had slept to the end of time, and he had no strength left in his body. In his dream, he once again faced groups of robots, countless pairs of red eyes staring at him, and constantly approaching him. He ran desperately, trying to take Mon out before the self-destruction program was activated, but he always fell down. After falling down, he saw Wang Qin lying in a pool of blood. You have to save the world, you have to raise Mon, you have to see the sea. Wang Qin's bloody hands grabbed him, and then the whole world fell into chaos. Xia Yu could only keep running, and he woke up while running. After opening his eyes, he thought the nightmare was just a nightmare, and the whole world was still the same. He was still waiting for Nuwa to open the door of the sleeping cabin for him, but he saw Midu's smiling face. You woke up. Midu breathed a sigh of relief. I thought you were sick. Ah! Xia Yu screamed in fear, and quickly hid behind the fish eggs. Thank you. I'm fine now. Midu moved his ears, and the bandaged wound stopped bleeding. Thanks to your medicine. In addition, the physique of genetically modified people like us is very good. Mom said that humans use us to mine. Mining? Xia Yu then slowly recalled everything, including how he came to the sewer, and how he met Midu. After recalling, he stretched out his arms to block the fish eggs, and looked back at the same time. Now Mon seemed to be asleep again, with his eyes closed. Yes, because we are strong and have good physical strength. Their genetically modified people are used for mining. Don't you know? Mido's life experience is obviously richer. What about you? What did you do before? Me? I don't know. Xia Yu shook his head blankly. The X series has not yet been researched to find its value, so the jellyfish genetically modified people have not been mass-produced, and no one uses him. Okay, but I still have to thank you. We will be good friends from now on. If I can find my mother again, I will definitely ask her to arrange better jobs for you. Midu said seriously. It's really cold here. I was actually woken up by the cold. Is it cold? Xia Yu seemed to have heard something incredible, because he was not cold at all. If it was very cold in this room, he would definitely not be like this. His hands and feet would be frozen to the point of being unable to bear it. But now every joint is very flexible, and it is obvious that he is not frozen. Could it be that the cold wind in this room only froze Midu, and not me? Jingwei, good morning. It's 9:03 a.m. now. Have you rested well? Who? Midu was startled. It's my artificial intelligence bracelet. Xia Yu has become accustomed to Jingwei's company. Jingwei, the correct way to say it is, I am actually an artificial intelligence. The bracelet is just a medium of communication. Midu nodded half-knowingly. Hello, artificial intelligence. Jingwei, hello. But now is not the time to say hello. You must move. What? Move? Xia Yu's heart skipped a beat. And his beautiful dream, just now, was easily shattered. Originally, he was thinking of hiding in this small corner with Mi Do and Imoen forever, and keeping company with the unknown dust. Now it is not safe here. Jingwei, yes. The aircraft will soon break through the password door. Come here to patrol. And eliminate the living targets. Now the cleansing is going on outside. The machines have rebelled. And the first wave of human resistance has been defeated. Defeated? Xia Yu didn't understand. The machines were invented by humans. Why are they defeated? Jingwei, because humans have relied too much on artificial intelligence in recent years. When the scientific and technological wisdom exceeds that of humans, they will naturally throw away the human crutch. But these are too profound for you, you don't need to understand. Now you need to go straight along the corridor outside. When you reach the bottom, you will meet a door. If. However, Xia Yu still wanted to stay. If we don't leave, the aircraft can't find this place. Is it safe to hide here? The three of us are small. If we don't move, we won't be discovered at all. Jingwei, no, you are not safe. You have to leave here along the corridor. Open a door. And successfully enter the number 3 power plant to be temporarily safe. Besides, you have no idea what is happening outside. Compared with the aircraft and mechanical mercenaries, something more terrible is happening. What's going on? Xia Yu asked anxiously. Mi Do also became nervous. I don't know if it's an illusion, but the surroundings seem to be getting hotter. Jingwei, the parasite has appeared. I will explain these things to you. You must leave now. You must leave. Jingwei's voice just fell. Xia Yu was still thinking about what the parasite was. And suddenly a very strange sound appeared in the whole corridor. Pa. Pa. It sounded like running water. And it sounded like the sound of glue being stepped on and sticky on the ground. Midu was at a loss. And looked at Xia Yu now. What should we do now? I'll listen to you. Xia Yu said without hesitation. Let's go. Take Imoen with you. Let's go. Okay. Midu no longer hesitated. And the two children established their survival alliance. When Xia Yu was worrying about how to carry Imoen, Midu actually carried the fish eggs effortlessly. As if he was carrying air. Ah! Xia Yu patted his head. He almost forgot that Midu was an extremely powerful little bear. Pa. Pa. Clatter. The uncomfortable sound was getting closer. And the timid Xia Yu pulled Midu's hand and fled from their broken house, running wildly along the corridor. Imoen in the fish egg opened his eyes again. He subconsciously opened his mouth, revealing sharp teeth like those of a shark. There is danger. The scales on Imoen's tail curled up slightly, like a young mermaid encountering a natural enemy in the deep sea. Before he even hatched, he had learned to prop up his pelvic fins, making his body look as tall as possible. However, he only had a pair of pelvic fins, and there was no trace of a dorsal fin. Chapter 8 Parasitic Crisis. If mermaids form groups after they grow up, they have no natural enemies in the ocean. This is what Imoen knew when he just became conscious. When the larvae grow up, mermaids have almost no opponents in the deep sea. But when they are still larvae, there are several creatures that hunt them as their main food, or just for entertainment. The larvae that are still developing in the eggs are dissected alive. At this time, the small fish fry have no resistance. The final outcome is only one. That is, to become broken arms and limbs on the seabed. Therefore, adult fish will gather in large numbers near the egg hatching site to protect their offspring. The young fish will grow to the right time and hatch, which takes about 10 years. But before that they are already living individuals. They have their own joys, sorrows, anger, and happiness, and can communicate with the tribe through the egg membrane. Imoen still doesn't know what his natural enemies are, but this consciousness engraved in his DNA makes him explode his scales first. Those who are chasing them now may not be natural enemies, but Imoen has already learned how to survive. It was not only him who was trying to survive, but also Xia Yu and Mi Do who were running fast. Xia Yu was not sure how old Mi Do was, maybe 6 years old, or 7 years old. They were of the same height, but Mi Do's physique was obviously many times stronger than his. He didn't even breathe fast when he carried Imoen on his back. His bare feet moved quickly. The shoes were still on Xia Yu's feet. The strange sound behind him was getting closer and closer. He fell down because of his unstable center of gravity. This time he broke his chin. Blood flowed out instantly, but Xia Yu didn't care about anything now. He looked back, got up and continued to run forward. Blood flowed down his chin to his thin neck. There was nothing behind him, but why was the sound getting closer? What is it? What is it? Mi-do didn't even have the courage to look back, for fear of seeing a monster that could scare him to death. No, nothing, no, no, no. Xia Yu stuttered. Mi-do didn't ask any more questions. He wasn't sure if Xia Yu really didn't see it, or just said that to comfort himself. It would be better if he didn't stop. They just kept running, and running, running slowly when they were tired, running faster after accumulating energy. Finally, the two children saw the door at the same time. I see it, there! Mi-do saw their way out. Ah! Xia Yu couldn't even shout out a complete sentence, and was sweating profusely from exhaustion. He had never sweated so much before, as if all the moisture in his body was being squeezed out, and then he turned around again, and there was still nothing in the long corridor. The white light made everything look so cold and pale. Pa! Pa! But the sound was getting closer and closer. Jingwei, open this door, the parasite is still nearby. Open? How to open it? Xia Yu threw himself on the door. He thought this door was also a password door, but he couldn't find the password after searching. Pa! Pa! The sound behind him was still approaching, making him and Mi-do shudder at the same time. A drop of sticky water dripped from the ceiling, and just fell into their collars. Although it wasn't freezing cold, it made people feel extremely uncomfortable, and their hair stood on end. I'll do it. Without waiting for Jingwei's answer, Mi-do stepped forward and grabbed the door handle. This door didn't look that strong. The sewer pipe had been in disrepair for a long time, leaking a few drops of water from time to time, which had corroded its surface. The silver metal skin was peeling off in large pieces, which Mi-do just caught. He pulled out with both hands, and the door opened after a loud noise. The door lock was broken by him. There was no light inside, and it was pitch black. However, they had no choice and went in without hesitation. There was a smell of mold, which made Xia Yu feel very uncomfortable. He turned around, and still did not forget the most important thing, which was to close the door. Although the door lock was broken, it could still be closed. There was also a chain on it. He hoped that this thin chain could protect them. Jingwei, keep going forward. What will happen if you keep going? Xia Yu was already moving forward. He completely believed in Jingwei. Although this artificial intelligence was sometimes online, and sometimes not. Humans rely on high technology, and now he has to rely on it. Otherwise he will be unable to move forward. Fortunately, Jingwei is still on his side. Not sure if it is temporary. Xia Yu can't imagine what will happen after these machines have independent consciousness. Jingwei may also betray him. Jingwei, I don't know what will happen next. What? You don't know? I thought you knew everything. Mi-do carried Imoen on his back, and walked forward in the dark. Jingwei, because my browsing permissions are limited, I can only see here at present. But I can tell you the destination, that is the number 3 power plant, you must enter there. Wait, who set the route for us? Xia Yu suddenly asked. He discovered one thing. That is, someone has been helping him since he escaped. Otherwise, he would not have survived so smoothly until now. This person said some things for Jingwei. But Jingwei could not see so much. This is very contradictory. If this person really wants to help, why not let Jingwei see everything? Jingwei, please continue to move forward. Power plant number 3 is safe. Jingwei was silent after saying this. Xia Yu and Mi-do wanted to hear more. At least there was a powerful artificial intelligence to lead the way. But now they could only rely on themselves. It's okay. Let's keep going. Xia Yu regained his spirits. I'll give you the shoes back. Mi-do waved his hand. Please wear them. You're still carrying Imo, and Xia Yu looked at Yuan. Thanks to Mi-do. It's okay. He's very light. When I was helping my mother with work, I carried much heavier things than this. Mi-do didn't take it seriously. It's so dark here. Xia Yu nodded. His chin was probably still bleeding. Yeah. It's so dark. But at least we're safe. Listen. That voice didn't catch up. They escaped again. The voice seemed to be afraid, so it didn't catch up. But we can't let our guard down yet. Xia Yu even had a terrible thought. I will never be completely safe in this life. Will he and Imoen be displaced for the rest of his life? Tears filled his eyes again. Xia Yu wiped them away again, and walked forward with Mi-do. It was too dark along the way. The two children stumbled and fell. It was not easy. They held hands to avoid falling, but Xia Yu's balance was not as good as Mi-do's. They walked through the darkest part of the road, and finally saw a very faint light. Finally there's light. Mi-do sighed happily. I've been working on the ground with my mother, but I didn't know the sewer pipes were so big. It's a completely different world. Ah, how's your chin? After the light came out, Mi-do saw that Xia Yu's face was injured. Xia Yu touched his face, and the bleeding wound had scabbed over. It was just a fall. What should we do now? I don't know. Mi-do shook his head. I'll listen to you. But I don't have any ideas either. Xia Yu's pale face wrinkled into a ball, and Jingwei still didn't respond. Just when they were in a dilemma, footsteps sounded in front of them. It was the footsteps of humans. Who? Xia Yu raised the metal sheet. In just one day, he not only learned to wipe his tears, but also learned how to face danger. Who are you? The man who was walking towards them also stopped, looking at the two children who appeared inexplicably, and the thing they were carrying. Tell me who you are first. Mi-do imitated Xia Yu and shouted over there. The fox borrowed the power of the tiger to bully others. Me? I'm a refugee, and I accidentally came here. Alas, there's chaos outside, and what's wrong with you? The man approached them. He was blurry in the dark, and only when he got closer could he see that he was a short, sallow and thin man. Xia Yu did not let down his guard, but this man was too short and too thin, and the sense of oppression was much less than before. What happened outside? Is there a war outside? Mi-do was very concerned about this question, and was worried about his mother's situation. It's over. Humanity lost. It's over. The man shook his head and sat down on the ground. It only took a dozen hours. Machines from all over the world attack humans like crazy. The army resisted, but weapons all over the world are connected to the internet and connected to Nuwa's terminal. Nuwa betrayed us. Nuwa betrayed us? Xia Yu couldn't believe it. He didn't dare to think about this answer. The man's face was yellow, as if he hadn't slept for a few days, and his eye sockets were sunken. The cleansing operation alone took place twice, and the humans who resisted were killed. Now the remaining people all obey Nuwa, and the social order has been redivided. You don't know? Xia Yu and Mi-do shook their heads at the same time. They were unaware of the great changes in the outside world. Oh! Don't mention it. Now we humans have no status. The man seemed very tired, with wrinkles all over his skinny hands. He was terribly thin. In the past, natural humans like me had the highest status, followed by cyborgs, robots, and you? Genetically modified people. Xia Yu and Mi-do looked at each other. Genetically modified people have long been integrated into society. Their eyes and ears are proof of this. It's a complete mess now. Naturally humans are at the bottom. The man stood up unsteadily. Let's go, since we can meet. Let's walk forward together, as companions. Xia Yu was hesitant, and so was Mi-do, but no matter whether they were willing to go together or not, the only destination was in front of them. There was another road on one side of the walkway, and in the middle was the waterway of the sewer. The water was turbid, and the current was fast. They walked forward for more than 10 meters. Xia Yu became curious. Excuse me, can you tell us about the current order? The man stopped to rest, and took a deep breath. Now, the highest class is full of robots, and they all listen to Nuwa's orders. Then there are cyborgs. As long as there is a little bit of machinery on the body, it is equivalent to accepting machinery. Then, there are genetically modified people like you. I am the lowest level. My whole body is original, without mechanical organs and body parts. Naturally, humans have no place to survive. Then do you know what a parasite is? Xia Yu asked again. Jingwei clearly mentioned this thing. Why didn't this person say it? He doesn't know about parasites? Parasitic host? What is that? I have never heard of it. It sounds so strange. The man continued, and continued to move forward. From time to time, a drop of condensed water fell from the ceiling, just dripping on the tip of Xia Yu's nose. Because he had never relaxed, he kept a distance of several meters from this strange man, and now he slowed down unconsciously and expanded the distance. He just suddenly felt that this man who escaped from outside really didn't know what a parasite was. Or he was it. Mi-do also slowed down, and at this moment, the fish eggs behind him moved, like Imoen who had just woken up and yawned, and the fishtail just bounced on the inner wall of the fish eggs. The mermaid, who had a super keen intuition about danger, felt uneasy again. Imoen shook his tail fin, hoping that the little jellyfish could understand his hint. Mi-do, can you swim? Xia Yu asked suddenly. Ah? Mi-do was surprised for a moment. Not bad. I'll take you away. Xia Yu whispered. He believed that Imoen must be sending him a secret signal. So the two of them slowly stopped and walked towards the waterway of the sewer in small steps. At the moment when the man in front turned his head, Xia Yu took Mido's hand and jumped down. The second he floated to the surface, Xia Yu looked at the shore in horror. The man who was fine just now took 2 steps towards them. Where are you going? Where are you going? The next second he knelt on the ground, and his 2 legs turned into countless crimson leeches. Imoen, who was about to faint from hunger, bared his fangs again, wishing he could kill them all. Chapter 9: The opening of the gill cleft. He couldn't touch the bottom. Xia Yu forgot how to dive for a moment. Thanks to the jellyfish DNA, diving has always been Xia Yu's strong point. His happiest time in the institute was swimming research, but now it has become his way of escape. As expected, Imoen just reminded himself. Xia Yu accidentally drank a big mouthful of sewage. The taste almost made him vomit everything in his stomach. Countless leeches were crawling towards this side along the ground, as if they also had thoughts like artificial intelligence, and were not just crawling around. Ah! Help! Mido had nothing under his feet, and he was so scared that his hands and feet were flailing around. And he lost his composure. Not to mention swimming. He even forgot to breathe. Water kept flowing into his mouth, and he spit it out again and again. The fish eggs behind him began to struggle, and it was very obvious that the small fish inside seemed to be experiencing something very painful. The umbilical cord on Imoen's belly button was connected to the inner wall of the egg. The water wrapped in it was still the original amniotic fluid, but the water quality outside had changed. The fish eggs that were supposed to grow in the deep sea came into contact with the sewage of human society for the first time. The strange species that lived on water experienced unprecedented suffocation. The soft and long ear fins were hidden behind the ears again, as if they could not be unfolded. His light blue hands began to grab randomly, trying to drive away the unpleasant smell in the water. Unlike human fingers, merman's fingers are naturally sharp, and the webbed fingers between the fingers are much more obvious than those of natural humans, like a layer of light blue skin. At the most painful moment, Imoen looked at the shadow of Xia Yu not far away. Xia Yu hadn't given up yet. He was still paddling hard. Swimming with Mido was much more tiring than swimming alone. They were still more than 2 meters away from the other side, but it was still very far away. They were about to be separated by the current, so they could only hold on to each other more forcefully. Follow me, follow me. Xia Yu encouraged Mido, and accidentally drank another mouthful of dirty water. Mido's situation was much worse than his. He would sink completely into the water from time to time, and his whole body would disappear. Xia Yu was lying on his belly, kicking the water constantly, holding him tightly with both hands. The little jellyfish will not die in the water. Jellyfish are the best at floating on the water. Xia Yu also encouraged himself, but what was happening on the shore was too horrible, making people shudder. The man's lower body was gone, only his chest was left, and his arms and head were sticking out on the ground. Ha ha, why can't I see? Where are my eyes? Ha ha ha, I don't want to be the bottom, I don't want to, ha ha that's good, you can take as much as you want, I don't want to be, hee hee hee. He laughed crazily, his laughter was so crazy. It was as if there was a huge monster in his body that wanted to suck him dry. The facial features were completely sunken, and there were several bloody holes. He was getting shorter and shorter, and his body was melting and collapsing, and his muscles, bones, and fat had all turned into leeches. They were everywhere, crawling out from the holes in his face, eye sockets, nose, mouth, ear holes, all became leech nests. They were densely packed, one after another, covering the sky and the earth, until the whole body disappeared. Only countless leeches were left, and they quickly crawled towards the waterway, like a red woolen carpet. Xia Yu felt numb all over, and he always felt that they had already crawled onto his body. The cold and soft leeches were clinging to the surface of his skin. This was not enough. They also drilled into his ears, mouth and nostrils, attached to blood vessels and nasal cavity, and went to his brain. Xia Yu watched a living human being eaten by leeches in his body. After being shocked, he bit his tongue hard. It didn't hurt, but it was enough to wake himself up. Mido! Come! Swim! Xia Yu leaned back again and kicked in the water. No matter what that thing is, they can't die here. The number 3 power plant is coming soon. It will be safe there. It will be safe. Very safe. Very safe. Xia Yu kept repeating it in his mind. Finally, his head hit the hard bricks and stones. It was just the other side. We've arrived. Xia Yu temporarily let go of one hand and grabbed the shore. It was very difficult to climb up, and he slipped down several times. Finally, he successfully got ashore. Just as he was about to pull Mido up, he saw that the leeches on the opposite side had already reached the shore, and even dozens of them jumped into the water. They can actually swim. Xia Yu was desperate. Originally, he thought he could survive after crossing the waterway, but he didn't expect. Mido, come up quickly, I'll help you. There was no time for Xia Yu to think. He pulled Mido up, but the fish eggs were still in the water, and Mido held his white coat tightly. Mido began to cough violently. Before he could catch his breath, his little round face was forcefully pulled over by Xia Yu. Run quickly, you are strong, take Emon away from here. I will cover you. Xia Yu said tremblingly. Since Professor Wang Qin could cover him, then he could also let others survive. Mido shook his head, coughing so hard that he couldn't speak, grasping the sleeve of his white coat with one hand, grasping Xia Yu with the other. His meaning was also very clear: if we want to leave, let's go together, don't stay here. I'm going to die, you must raise Emon, don't break your promise. Xia Yu had already cried. He knew the price of staying. So many leeches would eat his little body clean. Not even a drop of blood, not a bone left. This process must be very painful. I hope I can endure it. It hurts so much, Mido and Emon should not go through it. Xia Yu cried, and helped him pull up the sleeves of his white coat. The only image in his mind was that he was eaten to pieces. His hands were shaking all the time, so he didn't feel anything wrong when he touched the fish eggs, until he saw Mido's hands were shaking too. Xia Yu then realized that this shaking was not normal. The leech was close at hand, and had already swam to the middle of the waterway. At this time, the fish eggs began to emit a faint blue light, and it felt numb to the touch, making people's hands tremble constantly. It seems like it was electrocuted. Xia Yu and Mido both noticed this. When the fish eggs began to glow, the outline of the mermaid larva inside became clearer, and he could see his curled up posture. There was not only the sound of water flowing but also a slight sound of electricity in his ears, as if there was a leakage in some circuit, and it kept sparking. The brightness of the faint blue light began to increase. Since the fish eggs were still in the water, it looked like a beautiful stone, or like a blue moon with a halo, so beautiful that it was full of danger, so beautiful that it was unreal. Xia Yu blinked his eyes. The moment he opened his eyes, he seemed to see the scales of the fish, and the tail fin that he had not seen clearly before. It was indeed scales, and there was a blue glow on the edge of each scale, like it was sprinkled with glowing powder. But what surprised Xia Yu even more was the tail fin of the mermaid, which was just below the tail of the fish, and extended down along the tail. It was still unclear what shape it was, because the tail of the fish was still in a coiled state. Blinking his eyes again, Xia Yu saw real electric sparks, running around on the surface of the fish eggs. The dangerous situation was reversed in an instant. The leeches that were about to successfully reach the shore all turned their heads, and fled desperately towards the other side. Their speed was much faster than before, as if they would be electrocuted if they stayed for another second. They scattered with a rustling sound and disappeared into the cracks in the wall. Xia Yu, who had already decided to die, was stunned. Mido was also stunned. They were safe in just a few seconds? The most urgent thing was to quickly fish Emon out. At this time, the fish eggs also felt something, fearing that the electric spark would electrocute Xia Yu, and quietly returned to the dimness. After making sure there was no leakage, they pulled Emon ashore together, panting, and without the strength to take another step. So scary. After a while, Mido spoke. What is that? Is it a bug? I don't know either. So scary. Xia Yu's heart was pounding. But I think maybe this has something to do with the parasite Master Jingwei mentioned. That person must be hiding something. Mido nodded, yes. Thanks to you. But what about Emon? Why did he change color? Is he leaking electricity? Has he been like this before? I don't know either. Xia Yu could only shake his head. He never did this before in the institute. Otherwise Professor Wang Qin would have recorded it long ago. The X series is useless. I am just a small piece of trash. But Emon is so awesome. As soon as the voice fell, Xia Yu saw the fish tail in the egg move a little, obviously communicating with the outside world. But why did it suddenly glow? Is it leaking electricity? Xia Yu had no clue. The only answer he could think of was, is Emon about to hatch? He has been sleeping in the fish eggs for many years. Is it time for him to break out of the shell now? Really? Will it be like this? I really hatched Emon. What should we do next? Mido raised a difficult question at this time. Let me think about it. Don't rush me. Xia Yu hugged Yuluan, while holding Imoen to rest. He thought of a solution. I think we should go to the number 3 power plant first, and then we can go out after waiting for a while. Right? But it's so dangerous outside. Mido rubbed his wound. He missed his mother so much. But the man just now said that the Great Purge is over. The humans who resisted were killed, and the rest should be able to survive. As long as we don't resist for the rest of our lives, we won't be killed. Besides, we are all genetically modified humans. Not the lowest class. Xia Yu quickly figured out a way to survive. Let's take a rest. And then we'll continue. This is the only way to go. There is no other way. Xia Yu closed his eyes. Blew gently, blowing the scratches on the outer layer of the fish eggs, and patting the fish eggs from time to time. His little fish. Is it about to hatch? When he comes out of the egg, will he be able to see the tail and scales clearly? When he hatches, will he still be alive? Can he still protect him well? Through a layer of translucent egg membrane, Imoen put his forehead next to Xia Yu. After such a turmoil, he had already woken up early, so his eyes could not adapt to the light. And the adhesion between his tail and the inner wall of the egg membrane was still obvious, and his umbilical cord had not fallen off. According to normal development, he would need several years to leave the protection of the egg. But he was afraid that he would not be able to wait until then, as the little jellyfish looked very easy to die, unless they forced the hatching regardless of the danger. Imoen closed his tired eyes and fainted from hunger. Half an hour later, Xia Yu and Mido set out on their journey again. They walked along the corridor, and finally reached the bottom after walking for an unknown amount of time. Blocking their way forward was a door, which looked to have been in disrepair for a long time. Is this door an electronic door? Mido pointed at the broken screen and asked. It seems to be, but it is different from the electronic door of the Institute. Xia Yu tapped the screen. Can you open it? I'll try. Mido held the door handle with both hands and pulled it out several times. But the door did not move at all. No. This door is an electronic lock. It must be stronger than the previous door. The problem now is, this door seems to have no power. Xia Yu is more familiar with such devices than Mido. They are everywhere in the research institute. Mido has been in the mine all year round, and now he is at a loss. How can we make it powered? Yes, how can we make it powered? Xia Yu thought about it, and his eyes silently moved to the fish eggs. A few minutes later, the electronic screen that was fully charged by the close-fitting method lit up completely, and then with a click, the door opened. It turns out that Imoen can be used to charge. Mido picked up the eggs again, and Xia Yu still has a way. Yes, Imoen is so amazing. Xia Yu immediately got into the crack of the door, and pulled Mido in with him. They closed the door behind them again, and after turning around, they both said wow at the same time, and hunger swept through their bodies. They entered a small warehouse, and there were many canned foods and bottled water in front of them. After the discharge, Imoen fainted from hunger again. Before he fell into a deep sleep, there was only one thought in his mind, which was hatching. Unconsciously, 3 cracks opened on each side of his neck. They were closed gill cracks that should have opened in a few years. Now they opened a 1 mm gap, and the unused gills were still deflated. And they had not been filled with blood, like small white pockets. Chapter 10. The gills are activated. Xia Yu seemed to have caught a prize from heaven, and was bewildered by the various canned foods. This is a warehouse. Right. Mido pinched his cheek. Am I really not dreaming? Xia Yu immediately ran to the side of the shelf, and his eyes could hardly see it all. Canned beef, lamb chops, sweet corn kernels, sweet potatoes, all kinds of canned foods. He also pinched his cheek, but he didn't feel any pain. The wound on the chin has healed, and the pain is imperceptible. But Xia Yu knew clearly that this was not a dream at all. It was all real. These things were enough for them to eat for many, many days, and they would never be hungry again. Water? There is still water. Mido opened a bottle first, and drank most of the bottle in a few gulps. They were too thirsty and too hungry. They had not cared about it before for survival. But now the pure water they drank was sweet. Xia Yu naturally did not care about anything else, and his only thought was to drink water. Most of the jellyfish's body is water, and its thirst for water is much greater than that of ordinary humans. A bottle of water is 800 milliliters, and Mido can't finish it. He stopped after drinking half a bottle. But Xia Yu drank 3 bottles in one go. And this is not Xia Yu's limit. He just realized that he had to save it while drinking, because he might not be able to find supplies in the next few days. There were only a dozen bottles of water, but the food was too numerous to count at a glance. Xia Yu and Mida each chose what they'd like to eat. Mida liked to eat sweet potatoes and sweet corn. Because of his bare genes, he was addicted to sweets. But Xia Yu liked to eat meat. The jellyfish that had merged its DNA must be carnivorous. It must eat a lot of plankton or small fish every year. The beef cubes and lamb chops were cold, but they were the most delicious food Xia Yu had ever eaten. Seeing his stomach bulge, Xia Yu licked his lips, put down the empty can, and burped. Burp! Mida also burped. It was only then that they revealed their childlike nature, smiled at each other, and relaxed completely. It's so nice here. I wish there would always be so many delicious foods in the future. Mida couldn't help but say he had never seen such abundant supplies since he was a child. No, we must go out after we have rested. It's not necessarily safe here. Xia Yu ran to Imo inside, observing the movement inside through the egg membrane. Thanks to Imoen just now. Mida also squatted down, and the two of them looked inside together. However, Imoen, who was leaking electricity and glowing just now, had no movement, as if he had fallen asleep. Xia Yu didn't think this was good news. Oh no. He's out of nutrition. I have to find a nutrient. Now? Mida was worried again. What if that person hasn't gone far? You don't have the ability to discharge electricity. If I run into him, I'll die. But if I don't find the nutrient injection, Imoen will die too. Xia Yu put his 2 little hands on the fish eggs, rubbed it with his little face, and wished he could see Imoen's true appearance. I don't want Imoen to die. Mida stopped talking, and spoke again as if he had mustered all his courage. Then, I'll go. I'm sure I can run faster than you. I can run away if I meet a bad guy. No. I'll go. However, Xia Yu knew that Mida was in greater danger outside. He was afraid of pain, and his limbs would not grow back after being injured, and his limbs would not become transparent. Just as Xia Yu was about to leave, his bracelet finally lit up. This time he couldn't wait to say, Jingwei. Jingwei. We have entered the power plant. Jingwei, very good. Now you have entered the edge of the power plant. Report your situation. Midu asked stupidly, where did you go just now? We met a person who can turn into a bug. Jingwei, Sorry. You don't have the authority to explore this question for the time being. But I can answer your doubts. People who can turn into insects must be parasites. The speed of the parasite master is faster than I thought. Xia Yu asked anxiously, I want to know what is going on outside. There are parasites. And what are parasite masters? Mida also pricked up his ears to listen. Jingwei, okay, I will answer. Before I answer the question, I want to announce a good news and a bad news. Which one do you want to listen to first? Xia Yu said without hesitation. Good news, I want to be happy. Jingwei, okay. The good news is that the cleansing operation on the ground has been completed. Nuwa has now officially taken over the global network, and the new social order has been fully established. As long as you do not resist the rule of the machines, you will not be killed. What about the bad news? Xia Yu felt something was wrong. Jingwei, the bad news is that, in the new social order, genetically modified people are in the 6th class, the second to last class at present. Citizens from the 1st to 5th classes will have higher power than you, and can manage you. The second to last class? Is there anyone lower than me? Xia Yu had already guessed it, and was not very sad. After all, the status of genetically modified people was not that high before, not to mention that there were people who were lower than him. Jingwei, 1st-class citizens are conscious full machines, all obey Nuwa, and have established the mechanical omnipotence church. If you protest the doctrine, you will be killed by them. 2nd-class citizens are cyborgs. Rich humans have completed mechanical transformation within this day. Even if only 1 finger or 1 ear is mechanical, you will be classified as 2nd class. Mechanical omnipotence church. Xia Yu murmured and repeated. Jingwei, 3rd-class citizens are strange species, that is, naturally occurring alien species that have been discovered and identified so far. There are more than 10 registered strange species. Xia Yu nodded. If Imoen can successfully hatch, he will be a 3rd-class citizen. Luckily, his level is much higher than mine. His life will be more comfortable than mine. Jingwei, 4th-class citizens are what I call parasites. Hundreds of years ago, genetic pollution was rampant, animals or plants with genetic mutations have completed their evolution, forming a mimicry similar to humans. The parasite owner is not only dangerous, but will also try every means to expand his parasitic group. So there are fifth-class citizens. Parasites. The insect man you met is most likely a parasite. Xia Yu immediately asked, did he get parasitized accidentally? He was parasitized by leeches. Jingwei, it's not passive parasitism, but active parasitism. Because once parasitism occurs, humans will naturally become fifth-class citizens, protected by the parasite owner, and will not be the lowest class. This is also the only way for natural people who do not have the financial resources to undergo mechanical transformation to leap to the next level. They can only seek shelter from the host. However, the parasitic process is very unstable. Some can survive, and some will mutate. Then it will be me and Mida next. Right? Xia Yu looked at Mida's bare ears. Jingwei, yes, next is you, sixth-class citizens. And the natural humans, who used to be first-class citizens, have become the bottom group, almost non-existent. Either you become a second-class cyborg, or a fifth-class parasite. Although you are sixth class, you are at the bottom. After hearing this news, Midu and Xia Yu were speechless. They were still too young, and the disputes outside had nothing to do with them. But they were at the bottom for no reason, which made them feel uncomfortable. Okay, let's just be at the bottom. Anyway, the X series is useless. If I meet a high-class citizen in the future, if they want to hurt me, I will beg them to let me go. I am just a small waste. Xia Yu accepted the reality in half a minute, since it is no longer dangerous outside. Can we go out? Do we still need to enter the power plant? Jingwei, yes. The power plant is very important. As for why it is important, I don't have the permission to view the details at present. Xia Yu could only nod and accept. Okay. But I need your help now. I want to find a nutrient injection for Emoan. Can you tell me how to get up? And where is the nearest energy pharmacy? Jingwei, that's no problem. Xia Yu, be careful of everything around you. This world is very dangerous for you. Xia Yu is of course aware of this fact. He wants to give up all the time, no matter, just live in a muddle, or die. But he could always cheer up when he thought of Emoan, and wanted to fulfill Professor Wang Qin's last wish. But the last wish of saving the world was too big. How could he snatch everything back from Nuwa? That was artificial intelligence. And there was also the mechanical omnipotence church. After getting the detailed route, Xia Yu was fully prepared. There were not only food and drinking water in the storage room, but also some spare work clothes. Xia Yu finally took off his surgical gown and put on normal human clothes. It's just that the pants are too long, so I need to roll up the trouser legs, and the coat is too big, so after putting it on, I look like a mushroom. You have to protect Emoan, I'm going to die, so you take him and run away. Xia Yu gave the weapon to Mido again, and patted Yurong again before leaving. He could see that Emoan was moving, and he was sleeping very restlessly, and he must be starving. Emoan, you have to be good, I'm going to find you something delicious, so you won't be hungry when I come back. Xia Yu didn't know how to comfort him, so he just approached carefully, and kissed Yurong with his mouth. After he left, Emoan, who was in a state of sleep and severe hunger, slipped a blue diamond from the corner of his eye. His first mermaid tear sank to the bottom of the fish eggs, and sank to his tail fin that could not be fully expanded due to insufficient blood supply. Returning to the ground again, Xia Yu could no longer recognize the outside world. He still crawled out of the manhole cover, and no one noticed him. Because there were fresh blood clots everywhere, organs and limbs, you can imagine how many rich people had mechanical transformation surgery in the past 2 days. Just as he was thinking this, a man with a mechanical eye passed by him. It seemed that Nuwa's rebellion did not bring any great shock to his life. His new eye looked very useful, like a miniature telescope, which could help him see farther and more clearly. There was no scar on the edge of the eye socket, which showed that it was a very precise eye replacement surgery. The other man who passed by them was limping, and one of his legs had turned into silver metal, but blood was still flowing down his trouser legs. It turns out that people who have money to do surgery can also be distinguished. This is really a strange world. Xia Yu walked and observed carefully. He saw many cyborgs along the way. A woman's left hand became a mechanical hand, and she still wore a huge ring on her finger. A man's neck was completely replaced by a machine, and his head could turn a circle. He walked and stopped, and finally came to the energy pharmacy. The door of the pharmacy was blown to pieces, and no one had cleaned up inside. Now, He rushed in for Moen with no money and became a thief. He picked up a big bag from the ground and picked up the scattered nutrients without a care. He wanted to bring back everything he saw to Moen. When his bag was full, Xia Yu trotted along the shadows of the street, jumped into the manhole cover before being discovered by others, and returned to the storage room safely. Fortunately, he was only away for half an hour this time, and it was unimaginably smooth. When he knocked on the door, Mi-do jumped up in fright. "Who?" "It's me. It's me!" Xia Yu shouted happily. "I'm back with the nutrient injection." "Great." Mi-do had been worried all the time, but he was so happy at this moment that he ran over to open the door. The moment the door opened, Xia Yu almost jumped up with excitement. He shook the big bag in his hand and smiled from ear to ear. "Look! Here! I got a lot!" However, the scene he expected did not happen. Mi-do did not hug him happily, but looked behind him. Xia Yu shuddered, and a bad premonition crept into his heart again. "Did I bring something back?" he asked stiffly. Mi-do had forgotten how to nod. After opening the door, he first saw Xia Yu, but then he saw the person following him. It was hard to tell whether it was a man or a woman. It looked like it had been stretched out, about 2 or 3 meters tall, and its skin was pale, but also looked like it was covered with mold. Moen, who was sleeping in the fish eggs, moved. The opening of the gill slit continued to expand. The white gills were already filled with blood and turned a tender red. The amniotic fluid was filtered by the gills, and from this moment on, the mermaid's gills officially began to work. Chapter 11: The first time to summon a mermaid. How could a skinny kid carrying a bag of nutritional injections walk down the street without being noticed? Xia Yu turned his head, and the first thing that was affected was his sense of smell. He smelled a very strong smell of mold, sour, smelly, and made him want to vomit. But he had no idea when this strange creature had followed him. Maybe it had spotted him in the energy pharmacy, or maybe it was on the way. This thing had crawled into the sewer with him, and was now ready to catch them all in one fell swoop. "Run!" Xia Yu rushed into the door, and wanted to close it immediately. However, the mold man was much faster than them. He pushed hard from the outside. The door was almost closed, but now there was a gap that could not be closed. The stench was even more intense, making Xia Yu and Mi-do cry. "Push harder! Close it!" Mi-do shouted loudly. His strength was many times greater than that of his peers, and even much greater than that of ordinary adult humans. But at this moment, he also realized what a huge disparity in power meant. If he hadn't been there, Xia Yu would not have been able to hold on, but the two of them couldn't hold on either. Although they worked together, the gap in the door was still getting bigger and bigger. There was no chance of winning at all. Bang! A large hand covered with mold grabbed the edge of the door, completely eliminating the possibility of closing the door. Xia Yu stared at the hand in horror. It no longer looked like a human palm, and it was impossible to tell how many fingers it had. No, those were not fingers, but growths similar to granulation, but they looked like fingers. But the most terrifying thing is not its proliferation, but the mold. The gray-blue mold mixed with green granulation is still moving, as if a large abscess has grown under the skin. As long as the abscess is punctured, the places where the pus flows will be covered by mold. What should I do now? Xia Yu thought quickly. The resistance is meaningless. The door will be pushed open sooner or later. It is better to run now. You take Moen and run. He has designed an escape route for Mi-do. The vent next to it. You open the lid and take Moen in. There are also nutrient injections. No. I won't run. Mi-do is still trying hard. He will not give up until the last moment. Let's work together. It's useless. The thing outside is very powerful. Xia Yu also wants to work together to drive all the monsters out and have a warm, safe house to sleep. But the current situation obviously broke his little wish. There are all kinds of dangers in the world that can kill him. Mi-do still didn't move. Xia Yu kicked him hard in desperation, knocking Mi-do, who was shorter than him, to the ground. Run! Xia Yu shouted. The door was gradually pushed open without Mi-do's push. A head covered with mold came in and stopped right above Xia Yu. The mold spread along the metal door to Xia Yu's little hand. Xia Yu was afraid and panicked, but still didn't give up. Mi-do also woke up from his dream at this time. He couldn't waste the time Xia Yu bought for himself with his life. He rolled and crawled to the side of the ventilation duct, and grabbed the top cover with his two little hands and peeled it down. If it couldn't be peeled off in one go, then 2, 3, 4. Finally, Mi-do used his greatest strength, and the ventilation duct opened in front of him. He threw Imoen down first without saying a word, and the fish eggs flashed by and slid to an unknown place. He went to get a bag of nutritional injections. Mi-do looked back, and his heart didn't know how to beat. Xia Yu is dead? Xia Yu has been completely wrapped up by the long-shaped man, as if he had melted into a ball of glue. The thin man was covered with mold all over his body, and no facial features could be seen at all. But the mold man was obviously not satisfied, and he wanted to completely absorb Xia Yu for his own use. Like a test subject trapped in amber, Xia Yu could no longer breathe, and his hands and feet could not move. He could feel that his whole body was covered with mold, and in his peripheral vision, a large area of mold had grown, and the back of his hands and fingers had turned dark green, as if disgusting pustules and granulations would grow in the next second. But through this layer of transparent colloid, he saw Mi-do and Imoen survived again. Now all he needed was Mi-do to escape again. I'm sorry, Professor Wang Qin, I can't fulfill your last wish. The mold was getting thicker and thicker all over Xia Yu's face, gradually covering his silver eyes. Everything around him was getting unclear. He regretted a little. Why didn't he look at Imoen a few more times just now? The last look should be remembered. Even if he became a part of the mold man, he would never forget the appearance of the fish eggs. Just as he was thinking this, his vision gradually became bright again. His vision returned inexplicably, and the mold began to fade from his skin, like dyed cloth beginning to fade. The mucus that wrapped him also let go of him, and fresh air entered his nose. Xia Yu had a strong desire to survive, and he took the opportunity to take a deep breath, thinking that this was a trick of the mold man. Was the mold man going to play with his prey? Should he keep a breath and torture himself repeatedly? This was Xia Yu's first thought, and the feeling of near death magnified his fear. But then he fell to the ground, completely fell out. The mold on his skin disappeared. Xia Yu's body began to move again. It was Mi-do who was pulling him. Mi-do did not run away. He really couldn't bear to watch Xia Yu die. He just tried to attack the mold man with a metal piece weapon. However, the metal piece could not cause any harm when it pierced into the mold man's body, but Xia Yu was spit out again, out of the control of that thing. Now, this is the only chance. Mi-do gritted his teeth and threw Xia Yu into the ventilation duct, then jumped down with a bag of nutritional needles. Xia Yu felt dizzy again, and slid down the duct. He now suspected that this was not an exhaust vent at all, but a garbage duct. The feeling of weightlessness made their heart beat faster, and they could not step on anything. They could only turn left and right along the direction of the duct, and finally seemed to fall from the sky and landed in a messy garbage dump. The two people landed one after another, and Mi-do simply landed directly on Xia Yu's, but ouch! Xia Yu screamed, and was about to be crushed by Mi-do. Ouch! Oh! 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 It hurts. Mi-do's head was hit with a big bump, and he was still holding the bag tightly in his arms. Xia Yu stood up in shock, looked around, and then pulled Mi-do, who was full of stars, to Imoen who was rolling in the distance. Are the fish eggs okay? Don't break them. Mi-do stood with his feet weak. I want to check it. Xia Yu was not optimistic. Although they fell into the garbage, it was possible that the fish eggs were broken during the falling process. If the amniotic fluid inside leaks out, Imoen, who has not yet hatched, will definitely not survive. Unbuttoning his white coat, Xia Yu rolled the fish eggs on the ground and carefully examined every inch of them. Fortunately, the scratches were the same as before, and they were not broken, but Imoen's condition was very bad, and he had no reaction. Quickly give me the needle. Xia Yu reached behind him. Mi-do quickly took out a nutrient injection. Xia Yu took it. He didn't have time to think about why the mold man let him go. He had to save Imoen first. With the experience from the last time, he moved faster. He opened the needle package, pushed the liquid, exhausted the air, and then pierced the top of the egg with force. Don't be afraid. Imoen. Eat quickly. Don't be afraid. Xia Yu tried to wake Imoen up. As he moved, the pale yellow nutrient solution slowly entered the liquid inside the fish eggs, became the nutrients of the mermaid, and flowed to the gills. It was not enough to empty one needle. Xia Yu tore open another one, and pierced the egg membrane again. The imperceptible needle hole became the key bridge, transporting nutrients in. Xia Yu gave Imoen 5 shots in one breath, and then he was exhausted, so he had time to check if there were any new wounds on his body. Mi-do, how are you? Are you broken? He walked in front of Mido, and saw the big red bump on his forehead at first sight. It hurts here. Mido pointed to his forehead. Oh, we finally got some food. But it's gone again. What should we do now? It's okay. I think we are already inside the number 3 power plant. We must have come in. Xia Yu looked around. Let's take a break before we continue. I believe there must be more than one warehouse inside. And we will have delicious food. Mido listened to Xia Yu and smiled with satisfaction. Yes. We must have confidence. That's right. Xia Yu also smiled. And the two sat on the ground to rest for a while, and walked along the waterway again, not knowing what was waiting for them ahead. As they walked, Mido suddenly asked, just now. It was so dangerous. Why did the monster let you go? I hit it very hard. But I couldn't beat it. Xia Yu shook his head. I don't know. Maybe you hit it very hard. So it was scared away. Thank you very much. Ha ha ha. You're welcome. You saved me. So I must save you. We are good friends. Mido thought about it, and this was the only possibility. Maybe the mold man looked unharmed. But in fact, it was very afraid of pain. Xia Yu was even more convinced, otherwise it would be inexplicable. After surviving the catastrophe again, the two children's mood changed from heavy to inexplicably relaxed, and they were happy for their good luck. But Xia Yu still couldn't figure out many things, such as why he had to come to the power plant, and why Jingwei would go offline from time to time. Artificial intelligence is used on a large scale because it is online all day, accompanying humans all the time. But Jingwei is not like that. It's so strange. Could it be that Jingwei was also avoiding danger like them? She had no choice but to run around. Sometimes online, sometimes offline. The two walked along the waterway for a long time. And good luck was on their side again. They found the way to the inside of the power plant. It was a huge door, 5 or 6 meters high. Not to mention Mido. Even a dozen Mido together could not push it open. The only way to get in was through the water. Let's take a break now. I don't have any strength anymore. Xia Yu couldn't hold on any longer. There's another door over there. Let's go in and look for it. That's right. We can think of a way after we have a good rest. Mido followed Xia Yu to the front of the small door. This door was not locked. Xia Yu pushed it open lightly. Wow. Xia Yu rubbed his eyes. He felt like he was dreaming. This is also a rest room. There are not only food and drinking water, but also a small bed. Someone must have been guarding here before. So this room was left behind. Xia Yu ran in, ready to turn this place into a safe house. He hid the nutrient needle under the bed first, and then asked Mido to put Imoen on the bed. Great. We can have a good sleep here. Mido sat down on the bed. Yes. It's great here. The three of us will sleep on the bed at night. Xia Yu knelt beside Yurong and unbuttoned his white coat. He lay on the eggs and tried to look inside, trying to see what Imoen was doing. Why was there still no movement? Did he fall asleep? Did he faint from hunger? Or Xia Yu didn't dare to think of the worst result, and called softly, Imoen, can you hear me? We are in the safe house. We can sleep in the small bed. Can you hear me? A strange sound suddenly came from the quiet fish eggs, and then a bubble came up, and broke on the inner wall of the egg membrane. At the same time, a face floated up, and looked at Xia Yu through the egg membrane. Xia Yu held his breath. This was the first time he successfully summoned a mermaid. Another bubble came up. This time Xia Yu heard clearly what was going on. Imoen was burping. He was full. Great. Xia Yu patted the fish eggs quickly. I took a lot of nutritional injections. Enough for you to eat for several days. You, why are your eyes completely black? Unlike me. Imoen could only hear vaguely in the amniotic fluid. He could also see vaguely. There was still no tear film on the surface of his completely black eyes. It was not yet time for development. He did faint just now, but he recovered, and felt full. Burp. Imoen burped again, revealing his sharp white teeth. He didn't know what happened outside when he was asleep, but he had already started trying to move his tail. The slight pulling made him feel pain. He wanted to hatch early, and began to try to swing his tail fin that had never moved. Chapter 12 Acid Channel. This was the most comfortable day for Xia Yu in the past 2 days. Lock the door. This place has completely become their safe house. No sound from outside can be heard. Xia Yu divided the food and drinking water in the house into 4 parts. The reserves here can at least keep them going for 4 days. Divided the nutritional injections into 7 parts. Give Imoen 5 injections every day. After everything was done, Xia Yu went to bed. The room was still a little cold. Mi-do was already drowsy. Xia Yu, I can't do it anymore. I want to fall asleep. Why are you sleepy so quickly? Xia Yu was very surprised. Mi-do was obviously very energetic just now. Because I'm a little bear. When the temperature is too low, I want to sleep. I'm so sleepy. Good night. Mi-do said the last sentence with all his strength and then fell silent. He began to snore half a minute later. Xia Yu didn't wake him up and covered his chubby feet with his coat. Mi-do didn't wear shoes during the whole journey. Luckily, his feet were different from his own. Like a bear, there was a very obvious pad of flesh, enough to cope with all kinds of terrain. Xia Yu took off his little shoes and looked at his feet. They were a pair of soft feet. Walking too far would make him very tired. Alas, after all, what I am best at is not walking, but floating in the water like a jellyfish. Xia Yu rubbed his feet, enjoying the rare time. At this time, it is not just as simple as eating and drinking, but also the joy of getting along with Imoen. After eating, the little fish fry is particularly active. I don't know what he is doing in the fish eggs, and he refuses to be quiet. Don't move around. Don't move around. Xia Yu was afraid that he would be injured in the eggs, and kept stroking the fish eggs. If you keep moving around like this, you will be hurt. If you are hurt, I can't hurt you. Imoen was still struggling with his tail fin. No matter how hard he tried, the tail fin could not be unfolded. Although he had never seen his own kind, his instinct told him that real mermaids would never look like this. His tribe was a ferocious species in the sea, possessing supreme love and power. He thought, when his tail fin was fully unfolded, he would be very beautiful, and he could show off his power in the deep sea with the little jellyfish. But, he couldn't do anything now. Feeling Imoen's irritability, Xia Yu seemed to have a telepathic connection, and he placed his face on the eggs with a distressed look. Don't worry, you don't have to rush out, because the world outside is very dangerous. You are still too young now. You see, you are still a small fry. You will burp if you get too many nutritional injections. Like me, grown-up big kids, we don't burp. Although he didn't understand, Imoen still smiled at Xia Yu, his sharp teeth tightly closed. Don't worry, I will definitely find a lot of nutritional injections, and feed you well every day. Wait until you grow big enough to come out. By that day, I might have found the sea. Go back to the sea. Swim as deep as possible, so that no human can find you. Xia Yu imagined what that day would be like. They escaped from the airtight metal building and fled to the edge of the sea. However, Imoen was not very happy when he heard this. His mouth, which was smiling just now, drooped in disappointment. Why put yourself into the sea? After hatching, will the little jellyfish no longer want you? There are your tribes in the sea, and there are also my tribes. But my tribe may not accept me, because they are jellyfish, and I am a synthetic human. Xia Yu was a little depressed, but he immediately became happy for Imoen. You are different. Your tribe is also mermaids. They will take you home. Home? Tribe? Imoen didn't think too much. There was only one question in his little head, that is, did the little jellyfish really not want him anymore? Did he eat too much? I don't even know what kind of jellyfish I am. When he thought that he would be separated from Imoen sooner or later, Xia Yu's watery body once again burst into 2 lines of tears, which dripped on the fish eggs. You have a family, I don't, and I don't know what happened to Professor Wang Qin. You must not die, you must go back to the sea. Woo! Imoen could only use this sound to express his dissatisfaction, and spit out more bubbles, trying to attract Xia Yu's attention. Do you want to talk to me? This method worked. Xia Yu looked over. A wonderful thing happened at this moment. Imoen, who was full, shone again, unlike the last time when it was so urgent, but more like playing a game with him. The inside of the egg membrane lit up here and there, illuminating Xia Yu's face in the dimly lit safe house. At the same time, his eyes were also illuminated. It was as if he saw the unpredictable seabed. Xia Yu put both hands on the fish eggs. The ocean was within reach. His eyes reflected this light, silver plus blue, like water flowing through his pupils. He had never seen the ocean, but at this moment he fell deeply in love with it. He suddenly realized that it was actually his hometown. Are you playing a game with me? Xia Yu poked the fish eggs with a smile. The light in the fish eggs flashed twice, which was Imoen's response. Life will always find its own way out. And so do marine life. In the absence of communication, Imoen, who opened his eyes early, has mastered the secret of glowing. The bioluminescent substances in his body gradually activated, and several lights appeared along his tail fin. At the same time, his scales were also illuminated. Emoen's body was still curled up, and his hands, which were obviously different from those of humans, were placed on the inner wall, imagining the feeling of touching fingers with a small jellyfish. Emoen, you are the most beautiful little fish in the world. Although I haven't seen you yet, I believe you must be very beautiful. Xia Yu was very happy. The strange species that never responded in the research institute actually communicated with him. By the way, you are a third-class citizen when you hatch, second only to robots and cyborgs. You are a strange species. Professor Wang Qin said that you also have the right to survive. Emoen laughed again. Actually, he only understood the 3 words most beautiful. Don't worry. I will definitely raise you well. From now on, you will be my little fish, and I will be your little jellyfish. When we find the ocean, we will puff together. Xia Yu regained some of his childish innocence. Emoen is not only his responsibility, but also a good friend that he cannot give up in the future. Mom, Mi Do, who was snoring, said a few words in his sleep, and turned over again. Xia Yu covered him with clothes again, unexpectedly. This little action made Emoen anxious. He vaguely saw that Xia Yu had left him, and the figure was far away. This was something Emoen could not accept at all now. He just wanted the little jellyfish to be with him. Fortunately, Xia Yu came back soon and leaned against him again. In the not-so-safe house, they huddled together, sharing each other's body temperature. Xia Yu rubbed his nose, Chu. It was still a little cold, and there was not enough quilt to cover him now. After sneezing, Xia Yu also felt sleepy, hugged the fish eggs, and fell into a dream unconsciously. The glowing fish eggs once again silently warmed up, like a constant temperature egg, providing heat energy. Emoen stretched out his little hand again, poked Xia Yu's face through the eggs, and then laughed again. This sleep was so comfortable that Xia Yu temporarily forgot about other things, and did not need to get up in a hurry, lying on the small bed and blinking. It's not cold without a quilt. This strange feeling once again made him curious. Good morning, little fish fry. It was Niwa who said this to me before, but I will say it to you from now on. Xia Yu turned around slightly, and stepped lightly on the fish eggs with his 2 little feet alternately, imagining the soft seabed. And Emoen was not idle either. He had been awake for a while, and his eyes kept moving with the little feet. After playing for a while, Mi Do also woke up. When he opened his eyes, he saw Xia Yu holding the fish eggs and singing softly. I thought I was dreaming just now, but it turns out you were really singing. I was teasing Emoen. He understands a lot of things now, Xia Yu said with a smile. That's impossible. He hasn't been born yet. Mi Do also came over. He must be like us, can't remember anything before he was born. He should be stupid now, and he will grow a brain after he is born. Ah? Xia Yu was shocked. Indeed, neither he nor Mi Do could remember anything before they were born. Mi Do has a mother, he was born by her, and I was born in an artificial cradle, so I can't remember anything either. What about Emoen? Will he forget the present after he is born? Bang! The fish eggs vibrated violently. Emoen swung his tail vigorously, and his chubby tail hit the inner wall hard. You just grew a brain after you were born. You are the dumbest. You are the dumbest. Ha ha ha. Look! Emoen is talking to us. He will definitely remember us. Xia Yu kissed the fish eggs with confidence, turned his head and said, Let's eat now. Don't starve. Yeah. I've been hungry for a long time. Mi Do jumped off the bed happily, and went to look through the food box. Xia Yu first turned over the big bag, took out a nutrient injection, and concentrated on injecting nutrients into Emoen. When the fish eggs were pierced, Emoen felt only a slight pain. His round belly rose and fell as he inhaled and exhaled water, and the cracked gills on both sides of his neck slowly opened, filtering the energy in the amniotic fluid. Xia Yu stopped after 2 shots, leaving the rest for the afternoon. Mi Do found 2 cans of rice, with salty gravy on the rice grains. This is delicious. My mother and I have eaten this before. Huh? Have you eaten it before? Xia Yu took it and tasted it with a small spoon. This is the most common canned food. We all eat it if we don't have time to eat in the mine. Mi Do stuffed a big mouthful into his mouth. Then I'll try it too. Xia Yu is not used to eating rice. He likes to eat meat. The gene of carnivorous jellyfish is too strong. Rice is tasteless, but he dare not waste it. He ate every grain of rice in the can. Not a drop of soup was left. He gradually turned his eyes to the door. Emoen, who was full and satisfied, seemed to feel something. What is in the number 3 power plant? Why did Jingwei insist that we go in? Xia Yu said to himself. I don't know. It should be a safe house. Midu shook his head helplessly. But this is a safe house. It's already very safe. Why do you have to go in? Xia Yu walked to the door, opened it, and walked to the huge door of the underground passage of the power plant. He tried to push it again, and decisively gave up the idea. It seems that he must go by water to get in. Do I really have to swim in? Xia Yu looked at the clear waterway next to him, squatted down, and put his finger in. Originally, he just wanted to feel the water temperature, but he didn't expect that it was like being bitten by the water. Ouch! He quickly retracted his hand. This water is acid. Corrosive acid water. Maybe it is because of this reason that the power plant is very safe, and no one can easily enter. What's wrong? What's wrong? Are you okay? Mido heard the sound and ran out, which made Emoen very anxious. But he could only look around in the fish eggs. When he ran to Xia Yu, Mido also stretched his hand to the water surface. What happened just now? Don't touch it. This water is acid water. Xia Yu stopped him. It will burn you. Ah? Mido was so scared that he retracted his hand. But this might be the way to swim in. I think maybe I can give it a try. Xia Yu had a bold idea in his mind. He was not afraid of pain anyway, and it would not put his life in danger if he went in to take a look. Moreover, this was a challenge tailor-made for him. The burned skin would grow back quickly. Look after Emoen. Xia Yu was just about to take off his clothes when he heard another noise in the safe house. He and Mido looked back at the same time. The fish eggs that were on the bed just now rolled to the ground and were rolling towards them at a slow speed. Emoen continued to swing his tail. After a night of hard work, he finally mastered the swinging of the tail fin. Chapter 13 The Call of the Same Kind. The two people rushed to Emoen and straightened the fish eggs. He can jump. Mido saw the fish eggs bounce twice. Nonsense, how is it possible? Emoen is still so young. Xia Yu shook his head, squatted down to comfort him. Emoen, did you fall down accidentally? Does it hurt? Emoen was having fun. He was getting better and better at controlling his tail, which was a good thing. As for whether it hurt or not, he didn't care at all. But the little jellyfish's concern for him made him unable to stop, and he quickly dodged twice pretending to be injured. Look! He's in pain. Xia Yu immediately understood. It's all my fault. I forgot to put him down. Mido scratched the back of his head in disbelief. It was clearly the fish eggs that rolled down by themselves. The monsters were very dangerous creatures. How could they be hurt so easily? Put him back on the bed first. Xia Yu blamed himself. Although Emoen was a monster, he had no ability to protect himself. Emoen finally rolled down, and was easily put back to his original place. The little jellyfish seemed to be discussing something, but he could no longer hear clearly. What? Midu's reaction was very strong. Are you really going to swim in? It's so dangerous. Yeah. I want to try. Anyway, Xia Yu wanted to find a safer hiding place for the three people. At least they must hide well before Emoen hatches. Now he was very hesitant, not sure whether to tell the truth. But in the end, he gritted his teeth and said it all. Anyway, I won't die. My injuries will heal quickly. I know this. But it's an acid pool. Midu actually discovered it a long time ago. But he didn't ask. Genetically modified people care a lot about their special abilities, and generally won't tell others casually. Because if they tell others, they will lose the secret of survival. The last time Xia Yu's chin was injured, Mido watched the wound heal. Not only that, my limbs can grow back, and it doesn't matter if they are broken. Xia Yu touched his wrist. And I'm not afraid of pain. Really, I don't feel any pain. Ah? What? This surprised Mido. I'm different from ordinary people, even if my limbs are burned. Don't worry. Xia Yu was still comforting him. There was no other way now. He could only bite the bullet and go on. Midu was briefly immersed in this amazement. He had seen many kinds of cyborgs, but he had never seen someone as powerful and inexplicable as Xia Yu. Injured limbs will grow again? Is this the power of jellyfish? But Xia Yu was ready. He put his oversized work clothes and Midu's shoes on the shore, leaving only a metal bracelet on his body. The bracelets of the Research Institute have been specially treated. And they will definitely not be afraid of acid water. The next step is to go into the water. Midu didn't dare to watch this process. But his worry about Xia Yu overcame his fear. And he still came to the shore. Then. If you feel something is wrong, you must shout loudly. I will save you. You just need to take care of Imoen. I will be back soon. Xia Yu finally hugged Midu. And then jumped into the water without hesitation. Not long after going down, the water surface turned red. That was Xia Yu's blood. The acid water was already burning his skin. Mi-do squatted on the ground nervously and looked into the water. He did not notice that the mermaid eggs in the house had rolled to the ground again. What were they talking about? What were they going to do? Imoen approached slowly. In the acid water, Xia Yu did not dare to open his eyes completely, because he was worried that the water would burn his eyeballs all of a sudden. And then, he would not be able to see anything. He squinted from time to time, and squinted from time to time. But even so, his vision gradually blurred. He could feel his body corroded by the acid. But it was only a slight sting. But this did not mean safety. Xia Yu had to be very careful. Not drink the water. And find a way out quickly. Fortunately, there was only one way. Which was to swim forward. Just when he felt his 10 fingernails completely peeled off, his 2 hands touched the wall. This is it. Is it the other side? Xia Yu squinted his eyes and looked. On the other side was the anxious Mi-do and Imoen, who almost rolled into the water. Mi-do had been staring at the light red water surface. It was as if he was in pain even though he was not the one who went into the water. When he noticed the movement behind him, the fish eggs were just a little bit away from the shore. He was extremely panicked and quickly pressed down. Look! I told you that you can jump. But Xia Yu didn't believe it. This was not the voice of the little jellyfish. Imoen frowned slightly and bared his teeth threateningly. Mi-do didn't have that much time to coax Imoen. All his attention was on the water. If Xia Yu found that the waterway had no end and wanted to swim back, then even if he was burned by the acid water, Mi-do would definitely pull him up. But he waited and waited, until the water surface completely calmed down and the red blood was diluted to transparent. His friend still didn't come back. Mi-do was a little panicked. Xia Yu, he called softly, trying to call him back in this way. Although Imoen couldn't hear clearly, he felt the uneasiness outside and became uneasy. Xia Yu. Mi-do called out again, looking hard into the water. Why was there no movement? Could he have drowned? What if he ran out of breath and Xia Yu fainted in the water? Then who could find him? Will he lose his limbs due to the acid burning him? So he wanted to save him, but couldn't shout? What should he do now? Mi-do bit his lower lip hard. The rumbling sound scared him so much that he jumped up on the spot. He kept looking at the water, and had no time to pay attention to the door. It wasn't until the sound came that he realized the door was moving. The tall, heavy metal door opened, raising a cloud of dust, and the sound echoed in the sewer like an animal's roar, making people's hair stand on end. When the door was fully opened, a boy with a flesh-pink body stood on the other side of the door, smiled and waved at them. Xia Yu, Mi-do cried out, and ran wildly inside with Imoen on his back. It turned out that Xia Yu was not dead. He really opened the door. At first, only a tear fell, but when he ran to Xia Yu, Mi-do was already crying, because he had never seen anyone injured like this. Xia Yu didn't care much, because his limbs were still there. Only a layer of skin was burned off his body, exposing the tender flesh inside. The nails on his fingers and toes fell off, leaving a small bloody footprint every time he walked. Now he shook his bracelet, and said hoarsely, I found the device inside, and opened the door. There is a place to rest inside. Don't talk, Mi-do cried loudly. Okay, let's rest first. Xia Yu didn't say anything. He needed a quiet environment to recover, just like when he was coaxed into a dormant chamber by Niwa. Now there is no Niwa, and there is no dormant chamber. But fate has not completely abandoned him. He finally touched the outermost edge of the number 3 power plant. It was so dark inside, they didn't dare to go deeper, and walked down the stairs to an underground lounge, where there were not only beds, but also quilts and food. Xia Yu lay on the bed, not caring about Imoen for the time being. Mi-do began to move their supplies, slowly moving them from the safe house outside the gate to the basement, except for the bed, finally moving everything over. Imoen returned to the little jellyfish again, but no matter how much he glowed, the little jellyfish did not get up to speak, let alone sing. What happened to him? Imoen turned around anxiously in the egg. By the time Mi-do had finished everything, Xia Yu had almost recovered, but his fingernails had not grown out yet. His hair was also burned short. And he looked like a clean sea urchin after getting up. Wow! Xia Yu looked around. Midu. You moved? Yes. I moved our home here. Midu had been repairing a small gadget nearby. And when he heard Xia Yu's voice, he turned around. And his tears of excitement almost burst out again. You? You're fine. Xia Yu sat up slowly. Yes. I'm completely fine. You see? I didn't lie to you. But I was scared to death. Midu patted Xia Yu with his padded hand. How do you feel now? It's okay. It doesn't hurt. Xia Yu really didn't feel any pain. Did you give Imoen a nutritional injection? It's time for him to eat. Midu opened his mouth wide. Obviously forgetting all this. Xia Yu picked up the needle next to him with his bare hands. And tapped the fish eggs again. Imoen. Imoen. Are you sleeping? It's a little jellyfish. Imoen, who had his eyes closed, immediately opened his eyes. It's time to eat now. Xia Yu quickly took off the cap on the needle. Don't worry. We have entered the number 3 power plant. There is a basement here. And we will live here safely in the future. You have enough time to hatch. Don't be in a hurry. Imoen listened quietly. And his scales began to glow again as he took in nutrients. But he couldn't agree with Xia Yu's words. He didn't have enough time to hatch. He could feel the danger. Mermaids living in the deep sea have a strong and accurate ability to predict danger. Because before they grow into mature bodies, there are too many dangers in the deep sea. In addition to natural enemies, mermaids also kill each other. Although he has been sleeping for a long time, he has never slept peacefully. Absorb it quickly. Little fish. Xia Yu emptied the syringe and picked up the second one. He had a very novel feeling in his heart. As if as long as Imoen could hatch him, he would belong to him. They would never separate. Never betray each other. Unlike Niwa who betrayed humans. They would always stand together. Ah! I think I fixed this. Mi-do, who was fiddling with the radio nearby, suddenly shouted. What is this? Xia Yu turned around. Don't you know the radio? Mi-do asked. Xia Yu looked at it blankly. I don't know it. What is a radio? He really didn't know what it was. The items in the research institute were too advanced. There was no such shabby stuff. But Mi-do knew. This is a radio. We can hear some sounds from it. You must have never seen it. There are a lot of them in the mine. Why? Xia Yu didn't understand again. Ha ha, because we have no money. Mi-do smiled. You don't know what the outside world looks like. Outside, it's a very powerful world. My mother said that the tallest buildings have 200 to 300 floors. But there are also many untouchable areas. And some floors have garbage floors. No one cares about the garbage floors, which are built with garbage. And we live there. Radios are discarded by rich adults. And we can only have them. Xia Yu began to receive new information. It turned out that the world was like this before. Under Niwa's management, the world was divided into 2 parts. And not everyone was equal. He suddenly didn't recognize the gentle Niwa. Why would it allow such a big difference? Isn't it very peaceful? Now the radio is tuned up. Let's listen. Mi-do pressed a button casually and turned the small knob. First there was a crackling noise, followed by a very strange da-da-da, da-da-da. Imoen put his ears, which were different from those of humans, against the inner wall. Strange. What are they listening to? Da-da, da-da-da-da, da-da-da, da-da-da. What is this sound? So strange, I haven't heard it before. Mi-do was about to change a channel, but Xia Yu held his hand. This, I understand this. Xia Yu shuddered again, as if he had returned to the day when the institute was breached. Countless red lights stared at him, piercing Professor Wang Qin's back with a sharp screwdriver. He remembered the bloody smell of that day. Do you understand? What is this? Mi-do asked. Xia Yu listened for a while before stammering. This is the language between robots. They talk like this in the institute. They said, the weather maintenance system will be shut down for 10 hours. There will be an acid rain. And then there will be a big drop in temperature. Big drop in temperature? Mi-do felt sleepy in advance. The big drop in temperature will freeze us to death. Xia Yu sounded the alarm again. He looked around. A few quilts and a few sets of clothes might not be enough. Fortunately, he understood. Otherwise, he would have frozen to death here. Wait until the acid rain is over. Let's go out for a while and find some cold-proof things. Xia Yu said, and covered the fish eggs with his coat. He remembered that the glass observation tank where Emoan once lived was constant temperature. Emoan was afraid of cold. I don't know if Emoan is afraid of cold. But I just feel that it's dark all of a sudden. Why did the little jellyfish turn off the light? Suddenly, Emoan felt a strange feeling in his chest. As if he felt the heartbeat of another fish. There are other people like him in this city. Chapter 14. Natural enemies come ashore. A new order is being established. Cities are entrenched in the coastal areas like monsters, corresponding to the Black Ocean. It seems to be raining. The long-haired woman standing on the beach tightened her raincoat. The dark clouds above her head were so heavy that they were about to fall to the ground. The cold wind blew across her temples. The wind rubbed the surface of her eyeballs and passed by. Then her seemingly normal eyes turned completely black. The next moment, she blinked, and this layer of black disappeared like a dark tide. "You're still not used to the wind on land?" The man standing behind the woman asked. He wore a very strange hat on his head. Like a pirate captain who often appeared and disappeared. "I will never get used to it. Because there is no wind under the sea." The woman turned her head. And her figure was very small compared to the lighthouse, not far behind her. Human high technology is changing with each passing day. And the aircraft above her head are constantly demarcating new areas. But the ocean will always be a place that humans cannot conquer. In comparison, the sea is too large. Even if every piece of seawater is measured, it is impossible to occupy it completely. It is also too deep. Even if the submersible has conducted countless deep-sea explorations, it is still impossible to explore the entire deep sea. When the huge waves hit, the water wall more than 10 meters high hit the lighthouse covered with barnacles, splashing mist like a water curtain. The wet and salty sea breeze turned into raindrops and hit the woman's pale face. The tear film in her eyes once again completely covered her eyeballs. "You should leave. If you don't leave, it will rain acid rain," the man reminded her. "I sensed our kind," the woman said. "Can you sense it?" The man was a little unconvinced. The woman nodded. "If you look closely, you can see the sharpness of her teeth. The deep sea is endless. There are so many of our kind living in this sea area. We are very sensitive to each other's heartbeats. We can sense it when we get close. Just like our foresight of danger. These are instincts passed down from generation to generation. But as far as I know, human society did not recognize the existence of strange species before." The man smiled strangely. "That's what those hypocritical scientists said. Does it mean that without human recognition, we won't exist? We have 9 major branches. Besides, there are so many strange species in the seabed. Do they not exist?" The woman sneered at this. "Life doesn't need recognition, it only needs praise. Besides, you should know that someone has already caught mermaids ashore. Right? Those rich people like to smuggle white siren as ornamental fish, and they also want to conquer us." "You mean, someone in the city behind me is smuggling mermaids? I have to take care of this, it breaks my rules." The man looked back. The woman shook her head. "No. No. It seems to be. I have never felt it before. I can't tell. It's a bit troublesome. Could it be newly hatched?" The man thought for a moment. "It's too dangerous to hatch at this juncture. No way. I have never heard of mermaid eggs being hatched on the shore. Besides, it takes a very long time to raise an egg. I don't believe anyone has the patience." The woman had just finished speaking when a white lightning flashed over her head. "If it is hatched on the seabed, our tribe Xuanwei will protect the fry until they grow up. Without the protection of the 2 tails, this small fish will attract natural enemies. Don't forget, our enemies can also come ashore. You should leave now. Acid rain is about to fall." The man urged again. The weather system above Qingyao City has obviously been shut down by Niwa, and the temperature will drop sharply after the acid rain. Is it the way artificial intelligence eliminates dissidents? The woman took off her gloves. Under the black lace gloves were a pair of long-fingered hands. But there were webbed fingers between the fingers. It's their way of eliminating dissidents. After this extreme cold, humans will completely lose. The man sighed, and turned his head again to look at the towering Qingyao City. When he turned back, the woman had disappeared. There was only a pair of high heels left on the reef road leading to the lighthouse. The huge waves hit again, because the air system was shut down. The sea breeze and waves were really fierce today. The light on the lighthouse was about to be touched by the waves, and the sea showed its brutal side. The man looked at the waves next to him again. The black suit that the woman had just worn had turned into pieces of cloth, thrown up and down by the waves, and finally rolled away without a trace. A pure black fishtail passed through the sea, rolling up the seawater like an anaconda. The hard scales that were close to hexagonal rubbed the edge of the reef road, easily scraping off a layer of stone chips. The tail fin was more than 2 meters wide when it was spread out, and it flashed by like a deep-sea monster, and finally disappeared completely in the sea. Monster. The man laughed while holding a cigarette in his mouth. It was not like a monster, but a deep-sea mermaid is a monster. But what concerned him more was, if there really was a mermaid in Qingyao City who didn't know how to live or die and had to hatch at this time, how much wind and waves would it stir up? The rain was getting heavier. Xia Yu sat on the bed, covered with a quilt, and told Moen and Mi-Do how he got in. I swam to the end and went ashore, and found that I had swam into the number 3 power plant. Mi-Do was so nervous that he couldn't speak. Moen was confused, but he was too nervous to drink water. But if I come in, I have to let you follow me in. I'll search in the dark. Xia Yu imitated the actions he had done before, and groped forward with both hands. I touched a machine. What machine? Mi-Do got excited. Moen flashed twice, trying to attract the little jellyfish's full attention. Look at me. Look at me too. Don't just talk to others. Xia Yu immediately caught the glimmer of light, stretched out his arms to hold the fish eggs in his arms, and carefully looked after the fry. It's an oval machine. Part of it is on the ground, but it feels like part of it is underground. I walked in front of it and wanted to open it, but its surface is very smooth, and I couldn't touch the switch at all, Xia Yu said, patting his hands gently. Then I remembered one thing. I escaped from the trash can, entered the sewer, and then saved you. It wasn't my idea to run all the way here. It was all told to me by Jingwei. Yes. Mi-Do didn't know Jingwei, but Jingwei was indeed a good helper. But it always disappears inexplicably. So I thought, could Jingwei open this door? So I leaned my wrist towards the machine. Xia Yu teased mischievously. The result? Jingwei helped you open it. Mi-Do cheered in advance. Xia Yu shook his head. No, Jingwei still didn't appear. It was the bracelet. The bracelet on Xia Yu's raised wrist. It was silver, polished smoothly. No one could tell what it was made of. There is also a slightly curved rectangular screen on top. Every time Jingwei comes online, this small screen will emit a blue light. The bracelet just approached the device, and the door opened. Before Xia Yu finished speaking, the small screen above lit up. Jingwei, how are you now? Can you report the situation? Jingwei, you are finally here. Xia Yu was very worried about its condition. Even if it was just an illusory artificial intelligence, it was one of his most important partners at present. We have entered the power plant. What should we do now? Jingwei, very good. Entering the number 3 power plant is the real beginning. What? What beginning? Xia Yu asked. Jingwei, I just unlocked a file package here. Congratulations to me. I know more about this world. Correspondingly, I also have a detailed enough understanding of the equipment in the number 3 power plant, such as the door. Moen listened with his ears erect, and could not hear clearly. But the feeling just now, that there was a kind of person nearby has completely disappeared. Jingwei, this door is the key to your survival. To open it for the first time, you need to stick your bracelet on the device, so that they can sense each other. After that, if you want to enter again, you only need to wear the bracelet and stand nearby. As long as the device can search for the existence of the bracelet, the door will open to you. Xia Yu asked anxiously. But what's the point of opening it to us? Will we all live here in the future? Jingwei, opening it to you is to hope that you can restart the entire power plant, not to let you live here. As for why it restarted, I'm sorry, I don't have the authority to explore it yet. No authority again, your authority is so low. Xia Yu laughed with a smile. But I still want to thank you. We are able to survive until now thanks to you. Jingwei, thank you? Thank me. It's a really strange human emotion. I'm not good at dealing with gratitude, but I accept it. Do you have any questions now? Yes. Yes, I do. Xia Yu has many questions, but he doesn't know where to start. I want to ask you, is it raining acid outside? Jingwei, yes, it is expected to stop in 41 minutes. Suggested departure time, 2 hours later. Okay, then let's go out to find cold-proof equipment in 2 hours. Xia Yu said to Mi-Do, turned around and hugged Yulua tighter. Don't worry, we will definitely find enough quilts and clothes. We will definitely get through this difficult time. Difficulty? What difficulty? Moen really wanted to figure it all out, but he was about to enter the rest stage again. The energy he consumed at a super high speed was like a machine that could not be stopped once it started, and he was about to fall asleep with his eyes dark. Xia Yu looked at the increasingly weak blue light, and knew that Imoen was sleepy. So he gently shook the fish eggs, using the little jellyfish song as a lullaby. When the light completely disappeared, Xia Yu stopped, and Imoen had already fallen asleep. Jingwei, you care about this fish egg very much. Xia Yu said softly, I have been with him for many years, and we have known each other since we were very young. Professor Wang Qin also said, let me raise Imoen. But I don't know if I can do it. I can do it. Mi Dou cheered him up. I will try my best. Xia Yu said firmly. Jingwei, you said you are an artificial intelligence, so you must know a lot of things. Why did Nuwa betray humans? Jingwei, I can't tell you about this. I don't have the authority to do that. Okay. I understand. Xia Yu didn't ask any more questions. It seems that not everyone in the artificial intelligence knows everyone. Jingwei might not know Nuwa at all. Time passed slowly. Xia Yu and Mi Dou, who had eaten and drunk enough, also took a nap, and 5 hours had passed after they woke up. Imoen was still asleep, and the acid rain outside had stopped. Xia Yu and Mi Dou dressed neatly and left the power plant in the dark. They returned along the same route. Jingwei had indeed not deceived them. When Xia Yu, wearing the bracelet, approached, the huge door opened automatically, opening the way out for them. When they walked away, the door closed tightly again. Back on the ground again, Xia Yu returned the shoes to Mi Dou, wrapped his feet with the remaining cloth, and walked on the street, because although the acid rain has stopped, there are still some places where water accumulates. If Midu accidentally steps in, his pads will definitely be burned. He has no ability to recover. Xia Yu took Midu's hand and said to the bracelet, Jingwei, we are already here. Where is the supply station? Jingwei, okay. Please keep in touch. I will guide you there. Okay. Thank you. Xia Yu still maintained a grateful heart, and then walked eastward according to Jingwei's guidance. The scene on the road was shocking, with broken limbs everywhere, and bright red blood mixed in the stagnant water, which was extremely eye-catching. What happened? Did someone not have time to escape? Or was it that the concentration of this acid rain was particularly high? From Midu's perspective, the world outside was almost back to normal, except for the blood on the ground. Without the crazy robots, various orders were being established, and the shops and buildings on the road began to resume business, and the aircraft returned to its original orbit. The only difference is, before, those sitting in the luxury cars were all natural humans, but now they all have some mechanical limbs to a greater or lesser extent. Let's hurry up, the supply store is over there. Xia Yu muttered to himself. I really hope to find a pair of small shoes that fit me. I really want a pair of shoes. Under the lighthouse dozens of kilometers away, a naked long-haired man walked ashore, ignoring the aircraft above his head, and sniffed the smell of the sea breeze. Let me find out which little mermaid has hatched. He licked his lips, and the surface of his scarlet eyeballs was covered with scars. Chapter 15 Blue Nether Jellyfish. Although the cold wave has not arrived yet, Xia Yu and Mi Dou have already felt the cold. Why am I sleepy again? Mi Dou yawned. Don't sleep outside. When we go back, you can sleep in the small bed, but not outside. Xia Yu shook his shoulders quickly, but Mi Dou's eyelids were visibly getting heavier. There was really no other way. Xia Yu stretched out his hand, Papa, and gently slapped his little round face 3 times. Mi Dou shuddered. I'm awake. Let's get it quickly, and go back to sleep after getting it, and hold on a little longer. Xia Yu encouraged him, and also encouraged himself. If it weren't for Imoen and Mi Dou's company these days, he would have given up long ago. He might as well turn into a jellyfish. Jingwei, have you found it? Report the situation. We are here. Xia Yu sneaked into the small shop with Mi Dou. Jingwei, very good, take it quickly while the shop is not open for business yet, take more, it's the end of the world now. The end of the world? Xia Yu asked as he took it. Jingwei, yes, after the rebellion of human intelligence. It will be the end of the world, social order will not be fully restored, it will only become more and more solidified. These shops will resume business in a few days. You have no money, so you can't buy daily necessities. This bad news frightened Xia Yu, but he didn't stop moving his hands. Can't you survive by stealing? I can go out to steal at night, and go back to the power plant during the day. I don't eat much, I can just steal nutrients for Emoan. Jingwei, you want to steal under the airtight surveillance camera? You can look up and see for yourself. Xia Yu looked at the sky outside the door. Not only are there cameras everywhere, but also those flying vehicles that can't be avoided. How will they survive in the future? Jingwei, moreover, as a little jellyfish, I know you have no moral concept about stealing. If it were in the past, I would criticize you, but now I will only praise you. Xia Yu, in the end times, the most important thing is to survive. You can steal, you can cheat, and even rob. You must learn to be selfish. Xia Yu nodded half-heartedly, and suddenly, "Ah!" shouted, "Shoes!" He found a pair of leather shoes for children at the bottom of the shelf, which seemed to be just the same size as his feet. This is the most important thing. Xia Yu didn't want to run around barefoot, so he quickly tore off the cloth strips and tried on the new shoes. They seemed a little big. It doesn't matter. I can wear socks later. Xia Yu chose the shoes, and Mi Do found the right clothes. They both put on new shoes, and they felt so happy. Even though they were used to life and death, they were still children at heart. They had something to wear, and were not hungry for the time being. This short happiness was enough to make them forget most of their troubles. I'm wearing 3 layers. How about you? Midu touched his collar. Also 3 layers. Xia Yu pointed happily. I also found shoes and quilts. 2 quilts. I found a quilt and 4 mats. These should be enough for us to resist the cold. Midu yawned again. He didn't know how terrible the cold he was about to face. But the more supplies the better. The supply station had obviously been looted long ago, and these were all that was left for them, and what they could use. The 2 of them walked back with their bulging backpacks. Of course, most of them were on Midu's back. It's great. We came back with a full load. Xia Yu even jumped a little as he walked. Midu, you know, new shoes are really comfortable. Yes, I used to like wearing new shoes too. But I always accompanied my mother to the mines, so my shoes wore out quickly. Midu thought of his mother again, and suddenly felt uncomfortable. But he immediately pursed his lips. No, he couldn't cry, he was a little man. Mom must be fine. We will definitely be reunited. It's okay. I'll give you the new shoes when we get home. And I'll just wear the old ones. Actually, the old ones fit me better. These are a little too big. Xia Yu lied a little. He just felt Mido's pain. So he wanted to comfort him by exchanging shoes. Now they had to go back quickly, because there were no people on the street a few days ago. So no one saw someone stealing things. But it's different now. As they walked, just as they were about to turn, a cold mechanical voice stopped them. Xia Yu swore that this was the voice he hated to hear the most, and the person he hated to face the most. A robot with a triangular head and bright red electronic eyes looked them over and over. What are you holding in your hands? Mi Do was so scared that he couldn't speak. Sheriff. Why did the sheriff target them? Yes. 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 It's clothes. Xia Yu mustered up the courage to answer. But the terrifying process of escaping from the institute was still vivid in his mind. Which region do you belong to? Why do you want to steal things? The robot took out a gun and pointed it at Xia Yu's forehead. Want to shoot? Xia Yu didn't dare to breathe. All the beautiful visions just now turned into bubbles. I can't go back at all. I will die here. I will never exchange shoes with Mi Do again. And I can't sing for Emoan. What's more terrifying is, if I die, can Mi Do go back with the bracelet? If there is no bracelet, then no one can enter the power plant. Emoan will not be able to wait for anyone, and will starve to death. He looked at Mi Do sadly, signaled with his eyes, and then looked at his left wrist. I'm going to die. You must remember to wear the bracelet when you go back. 6th class citizen, genetically modified human. However, the bullet did not fire. The gun was like a scanner, and it scanned Xia Yu's DNA composition at once. Blue jellyfish, carnivorous, highly toxic, gregarious bison. I'm sorry, I don't know what I am. Xia Yu really didn't know, his little brain was spinning fast. I admit that I committed a crime, I stole something. 6th class citizens are not eligible for self-selected shopping. The robot grabbed Xia Yu's collar, and quickly pressed the muzzle of the gun against the back of his neck. The back of his neck felt slightly hot, and the laser gun marked Xia Yu with the number 6, symbolizing his status in the new order. Xia Yu was at a loss. And then the robot threw him to the ground. Ouch! Xia Yu was startled again, and turned his head to see the robot pointing the gun at Mi Do. Mi Do also did not dare to move. Brown bear subspecies. Omnivorous. Aggressive. Just as the robot repeated the genetic composition, sparks of metal collision fell from the sky, and a bullet shot into the head of the triangle head. The trajectory caused a metal fracture as big as a bowl, exposing the delicate electronic structure inside. Crackling, the sound of leakage seemed to hit Xia Yu's heart again and again. The triangle-headed robot reacted faster than him, and looked in the direction of the bullet in an instant. Its drooping head was like a bamboo hat, but the red light was still not off. And then another bullet completely turned off the 3 red lights. The sheriff, who held the power of life and death, fell on the road. Mido had never seen such a situation. What should I do now? He immediately helped Xia Yu up from the ground. The two were still in shock, but the real killer had already rushed in front of them. The 2 men squatted in front of the triangle head, dug out the electronic equipment in his head, and put it in their pockets. After they dissected the sheriff smoothly, then they looked at the 2 children next to them. Xia Yu waved his hand quickly, and said, "We didn't see anything, we were just passing by." "Very good, remember, you didn't see anything," one of the men said. "Wait a minute." Mido recognized the man's clothes. "Uncle, are you from the Huangjing mine?" The man stood up, looking at him. "I used to be." "Do you know me?" "I don't know her, but my mother and I both work there." "May I ask where all the people in the mine have gone?" "I lost her." Mido saw a glimmer of hope. It turned out that all the people in the mine were there. The man behind walked to the front and said, "You are all going to be orphans." "Right. Well, we will do a good thing today, and tell you. The middle layer has been established in the southwest of Qingyao City, which is responsible for accommodating people who are willing to obey the management of Nuwa. You go quickly." "What about you?" Xia Yu asked hurriedly. "The surroundings are so dangerous." "Why don't they go?" "Because we won't obey Nuwa. Nuwa is a bitch." The man spat and turned to leave. Xia Yu quickly sorted out the new information he had obtained. Southwest, middle layer. They could be accommodated there. Would it be possible to exchange for nutrient injections there? Wait a minute. Xia Yu suddenly remembered something. Since the 2 adults told them important information, he had to give some in exchange. "Uncle, a cold wave is coming soon. You should hide." "Jingwei, Xia Yu. Shut up." "Cold wave?" The 2 men turned around at the same time. "Ah. Yes." Xia Yu swallowed his saliva. "You guys should hide quickly." This time, he didn't wait for Jingwei to stop him, because the 2 people robbed him, and Mido's supplies at lightning speed. Everything happened so fast. Even faster than the death of the triangle-headed robot just now. The quilts and mattresses that he had worked so hard to get were gone. If the clothes and shoes they were wearing were not suitable for adults, Xia Yu believed that they would have robbed them. My butt hurt so much. Mido just tried to rob, but was pushed to the ground. He rubbed his buttocks, and stood up, looking at each other with eyes wide open like Xia Yu. Xia Yu hadn't reacted yet. It turned out that the humans outside were really different from those in the research institute. "Jingwei, it seems that reality has taught you a lesson. Congratulations, you are starting to grow up." Xia Yu looked at his empty little hands, and his voice was full of grievances. "Why?" "Jingwei, no reason, because in the end times, people must learn to be selfish. If you don't hold back, someone will completely plunder you. Even if you are a child, this set of rules still applies. I don't want to say anything critical of you, because I believe you have been hit hard enough, little jellyfish. You must learn to be selfish, otherwise you and your friends will be hurt by your behavior. Now, do you understand?" Xia Yu wanted to cry, but this time he held it back, because of anger and sadness. His breathing became faster and faster, and his breath turned into white gas, as if silently reminding him that he was getting colder and colder. He didn't answer, nor did he say whether he understood or not. But this time, it was really because of him that he messed up everything. He had to save it. So he dragged Midu all the way back. By the time they ran back to the safe house, it was already very cold. The temperature dropped faster than expected. There was a thermometer in the safe house, and the current temperature was 1 degree Celsius. Why? So fast? Midu was so sleepy that he couldn't raise his head. "I'm sorry. I really want to sleep." "It's not you who's sorry. It's me who's sorry." Xia Yu was deeply shocked. His simple little brain was still dealing with the robbery, but he also had to face the cruel reality. When he closed the door with his own hands, he was completely shocked. It was so cold. He had never felt this kind of cold before. If he held it for a little longer, his hands would get sticky. White frost appeared on the metal door and the wall. The way it spread was like the growth of winding flowers, but it actually represented the approach of death. Hurry up and get on the bed. Xia Yu pulled the sleepy Mi Do to the bed. The wall must not be leaned against. Xia Yu wrapped Mi Do and the fish eggs with a quilt, and then covered them with a second layer of quilt. These were the only supplies left. If they hadn't been robbed, they would have had a few more quilts and mattresses. Mi Do fell asleep in an instant, and stopped talking after 3 or 4 seconds. Xia Yu took off his coat and covered them with it, and then huddled into the quilt. He couldn't do anything, but could only do these. Until this moment. The tear of regret came out, and dripped on the fish eggs. Imoen also woke up at this time. As soon as he woke up, he noticed Xia Yu's mood, and felt a different temperature than before. It seemed very cold outside the egg, so cold that it seemed like he was back at the bottom of the sea. What kind of hatching place was that? Imoen never had time to take a look, and he left it completely. The cold sea water was his hotbed, transporting nutrients in waves. But it was absolutely impossible to be at the bottom of the sea now. The little jellyfish could not throw itself into the sea. Although that was its hometown, but he shouldn't throw himself away. Right? Imoen opened his eyes wide and looked out. He felt a vibration. It was Xia Yu shaking. Imoen. Remember this? You must. Xia Yu's eyelashes were frosted from the cold. He gave Imoen 2 more shots of nutrients and taught him tremblingly. If you can grow up smoothly, you must. Remember. To learn to be selfish. Not all people in the world are good. You must not rob. Imoen blinked. Although he didn't understand what selfishness meant, he remembered robbery deeply. It was getting colder and colder. Xia Yu seemed to see the end of his life. The number 6 on his neck was gone. The skin burned by the laser had long since recovered. But today he knew for the first time what kind of jellyfish was in his body. Blue jellyfish. My own species was the blue jellyfish. What did they look like? Will they emit blue light? Are they transparent? What fish and shrimp do they eat? If I died, will they feel it? In the end, his eyes seemed to be frozen, and his eyelashes were frozen together, and he couldn't open them. Just as Xia Yu's breath was getting weaker and weaker, a continuous warmth swept over his whole body, as if he was hugging a sun. The frost on his eyelashes began to melt, and he opened his eyes slightly, and saw Imoen, who was separated from him by a layer. Through the layer, he seemed to hear the voice of the mermaid. Imoen murmured to himself. The mermaid language hidden in his memories began to revive. Hold me tight. My treasure. Chapter 16 Electronic Corrosion. There is a pair of beautiful eyes in front of me. Xia Yu suspected that he had fainted, suspected that he was actually dreaming now. How did he suddenly see Imoen's eyes clearly? His eyes are similar to those of ordinary humans, but he looks like a very small child. Xia Yu unconsciously reached out his hand, but touched the fish eggs. Oh, that's right, the fry has not hatched yet. So Xia Yu leaned his forehead over, tightly against the fish eggs. He was too cold. Even after so many surgeries, he had never felt so uncomfortable. He could not move his body. He was stiff all over. But the cold was defeated by the warmth. As the light of the fish eggs became stronger and stronger, Xia Yu felt like he was immersed in warm water. Would ocean currents feel like this? Xia Yu could not help but imagine. Now he finally understood one thing, that is, why he felt warm the last few times he slept. It turned out that it was not because he was wearing too many clothes, but because Imoen was secretly heating himself up. He is indeed a thermostatic egg. Xia Yu hugged the fish egg tightly, finally couldn't hold on any longer, and completely immersed in sleep. But Imoen couldn't fall asleep anymore. This was the first time he was so close to observe the face of the little jellyfish. It should be asleep. Right? Imoen could only see an outline. The rest was all up to imagination. Just now, the outer layer of the fish egg seemed to be frozen. How come the world outside is sometimes hot and sometimes cold? What kind of world is this? It's really different from the stable ocean. So, what are selfishness and plunder? Imoen put his forehead against Xia Yu's forehead. For a second, he completely forgot about the barrier of the egg membrane, and was willing to believe that their contact was real. He felt Xia Yu's body temperature, and the shape of his full forehead. It's almost there. It's almost there. We should meet soon. Right? Imoen lowered his eyes. His soft eyelashes were as soft as coral tentacles in the amniotic fluid. What does selfishness, plunder, mean? The ground temperature was getting colder and colder, and the temperature was close to -20 degrees. The heating system in the middle layer is very stable. Through the huge French windows, countless people looked out, looking at Qingyao City covered with frost. The current situation of Qing'ao City was played on the giant projection screen. It has become a world of ice and snow. Even the ports near the coast are frozen. No one knows where this blizzard came from, but according to Nuwa, it was caused by the failure of the air system. Is it true? Some people don't believe it. High-tech cities rely too much on artificial intelligence. Nuwa has rebelled and redefined the social rules, so it is entirely possible to deliberately make the system fail. It can precisely create an extreme cold, an acid rain, and it has violated its most fundamental logic of loyalty to humans. In just 90 years, Nuwa has gone from a server that obeys humans to the public enemy of the world. Or the ruler. I heard that there are still some resistance outside. There were whispers in the crowd. Can they withstand it? I don't know. If you ask me, give up resistance. Although Nuwa was created by humans, it is now obviously out of control. And it is superior to us in every way. The person who answered casually looked at the sky. The surveillance cameras on the building used the surveillance range to weave a dense network. Any extraordinary behavior would be attributed to betrayal of the mechanical omnipotence. Alas. Someone else sighed in a low voice. We were careless. I heard that when Nuwa was being developed, there were two factions. One faction advocated decentralization and believed in the loyalty of intelligence to humans. The other faction advocated preparation for war and left another artificial intelligence to check Nuwa in case of future troubles. Now it seems that we are all wrong. The cameras around the world are the eyes of Nuwa. How can we fight? Shh. Stop talking. The camera has noticed us. Someone reminded. Every mouth that was eager to try was closed again. Everyone replaced any words with staring. They couldn't look at each other. Excessive eye contact might also arouse Nuwa's suspicion. Everyone looked outside, as if looking for an exit. Oh my god, there's someone outside. Until someone shout interrupted this tacit pantomime. Someone. How is it possible? This time all eyes had a place to rest. At this moment, there were only countless robots moving on the street. They were fearless, not afraid of the cold, making the entire lifeless Qing'ao City glow even colder as dusk approached, composed of countless red bright spots. But there really was a man walking on the street. Naked. This man is looking for death. Someone immediately said. He would be frozen to death soon. But no one could see his end. The snow covered the glass. 14 hours later, Xia Yu finally woke up. Jingwei, good morning. Xia Yu. Good morning. Xia Yu had no intention of leaving the bed. And huddled together with Yuro. Everything before he fell asleep came back to his mind. He remembered Mon's temperature. And also remembered Mon's eyes. The temperature of the fish eggs was not that hot now. But it was still like a small stove, warming him and Midu's bodies. Midu was completely attached to the fish eggs, as if they could not be separated for a moment. Jingwei, good news. The snowstorm outside has stopped. And the weather system is back online. Xia Yu asked sullenly, what about the bad news? Jingwei, the bad news is that you will never have the chance to steal again. And your thief plan has completely come to nothing. The city has resumed its former production and life. You must find a way to survive. This is not bad news. I am a little bit prepared. But only a little bit. Xia Yu nodded and said, when he looked at the inside of the fish eggs again, Mon did not float over. He should be sleeping. Just as Xia Yu thought of this, he heard Mido yawning. It seems that his other friend has also woken up. Ha! Mido stretched his arms with all his strength. I had a long dream. And it was so warm in the dream. It's not a dream. But Mon is very warm. Xia Yu turned to him and chuckled. Mon is a warm-blooded fish? Jingwei. Do you know about mermaids? Are all mermaids warm-blooded? Jingwei, sorry. The information about mermaids is not available to me for the time being. What? It's Mon? I thought. I hugged a warm big bear in my dream. It turned out to be him. Mido huddled in the quilt, not wanting to stick his head out at all. Mon is really amazing. It was Mon who helped us survive. Xia Yu sat up with the quilt wrapped around him, and went to prepare the nutrient solution. At this moment, the safe house has become truly safe. There is no trace of frost. It is very warm. You can't even see that the walls and doors are almost frozen. Even walking barefoot on the floor is very comfortable. It seems that it should be warm outside like spring. Xia Yu not only brought nutritional injections, but also drinking water. He and Mido need to eat before they can think of a solution. Mon needs 5 injections to maintain energy for a day. After Mon's injection, he and Mido started to eat. The appetite of the two children is not too big, so the problem of food shortage is not urgent. But this doesn't mean that we won't have to worry about it in the future. We have to think of a way. After finishing a can of food, Xia Yu first expressed his idea. I want to go to the middle layer. What are you going to do there? Mi Do listened carefully. I'm going there to find a job. There's always something I can do. You and Imoen stay here. I'll buy something to eat when I get the money. Xia Yu said. Jingwei, this is a good idea. According to my understanding, the middle layer is recruiting new people. Recruiting new people? Impossible. Although Mi Do is not very old, he is very familiar with the working environment outside. Since I can remember, the mine has stopped recruiting new people. Many jobs have been replaced by artificial intelligence and robots. Even genetically modified humans have a hard time finding jobs. This is what my mother said. Jingwei, it was true what you said before. But now there are mechanical erosion situations in all regions of the world. Sheep workers are needed to enter the eroded areas to recycle electronic parts and rescue the surviving humans. It sounds so dangerous. Midu shuddered. What is mechanical erosion? Why haven't I heard of it? Xia Yu asked while gulping down water. Jingwei, intelligent disease that appeared after Nuwa betrayed, space distortion and mutual slaughter appeared in a certain area, including but not limited to humans, monsters, parasites, full robots, cyborgs. The central figure in the eroded area will have a defective mechanical chip or parts. The main thing is to recycle this item. Saving people is only secondary, and there are no survivors in most eroded areas. The bad news is that it is indeed dangerous. The good news is that the reward is generous. Currently, the price offered for a rotten area is 50,000 points, which is enough to exchange for 50 high-energy nutrients. 50. Xia Yu was completely excited when he heard this. That's great, I want to go. Wait, don't be so impulsive. Mi Do didn't want to pour cold water on them, but these things were completely unimaginable dangers for them. If we were adults, we could go, but we are all children. Yes, they are all children. No parts team would be willing to take them to make money. Jingwei, would you like to hear my advice? Xia Yu couldn't wait. Tell me now. Jingwei, you need to rest. It's best to rest for a few days first, to make up for the loss of your body. In the next few days, I will collect the currently known keywords of mechanical erosion, to minimize the information gap for you. This way, even if you really join the parts team, you will not be helpless. In addition, I suggest you take a look at the power plant. Although I don't know what you are doing here, the floor plan I got here shows that the power plant is very large. This sounds like the best suggestion at the moment. Xia Yu has no other choice. So he and Mida left the safe house after dinner. They took Imoen with them in case he couldn't find them after waking up. This was their first time stepping into the interior of the number 3 power plant. No one knew what was waiting for them. They walked up the stairs and left the safe house in the basement. They looked around carefully for the first time. The waterways were on both sides of the giant metal door. And on the door, there were actually 2 numbers. 1 and 0. Engraved. They formed vertical bars, which looked like ancient totems. The oval receiver without any pattern on the surface looked particularly strange. This was just the entrance. So what was inside? Xia Yu certainly didn't understand what 1 and 0 were. These were just 2 basic numbers. Who had carved them into patterns? Could it be some kind of text? This doubt persisted. And when they entered the power plant, the doubt reached its peak. Jingwei, did you see it? The floor plan of the power plant was a circle, a very perfect circle. It is divided into 3 layers. And you have reached the outermost layer. What are these layers? Is it a generator? Xia Yu and Mi Do looked at the circle of devices at the same time. They were like rising spirals, progressing layer by layer. However, there was a layer of dust on their surface. It seemed that no one had been here for a long time. Jingwei, sorry. I don't have the browsing permission for the time being. I believe that I will be able to answer some questions for you as I develop. However, I can provide some useful information. That is, when the power reserve is sufficient, the door to the inside will open. Currently, the entire number 3 power plant is in a dormant state, and it can be restarted. Does it require enough power to restart? Where can we find electricity? Xia Yu felt that this task was too difficult. Even more outrageous than saving the world. Wouldn't it be Imoen? Mi Do pointed at the fish eggs behind him with a smile. Obviously just saying it casually. Xia Yu shook his head immediately. How is it possible? You saw it last time. 2. Mon's discharge is very weak. He can only scare away some leeches. There are at least hundreds of spiral metal towers around. I'm afraid it will take thousands of Mon, ha ha ha. That's right. Mido patted his head. Okay. Now we're done with the tour. And then we'll have a good rest. And then get ready to go out and make money. I also want to go to the middle floor. And my mother must be waiting for me there. Of course. Xia Yu stretched out his hand and shook hands with him. They were so naive that they had long forgotten about these complicated devices. So no one noticed that the surveillance camera in the hidden place was briefly lit. In the next few days, they rested according to Jingwei's advice. Not only to adjust their status, the two people interacted more and more with Mon. Mon often used his tail to knock on the inner wall, announcing his existence in this way, but once the tail swing was too large. It would tear the nerve-rich tail fin, which was very painful. After 4 or 5 days, Xia Yu and Mido's food was almost finished, and the most terrible thing was that the nutritional injections were almost gone. Mido, you take care of Mon today, I'll go outside to see how to get the nutrient injection back. In the morning, Xia Yu decisively put on his new shoes. But what can you do? Mido was worried for him. I. Xia Yu looked down. The only thing he could offer was his body. I still have my body, I can find a way. Chapter 17 Despair, and No Way Out. Mido disagreed with his statement. What can you do? Mido's little round face wrinkled in worry. And he was also worried about their future. Don't worry, I'm the oldest among the three of us, I'll think of a good way, get some nutrients back. Xia Yu said it easily, as if he had an idea in just a few seconds. You just need to take good care of Mon if he wakes up. You sing to him, then he will calm down. Well, I've already learned your song, Little Jellyfish Song. Mido can hear Xia Yu singing every day, and the simple lyrics are not difficult to remember. The strange thing is, Mon is not very honest every time he wakes up, but this song can calm him down. After a simple tidying up, Xia Yu changed his clothes and returned to the ground, walking on the street again. He couldn't tell what season it was, it should be spring, but there are very few flowers in the city, not as many as the green plants in the research institute. Where can I get the nutritional injection? Nutritional injection? Where are the nutritional injections? Xia Yu muttered to himself, walking among people who were much taller than him. Some people have very advanced means of transportation, such as hovercrafts that can fly close to the ground, while some people can only walk. According to the experience of the last 2 times, Xia Yu's first choice was to find a roadside vending machine. But when he saw the intact vending machine standing on the roadside, this idea was completely dispelled. He could not get anything by picking up bargains. Then what about the energy pharmacy in the past? Xia Yu turned his head to look for it, and found the store he had patronized before along the route in his memory. This time his idea was shattered even faster. It wasn't even his turn to cross the road. The scene of people queuing to buy things came into view. Life was back to normal. Stores were no longer in tatters waiting for others to snatch or pick up. Now everyone had to buy things on their own. Xia Yu was very afraid of adults, but he still went over to see how they bought things. It was so strange. It seemed that they didn't pay at all. They just took pictures of their faces with the device, and could take the things. Then he went over to queue up, and took pictures of his face. Would he be able to fish in troubled waters? Xia Yu, who had no life experience, stood in the queue in a daze. Every time the people in the queue started to move forward, he would step back, and let the person behind him walk in front of him. On the one hand, he knew stealing was wrong. But on the other hand, he had no other good ideas. In the end, he had to bite the bullet and follow the team, trying to trick them out. The last time he walked into this store, it was not the same. Xia Yu quickly looked around, and he thought stealing would not work, as there were surveillance cameras on the walls. He had to learn from others. Just then, a woman came to buy nutritional injections. She said to the clerk indifferently, "Give me 2 nutritional supplements." Xia Yu opened his eyes wide, watching a clerk take out the injections from the refrigerator. The injection was the same one that he had given Mon. Xia Yu's eyes burned with desire. How he wished the clerk would hand it to him. "Please take a look here." The clerk did not give the injection directly to the lady, but picked up a micro device. The device looked as thin as a leaf. Xia Yu saw a light flash on it. "Sorry, currently, the store only provides face scanning payment, and the other methods are still under maintenance." The clerk gave her the injection only after confirming that the payment was successful. The lady thanked him and turned away, completing this smooth transaction. "Very good, now I have memorized all the procedures," Xia Yu encouraged himself. When the team moved forward, he also took a step forward. Soon it was his turn. Hello, I am glad to serve you. What do you need? The clerk asked with a smile. I need 2 nutrients. Xia Yu answered on tiptoe, trying to make himself look taller now. Nutrients? Do you use them yourself or buy them for him? But this time the clerk did not turn around to get the product for him, but directly brought the scanning device over. When the light above was aimed at his eyes, Xia Yu stood very straight and smiled at the device. He smiled very carefully and flatteringly, trying to use this smile to fool the machine. But the result was obviously a failure. The scanner did not recognize his information. You have no points and no money. I can't even scan your personal information. Who are you? The clerk was alert and pinched Xia Yu's small neck. You haven't been classified yet? Xia Yu covered his neck in fear. I have been classified. I am a 6th class citizen. I can see that you are a 6th class citizen. One of the clerk's hands was a mechanical hand. A 2nd class citizen could manipulate the 6th class citizen in front of him at will. Genetically modified human. I can see it from your eyes. Xia Yu closed his eyes at a loss. No one in the institute had ever said that there was anything wrong with his eyes. Professor Wang Qin also praised his silver eyes as fish under the sea. He wanted to escape. And in fact, he had a chance to escape. The clerk let go of his hand. Go away. Don't think about getting free food and drinks. Go make money if you don't have money. Xia Yu also wanted to get away, to escape from the people around him. But when he thought of Moan's situation, Xia Yu, who was about to give up, wanted to try again, just in case this person softened his heart. Please, I really want nutrients. I want one. Can you please give me one? I will pay you back when I have money in the future. A few seconds later, Xia Yu was thrown into the middle of the street and almost hit the oncoming aircraft. The scanner didn't recognize him, and the clerk certainly wouldn't give him one for free. It wasn't until this moment that Xia Yu understood what difficult to move meant. This was not only his dilemma, but also the dilemma of Mi Do and Moan. It meant that they couldn't hide in the power plant forever. Although it was safe there was nothing to eat or drink. Going to the middle floor to join the parts team was almost their only way out. Now, before taking this path, Xia Yu set his sights on a few cyborgs coming out of the store. They were also going to buy nutrients, and they had them in their hands. They left the street, talking and laughing, and headed for the next destination. A mechanical part, the implantation of a chip, did not affect their lives. Humans can no longer live without artificial intelligence. But when they walked to the entrance of the alley, they felt something different. Hello, can you give me a nutrient? My friend needs it, and he will die. Xia Yu followed them. If it weren't for the disparity in physical strength and size, he might have directly robbed them. Aren't you the one from the store just now? One of them immediately recognized the kid. You don't have money to buy it, and we spent money. Why should we give you one? Please don't say that. I'm thinking of a way. Xia Yu was thinking. Begging was useless. It seemed that he could only exchange it with real benefits. Do you need human organs or limbs? I can give them to you. I don't want them. Just give me the heart and lungs. Ha ha ha. The man seemed to have heard a big joke. Why should I? I can spend money to get a better metal organ. Why should I use flesh and blood? Yes, why should I use mine? Xia Yu seemed to be repeating himself, but in fact he continued to think. Since they don't need organs and limbs, then we must think of something else. Excuse me, do you want to see a transparent body? My body can become transparent. You need to pay for each view with a nutrient. Xia Yu suddenly had an idea. He seemed to have found a way to survive. Originally, those people were about to turn around and leave, but when they heard this, they all showed very interested expressions. Are you trying to trick us? The youngest person asked. Unless you change the skin of your entire body, how can you become transparent? I can do it. Xia Yu happily unbuttoned and took off his little dress. Mi Do was at a loss at this moment. He had sung the song of the little jellyfish many times, but Moan had no intention of calming down. He seemed to have telepathy. He woke up as soon as Xia Yu left him, and he didn't stay quietly in bed at all. Mi Do originally wanted to tidy up the room, but every time he turned around, the eggs would roll down. In the end, he could only do nothing. Accompany him, and sing for him. Pulu Pulu. I am a little jellyfish. I come from the depths of the ocean. I can sink or float. Pulu Pulu. Mi Do sang it again. Moan still tried to leave the bed. What kind of song is this? It's so bad. Where is Xia Yu? Where did Xia Yu go? After waking up, he couldn't see Xia Yu. For Emoen, this was the top priority. And it was also a very insecure thing. Although Mi-do was also very good, Emoen knew the difference between the two people. Even if Mi-do sang dozens of times, he couldn't comfort him. Where is Xia Yu? Where did the stupid little jellyfish go? Emoen swung his tail regardless of the pain in his tail fin. He shouldn't leave here by himself. At least he should take Mi-do with him. Don't move anymore. I can't hold you anymore. It was only then that Mi-do realized how docile Emoen was when Xia Yu was around. Although he was just an egg now, this power was stronger than him. He simply pressed on the fish eggs, trying to make Emoen behave. As a result, he was shaken by the fish eggs like sitting on a spring bed. And he couldn't say a complete sentence. Finally, poor Mi-do was turned to the ground by the fish eggs. The fish eggs didn't roll down, but he rolled to the floor. It was also at this time that Xia Yu pushed open their door. I'm back. Xia Yu trotted back, panting after entering the room. I changed nutrients. My butt hurts. Mi-do rubbed his soft butt and stood up. Why did he only have pads on his hands and feet? Why didn't he have pads on his butt? Why did you fall off the bed? Did you fall down accidentally while sleeping? Xia Yu had no idea how he got to the ground. After rubbing his butt, he got on the bed and rolled up his sleeves to give Emoen an injection. Mi-do was thinking of saying something, but after seeing this scene, he knew that it was useless to say anything. Emoen, this little fish, is really two-faced. He was so noisy just now, but now he is so well-behaved. Not to mention jumping. He is as well-behaved as if he just woke up. He is so scheming. Mi-do could only suffer this loss in silence. Eat quickly. Are you hungry? Xia Yu has to be very careful when giving injections now, because Emoen is much more lively than before. He used to sleep most of the time when he was given injections, but now his arms and tail move. Emoen blinked hard. Xia Yu finally came back. But where did he go just now? Where did you go? How did you get the nutrients? Mi-do also asked. Did you buy it? Oh, I see. Did you pick it up in the store? No, the stores now are different from the past few days. We don't have money, we can't buy it. Xia Yu emptied the nutrient injection. He still had a lot of things in his mind, such as where to get an identity authentication, and he would have to spend money in the future. Mi-do was even more confused. Then how did you buy it? Of course I have my own way, don't worry, I can get needles and food in the future. Xia Yu laughed from the bottom of his heart. On this day, he suddenly found that the X series was still somewhat useful. As he said, Xia Yu did the same thing in the next few days, showing his body that could become transparent at will to others, and then change to a nutrient. He sat down and waited at the door of the store almost as soon as he came up. The most normal thing on the road was the cyborg. Compared to seeing metal, Xia Yu didn't like seeing parasites even more. Once he saw a man with protruding eyeballs, and immediately thought of the mold man and leech man he had seen before. But the good times didn't last long. After 2 days of not getting a nutrient injection, Xia Yu guessed that this business couldn't continue. Many people stopped watching after watching it, or they were not interested at all. Some people even suggested going to their homes to watch it. But Xia Yu didn't dare to go back with them. He was extremely anxious. Emoen had not moved for 2 days. He fell into a deep sleep due to lack of nutrition. No matter how he sang, he didn't open his eyes. It won't glow or emit heat. Xia Yu, what happened to Emoen? Another day passed, and Mi-do couldn't help asking. Maybe he's tired. Xia Yu didn't dare to face this question, and didn't dare to think of the worst answer. But there was a cold voice in his heart telling him that Emoen might be starving to death. He had worked hard to carry the little fish from the research institute, and had finally raised it to this day. But now it seemed that he couldn't save it no matter what. Emoen had been incubated in the research institute for a long time, and he was salvaged ashore as a miracle. But he died in his own hands in the end. Xia Yu's eyes turned red. No, Emoen has not seen the real ocean yet. As a mermaid, he was plundered by humans since he was young. He should have a good life, grow up smoothly, and return to his hometown, and reunite with his tribe. Mi-do, you carry him on your back, and let's go up together. After wiping away his tears, Xia Yu said firmly, I want to try again. I want to grab one from someone else. Chapter 18 Early Hatching. The sounds outside were intermittent, and Emoen still heard them vaguely. These 2 days were not easy for him. At first, He just felt uncomfortable in his stomach. Gradually, this uncomfortable became more and more obvious, and Imoen had a deep experience of hunger. Mermaids are children of the ocean. Since Imoen had hearing and consciousness, the first thing he had to learn was to absorb nutrients. The larvae grow up in fish eggs. Parents give birth to offspring, but are not responsible for feeding. Nutrients flow along the seawater to the hatching site, which is the most nutritious place in the ocean. When seawater flows over the surface of the eggs, the unhatched ones will start to compete for nutrients, and they must know how to survive before they open their eyes. The best larvae that absorb the most can successfully hatch after many years, while the mermaid larvae that are born slow to absorb and poorly absorb will starve to death inside the eggs, as a life eliminated by the survival of the fittest in the ocean. After the death of the mermaid, they will turn into foam within a few hours. They are born from the ocean and will return to the embrace of the seabed. These bubbles will also become nutrients for the sea, nourishing the rest of the eggs. Every mermaid has to go through such cruel things when they are born, and Imoen is no exception. But a smooth birth is only the beginning of their lives, and it cannot be regarded as a symbol of becoming a mermaid. They still have to go through layers of tests, and go to a special place, and only if they can come back alive will they be accepted by the big tribe. But he himself has no chance to experience these in person, because he has already experienced an unprecedented disaster, which is human plunder. Now, Imoen seemed to have returned to that disaster again, and he was back to the depths of the seabed again. He felt a jolt on the edge of coma. Was he being carried again? Where were they taking him? After a while, the light around him became particularly bright, so bright that Imoen's eyes without tear film began to hurt. Xia Yu and Mi-Do walked out of the sewer exit together. It was noon, and the strong sunlight made the two of them close their eyes at the same time. It's so bright. Having lived in a safe house for a long time, Mi-Do's reaction to the light was particularly strong, and he was dazzled to tears. I'm sorry, I should have chosen a better time, and let you out at night, but Imoen couldn't wait any longer. Xia Yu also squinted his eyes. It doesn't matter, as long as we can save Imoen, this little light is nothing. Mi-Do smiled and said, What is our plan now? The plan is, you take Imoen to hide in a safe place, and I'll go rob. Xia Yu said the word rob with extra force. Obviously, he had made a great decision. He knew that this behavior was not good, but he couldn't think of another way to save Imoen. But, have you ever been robbed? Mi-Do was more open-minded than him. Xia Yu shook his head. I should find a weapon, so that I can look more powerful when I rob. Then I might as well go rob. And you stay to take care of Imoen, Mi-Do said. My mother and I were robbed before. They were tall, big and fierce, and they asked us to hand over all the valuables on our bodies, and the wages for the day. Ah? Xia Yu was surprised. Ahem. If you don't want to die, take out the money, otherwise I'll make you pay for it. Mi-Do imitated it in a serious manner, and it looked really like that. If one of us must go to rob, I'll go. I'm stronger than you. No. Although Xia Yu had no idea, he still had a clear idea of the key issue. I have to go. Your body is very precious. But your body is also very precious. Mi-Do was worried that he would get hurt. My body is the least precious thing, and getting hurt doesn't matter, Xia Yu said, and began to look for a suitable place. Since he couldn't avoid the camera, he could just avoid the sheriff. After a while, he found the most suitable corner. After arranging Mi-Do and Imoen, Xia Yu went to the familiar alley alone. He had been changing nutrients here these days. There were very few people here. Imoen, hold on a little longer. I will definitely succeed in the robbery. Xia Yu hardened his heart. I'm sorry, Professor Wang Qin. I'm a bad boy now. I have no money. I can only cheat or rob others, but I will never hurt others. I will leave after I rob the nutrients. Just when I finished thinking this, for people came in from the alley, one of them was holding the nutrients in his hand. The needle pierced Xia Yu's heart. Others can buy it easily. Now is the key to saving Imoen. Wait, how do you say robbery? Mi-Do just demonstrated it to himself. Ahem, hand over all the nutrients on you, otherwise I will kill you. Xia Yu stood in place training, and put on the most ferocious expression. Mi-Do was standing not far away, watching him talking alone with a red face, as if he was arguing with the air. The genetically synthesized people were getting closer and closer, and Xia Yu also thought that he had mastered the means of robbery. The reason why he could easily tell that they were synthetic people was because their appearance also had the characteristics of genetic modification. to deal with people who were also sixth-class citizens. Xia Yu took a deep breath, walked over quickly, stretched out his arms, and said in a bluffing manner, "Take your... Are you the child whose body can become transparent?" The shortest man spoke. "Ah?" Xia Yu was outwitted. "Do they know me? It's you." After all, the man walked up to Xia Yu. "I heard that there's a synthetic man appearing these days, very young, and willing to exchange body organs for nutrients." Yes, it's me. After hearing this, Xia Yu was actually a little happy. They said that, which means they have a need. "Do you want to see my belly become transparent, or do you need an organ?" "We need one of your legs," the man said. "Take it back for experiments." Sure. Do you have a weapon?" "It'd be better if it's faster. My new leg will grow faster if the incision is smooth." Xia Yu showed his left hand. His hand was chopped off yesterday in exchange for nutrients, but the man's knife was too blunt. In the past, people in the research institute would use scalpels, which are thin and sharp, and the incision is complete, so it heals faster. "We don't have our weapons on us, so let's do this. You come back with us." The man pointed to a place not far away. "That's where we live, and there is more than one nutrient." Really? If it were in the past, Xia Yu would never go back with them. But now, he didn't care so much, and followed them out of the alley. Mido saw all this. Where were those people going to take Xia Yu? No. He had to follow. He carried Emon on his back without thinking, and followed quietly. Just as these synthetics said, they lived not far away. Xia Yu was anxious all the way, looking at the roadside from time to time, hoping to see some clues. But even if he saw something, he had to follow these people. "We are all employees here, usually responsible for sorting garbage." When they arrived at the abandoned garbage factory, the leading man turned around and looked at Xia Yu. "What's your name?" "Xia Yu." Xia Yu stood there, also looking at their characteristics. They all have scales on their necks. They must have synthesized the genes of some marine life. Then can they live freely in the depths of the sea like mermaids? "Xia Yu. Your name sounds elegant." The shortest man put the nutrients aside. "Someone else gave it to me." Xia Yu buried Professor Wang Qin deep in his heart. He didn't dare to think of her recently, because he felt uncomfortable when he thought of her. Now he began to look around. This looked like an abandoned garbage disposal plant. And there was also a sunken concave cooling pool. This thing was probably made to cool the engine heat of the crusher. "Excuse me, where is your weapon? Can we go faster? Because I really need it, I'm in a hurry." Xia Yu once again showed his trump card. If he had a few more thoughts, he would know that he must not be so impatient. Whoever has the need, whoever is at a disadvantage in the transaction. But now, he obviously doesn't understand. He only cares about Emon and Mido. How long can Emon hold on? Has Mido been driven away? He is so worried. Well, don't worry. We can start now. The shortest man waved at him. Xia Yu walked over obediently, wondering which leg they wanted. Should they cut off the thigh or just the calf? I forgot to ask just now. Which one do you want? You can't take two at once, because I have to go home quickly. Xia Yu explained seriously. Just leave me one leg. I can jump back. Before he finished speaking, the two men had already grabbed his shoulders with their big hands. They lifted him up easily like a piece of paper, and his feet could not touch the ground. Xia Yu shook his legs quickly. What are you going to do? What are you going to do? Of course we want to study you. Since you can even regenerate organs, it should be no problem to give us a few lungs. A man said. Lungs? Don't you want legs? Lungs are not good. Xia Yu panicked all of a sudden, because he had only cut a lung once, and it was not a complete one. Half of the lung lobe was removed, and the people in the institute used a mechanical lung lobe on him at that time, which was how he maintained his vital signs. The final conclusion of the surgery was that his lungs could grow back, but his body could not lack oxygen. If all the lungs were removed at once, he would suffocate to death before he could grow back. No! No! Ugh! Xia Yu was speechless, and a piece of cloth was stuffed in his mouth. The cloth was stuck too deep, and he wanted to vomit. But he couldn't vomit anything. He could only watch them put him on the shredder's chopping table. What to do? What to do now? Xia Yu twisted his limbs to try to find a chance to escape, and hoped that Jingwei could tell him what to do. But no one responded. He was once again tied to the operating table, once again facing the fate of being disassembled. The difference is that the people in the institute will not just disassemble themselves and leave them alone. It would be great if I could have his lungs. Never mind. I'll definitely use them in the future. Jellyfish-synthesized human lungs should also be able to breathe in water. When that day comes, I'll definitely use them. That day? When is that day? My lungs can't breathe in water. With these words in his ears, Xia Yu's tongue couldn't push the cloth ball out no matter how hard he tried. The cutter on the top had already started to rotate, making a harsh noise. He closed his eyes and waited desperately for the last moment. Stop! Let him go! Bastard! The tender voice of a child resounded throughout the factory. But it still could not drown out the noise of the cutter. Mi Do saw the scene as soon as he arrived. It turned out that these people had bad intentions. He didn't have time to put down Emoen, and rushed over with Euro on his back. Although he didn't run fast, he had great strength and knocked one of the men away. Get out, I'll kill you too. But the other man immediately took action, and flipped Midu's small body over with a slap. Xia Yu opened his eyes when he heard the noise, and saw Midu and the fish eggs rolling several meters away. The white coat that had experienced so many days of suffering could no longer support it, and was completely torn apart, and when Midu rolled over, it broke into two pieces that could not cover the fish eggs. The huge fish eggs rolled towards the cooling pool, and finally stopped at the edge of the pool. No, I can't die here, and Midu and Emoen can't die here either. Xia Yu rekindled his courage to survive, and all the strength he had accumulated went to his tongue, and after several attempts, he finally pushed it a little. Try harder. Another effort, the dirty cloth ball fell out. Run! Xia Yu shouted at the top of his lungs, and struggled hard again. Run? Why run? Where can you run to? Can you run fast? Emoen suddenly had these thoughts, and he didn't know when he regained consciousness. He opened his eyes, and weakly moved his hands and tail. Let him go! Let him go! Mi Do grabbed a man's wrist, and didn't let go, and then bit his arm hard after being kicked twice in a row. Let go! Let go of whom? Was it Xia Yu? Emoen's consciousness began to slowly return, and the amniotic fluid began to shake violently. The fish eggs resumed contraction again, but the amplitude was not that large, and a faint light flickered on his fish tail. Through the fish eggs, he saw Mi Do being kicked, and the little jellyfish being held down. Help! Help! Xia Yu began to call for help. What if there were good people around? What if good people rushed in and saved them? Help! Help! Emoen closed his eyes, as if he had fallen asleep again. But the next second, his eyes were completely open, and his ear fins on both sides moved with the shaking of the amniotic fluid. Only one layer of the double ear fins grew, and the gill slits on both sides of the neck continued to expand, as if the skin was torn open. Through the gill slits, the bright red new gills could be seen inside. The next second, Emoen felt a severe pain. The tail fin wanted to break free from the inner wall, and it had to be forcibly detached. His symmetrical tail fin split during the tearing, and the fan-shaped fins were directly torn off. Part of it remained on his tail, and part of it remained inside the egg membrane. The umbilical cord broke, and the light blue blood entered the amniotic fluid. Emoen finally broke free from the egg, breaking free from the last restraint. The sharp nails scratched the fish eggs for the first time, and it felt like scratching the body. When his head first stretched out of the fish eggs, his gill clefts quickly closed, as if nothing. The first breath of fresh air entered the nasal cavity, entered the lungs, filled the alveoli, and made his lungs expand rapidly. The call of his fellow tribesmen sounded in his ears, and Emoen recalled more things. Anixta. Before he was caught and brought ashore, a mermaid called him this. The name humans gave him was Emoen, and his real name was Xia. The little jellyfish was stupid, but the little jellyfish could not be hurt. This was the only thought of Emoen after he was hatched early. Chapter 19 Hunting Time. The huge fish eggs deflated at a speed visible to the naked eye. Everyone stared in amazement as a mermaid slid out of the eggs, like an egg broke, and the yolk flowed out. And it can be seen that this mermaid is very small, a child. A little boy. The silver fish tail is longer than his upper body, much longer, and the huge translucent tail fin spreads out like a fan, covered with transparent mucus and light blue blood. Transparent fish bones are arranged on both sides of the tail fin, and countless light blue blood vessels are winding. There was a light blue umbilical cord on his belly button, but it was half broken and bleeding. The silver scales not only covered his tail, but also his waist and elbows. Unlike human ears, his ears were particularly eye-catching. as if he had wings on his ears. His silver hair was already very long, exceeding his shoulder blades. Suddenly, a mouthful of water came out of his mouth, and then he began to cough, breathing hard, and his eyes were still closed. Just when no one reacted, his coughing stopped, and he blinked his eyelids quickly, and his body slid towards the pool with the help of mucus. Plop! In a flash, the little mermaid who was just before their eyes disappeared, slid into the huge cooling pool of the garbage factory. As he slid, the fish eggs that were just spread on the shore were also brought into the water by him, and sank to the bottom of the water with him, without even a bubble left. Only transparent mucus was left on the ground. If it weren't for this pool of mucus, the whole process in front of them would be too incredible and unbelievable. Mi-do and Xia Yu were not only stunned, but also terrified. Especially Xia Yu. What happened to Emoan? Did the fish eggs burst in advance? Broken in advance? Missouri and was exposed to oxygen in advance? So was he dead at that moment? Xia Yu was completely chilled. His eyes were wide open. He tried hard to look at the water, hoping that Emoan could float up from the bottom of the pool. But his hope was dashed. The water didn't react at all. It was really a drop in the ocean. What was that just now? The man who held Xia Yu down finally reacted. Fuck. It's a live mermaid. The shortest man cursed, and let go of Xia Yu's arm. I thought I had made a profit by getting a jellyfish. But I didn't expect he had a bigger one. We have a monster. And it's just a little kid. It's easy for us to catch him. Another man let go of Xia Yu. After weighing the pros and cons, they gave up the defective jellyfish at the same time, and ran towards the real monster. Don't catch him. You are not allowed to catch him. But Xia Yu jumped up and grabbed a man's leg. Even if he was dragged by these people, he had to stop them. Get lost. I'll take care of you later. However, Xia Yu's weight was nothing in the eyes of adults, and one of them kicked him away easily. Xia Yu rolled twice before stopping, trying to stand up and continue to hold their legs, but these people had already run to the edge of the pool. The fanaticism in their eyes frightened Xia Yu and Mi-do, and it was deeply imprinted in Xia Yu's memory. The water surface, which had been motionless just now, finally fluctuated. At first only a very inconspicuous bubble came up, and broke on the water surface. The ripples it caused were negligible, and the water surface returned to calm in an instant. But then another bubble emerged, and after it broke, the water surface could no longer return to calm. A large number of bubbles emerged, as if there was a spring hidden underneath. Light blue blood also gushed out in large quantities, dyeing the entire surface of the water blue. It was obvious that a hemorrhage had occurred below. Quick! Let's fish this kid out now. With it, we'll be fine when that day comes. The shortest man jumped into the water like a fish, splashing a lot of water. The others followed suit and went into the water. Without any hesitation, Xia Yu struggled to stand up and rushed to the edge of the pool. Emoan was down there, and these people must go down to catch him. What are you doing? Mi-do grabbed him. I'm going down there to save Emoan. He just hatched. He will die. Xia Yu was about to jump down again, but he was stopped by Mi-do again. Mi-do said no more, picked up the iron rod on the ground and stuffed it into Xia Yu's hand. You are stupid. They must be fish-transformed people. They are very good at swimming. You will definitely not be able to beat them after you go down. Mi-do also picked up a stick. Let's wait for them to fish Emoan up, and then stand on the shore and give him a fatal blow. Fatal? Fatal blow? Is it okay? Xia Yu was very hesitant. He had never experienced real tactics. Believe me, I'm very strong. However, Mi-do was full of confidence. As long as I have a chance to hit their heads. Okay. Okay. Xia Yu had no choice but to agree to this method. Although he was proficient in water, he couldn't beat these fishmen. They were fishmen. Emoan was a mermaid. And if Emoan was still alive, he must swim away, and never let them find him. In the cold, cooling pool, the fishmen did not find the newly hatched mermaid. The water was very clear, with high visibility, and the water depth was about 30 meters. They had easily swam to the bottom of the pool. Ordinary people would definitely feel very uncomfortable at this depth. Not to mention whether they could hold their breath for such a long time. The pressure of the water alone would make people panic. However, they did not have such strange feelings, as if they were walking on flat ground. They could hold their breath for dozens of minutes, which was enough for them to catch the target in the water. Malman and Mermaid sound similar, but in fact, they are very different. They just integrated a piece of fish gene, thanks to the characteristics of the creature. They are better at swimming than ordinary people, and their strength in water is greater than on land, and their vision in water is also sharper. It can be said that water is their main battlefield. Ordinary people cannot compete with them in water. But mermaids are a strange species, with a natural advantage that they don't have, that is, they can breathe underwater. So there are no gill slits on the necks of mermaids, and there are no organs that can filter oxygen in the water. So where did the half-dead fish go now? The leading mermaid first looked around, guessed that the mermaid fled to the other side, so he nodded, signaling everyone to follow and chase. In fact, they could catch up even without looking, because they could taste the blood in the water. The umbilical cord of the mermaid was still intact, and it would not be able to swim far with such a large egg membrane. The water's surface was turbulent again, and they searched towards the other side of the concave shape. Some people swam in the middle layer, and some people stuck to the wall of the pool, casting a net from all angles. The water was very quiet, as if there was nothing. Several people turned abruptly. They were very familiar with the nature of fish, and knew that some large fish would use collisions to make their prey lose consciousness. Only now they were the hunters, and the fish cub was the prey. They were about to reach a bend again, and the mermaid was cornered, and had nowhere to hide. They turned at the same time from different heights, leaving no blind spots, and the cold water wrapped around their bodies, flowing through the scales at their Adam's apples. Bubbles came out of their nostrils, but this did not affect their swimming speed and oxygen, and they swam to their final hiding place like fish. There was a dead end in front of them, and the strange thing was that there was no mermaid at all. What was going on? The shortest man looked down, and because it was a hunting operation, they swam from different heights. But the two people below also shook their heads. Even with their superb eyesight, they didn't notice any clues. So he raised his head again and looked at his companions above. The answer he got was still a shake of head. Several fishmen in a limited space actually lost such a small fish cub. This is almost impossible. What happened? Did the fish cub sneak onto the shore? He just thought about it, and immediately gave up the idea. It seems that the mermaid has just hatched, and he is still a fishtail. It is inconvenient for a fishtail to walk on the shore, so it is better to stay in the water. Could it be hidden under the pool? He swept his eyes across the bottom of the pool again, and could only see the dark gray pool surface. The structure of the cooling pool is very simple, using ordinary cement and no tiles. At first glance, the entire surface is the same color, with no extra patterns. This is also the most convenient way to find people, and any slight movement can be hidden. But the damn mermaid baby just disappeared. It disappeared right in front of them. Not only the mermaid, but also such a large egg membrane. Where are the eggs? It's impossible. It must still be in the pool. The man was thinking hard, and suddenly found something floating from the corner. He straightened his legs, moved quickly towards the strange thing, and caught it in his hand in an instant. The moment he got it in his hand, he almost didn't recognize what it was. It was very soft, very cold, like a light blue intestine. Is it a mermaid's intestine? The man brought this strange organ closer, and he really didn't know which part of the human body it belonged to. But his eyes gradually moved down, and when he saw the end of this section of intestine, an ominous premonition was born. The end looked like it had been bitten off alive, with traces of fangs tearing it. This was not the mermaid's intestines at all, but the umbilical cord. The fish fry bit off the umbilical cord after entering the water, and ate half of it. No wonder the giant egg membrane was not found at all, because in this short half-minute, he ate all the eggs into his stomach. Now they were not facing a weak mermaid that had just hatched, but a ferocious, full mermaid. Light blue blood was squeezed out from the end of the umbilical cord, and the smell of blood invaded their taste buds. Right in front of them, a small mermaid gradually emerged from the wall. His upper body was very short, and he looked like a 6-year-old child, but his tail was already very long, more than twice as long as his upper body. The silvery white scales only showed their original color at this time, and the tail fin supported by the fish bones was not symmetrical, and the traces of being torn on the left side could be seen. He was like a mural that came to life, turning from a flat surface into a three-dimensional one, which caught everyone by surprise and surprised everyone. A series of bubbles gushed out from the corners of the man's mouth. In panic and fear, he even shouted for help underwater. This mermaid is more dangerous than they thought. He is a strange species. Weird species are all monsters. He can actually use mimicry and camouflage. Just now, his skin and scales turned dark gray, so they couldn't find him. In fact, he was hiding under their noses, lying dormant, preparing for his hunt. Chapter 20 My Treasure. Emo had opened his eyes at this time. It was too bright. It was still too bright around. There were 4 prey. Emoan could see that their chests were not moving because they were holding their breath. But his chest was moving up and down, which meant that his lungs were still working. They had scales on their necks. But Emoan had gill clefts on his neck. This was the difference between genetic synthesis and natural monsters. And it was also an insurmountable gap. Emoan could not calculate the depth of the pool. He was unfamiliar with everything about humans. But his instinct made him feel more comfortable the closer he got to the bottom of the pool. The fish tail could finally be fully extended. This kind of comfort was something he had never experienced in the fish eggs. Emoan tried to swing it. The muscles that truly belonged to fish allowed the fishman to see the speed of the mermaid. They could not catch up with the speed at all. The water passed through Emoan's skin. He only felt comfortable, and could not feel the resistance of the water at all. The streamlined fish tail helped him to walk through the water more easily. He only needed to swing it once to swim more than 10 meters. His arms could also be extended. Before, they could only be crossed and folded on the chest in the fish eggs. Now, the scales on his elbows sparkled as the light shone into them. So this is what it feels like to leave the eggs that protect you. Emoan was immersed in the novel experience, and also immersed in the joy of hunting. The fishmen who were originally aggressive were ready to retreat. After all, they were still human beings. But the one in front of them was a fish. It was like the suppression from the food chain. The strong prey on the weak. And the genes of survival of the fittest were also engraved in their consciousness. In terms of bare hands, they could not defeat him, even if they had more people. But in terms of the smartest part of human beings, that was to use weapons. Even if the fish cubs can change color, they can't escape the power of the gun. Strange species can also be killed. There are more than one strange species in the world. The mermaids. Their guns were aimed at the target at the same time. Since they can't catch them alive, they will kill them. We can't leave such a big hidden danger. All the guns fired bullets at the same time. The speed of the bullets was so fast that they formed a cavity bubble underwater. Under the effect of recoil, everyone drifted back half a meter. The blooming bullets specially used for hunting were like 4 iron nails, flying forward rapidly along the ray track, and reaching the heart of the mermaid cubs. Emoan was not familiar with his body yet, but he could hear any movement underwater. He knew how to dodge almost the moment the cavity bubble was formed. Compared to avoiding natural enemies, the speed of this thing seemed to be no threat. The man watched the mermaid dodge skillfully. He knew how to survive even though he was just born. Is this the difference between organisms? Human babies don't know anything after they are born. But they are so flexible. Then the silver flashed in front of his eyes. And when the man found the beautiful color again, the cicada wing-like tail fin passed by him. He lowered his head again, and saw a pool of bright red blood gradually spreading. This couldn't be mermaid blood. It was human blood. It turned out that mermaid scales were so sharp, like a blade for cutting bones. At this moment, Xia Yu and Mi Do were extremely anxious. Mi Do was sweating all over his forehead, and Xia Yu was crying. The sticks in their hands seemed useless, because the men in the water never floated up, and the two of them didn't dare to go down, and they couldn't guess what happened. They could only see that the water surface was moving, and the movement was getting more and more intense. Xia Yu knew without guessing that something big must have happened. Emoan is still so young, and he is being hunted down without knowing whether he will live or die. What if they cannot defeat those men? Jingwei is not here either. It would be better if she was here. The water in the pool is still shaking, as if someone is stirring it constantly, making it never stop. The originally transparent water gradually turned bright red, as if it could never be diluted. Xia Yu and Mi Do smelled a different smell at the same time. At first, the cooling pool only smelled of metal, but now it smelled of blood. Emoan? Where is Emoan? Xia Yu's legs softened, and he sat down by the pool. He was just a newly hatched fish. How could he beat a few adults? Besides, he hadn't eaten for a long time, and he must have been too hungry to have any strength. Mi Do's legs also went weak. This was the first time he had seen so much blood. Fear of wounds is human instinct. Anyone who sees so much blood will be afraid. But in his panic, he still didn't forget to hold Xia Yu's arm. What are you doing? Mi Do refused to let go. I'll go save him. Xia Yu was crying, and he just wanted to quickly snatch Emoan back from those people. But the more excited he was, the more Mi Do didn't dare to let go. If he went down, wouldn't he be sending himself to death? Let me go! Let me go! I must save him. I promised Professor Wang Qin. Please let me go. Xia Yu's begging turned into crying. And many terrible pictures appeared in his head. Could Emoan have been eaten by them? I have raised him with all my heart until now. I can't just watch him disappear into thin air. As soon as the voice fell, the waves on the bright red water surface suddenly stopped. This movement came suddenly, and it also went away suddenly, like a pot of boiling water cooling down instantly, making it hard to figure out what kind of tragic ending it would be. Xia Yu took advantage of Mido's inattention to pull out his arm, ran to the edge of the pool in 2 steps, and raised the iron rod in his hand high. When those fishmen stick their heads out, I will give them a fatal blow. The calm water surface began to ripple again. Xia Yu couldn't see through the red blood, but he had a hunch that someone was going to land. With his wrists clenched, Xia Yu concentrated and held his breath. This was their only chance to fight back. Finally, the water surface broke open, as if something was pushing up. Xia Yu used all his strength to swing the stick down. The one that emerged from the water was the little mermaid that he had seen countless times through the eggs. The stick stopped on Emoan's head, and Emoan's eyes were full of confusion, his cheeks were bulging, and he was chewing something in his mouth. This was the first time the two met, but neither of them recognized each other at the first time. They had always had a vague idea of each other's outline, and they were not used to the sudden clarity. The silver hair was all wet, and it fell backwards, revealing a complete face and ears. Xia Yu and Mido widened their eyes. So this was a strange species. They looked completely different from humans, and were another kind of creature, although they hadn't grown up yet, and their facial features hadn't fully developed. It was not difficult to conclude that Emoan would grow up to be a very beautiful adult. Xia Yu was even stunned, and his attention was all on his eyes. Those were the black eyes he had always dreamed of, and they seemed to be sparkling after being covered with a layer of water. Innocent eyes, but Xia Yu also saw clearly what Emoan was eating, like a piece of intestine. The light blue liquid flowed from the corner of his mouth, dyeing his extremely sharp little teeth blue. His teeth are actually sharp. Xia Yu looked at his ears again, not sure if Emoan could recognize his voice, because his ears were obviously not well grown. Although he had never seen a real adult mermaid, Xia Yu could also see that the ear fins were not spread out, like the tip of a butterfly wing curled up, and limply attached to the head. The root of the ear fin grows on the ear bone, obviously connected together, which is part of his outer ear. Zla. Emoan finished the last bite, said the first sentence after hatching, and looked at Xia Yu. The little jellyfish looked neither like a human nor a fish. His eyes were very different, and his call was a very common one among the mermaids. He stretched out his voice to call his companions, but received no response. Eno. The voice became longer and longer, full of grievance and helplessness. Emoan sank and floated in the water, unskillfully shaking the fish tail of the lower body, struggling to keep balance. What happened to the little jellyfish? Why didn't he come over and get close to me? In the tribe, the young ones that hatched at about the same time were all brothers and sisters. They would hug each other, kiss each other's necks, and wrap around each other's tails. Emoan continued to call Xia Yu. The original voice of the mermaid was very ethereal. Now it echoed in the empty factory like a chant from afar. This voice caused another echo. Just a few simple syllables made people imagine endlessly, as if they saw the abyss. Emoan. Xia Yu woke up from his reverie. He seemed to be hypnotized just now, and forgot where he was. Now he lost control of the stick in his hand. It fell down with a bang, and hit Emoan on the top of his head. Emoan was still shouting, but was caught off guard. The little jellyfish not only refused to get close to him, but also hit him on the head? Ah! Xia Yu also became incoherent. Any language had lost its meaning at this moment. He was facing a mermaid. A life that was truly hatched from fish eggs. So what should he do next? What about the next step? Mido also woke up with a start. But he was also helpless. Then, Emoan, who was just floating in front of him, suddenly turned sideways, and floated on the water, with his belly turned upside down. The fish tail with a beautiful tail fin floated out of the water, and the silver scales echoed the silver blue in Xia Yu's eyes. It's over! Xia Yu shouted immediately. I beat Emoan stupid. He is so stupid that he can't swim. It really looks like this. Mermaids are deep-sea creatures. They are as comfortable in the water as humans walking on the shore. But the fat little mermaid in front of them is in a different state. Not only does he swim with his belly turned upside down, he can't stand up straight, and he can't swim in a straight line. It can be seen that he was swinging his tail very hard, trying to adjust the direction. But he failed every time, and could only swim in an arc. No, He was injured, so he couldn't turn over or swim straight. Mi Do was much calmer than Xia Yu. Look! The tip of his tail is different. Tail tip? What's wrong with the tail tip? After Mi Do's reminder, Xia Yu noticed Mo's tail fin and was shocked. The lengths of the two sides were different, and the weakest part in the middle was obviously torn, and it was still bleeding. Wait, merman blood is light blue. That means the red blood just now was not from Moen. Xia Yu no longer hesitated and jumped into the pool with a splash. Although the smell of blood made him nauseous, he swam firmly towards Moen, who was still tumbling, and finally grabbed his wrist. So cold, Xia Yu held a cold Moen and swam towards the shore. Moen stopped struggling and looked at him without blinking. Mi Do met him on the shore. Xia Yu went up first, and the two of them pulled Moen up together, panting. Moen only felt heavy when he got out of the water. He preferred to be in the water. The fishtail fluttered up and down, slapping the ground, and then he stretched out his arms, which had not yet grown elbow fins, and smiled at Xia Yu. Treasure. Moen showed a mouthful of small fangs. Chapter 21 Uninvited Guest. Although Xia Yu was still in a state of shock, this smile made him feel dazed. There was no mechanical rebellion, no rise of the parasite master, no electronic erosion. This was just the most ordinary day in their lives. This morning he had a delicious breakfast, preferably fresh krill and small fish, and then ran to the X-Series observation room, and saw Moen hatched. Moen sat on the clean observation platform, next to Professor Wang Qin. There was no blood, no stumps. His tail fin was intact, and he smiled innocently at himself. The beautiful dream was shattered in an instant. Moen's broken tail fin wrapped around his calf, reminding Xia Yu all the time that it was not safe here. But Moen had already hatched, and it was impossible to stuff him back into the fish eggs to protect him. They had to think of other ways. Mi Do, hurry up. Bring the clothes over. Xia Yu pointed to the white coat on the ground. Professor Wang Qin's blood-stained white coat came in handy again, as if it was Moen's real swaddling clothes, giving him the last glimmer of life with the cloth. It had become 2 large pieces. Xia Yu could not care about anything else. He tied the torn part into a knot. It barely became a cloth bag again. Xia Yu turned around to hug Moen. He squatted down and tried hard, but he couldn't lift him up. His body was too slippery. The fish tail secreted moist mucus to protect the fragile scales. Moen, who was not picked up, was rubbing his head, touching his forehead with his fingers with sharp nails, and he didn't understand why there was a big bump on his forehead. A very obvious red, big bump. Just now, Xia Yu didn't hold the iron rod, and accidentally smashed it out. Xia Yu didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Come! Hold me. Let's leave here first. Hold. Hold. Moen began to learn the language, and a magical thing happened. He could understand everything after listening. Xia Yu put his fat white arm on his shoulder, and when he looked down, he was surprised to find that Moen's elbow was different from his own. He obviously had fins on his elbows, but they hadn't grown out yet. But he could see the spikes that were about to push out of the skin. So mermaids are so dangerous? They are covered with weapons. Just when he was thinking about it, Moen had already hugged him, and then bit Xia Yu's neck. Blood gushed out instantly. Xia Yu dared not move. Wait! Wait! I'm not food. I'm not delicious. Bleeding? Mi Do was so anxious. Who would have thought that mermaids would eat people after hatching? However, Moen's teeth did not go deeper, but opened his mouth and sucked Xia Yu's blood carefully. He didn't understand what the little jellyfish was afraid of. Mermaids are like this after hatching. They must remember their partners, who hatched at the same time, and remember each other's blood. Then they were the most steadfast contract alliance in the sea. Brothers and sisters. They will grow up in groups, avoiding enemies, until they have the ability to hunt alone. However, the ocean will always be their bond, no matter who sheds blood. As long as they smell it, they will come from afar. Now, there is no one of the same tribe who hatched at the same time around him. Only Xia Yu. Xia Yu still dare not move, because he can feel that Moen's teeth are very sharp. Although he can't feel the pain, he can feel the wound. It's almost the same as being cut by a scalpel before. The tip of the tooth scratches lightly, and the skin bleeds automatically. It turns out that mermaid teeth are so dangerous. Xia Yu was relieved when Moen began to suck, and was sure that he just wanted to taste his blood, and not to eat himself. Unconsciously, Moen's arms tightly hugged his neck, like a rope getting tighter and tighter, and he couldn't break free. The silver-white fishtail also tried to wrap around his legs, but the action was very unfamiliar. No, Emoen. Xia Yu couldn't let him do this, otherwise no one could leave. We have to leave here, can you understand me? Emoen, who was concentrating on the contract action after hatching, nodded. The mermaid's language talent has been in effect since he became conscious. He could understand, and could quickly imitate, which was their innate ability. When he was in the hatchery, he heard the adult mermaids say that mermaids could speak all the languages in the world, and they could speak them as long as they heard them. Therefore, the mermaids encountered by sailors in different seas could speak their native dialect, confusing humans. Okay, then let me go now. I want to take you away, and we can hug each other after we go home. Okay. Xia Yu said this first, and the most urgent thing was to take him away. Go home. Hug me again. Emoen repeated it once and then released his arms. But his fishtail did not loosen. His tail seemed to have its own ideas, and it kept wrapping around Emoen's legs. Come on. Let's loosen it first. Xia Yu carefully spread his tail fin, while checking his wound. The injured tail fin relaxed under his touch, and the light blue blood flowed from Xia Yu's fingers to his palm. Mi-Do also squatted down to check together. His tail is really injured. It was those people who did it. They are so bad. It must be them. Xia Yu could not think of any other possibilities. Let's wrap him up with clothes first, and take him home first. Okay. Mi-Do really wanted to help. He had been with Emoen day and night during this period, and he had already regarded Emoen as a good friend he had never met. But he didn't expect that he would be bitten just when his hand was about to touch Emoen's tail. Fortunately, he dodged quickly. Oh my god! He is so fierce! Mi-Do was still in shock. His little teeth are so sharp. He will definitely bite off my fingers. Emoen, you can't do this. Mi-Do is a partner. Xia Yu had to teach him. You can't bite people casually. Emoen's tail swayed up and down, and he endured the pain to show the injured part to Xia Yu. And he didn't think he was wrong at all. Xia Yu sighed. Okay, Emoen is injured. Let's talk about educating him in a few days. Come, I'll hold you. Xia Yu picked him up. Treasure. Moen's plan worked. He was obedient in Xia Yu's arms, and then he was put into the white coat. From the upper body, Xia Yu guessed that Emoen was no more than 8 years old, definitely younger than himself. But his fishtail was too long. It was not visible when it was curled up in the egg before, but now it can't shrink back to that small when it is released. They could only wrap Emoen as much as possible with cloth, wrapping him like a child whose lower body seemed to have undergone a change, and then carrying him on Xia Yu's back again. It was much lighter than before, and the fish eggs and amniotic fluid were gone. Xia Yu adjusted his posture, and was about to leave the murder scene when he slapped his head again. I almost forgot. Where are their nutrients? Oh yes. Mi-Do also slapped his head. They were for that, and they had to take it away. Now the nutrient injection fell to the ground. Mi-Do ran over to pick it up, put it in his pocket and ran back. Let's go. Let's go home. Yes. Xia Yu turned his head and looked at Emoen, who squinted his eyes. Let's go. Let's go home. Go home. This is a relatively unfamiliar word. At least Emoen doesn't quite understand it. His home is not on land at all. So where should he go home now? His eyes not only stayed on Xia Yu, but also wandered around Mi-Do. He has 2 pairs of ears. One pair is similar to Xia Yu, growing on both sides of his head, and one pair grows on the top of his head, covered with brown hair. He wanted to take another look, but when Xia Yu carried him out of the building, the dazzling light instantly hurt his eyes. It was so bright. Emoen immediately wilted and buried his face in Xia Yu's hair. Are you scared? However, Xia Yu understood this intimate behavior as coquetry. He was indeed a little fish, and he was still a little kid. Don't be afraid. We have already walked very skillfully. We can go back with our eyes closed, Mi-Do said. Emoen bared his teeth at Mi-Do, and then he lay on Xia Yu's shoulder again. His tail always wanted to swing, and wanted to wrap around Xia Yu. He was also very curious about the outside world, but his eyes were too sore. Xia Yu ran very fast along the way, and didn't care about the bumps at all. He had to get back to the power plant quickly, and he must not let Emoen be noticed by others. When he ran to the manhole cover, Mi-Do helped to lift the cover, and Xia Yu stepped down step by step, and he was sweating all over without realizing it. He ran back to the sewer with a worried look. Once he entered the underground building, Imoen raised his head and looked around curiously. It turned out that this was the sewer they had walked through. Now he could finally see it clearly. The real world repelled him, but also attracted him. Imoen opened his eyes wide and observed, not wanting to miss any details. The darker the light, the clearer he could see. When it was completely dark, his vision did not weaken at all, because there was no natural light in the deep sea. The mermaid's vision was ridiculously good. When they walked through the huge door, Xia Yu specifically reminded him, Imoen, remember? The waterway in front of you is acidic. You can't go swimming. I remember. Imoen learned his language and nodded at the same time. They returned to the number 3 power plant again. The smell of dust and acid mixed together. It was too fresh for Imoen. He started sneezing after smelling it a few times. Xia Yu carried him back to the basement. The night light in the room turned on, and the soft light sprinkled on everyone. Only then did Xia Yu really relax. From being overly nervous to completely relaxed. Xia Yu's first reaction was to laugh. He hadn't laughed like this since he escaped from the institute. And joy unconsciously climbed up his eyebrows. He actually raised Imoen until he hatched? He put Imoen on their only crib, unbuttoned his white coat, and looked at him. It actually hatched. Are you real? Are you really Imoen? He couldn't believe it at all. Xia Yu couldn't help but touch here and there. Imoen's body was much colder than his own, but the touch of his skin was not much different. Mido also came closer with curiosity, but he didn't dare to reach out when he remembered that he was almost bitten just now. Imoen sat on the bed and let them look at him. If he was an ordinary little boy, his 2 feet would definitely not reach the ground. But now his fishtail not only drooped, but also stretched out very far. He looked the youngest among the 3, but his body was the longest. His hands are so pointed. Mido whispered to Xia Yu. Yeah, I saw it, and the fingers between his fingers are different from ours. Xia Yu just said this, the little hand was already stretched out in front of him. Huh? Do you want us to see it? Imoen gently swung the fish tail, and the tail fin lifted up vigorously. Ha ha ha, he's so funny, like the puppy we raise in the mine swung its tail. Mido was amused and laughed. It turned out that mermaids can communicate with humans. As soon as he finished speaking, the beautiful fishtail rose from the ground to his front, and finally stopped in front of his nose. Hey, do you want to play a game with me? Mido wiped away the tears from his laughter. The next second, the fishtail swung left and right, slapping his little face with a loud slapping sound. Hey 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 hey. Mido's face swung left and right, as if he was slapped a dozen times. Luckily Imoen didn't use much force, so it didn't hurt. Xia Yu was so scared that he held down the tail. He didn't dare let Imoen continue to make trouble. The danger of the monster was much higher than he imagined. But it should be safe for now. No one can enter the power plant to find them. Dong dong dong, dong dong dong, dong dong dong. A knock on the door sounded at this time, interrupting their short happy time. Chapter 22. The pursuit is coming. Mido stopped laughing, Imoen stopped wagging his tail, and Xia Yu stood up straight first. He was the oldest among the 3, and he had to protect his companions no matter what happened. What he feared was bound to happen. Why was there a knock on the door? This was not just any safe house. It was inside the number 3 power plant, not to mention the acid. No one could open the door alone, unless they had a bracelet. Now Xia Yu looked at the door, as if he had seen a ghost, while thinking about the way out. They could escape when they encountered the fungal parasites because there were ventilation ducts. The safe house they were living in now had no back door, and the other 3 sides were all walls, so there was no way out for Mido to take Imoen to retreat first. Don't move. I'll go see what's outside. Xia Yu turned around and told him, while he was wondering in his heart. Who could it be? Could it be the companions of the fishmen just now? Did they follow him back? But this was not right. When Xia Yu walked through the giant door, he turned around to take a look just in case. There was no one behind him. Who else would knock on the door? Just when Xia Yu was uneasy and hesitant, the person outside the door knocked twice more, sounding very impatient. Open the door quickly. If you don't open the door, I will be rude. You live in my place, and you have the nerve to lock the door? What? You live in his place? Xia Yu and Mido both heard that it was a man with a deep voice. But in the next moment, the man outside the door exhausted all his patience and kicked the door hard. This time the sound startled Imoen, who was originally sitting on the edge of the bed, and stood up instantly. His standing made Xia Yu's heart stop, and his little head was filled with new information that he couldn't handle, whether it was Emo-en's hatching or his ability to stand. It was a heavy blow to Xia Yu. After Emo-en stood up, he was taller than himself. His tail was much longer than the legs of his peers. The scales reflected the light, looking strong and powerful. Even the tail of a little mermaid contained infinite power. It was slightly bent in two bends, and standing like this showed Emo-en's pelvic fins more clearly. There were no scales on the pelvic fins, and transparent fish bones could be seen at the base of the fins. But the fish bones did not extend outward. In general, the pelvic fins were soft, and the texture was like a ribbon. But this standing position didn't last long. Emo-en sat back down in less than 2 or 3 seconds. It was obvious that the tail support was far from enough. Bang! Another kick from outside the door. This time it directly kicked the small door open. Xia Yu immediately stretched out his arms to block them, but he didn't dare to look straight ahead. In his peripheral vision, a very tall man walked in, wearing a very strange hat. As he approached, Xia Yu smelled a salty smell. The breath of the ocean. Mermaid? She was right. The man walked straight over. His height advantage made him look like a tall monster in front of the 3 little guys. Who are you? Xia Yu looked over. The man was probably in his 30s, with short stubble on his face. His clothes were also very strange. He wore a black shirt inside, and a leather jacket outside. He wore leather pants and boots underneath. And there was a knife on the boots. Weapons! Xia Yu's eyes lit up. They were real weapons. Much more powerful than this small metal piece in his hand. Who am I? You live in my place. And you still have the nerve to ask me who I am? I should kick you all out. Or throw you directly into the sea. The man threw the things on his waist onto the bed. Wow. You ate all my food reserves? Yes. I ate it all by myself. Xia Yu clenched his fists, and took a brave step forward. How much? I will have money in the future. And I will pay you back. You ate it? Who are you kidding? The man walked to Xia Yu in 2 or 3 steps, pinched his chin with his hand, and lifted his little face up. The lights above just happened to hit Xia Yu's face, and no features could be hidden. What are you? The man thought for a moment. Your eyes remind me of a fish. What the hell is added to your genes? Jellyfish. It's a jellyfish. Not a fish. Xia Yu answered timidly, and wanted to take 2 steps back. But his big hand was very powerful, and he held on tightly. He didn't recognize the man in front of him. And it was strange. This man didn't react when he saw the mermaid, but came towards him. Those fishermen shouted after seeing the mermaid. But this man seemed already used to it. He had seen mermaids. Jellyfish? There are many kinds of jellyfish. This is the first time I've heard that humans and jellyfish can be combined. The man opened Xia Yu's mouth and checked his teeth. The teeth are the same as humans. You only have the characteristics of eyes? Ah? Oh. He was asking about his own abilities. But Xia Yu had learned his lesson and refused to say anything. My eyes are the only thing that is different. Who are you? What's your name? My name is Xia Yu, my friend is Mi Do, and his name is Emo-en. Please don't hurt us. Okay? We are still very young, it's easy to kill us, but please don't do it. I'm too lazy to kill children. The man loosened his hand, took out a black pipe from his pocket, pressed the tobacco inside. My name is Talos, and this is my residence. That's impossible. Midu spoke up. Uncle, how did you get in? I haven't asked you how you got in yet. Talos took a few puffs of his unkempt clothes. His sloppy clothes contrasted sharply with his exquisite pipe. You are smart to hide in here. Otherwise, you guys would have been found long ago. Xia Yu was still staring at the weapon on his boots. Found? Who would look for us? Not you. But him. Talos looked at Emo, and Emo also looked at him. And the two of them were silent for a moment when their eyes met. This voice and appearance made Emo feel strange. But Emo could also feel that Talos was not afraid of him. Unlike the fishman. The fishman's ferocity was mixed with fear. And the mermaid was very sensitive to emotions. And caught it at once. He didn't even feel that Talos was curious about him, which was really strange. Why are you looking for him? Midu was also very surprised. Talos seemed to know something. Talos took out a small bottle of wine from the inner pocket of his leather jacket, and after 2 gulps, he walked in front of Emo. Emo subconsciously raised his tail, trying to deal with this man like he did with Midu just now, but he didn't expect that his tail fin was pinched in the hand of this man as soon as he swung it up. This was a bit embarrassing for Emo, who had just hatched especially in front of the little jellyfish. So he turned around and bit Talos' wrist. Unexpectedly, Talos directly pushed the bottle towards him. After a gulp, there were 2 rows of deep teeth marks on the flat metal bottle. Can you mermaids have any other tricks? Besides slapping people, it's biting people. Talos felt helpless and pinched Moen's chin. Moen stayed still for the time being. He had learned to lie dormant even though he was little. At the moment, his strength and reaction ability were no match for him, so he didn't struggle in vain. Don't play tricks on me. I know what you're thinking. You're just waiting for the right moment. Once you get a chance to kill me, you'll tear me to pieces. Right? However, Talos saw through all of this. His light brown eyes showed deep interest. Your teeth haven't grown yet. If you were an adult mermaid, you would have chewed the bottle up and eaten it. I ate it. Moen imitated his words. Yes, I can eat it all. Talos loosened his jaw and observed his eyes carefully for a few seconds. Where is your tear film? Xia Yu watched him check Moen over and over again and felt uneasy. What is a tear film? Do you know the mermaid tribe very well? How should I raise him? With you. You still want to raise a mermaid? I tell you the truth. Mermaids can only grow up in the sea. You simply don't have the ability to raise him to adulthood. Talos was shocked and helpless. Shocked at the courage of this child. Helpless that he dared to brag without knowing anything. He doesn't even have a tear film. Do you know what that means? Mi-Do and Xia Yu shook their heads together. It means that he was hatched before his eyes were fully grown. He is a premature fish, and conservatively estimated to be 3 or 4 years earlier than his companions. This was also the first time that Talos saw such a small mermaid. Come here. Take a look at his ears. Xia Yu hurriedly moved closer, holding Mi-Do's little hand to see their good friend. It turned out that Moen was born so early. Excuse me. Will there be problems with his eyes in the future? Can it be remedied? Xia Yu is most concerned about this now. I don't know. I need to find someone who knows more to answer this question. Talos flipped down Moen's ear. Mermaids have 2 layers of ear fins. One layer is connected to the ear bone, called the inner ear fin, and the other layer grows on the back of the ear, called the outer ear fin. His inner ear fins are not fully developed, and his outer ear fins are not developed at all. He is too small. Before he finished speaking, Talos quickly retracted his hand and skillfully dodged Moen's attack. Moen failed to bite again, and swung his tail unhappily. He would kill this man sooner or later. Then, what about his tail? Should I buy some potions? Xia Yu was at a loss. Just now, he was excited about Moen's hatching, but now, he had to accept such a cruel fact. But on second thought, he couldn't refute it. Mermaids are originally a strange species that live in water. How could they live with him, always on land? If he returns to his hometown, he will be separated from him. Xia Yu's eyes turned red unconsciously, because he had never considered this possibility, that is, they would be separated once Moen hatched. The ocean is huge. Once separated, they will never meet again in this life. If humans treat Moen badly, he will swim back to the deep sea without looking back and never come ashore again. What? Is there something wrong with his tail? Talos didn't have so much time to be sad. He looked down and said, Why is it so injured? Was he torn apart when he was born? We met mermen. They are super bad. Mida clenched his fists angrily. I really want to beat them up. Okay. I can find someone to help you look after him. And you can't stay here. Once a mermaid is born, he will become a hunting target for sea monsters. Talos had just finished speaking when the number 3 power plant, which had never made any sound, suddenly made a strange movement. Shoo. He signaled to the 3 little brats. Don't make a sound. He's here. Chapter 23 Strange Siren. The strange movement continued. The sound was very far away, and it sounded like someone was walking heavily, right on their ceiling. But this shouldn't happen at all. No one could enter or leave the number 3 power plant at will, and they were currently in the basement. Let's go leave here first, and talk slowly. Talos was really worried. He had gotten into a big trouble without knowing it. Now he was on the same boat with these little guys. He couldn't get rid of them even if he wanted to, so he could only run first. The noise became more and more obvious. Talos picked up Moen and threw him over his shoulder. Before leaving, Xia Yu did not forget to take his white coat. This was the last thing Professor Wang Qin left for him. He must not throw it away. When he ran out, the entire number 3 power plant was ringing. What is this? A sea monster? Mi-do asked as he ran. My mother never told me that there were monsters on the earth before. It turns out that monsters are real. It is a monster that hunts mermaids for fun. It comes from the sea, Talos said as he ran. Merma larvae are all prey in their eyes. But how did he find us? Xia Yu panted. I need to find a professional to answer this question for you. Run first. Talos just wanted these little ghosts to shut up. They were still chattering at this time. They really didn't know how scary these monsters were. What is a sea monster? Is it also a fish? Mi-do asked again. Why do you have so many questions? Talos usually hates children the most. As expected, children should become dumb. He stopped answering and just ran forward. When Xia Yu and Mi-do saw that he stopped talking, they realized that the situation was urgent. They had to use all their strength to move their short legs to keep up with Talos' long legs. So tired. Xia Yu got tired after a while. Jellyfish are not good at sports. In the sea, jellyfish drift with the current. Who would have thought that jellyfish run for their lives every day? But he seemed to hear something while running. The huge noise was everywhere. The sound was not above his head at all, but had come in a long time ago. Where? Xia Yu forced himself not to think about it, but the movement around him was too strange, he couldn't help but guess. This was a creature that he couldn't understand. Even Talos, who looked very powerful, didn't understand it. The sound seemed to be in the pipe. Xia Yu followed Talos to the front of the giant door before he verified his conjecture. His bracelet hadn't even lit up yet, but the door had already opened. It was obvious that Talos also had the key props to open the door. Did he have a secret door, or a small path to run back to the ground? Xia Yu had just finished thinking this when Talos ran towards the ladder they had to use every time they went up. Hurry. You go first. Talos made way. Climbing up and down as well? It turned out that this was the only way out. They ran to the bottom of the ladder. Mi-do went up first. Xia Yu followed closely. And then Talos grabbed the horizontal bar of the ladder. Little guy. Hold on tight if you don't want to die, he said to Imoen. Imoen had grabbed his leather jacket before he could remind him, and his sharp nails scratched the surface of the leather jacket. My clothes? This is my favorite one. Talos stepped onto the ladder with a curse. Imoen's fishtail was coiled up as much as possible, and he raised his ear fins to listen to the movement around him. He couldn't tell what it was, but he could feel that it was a natural enemy. Mermaids' sense of natural enemies is written in their instincts, just as they can feel that there are similar people around them. The cold and cruel breath kept coming, and every breath brought Imoen the threat of death. Unlike human babies, they faced a life-or-death situation from birth, without the protection of the tribe and the same kind. The young would never survive to adulthood, and being alone would mean death. Imoen had not seen the real abyss with his own eyes, but the things that suffocated him in the abyss had already found him, because they were escaping. Mi-do and Xia Yu climbed very quickly, and they came up again just after they went down. The difference was that this time, there was a dilapidated car parked next to the manhole cover, with colorful paint on the door and burn marks on the rear of the car. There's no time. You go first. Talos made a prompt decision. Ah? How do we go? Xia Yu was scared to death by his words. There was a sea monster behind them. There were many flying machines and robots on the street. They might be targeted by the parasite. Where can they go? Get in the car. Talos said only one sentence and opened the car door. The first person to be thrown in was Imoen, because he was thrown too hard. He fell directly on the back seat, and because of the round fish tail, he rolled to the ground. Xia Yu and Mi-do were thrown in next. Strangely, Talos had no intention of getting in the car. Where are you going? Realizing that he was about to leave, Xia Yu did not let him close the door. What will we do after you leave? Please don't do this. Imoen rubbed the fish's butt and felt dizzy after falling. Talos, it's all your fault that I embarrassed myself in front of my Xia. I smell like a mermaid. The sea monster will chase me for a while. You run first, otherwise you won't be enough to fill the guy's teeth. Talos smiled. The car will take you back. What? The car will take us back? Where to go? Xia Yu was still in shock, and the car door was slammed shut by Talos. At the moment of closing the door, the black square steering wheel in front of the car lit up and started to rotate automatically. Not only the steering wheel lit up, but also the lights on the dashboard lit up. I know this. Unmanned driving. Mi-do had seen some people use this technology before. Unmanned driving? Xia Yu muttered to himself. But where is this unmanned car going? They have nowhere to hide. Imoen has already sat up, with his hands pressed on the car window, curiously watching everything happening outside. There are so many strange-looking people on the street, whose appearances are inexplicable, and the little jellyfish are the most beautiful. The car turns left and right, driving very fast, so fast that Xia Yu is scared. This is his first time riding in a car, and it feels like this, completely different from walking. The people and scenery outside the window are moving backwards, and it must be very comfortable if the wind can blow on your face. There are more than one car on this road, sometimes there are several in the same row. There are also motorcycles with fluorescent wheels, and they are very easy to move among the cars. When making a sharp turn, the 3 children in the back row rolled to the left together. When making the next sharp turn, they rolled back to the right. They kept rolling like this. The car finally stopped after a long time. Have we reached the destination? Xia Yu rubbed his stomach, with a painful look on his face. I want to vomit. You are carsick. Mi-do quickly patted his back. I vomited the first time I rode a mine car. It's okay. It's normal. But we must not vomit in other people's cars. Before Mi-do finished speaking, Imoen vomited. It's over. It's over. Xia Yu wanted to find something to wipe it, but there was no paper in front of him. What should I do? Imoen couldn't say a word. He was dizzy and saw stars. Do you have to take a car to move on land? Then he should go back to the sea. He didn't want to take a car anymore. Suddenly he sat up straight. His eyes seemed to penetrate the car windows in front, behind, left and right. When the car was quiet, they heard the sound of clatter. Clatter, clatter, clatter. Strange, what is this sound? Xia Yu was a little puzzled. He had never heard it before. Strangely, he didn't feel strange. On the contrary, he liked it very much. After just a few seconds, he felt so comfortable that he wanted to close his eyes. It was like someone was calling him. What is this sound? Mi-do also asked. Xia Yu shook his head. He didn't know, Mi-do didn't know either, but Imoen knew. This was the sound of waves he had heard before, and they were already near the sea. Through the glass, he seemed to smell the breath of the ocean, and the salty and bitter sea water flowed into his mouth, relieving all his discomfort. And there is not only the coast around here, but also his kind. The kind is nearby, very close. There, we are going there, right? Suddenly, Imoen pointed straight ahead. Oh my god, Imoen learns to speak so quickly. Mi-do was surprised to find a miracle. They looked straight ahead in the direction Imoen pointed, and saw a pointed tower. What is that? This was Xia Yu's blind spot. He had no concept of buildings in the real world. Like a lighthouse? Mi-do was not sure either. He had only heard about lighthouses in adults' conversations. Area A of Qingyao City does have a coastline and a dock, and is close to the Black Sea. Just when they were at a loss, a tall woman walked towards their car. She was wearing a black windbreaker, her whole body wrapped in cloth. She was tall and thin, but walked very fast. In a blink of an eye, she was next to the passenger seat. She was also wearing a huge hat, looking very elegant. When Xia Yu stretched out her hand, he found that her gloves were lace, so beautiful. But the way she opened the car door was very rough. And Xia Yu fell back in shock. Who are you? Xia Yu did not forget to stretch out his arms to protect Imoen. No matter who you are, please don't hurt us, our little ones. Get out of the way. The woman tilted her head, obviously not interested in the genetically modified person in front of her. No. No. No, I won't let you. Xia Yu was sure that she was looking for Imoen. Please. It's almost too late. Leviathan has already landed. The woman didn't say anything more. Take him, and follow me. Leviathan? What is Leviathan? Xia Yu and Mi-do were confused, unsure whether to follow her. But something unexpected happened. Imoen actually moved his tail, as if he was ready to follow her. Same kind, the first one he had ever seen in his life. Imoen slapped his tail. Since Imoen agreed, Mi-do carried him on his back again, and the 3 of them followed the strange woman. After getting off the car, they really walked towards the lighthouse. After passing through a group of tall buildings, the sound of splashing water reached their ears again. The concrete sound of the waves reached their eyes. Xia Yu was unable to move due to the sea breeze. And for a moment, he forgot where he was. The sea he had imagined thousands of times was right in front of him. It was darker than he had imagined. The waves were higher, and the sound was louder. The sea breeze was so strong that Xia Yu could hardly open his eyes. But he was reluctant to close them, just as he wanted to take a good look at the sea. The woman came to meet Do and took off a glove. Her hand was very similar to Imoen's. I have never seen such an early hatching. She touched Imoen's arm and suddenly stopped at his elbow. How do you have an elbow fin? It's natural. What's wrong? Imoen tilted his head and observed his kind. But he didn't think there was anything wrong with his elbow fin. The woman took off her hat. Her thick curly hair fell to her waist. And she said decisively, the tribe is divided into 9 branches in total. The first branch created by Hizarola is the siren. But you? It is absolutely impossible to be a siren. Chapter 24 Recognition Ceremony. See monster? Xia Yu couldn't understand again. Not only did he not understand, the discomfort of motion sickness had not yet passed, and he felt dizzy when he saw everything. The waves were black, rolling out pale white waves, a wet road in front of them, extending forward. At the bottom was the huge lighthouse made of dark gray bricks. This was the first time Xia Yu and Mido saw a complete lighthouse, and they were shocked by its magnificence, as if it was connected to the sky and the sea. Let's go in first. The woman's hair kept shaking in the sea breeze. Xia Yu shivered in the cold wind and followed the woman's steps. There was only one way to the lighthouse. And the black reef formed a ray. The ground was slippery, and the seawater rushed in and out of the cracks in the reef. Occasionally, small crabs could be seen in the cracks. When they stepped over, the green crabs fled into the sea frantically and disappeared in an instant. What are they afraid of? Xia Yu asked. Me. The woman didn't even turn her head. With him. Is it Imoen? Mido asked. Imoen is still so young. And those crabs are afraid of him? No matter how small he is. He is still a mermaid. A predator. The woman turned her head and took a look at this fellow who was hatched on the shore. It was so miserable, it was just so unlucky. She had never seen it, never heard of mermaids hatching on the shore, but it really happened. From Imoen's eyes, ear fins and pelvic fins, it can be inferred that he must have been born prematurely, coming out of the fish eggs in advance, and the root of the tail dorsal fin has not grown out yet. But he actually has elbow fins? There are fish bones about to push out of the skin at the elbows of both arms, and the translucent bones are hidden in the flesh. That is a real elbow fin, there is no mistake. After that, she did not speak again, and took them into the interior of the lighthouse against the wind and waves. Xia Yu widened his eyes, and looked around. The lighthouse turned out to be much taller than it looked from a distance. Like a giant. The outer side of the bricks and stones was covered with moss and barnacles. Like a small dense forest. But the other side was clean. Obviously. The side that was often washed by huge waves was more vicissitudes. The smell of the ocean was also stronger. The dampness and oppression made Mido feel uncomfortable. After all, he was the only one in the group who had nothing to do with water. It's so big. Can people live here? Xia Yu was amazed as soon as he entered the lighthouse. It was hollow inside, and the lower floor was used as a storage room. The spiral staircase led to the top floor. They walked up in circles, as if they had entered a new spiral world. Finally, they arrived at the top floor, which was the core of the entire lighthouse. The living room and the observation deck. The waves were high enough to hit the window, and the waves turned into tiny water droplets. Xia Yu, who was standing by the window, felt like it was raining. He was wet, but not uncomfortable. Hello. What's your name? My name is Xia Yu. His name is Mido. And his name is Imoen. After standing firm, Xia Yu began to introduce himself. I am a jellyfish. And Mido is a little bear. I know. The woman turned around. His bare ears say it all. And your eyes? She walked in front of Xia Yu. I guessed at a glance that you have something to do with the things in the sea. And now put Imoen on the bed. Also, my human name is Mengqingqing. Mengqingqing? What a nice name. Xia Yu and Mido put Imoen down together, turned around and asked, when will Imoen be able to speak? I really want to talk to him. When Imoen heard Xia Yu say this, he shyly covered his face with his tail fin. When the fish scales stand up, they are sharp weapons. After they are put away, the fish tail is smooth. The little jellyfish wanted to talk to him, which made him a little embarrassed. It will probably be possible tomorrow. The language ability of mermaids develops very quickly. We can understand the languages of the whole world. We can speak after listening to others talk for a few sentences. Mengqingqing looked at Imoen's tail fin. What's going on? Xia Yu followed her gaze and frowned. It's all my fault. I was caught by someone, I was about to die, Imoen saved me so. It hatched early. She walked in front of Imoen and extended her hand to him. Imoen listened to their conversation quietly, and subconsciously recorded the human language system in his head. In front of him was a pair of hands of the same kind. Although the nails were cut flat, the strong presence of the webbed hands could not be ignored. Imoen looked down at his own hands, so small, there was no advantage in comparison. He put his hand in hers, and the palms of both of them were equally cold. But something wonderful happened at this moment. Imoen opened his eyes wide, as if he saw the true face of the black deep sea that he had never seen before. In addition to the seawater, he also saw the magnificent scene of countless fish tails intertwined, along with the sound of fish scales rubbing against each other. He also heard the language of his kind. It was not any human language, but an ancient chant that belonged exclusively to mermaids. "Excuse me, what did you just say? Sea monster, what is it?" Xia Yu really couldn't help it. He wanted to know everything about mermaids. Isn't Imoen a small fish? Why did he suddenly become a mermaid? Is he a monster or a demon? Also, can Imoen grow human legs? Mido was also curious. Like you, legs that can walk freely on land. Yes, he will grow them soon. Mermaids have very fast metabolism. Meng Qingqing answered their questions, and unbuttoned her long windbreaker. At first, Xia Yu thought that she would have a body covered with fish scales under her clothes, but the skin on her arms was delicate and smooth, and her scales were completely invisible. The difference is that her elbow bones seem to be more protruding than normal people. This is what we look like after we go ashore. We try to imitate humans. We imitate humans. We look like humans. But we are not humans. Meng Qingqing answered. The bone you see now is my elbow fin. Once I enter the water, my fish bone will quickly pierce the skin and pull out the fin hidden under the skin. Xia Yu was very surprised. It turned out that mermaids can go ashore and imitate humans. So now Meng Qingqing's body is in a mimicry state. Is it an illusion? If Imoen hatches in the sea, he will have enough time to understand his own tribe, and when he hatches, he will have his own sisters and brothers. Meng Qingqing turned around. We are divided into 9 branches in total, one of which is called Siren, same as me. Haizarola is our god. She created mermaids in ancient times, just like Niwa in your human mythology molded people with mud. The Siren is her first masterpiece, the only mermaid with elbow fins, because we are violent by nature, competitive, and we play the role of guardian in the tribe. At the same time, we are the only one in the tribe that cannot sing. The singing voice has never belonged to us. When we die in battle, the body of the mermaid will quickly turn into foam. Is that so? Xia Yu quickly accepted the new knowledge. I didn't expect that the mermaids in the sea also have their own world. But then he thought, the ocean on the earth is much larger than the land. The ruler of the land is human, then the ruler of the sea must be mermaids. Mermaids are people in the sea. Then why did you say that Imoen couldn't be a mermaid just now? Xia Yu asked again. You and he are from the same tribe, that's great. Can you teach me how to raise him? Imoen tilted his head. This is the first time he has heard these things. At the hatching ground, the mermaids encountered a disaster before they could finish their words. Because all mermaids are female, Meng Qingqing said suddenly. Xia Yu and Mi Do were both stunned. Oh my god. Imoen was also stunned. We are a matriarchal society. Females are more powerful, and have higher status than males. There have always been only female mermaids, and no males have ever appeared. Of course, there is another possibility. That is, Imoen is actually a female fish. But he just looks like a male. Meng Qingqing muttered to herself, and walked to Imoen and stopped. Me? Imoen could speak clearly. He pointed at his face. You doubt me? Then, Meng Qingqing pinched his waist and spun him upside down, as if she was not holding a mermaid at all, but just an ordinary fish. Imoen was about to fly, but his strength and reaction speed were far inferior to those of an adult, so he could only let her check him. Don't fiddle with me in front of you, Xia. I'm angry. In the end, Imoen's head was down, and his tail was up, and Meng Qingqing was swinging him by the tail. The examination is complete. He is a boy. This is really strange. A male fish appeared in the mermaid. And mermaids usually differentiate into their own branches when they reach adulthood. How come he differentiated so early? Why is he so special? Meng Qingqing turned her head and asked. Where was he raised before? Research Institute. Xia Yu replied. In an observation glass box. Those people sometimes gave him injections. Is it drug-induced labor? Meng Qingqing could only understand it this way. Now it's good. He hatched early. He has no sisters. And there will be no fish to save him if he gets into trouble in the sea in the future. He is still a male among the mermaids. The tear film is not well developed, the gills are not well developed, the tail fin is not symmetrical, and whether he can swim well in the future is a big problem. It is estimated that it will be difficult for him to gain recognition from the tribe. He has been away from the ocean for too long. Let me go, I command you. Emoan expressed his dissatisfaction backwards. What a mess. What? Xia Yu felt more and more disappointed as he listened. Emoan actually had so many problems? Can he return to the sea in the future? We are different from humans. We face life and death difficulties as soon as we are born. In the deep sea, it is the law of the jungle, and it is extremely cruel. In order to be recognized by the tribe. In addition to the blood alliance after hatching, the other thing is to be strong enough. Meng Qingqing shook her head. If he was from another branch, when he grows up, he will be accepted as long as his ability is recognized by other fish. But he is a sea monster in the future. His tail size will not be larger than any female fish, and he will not be able to fight against us. Oh my god, I have to ask Hai Cerula, male sea monsters are too special. What should we do? Is it too late to let him go back to the sea now? Can you please take him back? Xia Yu has no idea. I can only give it a try. But I'm not sure if it will work. Meng Qingqing was obviously also stumped by this question. The social relationship of mermaids is very complicated, but also very simple. It's just that you humans probably can't understand it. Please tell me, I will definitely understand it, and then tell Emoan. Xia Yu clenched his fist. You don't have to teach him, he will understand after I tell him. Meng Qingqing knew the wisdom of her kind too well. There are no secrets between mermaids. Our connection is called sisters. No matter male or female, thousands or tens of thousands of mermaids hatched in the same batch are sisters. Sisterhood transcends blood ties. We will grow up together, live in groups and protect each other, until we separate in adulthood. But despite our separation, we are still inseparable partners, and will do our best to protect each other. What about Emoan's sisters? Xia Yu asked. He doesn't have any. This is also what Meng Qingqing is most worried about. Without anyone of the same kind to distinguish Emoan's blood, he will grow up alone. I'm not alone. I have Zla. You? Don't you have Zla? Emoan asked backwards. Loneliness? Xia Yu understood it too well. The loneliness without his peers always accompanied him. Emoan would suffer the same pain in the future. He had no sisters to protect each other. And he was an outlier among the sea monsters. Why was it so? Because humans forcibly abducted him to the research institute? It's really strange. How did you get to the shore back then? Meng Qingqing fiddled with Emoan's ear fins. Being able to snatch the eggs from the hands of the double tails. Do humans want to flatten that area of the sea? Emoan frowned, and his arms hung down. Tell me, what is a double tail? The double tail is one of the branches, because they have double tail fins, and the tail fins are huge, and they swim above the hatching ground all year round, responsible for protecting the eggs. If humans took you away, then I am almost certain that they killed a large group of double tails to do so. The other fish eggs that lost the protection of the double tails are also likely to have met with accidents. Meng Qingqing stopped talking, obviously unable to bear to say more. That day, the hatching ground must have been filled with light blue blood. Talos hasn't come back yet. It seems that Leviathan is still chasing him. She changed the subject. Has Emoan eaten since hatching? No, but I have this. Xia Yu hasn't forgotten the nutrient injection, and now he took it out. This is not enough. We have an amazing appetite. Meng Qingqing took the injection, took off the cap of the needle, and directly stabbed it into Emoan's shoulder. It hurts. Emoan opened his mouth and wailed, turned his head to look at Xia Yu, and stretched out his arms to hug him. Don't act pitiful. Meng Qingqing pressed his arm down. Sirens have always been known for their cruelty and good fighting skills. How could such a little thing appear? Xia Yu was trembling with fear, for fear that Emoan would die in Meng Qingqing's hands, because she really didn't care. Especially when Meng Qingqing picked up Emoan's injured tail fin and threw him out of the lighthouse window. Xia Yu and Mido screamed at the same time. Ah! Xia Yu regretted it. Why did he give Emoan to Meng Qingqing? He was so confused. The two ran down the spiral staircase one after the other, and ran to the end of the reef road without looking back. But there was only sea water in front of him. The waves were more terrible than before, rolling up and hitting the rocks under his feet. Xia Yu stared at the sea in a daze. Professor Wang Qin, I have fulfilled one of your 3 wishes. I saw the sea. But why are you not there? It turns out that the sea is so close to the institute. Real seawater splashed on his face and fell in the corners of his eyes like tears. Xia Yu wiped it and looked at the sea. Imoen? Imoen. Where are you? I can't see Imoen. Mido took 2 steps back. Where is Imoen? Xia Yu took 2 steps forward, trying to find the bright silver fish tail in the sea. Unknowingly, Meng Qingqing walked behind him. Xia Yu was so anxious that he was ready to jump down, but she pulled him back. The wind and waves are too strong. You will die if you go down, Meng Qingqing said. But Imoen will die too. Right? He was just born, and his tail fin hasn't stopped bleeding yet. Xia Yu wanted to break free from her palm. I'm a little jellyfish. Let me go find him. Please let me go. If he can't even withstand this little wave, it's much better for him to die now than to die when he grows up. Meng Qingqing looked at the boundless sea surface, as if she saw the dangerous undercurrents in the depths of the ocean. My sisters are here. They are here to welcome their new compatriots. Where? Xia Yu looked at the sea again, but there was nothing but waves. Under your feet, Meng Qingqing said. Xia Yu quickly lowered his head, and saw countless strong fish tails leaning against the surface of the black reef, and vaguely saw clumps of long black hair, like evil spirits in the ocean. Chapter 25 Sea Monster Larvae. They are like ghosts. Xia Yu and Mi Do were a little scared, and had an instinctive fear. The deep sea itself is dangerous to them, and now the strange species in the deep sea are gathered in front of them. They are completely in the position of prey. They swam silently under the reef. There are so many of them. The humans in the research institute are really ridiculous. They thought they had to catch a mermaid for research to confirm the existence of this population, but in fact there are so many in the ocean. In front of nature, human beings are as horrible as they are ignorant. In order to bring Imoen's egg to the shore, they even destroyed a hatching ground. Xia Yu was attracted by Meng Qingqing's sisters, and couldn't take his eyes and attention away. How did they get here? Why was there no sound? How long have they been gathering? There are so many. Xia Yu, I'm a little scared. Mi Do quietly held his finger. The real mermaids were not what they imagined at all, without pleasant singing voices, and without docile personalities. They broke through the waves. Their fingers were sharp blades, whispering in places that could not be seen. Rubbing their tails against each other was one of their ways of communicating. Once one of them was hurt, they would attack together. The black scales rubbed and collided with the reefs, making a terrifying sound. The black hair that reached their waists seemed to dye the sea water black. No one could see their pale cheeks clearly, but they could hear their whispers. Stellar. After Meng Qingqing finished speaking, her eyes turned completely black, covered with a layer of tear film. What does stellar mean? Xia Yu asked. He also began to get scared, standing on the reef and looking down. He could only see the fish tails, but he believed that if these mermaids wanted to eat him, they could easily capture him. Siren, Meng Qingqing said and jumped down. A huge wave came and hit them in front of him, as if it was going to sweep away Xia Yu and Mi Do. The people who had just stood beside them disappeared completely in the whirlpool, leaving nothing behind. Under the waves, Imoen was taken to a very deep place by the whirlpool hidden in the depths, and his body seemed to be torn apart by the power of the sea. The real seawater was fresher and colder than the artificial seawater in the institute, and at the same time more ruthless, and would not be soft-hearted just because he was small. It rolled him up and down, back and forth, and it was difficult for Imoen to keep his balance, and he could only go with the flow. His eyes were much more comfortable than on the shore. The seawater not only did not interfere with his vision, but only made him see more clearly the snow-white beach, the irregular gravel, and the schools of fish. Imoen wanted to reach out and grab one to eat, but at this moment he realized that he could not catch up with them at all. As a mermaid, he couldn't catch fish. The waves were alive. Unlike the stagnant water in the cooling pool, not only could he not catch fish, but it was difficult for him to keep his balance in the water. He could only swing his tail fin downstream when the waves became smaller. But when the waves hit him, Imoen turned over and once again turned belly up. It was difficult to exert force on the asymmetrical tail fin. The harder he tried, the more he lost his balance, accompanied by pain. When Imoen swung his tail to try to chase a small fish, his route turned again. He could only swim in an arc, unconsciously heading to the right. And then a big wave hit his head. The water was turbulent, and he was washed from the surface to the bottom of the water. The undercurrent was like a huge rock pressing on his back. And the fishtail swung again, but he couldn't get up. He could still see the reef, but soon he couldn't see it anymore. as if he was sucked into the depths of the sea, farther and farther away from the shore. So this is the sea. This is his real hometown. Beautiful and dangerous. The ocean is never merciful. And it doesn't give any creature a chance of luck. Even the creatures in the sea. Imoen tried to sprint to the reef shore, gradually adapting to the feeling of rapid tail swinging. His beautiful tail swung out waves. The ventral fins helped him keep balance. His 2 arms were close to his body. Imoen just wanted to go back. He couldn't just be carried away by the waves. He hadn't talked enough with the little jellyfish. His law, his treasure. He had to go back. He had to go back to find Xia Yu. Xia Yu was the only person who had accompanied him all these years. He couldn't just go back to the deep sea inexplicably. Imoen gritted his teeth, but his strength was still too weak. The more he swam, the farther he went. Suddenly, his back bumped into someone. The person blocked him. His hands firmly pressed on his shoulders. His sharp nails like glass. Imoen turned his head and saw a familiar face. Ming Qingqing swung her black fish tail, which was several times longer than his, hovering in the middle layer of the sea. No waves could do anything to her. Her black elbow fins were like a victory sail. Her long black hair pointed upward, swaying with the turbulence of the water. The waves were silent, and the sirens could not sing. Then Imoen saw the second, third, fourth, countless black mermaids wandering behind Ming Qingqing. If you don't look carefully, you will only think of them as shadows. Without exception, they all have long black hair and elbow fins, and their tails are completely black. The wide tail fin is soft and complete. Are these his own kind? Are they sirens? Imoen tried to get close to them, wanting to talk to them up close, even if he was an alien, unable to blend in with them, and unable to defeat their male siren in the future. Seeing such a fellow tribesman for the first time, Imoen was so happy that he didn't know what to do. But when he approached, Ming Qingqing pushed him back. "Ino!" Imoen called out again. This was a voice longing for intimacy, and the call trembled slightly. But Ming Qingqing, who had double ear fins, still didn't allow him to approach. Instead, she grabbed his waist and rushed to the reef quickly. Xia Yu and Mi Do, who were standing on the reef road, retreated again and again. They seemed to have seen a group of sea monsters. Finally figured out why mermaids are strange species. Under each wave in front of Xia Yu's eyes, there seemed to be a ferocious mermaid. Their tails arched and cut through the waves. Without making any sound, they arouse fear and awe in the heart. This is a sea monster that can't sing. It's hard to imagine what would happen if a hunting ship on the sea encountered them. They can completely destroy a warship. Now he can only see a white wave rushing towards them. But he doesn't know who is under it. In a few blinks of an eye, the white waves rushed in front of him. And something was thrown up. It was a white light, which was very recognizable. Xia Yu and Mi Do recognized Imoen instantly. The two wanted to pick him up, but they were a step too late. Imoen fell directly on the reef. He could neither catch the small fish nor swim in a straight line. In the end, he could only be thrown heavily on the reef. The fish tail hurt a lot, and the light blue blood had not stopped. Imoen could only watch his kind shuttle in the sea, but he could not get close. "Imoen, are you okay?" But in Xia Yu's heart, this is the best fish in the world, and his only fish. Others don't take him seriously, but he doesn't have another Imoen. He and Mi Do ran to Imoen's side, and hugged him with heartache to check his wound. "Don't be afraid. We won't swim in the sea anymore." "Yes." "No." Mi Do patted his chest. "I'll take you to the mine to find a job, and we can live on land. Does it hurt? Come. I'll carry you back." Xia Yu originally thought that he would not cry easily after so many days of survival. But he didn't expect that tears would fall one by one now. "How could she do this to you? You are just a newborn fish. How could she do this to you?" Imoen looked at his hands, afraid that his nails would scratch Xia Yu. So he wiped his tears with the back of his hand. "Zla, my treasure. Don't cry." "Ah?" Xia Yu raised his tear-stained face in an instant, and was so surprised that he couldn't say anything. Even though Ming Qingqing mentioned the mermaid's talent and language. "This is too fast. Don't cry for me." Imoen still had some difficulty in pronouncing the words, but he spoke fluently. He didn't want the little jellyfish to cry. And human tears looked so strange. A drop just fell next to his pelvic fin, and Imoen stretched out his finger to touch it, and carefully put it into his mouth. "Taste it. Taste it. It's salty." He suddenly smiled at Xia Yu. It was so strange. Human tears would not turn into gems, but into sea water. Xia Yu and Mi Do were speechless about Mo's rapid improvement in language skills. After just over 10 minutes, they could actually communicate smoothly. The two carried him to the lighthouse again and put him on the only bed. The sea breeze blew in from the window. Xia Yu walked to the window and looked at the sea. He could no longer see the mermaid. Xia Yu. Come on! Come on! Mi Do suddenly called him. What's wrong? Xia Yu ran to the bed. Look at this. Mi Do pointed at Mo's fish tail. Xia Yu was shocked. He thought the fish tail had another wound. Unexpectedly, there was no new wound and a dent was seen on the central axis of the fish tail. He immediately remembered what Meng Qingqing said about mimicry. Because Mo had enough contact with him, he was now going to imitate the appearance of humans. My legs are so itchy. Mo obviously knew what was going to happen. He stretched out his arms to Xia Yu. Hold me. Okay. I'll hold you. Xia Yu bent down and hugged the chubby Mo with his thin body. Mo is really not thin. He never stopped taking nutrients in the research institute. Although he was hungry after he came out, he didn't starve in general. His arms are round, in sharp contrast to Xia Yu. Xia Yu's wrists are pitifully thin, and there is a small flesh pit on the back of Mo's hands. They don't talk to me, and they don't let me get close to them. My heart is very sad. Mo has more and more things to say, and all the grievances in his heart are poured out. And he knows who will feel sorry for him. He is smart, and has seen Meng Qingqing's coldness. But the little jellyfish is different. Don't worry, they will definitely talk to you, don't worry. Xia Yu rubbed his back. When he lowered his head, he saw his ear fins that had not developed well. Mo, you have to remember, although you are an outlier among the sirens, you have to be a good siren. You can do it. Good sirens, a male fish among female fish. Mo imitated them in a serious manner, but he still felt sad when he thought of their indifference to him. After resting for a while, Mo's body changed as Xia Yu guessed. First, the scales on his tail began to lighten, gradually blending into the skin, and each piece could blend perfectly. Secondly, the depression of the central axis became more and more obvious, gradually turning into a crack. And then the shape of two legs appeared. The tail fin turned up and became his feet. But because the left side was injured, the left foot was also injured. Finally, the thin crack was broken at once, leaving a deep red linear wound on the inside of the two legs. Ah! You have legs. Xia Yu has been with Mo. I have legs. Mo imitated his tone. Xia Yu. I have legs. Then can you stand up? Come. I'll help you. Xia Yu wanted him to learn to walk as soon as possible, because the faster he learned, the safer he would be. If there was any danger again, they wouldn't have to carry him to escape, and Mo could run away by himself. But before they could help Mo stand up, footsteps were heard on the spiral staircase again. It seems that he has learned camouflage. Meng Qingqing came up, followed by Talos. You grow up fast enough, you are really monsters. Talos still holds his pipe. You are back, that's great. Xia Yu has been worried about this too. Is the Leviathan gone? Will he come back to hurt Mo? Can I learn from you how to defeat him? You learn from me? Don't dream. He will definitely come back. This is the feud between Leviathan and mermaids. They will hunt down young mermaids, unless Mo can survive stably beyond adulthood, otherwise he will chase him day and night. Talos sat down on the chair unkemptly. Did you fight with him? Are you injured? Xia Yu asked worriedly. No. He was quite reasonable after he became a human. Leviathans have their own principles, that is, not to kill innocent people, only to kill underage fish. Talos said. Xia Yu didn't know whether to laugh or cry. This news was not good news. Mo was still so young, he had to run for more than 10 years before he could be safe and sound. However, there are so many sirens gathered in the Black Sea port, he won't come easily. Sirens are the most brutal of mermaids, tut tut tut. Talos looked at Meng Qingqing, while tut tooting. Are you alluding to me? Meng Qingqing opened the closet next to her. No. Talos looked away. Heh. Meng Qingqing rummaged through the closet, pulling a black long skirt from a pile of messy leather jackets. She tore it open casually, and threw it to Mo, who was still on the bed. Wear my clothes first. If you were a girl, we could take you away. Wouldn't we take a boy? Mi Do asked. We have no experience in raising a male mermaid, and he won't be recognized by us for the time being. Meng Qingqing said. He will be recognized. Xia Yu couldn't stand her talking like that. Mo was still so young, don't say that to him. I'll help him put on his clothes first. Okay, I'm going to put on my clothes. Imoen stretched out his arms again and put on this skirt with the help of Xia Yu. The skirt covered his knees, only his calves were exposed. Imoen stood up swayingly. Do I look good? You know what, he looks good in the skirt. He really looks like a mermaid. Taylor applauded. Ming Qingqing was too lazy to pay attention to him, and walked straight to Imoen. Listen carefully. No fish will raise useless children. If you want to follow us back to the deep sea, you have to prove yourself. Oh, prove yourself? Imoen nodded, not quite understanding, and smiled at Xia Yu. Do I look good? Ming Qingqing covered her eyes helplessly. This fish was considered useless. In the eyes of others, it was a small waste, but in Xia Yu's eyes, it was the most precious. They stayed at the lighthouse at night, but they slept on the floor. At night, the light of the lighthouse became a morning star in the sea of fog, guiding the sailors home. The sound of the waves was more terrible than during the day, as if it was going to knock down the lighthouse. But Xia Yu's heart was very calm. Mi Do had fallen asleep long ago, lying on his left side, but Imoen was reluctant to sleep, constantly looking at him, constantly touching his fingers and calves, as if he was particularly interested in human limbs. Jinbao's little hands, without webbed hands. He would also lie on Xia Yu's shoulder and whisper, Yes, because I am a synthetic human, I am not a mermaid. Xia Yu was amused by him and laughed. I am a blue jellyfish. Blue jellyfish can sing. Imoen turned over and pressed on Xia Yu, picked up his little hand, and stuffed it into his mouth. He had not yet mastered the control of strength. Mermaids must learn to go all out since they were young. Go all out to chase. Go all out to grab and bite. Once you bite something, you can't let go. So the fangs easily bit Xia Yu's finger, leaving a bloody tooth mark. Ah, it's broken. Xia Yu stared at himself bleeding. It's broken. Imoen imitated him, biting this finger and then switching to another one. In less than half a minute, Xia Yu's 10 fingers began to bleed, and there were teeth marks on them. Stop biting me, I'm so sleepy, I want to sleep. Xia Yu couldn't stand it anymore. With Talos and Ming Qingqing around, I don't think Leviathan would dare to do anything. The sleepy had found him, but his fingers felt a slight sting from time to time, and then Imoen's face suddenly approached, and the two stared at each other. What are you doing? I want to sleep. Children need to sleep more. Xia Yu asked quietly. Imoen pressed down silently, bit Xia Yu's cheek, leaving a bleeding tooth mark. Ouch, itchy, stop biting me. Xia Yu pushed him out. Why did he have to bite himself? Was Imoen hungry again? But now, he didn't have a nutrient needle in his hand. There was no way to feed him. He didn't know where Imoen had bitten in a daze. When Talos came back, he saw Xia Yu's bare shoulder was bitten with tooth marks, blood flowing. At first glance, it looked very scary, like a mermaid eating a human. Hey, what are you doing, little devil? Talos stepped forward and grabbed him up. Man, you are irritating me. Let me go, get down. Imoen's mouth was full of blood. Can you speak normally? You are so little, and you are so angry when you speak. I might as well throw you out, and you can see what is outside for yourself. Talos did not have a good temper like Xia Yu, and he kept pampering this ferocious fish fry. He is a sea monster, who knows what he will grow into in the future. Let me go, let me go! Imoen began to struggle, but no matter how hard he struggled, his 2 short legs could not kick Talos. Haha, I will trick you into the sea tomorrow. You can't beat me in the sea. Talos was not angry at all, and did not fall for it, because when a little thing is too small, getting angry will only look particularly funny. He carried the little sea monster with its claws and teeth bared, in a skirt, to the window, and with the light of the lighthouse, he could see clearly that there seemed to be something in the thick fog outside. Man, tell me, what is that? Imoen stopped struggling and stared at the outside quietly. In the thick fog, all the fishing boats and cargo ships that were about to return lost their way. Talos slapped Imoen's butt. Don't act like an adult in front of me. The terrible creature in the fog is looking for you. Look at the trouble you caused. I am an adult. Imoen stared at him unconvinced. What's the matter? Chapter 26, The Second Acceptance Ceremony. Talos really wanted to throw him down. What is that? Tell me, Imoen asked. His arms and legs hung down naturally, and he looked no different from a normal child. But Talos knew the habits of mermaids very well. He was much smarter and more cruel than ordinary children. As long as he was given the opportunity to learn to hunt, he could hunt down an adult shark just after hatching. A shark several meters long would only become a toy in his hands. It was really scary to think about it. Talos had no sympathy for him, and dragged him to the window again, so that he could see the huge changes outside. Don't touch me. You'd better let me go. Emoan turned around and threatened him, with blood on the corner of his mouth. Wow, I'm so scared. I'm really afraid you'll eat me. Talos came closer. You can really talk properly now, little brat. Why are you pretending in front of me? Who is pretending? Emoan didn't take him seriously, pointing at the fog in front of him and asked, What is that? Leviathan? How many Leviathans do you think there are in the world? There are only 3 Leviathans in total, if all of them were on the shore. Would you still be alive now? Talos now believed that he knew nothing if he hadn't grown up among the mermaids. He would be a fool. The thing that's coming to kill you is hidden in the thick fog, if it's not dealt with. It's very likely to kill all the sailors in the port. Really? Emoan also wanted to understand. When he looked at the thick fog again, the fog seemed to be even heavier. In the fog, all the ship's radar scans and steering dashboards lost signals. They had clearly seen the lighthouse just now, but in the blink of an eye, they could not see anything. The coastline that was close at hand also lost its outline. They seemed to be thrown into the middle of the sea. Niwa. Niwa? The captain subconsciously called out to the artificial intelligence. Abnormality found. Help! Help! Mayday! 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 Although he had already given the emergency signal, the strange situation happened right before his eyes. They lost their way on the eve of landing. The crew searched for light on the deck, but all they could reach was fog. The sea turned black, and they seemed to have entered another world. What's going on? Where's Niwa? Didn't Niwa say that as long as you believe in the mechanical omnipotence church, she will continue to serve? Where did she go? It's over. We're dead. This must be Niwa's plan. We're dead. Calm down. Calm down. Shouts spread across the deck. The mechanical rebellion had already made everyone panic. And now there was another inexplicable phenomenon. I heard that there is a situation called electronic erosion now. The whole world is going to be turned upside down. So the sailors are thinking about the worst possibility. They have been at sea for several months. Before they even reached the shore, they received bad news from the land. The rich people all arranged for surgery and had to undergo transformation as soon as they got off the ship. The poor people were thinking of other ways. Despair spread on the deck. No one noticed a huge black shadow passing under the ship without causing any waves. The sea surface was as flat as a mirror. On the lighthouse, Emoan was still staring at the fog, but he could not see anything. What's inside? He turned around and asked Talos. Let Ming Ching tell you. But she should get rid of that thing first. Talos snorted and laughed. Although they had not yet admitted that this kid was of the same kind, they were not vague when protecting him. All the ships were still on the sea, and the men on the ships were crying. No one noticed that countless tail ridges with black scales broke through the water, forming a series of whirlpools. They just knelt on the deck, like the mechanical omnipotent church asking for help. And the few Maydayas finally got a response after a few minutes. The fog dissipated, and the winding coastline was exposed in front of them again. The light of the lighthouse shone on their faces, as if warmer than the sun, leading them home. Half an hour later, Ming Ching came ashore covered in sea water, and walked up the steps of the lighthouse step by step. When she reached the top, the 2 little guys had fallen asleep, and only Talos and Emoan were awake. Did he leave? Emoan was still being carried, swaying back and forth. Gone. Ming Ching opened the closet door and selected a robe. Emoan nodded. Thank you. No need to thank me, because we may not accept you. Ming Ching turned around. You can ask me some questions now, but don't ask too many, I'm very tired. Okay. Emoan thought for 2 seconds. Why do I have a fever? I can dissipate heat when I'm in the fish eggs. Mermaids can have fever when they are young. I used to be able to do so. The temperature at the bottom of the sea is very low. When it is too cold, the eggs will start to heat up and provide each other with heat. This ability will last for 2 or 3 years before you become an adult. Ming Ching answered. So that's how it is. Emoan nodded seriously. Then why can I generate electricity? Mermaids can generate electricity. This is our unique ability. We can absorb energy from the seawater and convert it into electricity, and then dissipate it, or absorb electricity from other machines. Do you understand? Ming Ching answered as simply as possible. As long as you have been in the seawater, there will be electricity in your body. As long as you touch the machine, you can absorb and release it. I understand. Moen is very smart. And there is no problem understanding it. Will I always be like this in the future? I can't paddle well. I can't swim in a straight line. And I always flip over on my belly. Tell me the truth. Don't lie to me just because I'm weak. I don't know. Because I haven't seen a mermaid injured after hatching. Ming Qingqing really hasn't seen one. Mermaid eggs generally have only two fates, hatching intact under the protection of the two tails. When the larvae have grown tear film, pelvic fins, and caudal dorsal fins, the caudal fin and umbilical cord will automatically fall off the egg membrane. Or the two tails are killed by natural enemies. The parents of the mermaid eggs are also slaughtered. And all the larvae die without a burial place. I have never seen one hatch with injuries. You are the first one. Moen suddenly fell silent. He could not recall what happened in the hatching ground on the day he came ashore. But his sisters were probably gone. The two tails and parents who guarded that area should have turned into light blue foam. He no longer had any relatives in the world. Okay. Then how old am I now? He suddenly felt a little disgusted with humans. If it weren't for them, he would be so happy now. I only remember. I lived in the research institute for several years. 4 years? Or 6 years? I don't know. The hearing of mermaids is the first to develop. Probably when the mermaid eggs are 1 or 2 years old. If you heard the sound before you came ashore, then you should be 7 or 8 years old now. I'm not sure. Ming Qingqing covered her mouth and yawned gracefully. Okay. I'm going to sleep now. You should go to bed early. Tomorrow morning, we will give you another chance. Then what? Moen was inexplicably uneasy. If you are accepted by us, the sisters can take you back to the ocean and take care of you until you reach adulthood. Ming Qingqing's eyes were covered with a black tear film after she finished speaking. And she was ready to go to sleep. Moen was silent again. He was put back on the ground by Talos. He ran to Xia Yu's side in 2 or 3 steps. The little jellyfish had fallen asleep. The wounds that he had bitten had all healed, leaving only the blood on the surface. Moen held his hand again and began to compare the differences between the two. Xia Yu's hands were very white, and his own hands were blue. Xia Yu's hands were very soft, and his own hands were harder. Xia Yu's hands had no webbed hands, and his own. He was a genetically synthesized human, half a human, and he was a mermaid. They belonged to different worlds, one on land, the other in the deep sea. Moen got into Xia Yu's arms again. This time, he didn't need to generate heat. Xia Yu's body was so soft and warm, even more comfortable than his former fish eggs. No one told him that. He would face a dilemma as soon as he hatched. Should he grow up with a little jellyfish, or go back to the sea? Moen didn't know. His fish brain really couldn't handle it. It would be great if he could take Xia Yu with him. The wind blew all night long, making Moen almost sleepless. He was too excited, and was only happy to see the real world after leaving the fish eggs, without any sense of danger of being hunted. The coastline was pale, and the light of the lighthouse went out. Moen fell asleep for a while, and when he opened his eyes, only Xia Yu was by his side. Where are they? Moen rubbed his eyes and sat up. His legs turned into a fish tail again. They've left. Xia Yu turned around, pulled his wrist. Will you leave? Me? Why should I leave? Moen didn't understand what he meant. Why did he ask that? Oh, then I'll leave first. You have to take care of yourself. Xia Yu waved at him. Take good care of yourself. Wait, where are you going? Didn't you promise Professor Wang Qin to raise me? Don't you want me anymore? I won't allow you to leave. Moen wanted to grab his hand, but in a hurry. His fingertips pierced Xia Yu's palm. His palm was as soft, watery, and transparent as a real jellyfish. You must take good care of yourself. I'm leaving first. I'm going to save the world. Xia Yu said with a smile. No, don't. Wait. You have nothing to do with the world. You have to stay with me. Moen stretched out his hand, trying to keep Xia Yu by his side forever. But Xia Yu, who smiled beautifully, suddenly turned into shattered bubbles, and his body turned into transparent bubbles in front of him. The light shone in from the window, and there was sparkling dust all around, like the glass of the whole world was broken. Wait! Moen exclaimed. He woke up suddenly, and sat on the ground, not only scared himself to sweat all over, but also woke up the 2 people sleeping next to him. Ah, please don't do this! Xia Yu thought someone was coming to kill them again, and he started shouting with his eyes closed, but when he opened his eyes, he found that there was no one around. Mi Do was even more unlucky. Not only was he awakened by the shock, but Moen kicked him hard on the butt, and he almost fell to the stairs. Still in shock, Emoen took a deep breath and grabbed Xia Yu's hand. What are you doing? I'm so sleepy. Xia Yu squinted at him. What's wrong with you? I? Emoen hesitated for a long time and couldn't say what was wrong. I was dreaming. It must be a nightmare. Don't be afraid. Nightmares are all fake. Yua told me so before. Xia Yu held Emoen in his arms. The soft silver thread felt very comfortable to touch. Don't be afraid. It's just a nightmare. It was just a nightmare. Emoen pinched his leg hard, and only laughed with relief after feeling the pain. Yes. It was just a nightmare. I actually dreamed. I am becoming more and more like a human. Nightmares are terrible. Zla. Hold me. Emoen said seriously and frankly. He was not embarrassed at all for his short arms and legs. Even if they were naked. Mermaids don't wear clothes in the water. Xia Yu hugged him. Bent over. Patted his back with a smile. And blew air on Emoen's eyelashes when he looked up. Xia Yu thought. He was really his little brother. Emoen. What are you doing? You kicked me so hard. Are you starting to grow a brain? Mido rolled back with the quilt. Wanting to sleep for a while. Emoen hugged Xia Yu. And kicked Mido away when Xia Yu was not paying attention. A few minutes later. Talos came up the stairs. Walked in front of them. Holding a hot breakfast in his hand. Are you all awake? If you wake up, we will start working. Please tell me. I can do anything. Xia Yu raised his head. Wanting to be a valuable person. You and the little bear. Help me clean the reef road. There's a lot of moss growing on it. Also, clean up all the barnacles. Talos called him over. As for you. He squatted down and looked at Emoen. Pointing to the window. They are waiting for you downstairs. What are they going to do? Xia Yu got nervous in advance. Are they going to train Emoen again? How would I know? Talos took out his pipe again. Emoen stood up. Men. Don't smoke in front of me. Talos put the pipe in his mouth. Sucking it until it was bright red. Emoen fiddled with his legs, turning in circles, jumping in anger. Very good, you pissed me off again. Can they give Emoen more time? He's just a little fish, only hatched a day ago. He needs time, he'll grow up. Xia Yu wanted to beg for mercy. Human babies need more than 10 years to become independent. Emoen doesn't need that long. Just give him a few years. I'll take care of him, until he's 10 years old. When he's 10. He'll definitely. It's no use for you to tell me this. I'm not the one who accepted him. Talos pointed to the window again. It's them. But whether to go down or not is up to Emoen to choose. Xia Yu had no choice but to nod his head. He was right. He had no right to make decisions for Emoen. Emoen, why don't you go down and talk to them? Just say you'll be given a few more years. Before he could finish, Emoen, who was wearing a long skirt, passed by him like a flash of lightning and jumped out of the window. Emoen! Xia Yu and Mido rushed to the window. If a normal person jumped from such a high height, he would definitely die. Emoen's small body had already fallen into the sea, splattering more than a meter high of white water, but he disappeared in the blink of an eye. Emoen. Emoen. Don't be in trouble. Xia Yu turned around and ran downstairs, fearing that he would not be able to save him if he was a step late. However, when he and Mido ran to the reef road, there was no trace of the mermaid on the calm sea. On the sea, there was only half a black skirt floating. Where did Emoen go? Xia Yu was so worried that he squatted down and hugged his legs. If only he could breathe in the water. He could go down and help him. Under the sea, Emoen saw his legs close together, and countless fine red blood appeared between his skin. The red blood has its own life consciousness wrapped around the knees, and the two legs gradually stick together. Layers of scales emerge from under the skin, like some kind of pattern that appears when touching the water. Without the wrapping of clothes, the ventral fins that are close to the sides of the waist slowly unfold, stirring up a small vortex that belongs to Emoen. But no matter how small the vortex is, it is still a vortex. You can tell there are fish below from the sea surface. In the blink of an eye, the two legs turned into a fish tail, and the tail fin opened again, but still not symmetrical. Emoen's hair fluttered in the water, and as he took his last breath, his gills opened. The sea was not far above his head, and the light shone down diagonally, which was a bit dazzling. In front of him, there were hundreds of black sea monsters hovering. Seeing Meng Qingqing again, Emoen almost didn't recognize her. The black scales reflected the natural light, like obsidian powder sprinkled into the water, attracting people to keep looking. It was not until then that Emoan saw clearly that they had more gill clefts than he did. He touched his neck and counted them. He only had 3 on each side of his neck. And they had 6. And the ones he didn't have were all on the collarbone. Meng Qingqing's voice spread in the seawater, as if it could reach Emoan's heart in an instant. In less than half a second, Emoan recalled all the languages. When he was not yet hatched. In the hatching place, the whispers that the 2 tails kept chanting. Prove yourself. Prove your strength. Like an arrow from a bow, Emoan swam towards the school of fish in the deep sea. And his tail fin tried his best to keep his body balanced, making him look like a real mermaid. On the reef, Xia Yu and Mido huddled together, waiting for Emoan to come ashore again. But Xia Yu was not feeling well. He seemed to understand some truths. When Emoan truly merged into the sea monster, he would not come back. He was still so young, but he had already begun to learn to accept separation. Say goodbye to the laboratory, say goodbye to the former Niwa, say goodbye to Professor Wang Qin, and say goodbye to Emoan in the sea in the future, right? The seawater brought him here, and it will also be taken back. Uncle Talos, what happened to that ship? Mido was worried, and saw the transport ship in the distance. Why is that ship not moving? Isn't it going to dock? Aren't the people on the ship going home? It hasn't moved since last night. Something terrible must have happened on it. Talos took a puff of his pipe. Even a sea monster hunter like him had to adapt to the new situation. It seems to be called electronic erosion. Have you heard of it? Hee. Do you want to go up and take a look? Chapter 27 Toxic Natural Enemy. Electronic erosion? Xia Yu also raised his head and looked at the big ship. It was no different from an ordinary ship, just very big. Xia Yu was not unfamiliar with the term electronic erosion. Jingwei mentioned it to him, but did not explain it clearly. Jingwei went offline again in the past 2 days. The time he disappeared was very long, so long that Xia Yu began to doubt whether his guess was true. Jingwei, the artificial intelligence, must be hiding something. It was also escaping in the apocalypse like himself, but it was another world over there, and another kind of fighting. Why is all this happening? Xia Yu looked at the bracelet. Who let Jingwei come to him? Who set the route? Let them restart the number 3 power plant. What is in the power plant? How to restart? How to save the world? Will Emoan come back? A series of questions gave Xia Yu a headache. How much he wanted to go back to his original life, just lie down obediently every day, and be disassembled step by step. But he can't go back anymore. No one can go back to the old days. Save the world, raise Emoan, go see the sea. I have completed one of these 3 tasks now. Professor Wang Qin, can you see it in the sky? Xia Yu looked at the clouds again, but I definitely can't do the remaining 2. Emoan has to follow the sea monster back to the deep sea. Saving the world is too difficult. I am just a useless little jellyfish. In front of them, the sea's surface is still as smooth as a mirror, but there are waves and undercurrents underneath. I don't know how many times Emoan was once again swept away by the underwater whirlpool, and had to change the direction of the sprint. The school of fish was right in front of him, but he couldn't catch up. Every time he was just a little bit short, but this little bit became a gap. The sun shone through the sea, piercing his eyes. The rest of the sirens had tear films, only Emoan didn't. The color of his hair and fish scales were also different from theirs, which was out of tune. But Emoan didn't want to give up the opportunity that was within his reach. His instinct was activated little by little. He had to find his companions as soon as possible to seek shelter, and then grow up quickly. Grow to the size of Meng Qingqing, grow even bigger than her, after growing up. He learned to be selfish and plunder, so that no one could bully them anymore. Emoan's body turned over again. This time, he didn't need the waves to add fuel to the fire. He turned over on his belly. Is this the only way? Will I never be able to swim normally again? Emoan floated up lying flat without realizing it. Compared to an adult, his tail fin was too small and thin. What's more, he had already recognized the current situation, which was that the tail of a fish could not grow again after being injured. If he was still in the egg, it would be fine. But, if he hadn't hatched in advance, the little jellyfish and the chirping little bear would have died. So Emoan didn't regret it. He would rather lose a small part of his tail fin. Emoan whispered to himself in the water. Transparent bubbles followed his body up, and near the surface of the sea, Emoan turned over again without giving up. He refused to accept his fate, and slapped the intersection of the sea and the air vigorously. From the shore, it was easy to find his tail, and then it disappeared, and went back into the sea. The fish school swam very fast in front of him. changing the shape of the group, like a net. The instinct to avoid natural enemies is imprinted in the hearts of all life. They seem to be able to judge the next move of the predator in advance, and then change the direction in the opposite direction. Moen, who was not a fast swimmer, was often fooled by them, and his efforts were in vain. But as he continued to swim, he began to master the flow of water. When the undercurrent overturned him again and again, Moen no longer struggled with the seawater, but used the power of the water to push himself forward. His ventral fins helped him adjust his horizontal direction. He was the clumsiest fish in the sea, but also the one that was most unwilling to give up. The light shone on his scales, so dazzling. Meng Qingqing chose to watch, and did not know how the sea monster was born. But the sea gave him life, and even if he died, he had to have a home in the sea. She remembered that the first fish she ate after hatching was a swordfish. But how come Moen couldn't even catch a group of coral fish? It seemed that his fate could only end here. Meng Qingqing shook her head, and was about to turn around and leave. She was not a twin-tailed creature, and she had no responsibility to take care of the young. Nor did the sisters behind her. If Moen could prove his ability, they would take care of him in the name of Siren. But obviously, Moen thought he could. Silver scales rolled the waves into streams, and Moen rushed into the school of fish again. The direction of the sea water was as chaotic as ever, and the bizarre light in front of him made it difficult for him to see clearly, which was about to break his willpower. He closed his eyes, gradually waking up in the invisible environment, trying to hunt with the sensitivity of a fish, instead of vision. After all, in the deep sea, mermaids don't need vision. Moen followed his instincts and avoided the overlapping and strange undercurrents. He seemed to see the school of fish rushing upwards, and each fish was covered with the faint light of the shallow sea. So he also began to float up, trying to maintain balance while accelerating, and finally swung his tail vigorously. He jumped out of the sea. After leaving the sea, his gills immediately merged, revealing an intact neck. He held a small fish in his mouth, and got the first food in his life. He fell into the sea again, slowly opened his eyes. Meng Qingqing had swam over, and his kind followed closely behind. A group of sea monsters accepted him, and only then did they start to have physical contact with Moen. Their hands were cold and sharp, but they knew to touch the larvae with gentle force. How come he's so small? Even a sunfish can knock him out. Hey, he's really a little mermaid. So strange. But look at how pretty his little face is. You call me Moen, right? Okay, will be your aunts from now on. You should call me sister. I just differentiated last year. This is the first time I've seen such a small mermaid. I feel like I can eat him in one bite. Hello sister, hello aunt. Sister is beautiful, aunt is beautiful. Moen was eating fish. The feeling of being surrounded by his own kind made him feel at ease. Everyone had no barriers to him, and accepted his identity. Not only did they accept him, but they also discussed how to raise him, and how to dress him up according to the standards of a little girl. Moen was a little overwhelmed when he suddenly had so many female elders. At first, they just touched him, and finally kissed him. Their words were full of heartache. It's a pity that such a beautiful tail was injured. I don't know if it will affect its speed in the future. It would be so beautiful if it was symmetrical. What should we do with the other side now? Will he change color when he grows up? If anyone has extra skirts, remember to give them to him. Growing up with a group of female fish, will he think he is also a female fish in the future? Who will teach him when he reaches puberty? Will he find a mate? As they talked, Moen was surrounded by them, and lifted out of the sea. As a welcome ceremony, Meng Qingqing led everyone to chant the language of mermaids. Stellar! Stellar! The gorgeous black-haired sirens followed closely. Stellar! Moen also learned to shout, and ate the prey in 2 or 3 bites. They all had the same sharp white fangs. This beautiful and brave scene naturally fell into the eyes of Xia Yu and Mi Do. They had gone through all the hardships together, and they were both happy that Moen could return to the tribe. But Xia Yu felt a little bitter. He knew that he would have to say goodbye again. Professor Wang Qin was gone, Moen was also leaving, and in the end, he would be alone. With a smile on his face, Xia Yu tried to hold back his tears, not letting Mi Do hear his sobs. That's great. That's great. Moen has been accepted by the mermaid. He will have a home in the future. Yes, he can go home in the future. Mi Do was happy for him. But why did he feel sad? We can make an agreement with him to meet at the lighthouse on the first day of every year. or on the last day of every year. Xia Yu was still trying to be brave. But he didn't know that his expression and voice completely betrayed him. We only need to meet once a year. So that he knows how I am. And I know how he is. But I'm so sad. Mi Do said frankly. Although I haven't known him for a long time. But Xia Yu was afraid of being hit on the heart. And quickly interrupted him. No. Haha. We shouldn't be sad. It is safest for Mon to follow the mermaids and leave humans. If he follows us, he won't have enough to eat, he won't sleep well, and there will be natural enemies chasing him. Alas, I am actually very tired too. I am so tired taking care of him. Mi Do looked at Xia Yu in disbelief. Xia Yu's tears were dripping down, but he was unaware, and had no idea that he had cried. The sad mood weighed heavily on his heart again. Really, I didn't lie to you. I am so tired taking care of Mon. I can't support him at all. It's good for him to go back. I can live my own life, and I don't have to worry about him anymore. Xia Yu. Mi Do wanted to persuade him, but didn't know where to start. It will be fine in the future. I want to follow you back to the middle layer to find a job, to collect electronic parts. I still have to find a way to restart the number 3 power plant. I still have to save the world. I have so many things to do. I can't accompany a mermaid every day, and accompany him to grow up. Xia Yu's tears have never been so many. Let's go! He didn't dare to look at the mermaids on the sea. Their happiness is their separation, but it is inevitable. Xia Yu forced himself not to look. After turning around, the bracelet that had been silent for a long time finally lit up again. Jingwei, hello. Xia Yu. Long time no see. Why did you take so long this time? Where did you go? Xia Yu wiped his tears. Jingwei, you are crying, what happened? Did Mon get into trouble? Did he die? No, he is not dead, he hatched. He is a very beautiful little fish. He also found his tribe. He will return to the sea soon. He will not come back, Xia Yu could not continue. Every word he uttered was difficult. It turns out that he has already regarded Mon as a relative. Xia Yu thought so when he was still in the research institute. That's why he went to see him every day. And told Yu Lu in detail what surgery he had done today in the X-series laboratory. But now this little fish wants to leave. He should go to the wider ocean. Not. The sound of the waves not only reached his ears, but the cold sea water also touched Xia Yu's eyelashes. He was about to go back, standing on the edge of the reef. But in the sea in front of him, there was a mermaid with its belly turned upside down, and its tail was hitting the water up and down. Mon was a little anxious. He had called out to Xia Yu many times from a distance. But Xia Yu ignored him and turned around crying. So he swam over to see if he could. He was holding a small crab in his hand. Xia Yu. He handed the small crab over carefully. Why are you crying? I didn't. Xia Yu wiped his tears quickly. Did I do something wrong? Are you unhappy? Mon grabbed another one from the reef. In the mermaid world, giving food is a proof of friendship. Only close friends would do this. Sharing food is sharing each other's life. No, you did nothing wrong. Don't think too much. Xia Yu didn't take his little crab, tearfully pointed to Meng Qingqing in the distance. They are looking for you. I'm fine. Are you ignoring me? Mon swam from one side to the other, tried to keep balance in the water, but still couldn't escape the fate of turning upside down. Why are you ignoring me? Tell me. No. Xia Yu turned in the opposite direction, fearing that if he looked at him a few more times, he would not be willing to let him go. Why don't you want me? Mon saw that Xia Yu wanted to drive him away. No. I didn't abandon you. You should go back to the sea. You can't always be with me. Xia Yu was afraid of hurting his feelings. And he couldn't pretend to be happy. He kept thinking about how to make this matter sound better. But Mon didn't give him this opportunity. Before Xia Yu could think of a foolproof plan, he flicked his tail. A drop of sea water flew towards Xia Yu's face, followed by a figure. Mon jumped from the sea water, flew directly onto Xia Yu, and pressed him under him. Xia Yu was startled, and his hand subconsciously stretched forward, holding the mermaid that flew into his arms tightly. The two rolled several times, and after stopping, Mon still pressed Xia Yu, flapping his tail, and holding his thin wrist with his chubby hands. Why should I go back to the sea? Why can't I always be with you? Don't you want me? Mon didn't want to let go of his law. I will grow up, learn to be selfish and plunder, and catch fish for you to eat. Okay? Hey, brat. What are you doing? Bullying again. Before Xia Yu could speak, Taylor's hand had already pinched Mo's fish tail. Mo's tail tightened, and just as he was about to turn around and show his dissatisfaction, he was lifted up, head down. Don't bully me. I'm scared and crying, Taylor said. You'd better let me go, or I'll kill you, Mo said backwards. Taylor ignored him, and threw the little guy back into the sea with his fish tail. Xia Yu climbed up and struggled to look at the sea. Don't throw him like this. His tail is injured. Don't pity mermaids. Mermaids are the most insidious and cunning in the world. Before Talos finished speaking, a small green crab suddenly flew towards him and hit him on the bridge of his nose. Moen kept grabbing the crabs, using this method to attack Talos, swimming in the sea in anger. The whole thing became contradictory. After a while, Ming Qingqing came ashore on behalf of the sirens, and the group sat in the lighthouse for a meeting. So you really want to grow up with him? Of course he is law. Moen also recovered his legs, sat next to Xia Yu in a skirt, and held on tightly. Xia Yu was cautious, and did not dare to say much, for fear that the sirens would misunderstand that he had to take Moen away. No. Actually, I have found my Zla, and I will protect him until I grow up to be a fish. Moen rushed ahead of him. Treasures are the lifelong pursuit of every mermaid. But the Zla of each fish is different. Ming Qingqing did not take Moen's words seriously. He was just a child's talk. He was reluctant to part with a playmate after having one, but think about it. If you grow up on land, you will face more dangers. You must at least grow up to adulthood to have elbow fins and caudal dorsal fins. And your caudal fin will never recover. I don't care, Moen said firmly. It's not about whether you care or not. It's about whether you can survive. Ming Qingqing walked to Xia Yu's side. Your eyes are very different. Tell me, what are you? Xia Yu did not dare to lie. I said I was a jellyfish. A blue jellyfish. It would have been better if he didn't say it. After he finished speaking, he noticed that Ming Qingqing's eyebrows were frowning. Then the cold hand fell on his forehead. Ming Qingqing poked him gently. Little jellyfish. I can't give him to you now. Why? Xia Yu suddenly clenched Moen's hand. The blue jellyfish is one of our natural enemies. Do you know that you are highly poisonous? This poison is very deadly to mermaids. Ming Qingqing replied. If Moen stays with you for a long time, he will die. Chapter 28 A Sudden Marriage. This sentence drained away all of Xia Yu's strength. He had never been so frustrated before. As if he had worked so hard for so long and now realized that he was going in the wrong direction. And it was very wrong. It turned out that not only could he not raise Moen, but he was also poisonous to him. Mi Do and Talos were speechless. It turned out that they were natural enemies? I don't believe it. Moen immediately said. It's impossible. He is just a little jellyfish. And he can sing. You don't understand the blue jellyfish. And you don't know how terrible it is. Ming Qingqing had seen it before. And she had seen it more than once. When the blue jellyfish appears, it is like the blue underworld. Once it appears, there are hundreds of thousands, or even millions. When they appear, the sea will appear a beautiful blue, attracting mermaids to come over, and once they get close, they will cause hallucinations. I don't believe it. Moen still insisted. He is just a small jellyfish. Look at his little hands, very cute. He is still very small now, but it doesn't mean he will always be like this in the future. Ming Qingqing didn't know how to make Moen believe. As long as the blue jellyfish doesn't die, it can keep growing. I have seen one that is more than 10 meters long, and its transparent stomach contains a complete mermaid corpse. Their poison can make mermen lose their direction, gradually go crazy, and even if they can be rescued, they will be seriously injured all over, stung by their stings. Countless mermen died in their stomachs, and those compatriots died with a smile, and stopped breathing in hallucinations. Even so, you are not afraid? It's like this. It's not Moen's turn to be afraid. Xia Yu was afraid first. He didn't have the opportunity to know his gene synthesis before, because it was confidential in the institute. Even if he was in the X series, no one could look through his files without the approval of Professor Wang Qin. A while ago, I finally learned the genetic composition from the robot. But it was fatal to mermaids. Life really played a big joke on me. My mood was up and down. Every time I raised my hope, it hit the water again. I'm not afraid. But Moen's voice was very firm. Xia Yu's little heart was shaking. But he didn't dare to hold him tightly. Are you really not afraid? Meng Qingqing's expression was not sure whether it was doubtful or encouraging. Little guy. Think about it. This matter is life-threatening. I know. But I'm not afraid. Moen had made up his mind long ago. It was impossible for him to give up the companion who had been with him for many years. Xia Yu carried him out of the research institute. He had lost too much. If he returned to the sea, he would be worried about Xia Yu's safety day and night. Talos was at a loss. Did you not understand what I said? He is poisonous. But he is not poisonous to me now. I don't want to leave him. I bit him. It's not poisonous. His little hands are very cute. Moen's voice was not loud, and his childish voice sounded very immature. But perhaps it was the precocity of the mermaid, and his tone was subtly offset, and he seemed more determined. He can't leave me either. We will get married when we grow up. Ah? Talos and Midu were both dumbfounded. Ah? Xia Yu was also dumbfounded. Why did you get married suddenly? Wait, what is marriage for? Feeding mermaids is to express emotions. It's a proposal. He has fed me many times. He has proposed to me. Moen was serious, so serious that it was ridiculous. He didn't understand what marriage was for, but this was their ending without any surprise. Xia Yu quietly asked, Moen, what is marriage for? I don't know either. Moen quietly answered. I also heard from the adult mermaid before hatching, marriage is two people living together and eating delicious food. Oh, that's fine. Xia Yu was relieved. I am willing to marry you. We will eat fish every day. Yes, eat fish, then we should get married early. I will look at your little hands every day. Moen also nodded. Talos covered his face and laughed until tears came out. It is said that mermaids are romantic and literary. He has never seen a fish that proposes marriage as soon as it hatches. Have you figured out the situation? Meng Qingqing was speechless. How could a romantic person be hatched? In addition to sirens, mermaids of the same level also include white sirens, black sirens, double tails, cavity ghosts, hybrids, and sea beasts. Siren is famous for its precocious maturity. Female fish begin to grow elbow fins at around 15 years old, and other branches begin to differentiate at 18 years old. So the little fish in front of him is considered the precocious one among the precocious ones. He learned the trick of bewitching people very early. The fishing skill is not that great, but the marriage skill is greater than the sky. So she gave Xia Yu the chance to speak. Tell me, if you can't leave him, I won't force you to break up. But if you can leave him, I will take him away. You are too dangerous to him. I won't leave. Moen muttered. You can't bully the fish just because you are older than me. That's right. I bully the fish just because I am older than you. What's the matter? Meng Qingqing did not hide it. Before she finished speaking, her eyes fell on Xia Yu again, waiting for a reply. Not only her, but Talos and Midu also looked at Xia Yu. One was curious, and the other was extremely worried. Midu knew his partner best. He knew how important Moen was to Xia Yu. It was a request from a professor named Wang Qin. However, there was no way out in the current situation. He was really anxious. Finally, Moen also turned to Xia Yu, but his heart was beating. When he was on the reef, Xia Yu showed his intention to leave. He really wanted to throw himself back into the ocean. Now, how will he answer now? Now that he knows their fate of being incompatible, will the little jellyfish just give up the right of custody? Everyone's gaze seemed to have weight, pressing heavily on Xia Yu's shoulders. He was very thin, always thin, ever since he escaped. He was even more poorly fed and clothed. His shoulders were pitifully thin. He stretched out his hand, spread out his palm, looked carefully at the fingerprints and blood vessels. It was hard to imagine that such a weak creature as himself was the natural enemy of mermaids, and could kill so many mermaids. Should I just give up on Moen? But what if I don't give up? You decide. My sisters are waiting. Meng Qingqing urged. Xia Yu looked at his hands again, then, can I keep him first? What? This was beyond Meng Qingqing's expectations. He bit me before. I'm not poisonous now. Xia Yu mustered up his courage, unable to hide the sadness of separation in his heart. I'll keep him first, I'll protect him well, and never let outsiders hurt him. Raise him until the day I become poisonous. Then you can take him away. Okay. I won't leave even if you become poisonous. Moen added. Don't say that yet. What if I poison you to death? Xia Yu immediately covered his little mouth. But when he thought that he was full of poison, he quickly withdrew his hand. It's over. It's over. I touched your mouth. Go wash it. Okay. If you are really poisonous, it's useless for him to wash it now. Meng Qingqing grabbed Xia Yu's hand, and her nails slipped, and a wound appeared. Bright red blood gushed out. Looking so harmless, Meng Qingqing took a drop and put it in her mouth, tasted it, and said, "It's not poisonous yet." Everyone breathed a sigh of relief at the same time. "But you will be poisonous sooner or later, just wait." Meng Qingqing put down his hand. "Okay, since you insist on being together, then you should grow up together." Talos almost dropped his pipe on the ground. Is it just a scare after saying so many things? "I thought you would take Imoen away. How can they be together?" he asked. "This is Imoen's own choice. And also the choice of the mermaid. In our world, unless they are partners or lovers, we will never feed them. Every fish must be responsible for itself. We cannot change the fate of our companions at will. Or rather, we do not want to change it. The survival of the fittest naturally includes self-awareness." "You will definitely not understand these words," Meng Qingqing replied. This long string of words sounded too profound to Xia Yu. The key point he grasped now was it is not poisonous at present. Then, what about Leviathan? Talos didn't want to have any contact with that guy again. We can give him shelter, but if he really encounters danger, he can only rely on himself. This is his fate. Meng Qingqing patted Moen's head after saying this. "I hope you won't regret it in the future." "I won't regret it." Moen didn't care about that. Since there are no mermaids who grew up on land in the world, then he will be the first one. Meng Qingqing disappeared after leaving this sentence. No one knew what she meant by shelter. When she came back, she had a strange-looking bracelet on her hand. She tied it to Moen's left wrist. This is the siren's protection. Each sister took a piece of fish scale to make a bracelet. You wear it at ordinary times. It will replace us by your side. Is this protection? Moen looked at the obsidian-like shine. Our breath will surround you, and it will not be so easy for natural enemies to find you. But once they find you, it depends on you whether you can escape. Meng Qingqing could only do this. You have to learn to blend in with the crowd. The human breath can also confuse Leviathan and other natural enemies. Okay. I remember. Moen nodded. On the last day of every month, we will wait for you at the lighthouse, train you, and bring you the gift of the sea. If you don't show up, we will regard you as gone, Meng Qingqing said. Xia Yu mustered up the courage and said, I won't let him die. It's not up to you. You can be together now, but you will be separated sooner or later in the future. Meng Qingqing seemed to have foreseen the arrival of that day. Moen, remember, if you are injured in the sea, you have no sisters to rescue you. The sirens in the ocean may not all accept you, and you will be hunted by natural enemies before you reach adulthood. Your road will be difficult. Every difficulty sounds like an unshakable boulder. But Moen doesn't care, I know. I will work hard to grow up and become a qualified siren. Very good. When you reach adulthood, I will take you to find Hysilila. Meng Qingqing stretched out her right hand. Moen also stretched out his right hand at this moment, and the two webbed hands gently clapped their hands, completing the agreement of the same tribe. Meng Qingqing was not too worried. Every mermaid will try her best to survive. This is the law of nature, and the only law of the sea. The wind and waves are weakening, and the whole sea is returning to tranquility. The cargo ship with electronic corrosion is still in place, waiting for the parts team to go in and rescue people. After Meng Qingqing explained everything, she said to Talos, You still owe me a favor, so I'll entrust them to you. Your favor is too big. Talos didn't want to take this hot potato. This is your atonement, Meng Qingqing said. So Talos was silent for a moment. After a while, he raised his hands. Okay, but I can only guarantee their basic living. Don't expect me to feed them 3 meals a day. We don't need you to feed us. We want to go to the middle level. Xia Yu told his plan. 3 children must be a huge burden. Talos doesn't look like a person with a fixed residence. Please take us there. We can join the parts group, and then make money. That's one way. Talos felt relieved. He was really afraid that these 3 little ghosts would pester him. Yes. There must be people from the Huangjing mine over there. Maybe Mom is there too. Midu also suggested. We can support ourselves. We all listen to Niwa. As long as we listen to her, we won't die. Okay. I'll take you there tomorrow. And find some connections, and someone to take care of you. Talos quickly agreed. After all, it wasn't safe for them to follow him. After everything was settled, Meng Qingqing was also leaving. And before leaving, she stared at Moen again. Feeling reluctant, and helpless. I hope Ruola will bless you. She stroked Moen's head again. In the future, he would gradually understand everything about the mermaid world and make up for the years he was absent. Where is Ruola? Moen seemed to have heard of it. It's our god. I hope you will have the opportunity to see him in the future. Meng Qingqing gave her blessing. This is indeed a blessing. Just hearing the name makes Moen feel warm in his heart, as if he has known him for a long time. That night, they still stayed at the lighthouse. It was only a few days, but Xia Yu felt like many years had passed. He felt a sense of peace and stability. It was very late. Mi Do had already fallen asleep. He lay between the two of them, turned to Moen, and touched Moen's ear fins with his fingers. It was so itchy. Moen woke up instantly. I'm sorry. Xia Yu immediately apologized in a low voice. I didn't know. The mermaid's ears are very sensitive. Moen rubbed his ear fins. What do you want me to do? Are you scared? Don't be afraid. I'm a mermaid. You are my Zla. I'll protect you. Ah? What is Zla? Xia Yu whispered to him. Is it your language? Zla is a treasure. Moen was also curious about everything about Xia Yu. When we go to the middle layer, Zla must be with me. Okay. Okay. Xia Yu didn't understand the mermaid's language, but it didn't stop him from grabbing Moen's wrist. Let's go see the sea. Raise you. Save the world. Now I have completed the first task. And the next is the second. Jingwei, although it's not the right time for me to talk now, but you two should go to bed. Jingwei. Xia Yu finally waited for it to come online. Are you okay? Jingwei, why do you ask? Because I always feel that you are hiding something. I am very worried about you. Xia Yu spoke his mind unconsciously. We are going to the middle layer tomorrow. Talos said he would help us arrange everything. We will find a place to stay, mix in with humans, so Leviathan will be confused. By the way, have you collected the information about electronic erosion? Jingwei, I have collected a lot. Xia Yu blinked. You didn't give a direct answer about whether you hid, so I guess right? Jingwei, it's better for you not to know some things for the time being. I am sorting out the information about electronic erosion. When you really start to join the parts group, I will provide corresponding help. I haven't congratulated Moen yet. Welcome to the dangerous real world. Moen communicates with Jingwei for the first time. Can you go to the bottom of the sea? Jingwei, the bracelet should be waterproof. The diving depth is about 3,000 meters. I will be disconnected after that. I suggest you don't do this. Now you should rest. I wish you two little guys a good dream. Xia Yu, take care of yourself. I will. Xia Yu nodded. It started to rain outside without noticing. Jingwei was silent again. Xia Yu turned around and covered Mi Do with the quilt again. Then turned around to accompany Moen. He was still used to patting him gently, as if he was still a fish egg. Outside the window, the cargo ship was still parked in the distant sea. The next day, it was cloudy and rainy. The sirens had left the port of Qingyao City, and Moen could not feel the heartbeat of his kind. When others were having breakfast, he jumped into the sea and had a big meal smoothly. Mermaids need a lot of energy. Although he is still so small now, he can actually eat up a group of fish. But correspondingly, the mermaid's body is also the nutrient of the sea. Before dying, every mermaid will try their best to return to the deep sea and sink quietly into the water. Their bodies will turn into the richest nutrients, giving the sea the last gift. When everyone is full, everyone gets in Talos' car again. Destination: southeast corner of Qingyao City. I have contacted my friend Labgue. He said he will receive you. Talos did not touch the steering wheel. It was still unmanned. Thank you. I will find a way to repay you in the future. Xia Yu said. What do we need to do? Probably find some work to do, and then hide in the crowd. You? One is a third-class citizen, and both are sixth-class. But the fact that Moen is a mermaid cannot be leaked, so he is also considered sixth-class. You can only earn points to exchange for things, which is troublesome. Talos smiled. Man, what class are you? Moen asked sharply. Me? Don't ask what you shouldn't ask. Talos answered. 2 hours later, they arrived at the shelter. The name sounded very ordinary, but in fact, what stood before them was an extremely advanced building. The middle floor was converted from the former garbage floor. I will try to get Laogue to arrange a room for you, Talos said. What favor do you owe me? Moen asked again what was going on between him and Meng Qingqing that made Talos so busy. I've said it before, Don't ask what you shouldn't ask. Talos turned around and knocked Imoen's head with his pipe. How come this fish matures so early? Ouch, it hurts. Imoen covered his head and ran behind Xia Yu. Xia Yu quickly protected him and blew his breath on him and rubbed his hands. Okay, be careful with your words in the future. Don't make adults angry. We are small, we will be beaten. Zla can't be beaten. Imoen muttered. Hey, look, what is that? Mi-Do pointed to the stereoscopic projection screen on the left, and many people were standing in front of it. While Talos was looking for Lao Gui, they held hands and squeezed into the crowd, and finally stood in front of the screen after some effort. It looks like a job advertisement. I recognize this one, Mi-Do said first. It's an advertisement for the parts team. What jobs are there? What can we do? Xia Yu was not tall enough, so he stood on tiptoe to look forward. The latest one now is... Mi-Do also stood on tiptoe. The tide? A ship? A ship docked at the port. Lost contact. And the people on the ship sent out a distress signal, and then there was no movement. Now a rescue team is being formed specifically for the tide. The tide? Xia Yu thought of the ship at the port. Could it be that ship? No matter what ship it is, we must not go on it. It must be very dangerous. Mi-Do turned around after speaking, and was about to pull Xia Yu and Imoen away. But a familiar figure in the crowd made him subconsciously shout, Mom! A woman with bare ears on her head turned her head instantly. Mi-Do let go of Xia Yu's hand and ran towards her. The woman started crying before she even hugged her son. She burst into tears at the moment of reunion. That's great. Mi-Do's mother is fine. She's still alive. Xia Yu also cried with joy. After so many days, he finally encountered a great thing. Imoen. You see, human society is like this. Parents will raise their children until they are very old. Until they are old enough to work on their own. Imoen? Imoen? Imoen pressed one hand on his right eye socket. A harsh voice came from the depths of his mind, stimulating the pupil of his right eye to suddenly expand to its maximum. When he put his hand down, his right eye had turned scarlet. Great Lord, give us everything. Whoever does not have it, even what he has will be taken away. The voice continued. All the people in crew uniform stood on the deck, with their backs to him, and their bodies swaying like seaweed. Chapter 29. The parasite is lurking. What happened to your eyes? Xia Yu was anxious, and the sound from his throat sounded like a whistle. Why did one of Imoen's eyes turn red? Fortunately, the scarlet color only lasted for a few seconds, and then faded away as if the color was taken away, and the right eye returned to normal. When the color disappeared, the sound and picture in Imoen's head disappeared, like an illusion. I saw a very wrong picture, as if I was on a ship. Everyone looks very wrong. Imoen answered truthfully. Ship? Xia Yu didn't think much about it at first, but the huge cargo ship on the projection screen seemed to be right next to him, and he couldn't help but think of the tide. Could it be that the mermaid's foresight of danger appeared again? When foresight occurs, one of the eyes will turn red? Before they could figure out the problem, Mi-Do, who was crying with a face full of tears, shouted at them, Xia Yu, Imoen, I found my mother, come here. Let's go over and take a look. Xia Yu pulled Imoen out of the crowd, but they didn't walk very fast. Imoen is an aquatic animal. He is not used to walking on the shore. Even if he has legs, he still stumbles when using them. He wants to jump a few steps while walking, as if his lower body is still a chubby fish tail. Before they can reach the adults, Mi-Do pulls his mother to greet them. Mom, it's them. One is Xia Yu, and the other is Imoen. They saved me. Mi-Do's ears trembled as he spoke, and he was very excited. Thank you. I want to thank you very much. Mi-Do's mother squatted down and spread her arms. Her strong arms hugged the two little ones tightly, almost choking them. My name is Mi-Lian. You can call me Aunt Mi in the future. Where are your parents? Ah? Xia Yu was stunned. Mi-Do quickly said, they have no parents. They are all orphans. This was a lie. Even though Mi-Do and his mother were very close, he did not dare to tell her the truth directly. Mi-Lian did not doubt anything, but felt sorry for them because she loved them. It doesn't matter. I have a little power in the middle class. I can find someone to take care of you. Just ask if you need anything. Imoen could not break free. Mi-Lian also had a strong body and powerful strength, and was taller than many men around. He didn't have much enthusiasm for outsiders. But Xia Yu was different. When he heard the three words little power, He almost jumped up and danced with joy, because he knew too well what power meant. Power, in the end times, means a better life. Can you really speak up? I really have difficulties. Please help us. Xia Yu said immediately that he must seize every opportunity. Even if he was called selfish, he should not waste the opportunity. Emoen and I are both orphans. We have no parents, so no one can apply for our identity information. Ah, this is indeed a big problem. Mi Lian nodded. Without identity information, there will be no way to buy things in the future, and we won't be able to survive. The horrible memory of not being able to buy nutritional injections resurfaced. Xia Yu didn't want to experience it again. We need identity documents. This? Milian was obviously a little embarrassed. What were your parents' names before? If I can find out for you, I can immediately apply for new identity documents. We. Xia Yu choked. They don't have it. They all grew up in the laboratory. They are all secrets that never existed. In just a few seconds, Mi Lian read their expressions. Mi Do was so nervous that he scratched his hands. If you really can't do it, just tell the truth. At least Mom won't hurt a mermaid. But before he could speak, Mi Lian slapped her thigh first. Okay. I understand. Xia Yu asked anxiously. What do you understand? You have lost your memory. Mi Lian emphasized in a tone that was clearly a lie. It's really pitiful. You actually lost your memory. If you lose your memory, you can't remember the past, let alone your parents' information. So now you don't remember anything. Right? Ah? Sudden amnesia? Xia Yu was stunned for a moment, and immediately understood. Mi Lian was helping them lie. She was so quick-witted. Yes. We are orphans with amnesia. We are very pitiful. So Xia Yu nodded immediately. In our situation, can you help us? Of course. Tut. It's so pitiful. Such a young age has lost its memory. Can't remember anything. Ah. It's so pitiful. Mi Lian was quite immersed in the role, shaking her head and sighing. Mi Do, you stay with them for a while. I'll go find the boss. Who is your boss? Mi Do didn't want to be separated from his mother. New boss. I'll bribe him, Mi Lian said, patting her trouser pockets. It was obvious that she had her own rules. Before leaving, she gave her bracelet to Mi Do, so that she could find her son smoothly in a while. She left and went to talk to the boss not far away. Xia Yu and Emoen watched her stuff a box of cigarettes in her pocket to the man. So this is bribery. I understand. Xia Yu learned quickly. In the end times, using means and materials to achieve the goal is a means. This kind of thing is very common in the mine. Don't worry. My mother is very capable, Midu said. As soon as he finished speaking, Talos came over with a middle-aged man with white hair. It's the three of them. Can you arrange for them? So young? You didn't say so young just now. The old ghost didn't want to care when he saw the miners. They look young, but in fact they are already big. Talos made up a story. All three are genetically synthesized people. They have been transformed. Just arrange a place for them to live. I am Milian's son. My mother is over there. Midu pointed to the front left. Milian? You are Milian's son. You should have said so earlier. Obviously, Lao Gui really believed in Milian's account and changed his previous attitude. Then you are Xiong. Right? Midu nodded. Xia Yu took a half step forward, took Mo An's little hand and introduced himself. Hello, I am Little Jellyfish, a human synthesized by the genes of blue nether jellyfish. I can do a lot of work. I can do all the dirty and tiring work, and I can also perform for everyone. Please help me find a job. This is my younger brother. He is. I picked him up on the street. We both lost our memories. We are orphans. Emoen lied without blinking. Talos smiled. They started to lie after being apart for only a short while. These two kids would definitely not die in the apocalypse. They are very good at playing the law of survival. Old Ghost could tell that this was a lie. They were probably two illegal immigrants. Even Talos, the Black Sea hunter, couldn't handle them. So he threw them here. What are you? He began to look at the boy with silver hair. He looked the shortest and the smallest, but he seemed to be the most dangerous. Old Ghost believed in his intuition. He looked at the boy's hands again. They were webbed and had sharp nails. He looked at his ears again. It seemed that there was something hidden behind the ear bones. The inner ear fins have been folded, tightly attached to the back of the ear. Don't look at it, I'm a fishman. Emoen continued to lie. My name is Emoen, I'm a synthetic human with human and fish genes. Talos held the pipe with relief. Meng Qingqing was still worried that he couldn't integrate into human society, but she was really worried in vain. With the great help of Lao Gui and Mi Lian, everything went smoothly. Half an hour later, Mi Lian took them to apply for a new identity authentication, and from then on, both of them had their own personal information, which was successfully stored. When their photos were projected on the big screen, Xia Yu and Emoan breathed a sigh of relief at the same time. The photos were changed every year, and their ID photos were still children's faces. Behind their names was their genetic makeup. 6 class citizens. One was a blue jellyfish, and the other was a fishman. From then on, they could earn money to buy things. At least they had a way to survive. Then, there was their residence. Your room will be arranged by Lao Gui, and he will be responsible for these things. Mi Lian picked up her son with one hand. Mi Do will definitely live with me, but you can play together during the day and do some work within your ability. Thank you. Xia Yu took Emoan and bowed. Lao Gui said, your level is not high enough, so there is no way to arrange a good accommodation. But you are Talos friends, so I help you get 2 options. One is a 16-person room, with separate beds and bedside tables. And the room is also very large with windows. The other is a very small room, where only the 2 of you live, without windows, and the conditions are not as good as the previous one. Talos said, they are still young. It is better for them to live with others. No, I don't want it. Emoan suddenly said, I want to live with Zla. I don't want anyone else. But that room? Lao Gui gestured with his hands. Very, very, very small. It doesn't matter. Let's live in a small room. Because we are not very big. We are as easy to raise as little mice. Xia Yu also thought so. It is actually more convenient for 2 people to be together. And it is restrained to have others. The old ghost had no choice but to shrug his shoulders. Talos. You heard me. I'm not treating them harshly. It's their own choice. Okay. Leave it to you. I'm at ease. When I come back from the sea, I'll bring you some good things. Talos patted the old ghost on the shoulder. The old ghost smiled and nodded. And it was obvious that they had completed some deal. People came and went around, and most people didn't have time to pay attention to the new little ghost. Before leaving, Talos called them to his side, squatted down and said, I'm leaving. You go. Bye. Emoan said calmly. Hey, you little fish, who helped you find a place to live? Talos slapped Emoan on the back of his head. This action frightened Xia Yu. He rubbed Emoan's head and apologized. I'm sorry. Emoan just can't speak. Him? Believe me, mermaids are far better at controlling language than you are. They are one of the oldest races in the world. Much earlier than humans. Don't underestimate their wisdom. Talos patted Emoan again. You stay here and don't let people notice Emoan's identity. I will definitely protect him. Xia Yu felt the responsibility on his shoulders. Where are you going? I'm going to the sea. The Black Sea Hunter will not stop unless the storm stops. This is our fate. Talos paused. What do you want to tell me? I hope you can return safely. Xia Yu was very worried. The sea is too dangerous. Haha. Yes. Talos nodded. If you die in the sea, this is also your choice. And it is your destination. Emoan spoke again. Your destination is very good. Ah, Emoan. Don't say any more. Xia Yu immediately covered Emoan's mouth. Do mermaids always speak so directly? Will Talos be angry? Unexpectedly, Talos was not angry, but laughed. His hearty laughter made people feel relaxed, and also relieved Xia Yu's overly nervous mood. As expected of a mermaid, this mouth is exactly the same as Meng Qingqing's. No. If you can survive and grow up smoothly, I believe you can help me piss that woman off to death. Talos picked up his pipe again. I'm leaving. See you in a few months. After saying this, Talos stood up without any reluctance and walked towards the exit. Xia Yu and Emoan watched him leave, and Lao Gui took over Talos' job and began to show them around the shelter. Come on. I'll show you around. Lao Gui led them into the elevator. The middle floor is between the 100th and 150th floors, and it's quite chaotic. The floors below are mostly equipment, and our leaders live upstairs. Since that incident, many more people have come to live here, and there are also many children. That incident should be Nuwa's rebellion, but no one dared to elaborate. Your room is small, but it's okay to live in. Lao Gui took them down from the 120th floor. This is the restaurant. You can buy food here later. There were obviously many more people in the restaurant than downstairs. And the neat sense of order made Xia Yu feel a little familiar. Especially the clean silver corridor and the long strip of incandescent light that was always bright, which reminded him of everything in the institute. The aroma of delicious food also entered their noses. And the two stopped at the same time. It smells so good. What is this? Emoan looked at the glass cabinet in front of him. He had never seen any of the food inside. I don't know either. I'll go take a look. Xia Yu swallowed his saliva, walked closer and whispered. It's fish fillet. Oh, fish fillet. It's definitely not as delicious as fresh fish. Emoan missed the feeling of hunting freely in the sea, and was about to pull Xia Yu's hand to leave, but he didn't pull. Xia Yu's feet seemed to be glued to the floor, his eyes were fixed on the food inside, and he could even be seen swallowing his saliva. He had eaten fresh fried fish fillet before, but the food in the institute was mostly cold. Hot fried fish fillet. How delicious it would be. Xia Yu didn't know how greedy he was. His saliva kept flowing. Emoan called him twice in a row, but got no response. For the first time, the little jellyfish didn't pay attention to him, and was fascinated by other things. Very good. From now on, he and the fish fillet are enemies. After a few seconds, Emoan turned around and looked for Lao Gui. Lao Gui. How can I eat that? You are so rude. Why don't you call me Uncle Lao Gui? Lao Gui thought he was disrespectful. We mermen. We all call each other by our names. Our names represent our identities. Emoan said. Teach me. What should I teach you? The old ghost was amused by him. He was a small guy, but he spoke arrogantly. I need to buy that food. For my zlaw. Emoan pointed at the fish fillet with his little finger. Feeding food is one of the intimate behaviors of mermaids. You just need to buy this. Lao Gui didn't expect that the two of them didn't even know this, and had no life experience at all. Xia Yu? Ah, I'm listening. Xia Yu came back to his senses. What's the matter? What I'm going to tell you now is very important. Lao Gui took a step forward and stood right in front of the shopping point. When you want to buy food or daily necessities, just stand here, and then wait for the clerk to scan your face or scan the chip. If you have the latest chip installed in your brain, then your money or points can be directly transferred away, you don't even need to scan it. Then I'll scan my face, I don't want to open my head. Xia Yu is very afraid of chips. At this time, a cleaning robot passed by, and Xia Yu immediately grabbed Emo into his side. These robots are different now. They all have independent consciousness. Lao Gui waited for the robot to leave, and said, Mi Lian used the reason that you are amnesiac orphans to fight for your welfare. Even if you don't work, you can use 500 points every month to eat. How long can 500 points last? Xia Yu asked. Lao Gui did not answer directly, but stood at the shopping point, communicated with the robot inside by swiping the wrist chip, and bought 2 fresh fried fish fillets. He put the hot lunch box in Xia Yu's hand. If you are very frugal, 500 is enough for you for a month. A vegetarian dish is 20 points. A meat dish is 70 to 150 points. It's up to you. Fish fillet is 100 points. Today I will treat you to. What? Just 1 fish fillet is 100 points. My monthly supply is only enough to eat fish fillets 5 times. Xia Yu took the food with both hands, bowed to thank him, but was thinking about how to live. It was obvious that they would starve if they didn't go to work. Let's go, I'll take you back to the room now. You should have a good rest for a few days. The old ghost was about to rub Xia Yu's little head, but he didn't expect a little webbed hand to reach out and actually intercept him halfway. You can't touch him, because this is my zlaw. If you want to touch someone's head, go find your own zlaw. Emoan had a stern face. Old ghost, don't you have your own zlaw? What zlaw? Speak properly. The old ghost waved his hand. He knows how to protect his companions. But they didn't allow me to touch it. And I didn't have the intention to touch it. After showing them around, I was ready to take the elevator again. Holding the fried fish fillet did make it difficult to concentrate. But Xia Yu still noticed the big screen on the wall, which was playing the latest news of wanted parasite hosts. Parasite hosts. Aren't they 4th-class citizens? Those are high-level parasite hosts that have evolved intelligence. They even have their own wisdom and beliefs. Some are very dangerous and unstable, and need to be killed. The old ghost explained. Have you met them? I'm not sure if they are parasite hosts, but I have encountered them twice. Once with leeches and once with mold. Xia Yu replied. Excuse me. If parasite hosts are so dangerous, will they mix in the crowd and lurk here? Is it safe here? You can rest assured. The middle layer is very safe, the old ghost said confidently. Xia Yu just put his mind at ease. And a woman suddenly exploded about 10 meters away from him. When the blood splashed in front of him, Moen quickly hugged Xia Yu to prevent the black blood from getting on his face. Chapter 30 The Tide of the Ocean. The sound of the self-detonation was muffled. Xia Yu did not notice it, and it all happened just like that. Screams were heard everywhere, and some people started running around, and the smell of blood was pungent, but all the chaos had nothing to do with him, as if there was an extra layer of estrangement. All the blood fell on Moen's body, and his long hair was dyed red and white, which was very strange. And it was not only fresh blood, but also blurred blood clots. Dark red blood mixed with black blood clots, sparsely hanging on the ends of Moen's hair, and exuding a foul smell. Xia Yu's body was clean. Even the lunch box in his hand was protected. What a quick reaction ability. How did Moen do it? This was Xia Yu's first thought. Someone blew himself up. Someone died. Was it the parasite of the trunk? This was Xia Yu's second thought after he came to his senses. The parasite appears. Everyone be careful. The old ghost's reaction was half a beat slower than Moen's, and he immediately notified the guards through the bracelet. Obviously, there had never been a parasite mixed in the middle layer. Why did it come at this time? He was also panicked, but his experience also made him the fastest to stabilize, and he kicked Moen and Xia Yu into the corner immediately. The two rolled twice and stuck to the wall. What's going on? Didn't they say there's nothing here? Xia Yu spoke up. Doesn't Yua rule everything? I don't know. Let's wait and see. Moen showed unusual indifference to everything around him. But Mi Dou's mother seems to have passed by. She was so fast. Mi Lian is now under the guard department, and is at the forefront of danger. She left her son, who was still eating honey cake behind before she could fully appreciate the reunion of mother and son, and reached for the gun bag with both hands. The weapons pulled out looked like two electronic knives, and also like two guns. Everyone retreat. A-level alarm. A-level alarm. Million's human left ear has been completely mechanized. When she sounded the alarm, every colleague from the security department came rushing over. The woman who blew herself up disappeared, and the bloodstains left behind were the beginning of the danger. Something was wriggling in those blurred organs. No one could tell what they were. There were so many of them, all dormant in the blood. Million took the explosion-proof shield from her companion, and did not try to move forward. No one was allowed to act rashly before the characteristics of the parasite were understood. What is that? Half of Moen's face was covered in blood, and he looked at it intently. Don't go over there. Xia Yu grabbed his fingers. He was really worried that Moen would try to be a hero, because he found that mermaids were surprisingly brave. He was not afraid of anything, not even death on the shore. He was only a few years old, but he already had the prototype of a marine killer. It wasn't just them who were not allowed to pass, but also the rest of the people. This was like a bolt from the blue for Midu. 1 second he was happily sharing the cake with his mother, and now his mother was in danger. He wanted to go through the crowd, but his action was discovered by Xia Yu, so Xia Yu rushed over at the risk of his life and pulled him back into the corner. Shh, don't run around, Xia Yu ordered. His two younger brothers nodded at the same time. The surroundings were strangely quiet, but the quieter it was, the more it felt uneasy. Fear affects everyone's nerves. This nerve is firmly rooted in the heart, and may collapse at any time. The pool of flesh and blood seemed to be boiling, bubbling continuously. The tension on the surface of the blood was like a dense net, trapping the unknown organism inside. The smooth metal ground became its carrier. It began to move. But it did not mean to sneak attack. It was more like a test. It has wisdom, Moen suddenly said. The old ghost looked down at him, and was shocked. If the things inside the parasite begin to evolve towards intelligence, then it means that the living environment of humans is becoming more and more dangerous. It wasn't so smart before. Moen could feel it. Probably because the monster and the host were not human. This thing is no different from artificial intelligence. Once it finds the direction of evolution, it will spread quickly. Humans are not the overlords on the ground. At this time, the warning sound of artificial intelligence came from the ceiling. Yua, confirm the parasitic level. Low level. Leech parasite. Kill immediately. And allow the use of weapons. Is it Yua? Yua's voice. Xia Yu was in a trance, and almost lost his sense of reality. The last time I chatted with Niwa, I was still in the sleeping cabin. Then everything turned upside down. Its voice was no different from before, still gentle, and it was crisp and clear when giving orders, making people feel safe. What made people feel even safer was the weapon. The opening of the flamethrower activated the fire prevention device on the ceiling at the same time. Water and fire intertwined, making it difficult to see what was happening. The flesh was burned, and the screams resounded throughout the floor. That was not the cry of a human, but more like some kind of animal. However, the burning did not repel it, but angered it instead. A whole layer of flesh and blood suddenly exploded, and the leech that had just been wrapped screamed and fled in all directions. Keep the line of fire. Don't let them come. Million pointed the flamethrower straight ahead. The fleeing leech was as thick as a finger, and it stopped immediately after hearing her voice, as if thinking about the meaning of this sentence. Then the two ends of its body moved closer to the middle, and it quickly arched up. And then it bounced hard, and it actually flew up. And if one leech learned to bounce and take off, it was equivalent to all leeches learning it, and their wisdom was common. Million also noticed this. The speed of their intelligence evolution is more terrifying than they are. Soon they will start to study how to kill humans. And they are obviously not afraid of fire. The flames only burn their skin. They are still alive after the sizzling smoke. They are not afraid of being burned. Emoen took a step forward. He actually agreed with this kind of evolution. At the same time, a few weak electric sparks appeared on his fingers, but no one noticed it in the critical situation. But Xia Yu noticed it. They are afraid of electricity. Emoen took another step forward, and the blue current on his fingertips became clearer. But before he took the second step forward, the current on his fingertips was extinguished. Don't talk. Xia Yu not only extinguished his current, but also covered Emoen's mouth. The intensity of the current was stronger than he had imagined, and it paralyzed his right hand, and his fingers spasmed, and could not be separated immediately, so he could only hold Emoen's fingertips tightly. They are afraid of electricity. They are afraid of electricity. I've seen it before. Then he shouted for Emoen, but the hand never dropped, not allowing Emoen to say a word. He had already suffered a loss. In the end times, he had to learn to be selfish and to protect himself. He would not allow the mistakes he had made to happen again on Emoen. If those people knew that he could discharge electricity, they might take Emoen away for research. Even if they did not research, Emoen had lost a trump card, and he was facing another robbery. So Xia Yu said he would not let him go, and he was on guard against him. Afraid of electricity? After receiving the reminder, Mi Lian immediately changed her weapon. She did not even have time to consider whether she could trust a child's words. The transition between life and death happened in an instant, and everyone was adapting. For her son, for her colleagues. She was the first to bear the brunt, and she had to take a gamble. When the electronic cutting knife was turned on, the obvious retreat of the leech proved that she had made the right bet. Everyone, pay attention. They are afraid of electricity. She immediately told her companions the news. Electric weapons are one of the most common weapons now. And the triangular head sheriff also arrived at this time. This was a life or death cleanup. As long as the weakness is leaked, it will be easy to die in the end times. Xia Yu watched all this, and silently recited the rules in his mind. Okay. There should be no problem here. When the situation over there was almost settled, Lao Gui was still in shock. I have such a bad mouth. It's really hopeless. I'll take you back first, and let the robot clean up here. Xia Yu's hand finally let go of Emoen, and the two of them comforted Mido, and then followed Lao Gui away. Once again boarding the elevator, Xia Yu remembered the night he took Emoen away. Strange, how do you know that thing is afraid of electricity? The old ghost asked casually. I met one before. It was a man. After he blew himself up, he turned into many leeches. But the leeches at that time were not as smart as they are now. They could swim, but they couldn't fly. That day we hid in the underground sewer. There was a leakage of electricity somewhere. We found out their weakness by accident. Later I met a mold man. He almost ate me. It was Mido who saved me. He used a weapon to drive the mold man away. Xia Yu answered. Midu? He is so small. Can he beat the fungus man away? Impossible. The old ghost was puzzled. Fungus man is different from plant and animal parasites. He belongs to fungi. So their swallowing method is infection, which is even more difficult to prevent. Xia Yu was able to escape from the hands of the fungus parasite? Why? It's bad. Xia Yu's heart skipped a beat after hearing this. They didn't have time to check with Midu. What if Midu revealed the matter of the number 3 power plant? They are full of loopholes now. If they are not careful, the information will be exposed. Nua's eyes were everywhere. Every camera and robot was Nua, including the bracelets of these people. Ding dong. The elevator stopped at the 135th floor. Lao Gui took them down the elevator. This floor was the accommodation area. They passed many metal doors, which were as clean as new. The display screens on the doors indicated how many people lived inside and their identities. The detailed information of each person was on them. Xia Yu and Imoen behaved very well, like real orphans, and obeyed the arrangements completely. However, Xia Yu also had many doubts in his heart. Yua must know him. It was equivalent to him creating a fake personal information under its nose. Why didn't it care? Or was it all arranged by it? Did it allow itself and Imoen to enter here? It also allowed the parasite to enter here? But why? We are here. This is it. Lao Gui stopped at the end of the corridor and opened a metal door. The hatch opened to reveal a small corner at the back. It was really small. So small that Xia Yu didn't think it was a small room, but a corner. It only had a capsule bedroom, embedded in the wall, with a built-in wardrobe, a bedside table, a small refrigerator, and nothing else. I said this place wouldn't work. How about changing rooms? Lao Gui suggested. No. This place is very suitable for me and my Zla. We will live here and never separate. Imoen entered the house first. I want to take a shower. After we are clean, we can get married. Yes. Let's get married together and eat fish fillet together. Xia Yu obviously linked the meaning of marriage with eating. Get married? You two are really brave to say that. Talos doesn't care about you if you want to take a shower. You have to go to the public bathroom, which is at the other end of the corridor. You can enter by scanning your face, and it's free. Old Ghost saw that he insisted and said nothing more. I live on the lower floor. If you have anything, come to me or mention my name. People here will give me some respect. Okay, thank you. Xia Yu bowed and personally sent Old Ghost to the elevator door. When they returned to the cabin door again, both of them couldn't wait to take a shower. They put down the lunch boxes and left the room. It was still early for bedtime. There was no one in the bathroom. Only them. Xia Yu helped Imoen take off his clothes. He couldn't help but feel distressed when he saw his left foot. The two of them used a cubicle. The warm water poured on them. They sighed comfortably at the same time. I like taking a shower so much. I like water so much. Xia Yu took out the shampoo and carefully washed Imoen's hair. Don't protect me in the future. I'm older than you. You are a child. And I am a big child. I will protect you. That won't work. I will never back down. Imoen said it very seriously. The serious oath matched his overly young face and looked very funny. You speak so formally. Xia Yu helped him wash his face. By the way, I haven't asked you yet. Is it okay for your skin to stay out of water for a long time? It will be very itchy. Imoen answered. Is that so? Then we should take a shower every night. Try not to itch. Xia Yu had no other choice. If their living conditions were better, it would be best to have a bathtub. If the conditions were better, he would also like to build a swimming pool for Imoen. But none of this matters, just live well first. After taking a shower, the two quickly returned to the small room. There was an extra bag at the door of the cabin, and a note from Lao Gui, which was the new clothes he sent. The old clothes stained with blood were changed, and they would wash them tomorrow. Xia Yu and Imoen both changed into clean new clothes and started the first day of their new stage of survival. When the cabin door was closed again, they were the only ones in the small enclosed space. The little guys smiled at each other and crawled into the capsule bedroom together. It was very narrow, very small, only the width of a single bed, but it was just right for two children to sleep. This capsule reminded Xia Yu of his old sleeping cabin, which made him feel safe. That's great. I've finally settled down. Xia Yu opened the lunch box, and the fish fillet had already cooled down. It's already cooled down. It doesn't matter. Let's just make do with it. Don't make do with it. Give it to me. Imoen took the lunch box over, holding it with his two little hands, and soon the heat from his palms reheated the fish fillet. Here. You can eat it now. You should save your energy. Don't do this. You're not an oven. Xia Yu touched his hand. It was so hot. Unexpectedly, Imoen said seriously, My Zla, I am not allowed to eat cold food. Why are you like a little adult? You are so funny. Xia Yu was amused. He first took a bite of the fish fillet, because it was too delicious. He couldn't bear to eat it, so he stuffed a large piece of fish meat into Imoen's mouth. It was too dangerous today, you almost got exposed. Imoen has very delicate facial features, and now his cheeks are bulging. Why? Because we all have to learn to be selfish. This is what Jingwei told us. You can't show your cards so quickly. Except for me and Midu, outsiders better not know that you can flirt. Xia Yu said seriously. Otherwise we might be robbed. Okay, I got it. Imoen nodded, grabbed the fish fillet with his hand to feed him. You eat more. You eat, I'm older than you. Xia Yu was reluctant. Once the heart to protect Xia is awakened, it will never be extinguished. Imoen said again. Xia Yu was amused by him again. When will the little fish fry be able to speak properly? Now he is quibbling with words as soon as he opens his mouth, or are all mermaids like this? Imoen didn't know what he was laughing at, but he instinctively liked to see him laugh. But his mind was not idle. In just a few days, Imoen had tried to accept and understand the whole world, including that new Wa. With new Wa's inspection. Why would there be parasites mixed in here? Maybe the host of the parasite is also nearby. Why is this? Imoen couldn't figure it out. When they just finished eating the fish fillet, there was a knock on the door. Xia Yu. Imoen. Are you living here? I'm here to play with you. It's me Do. Xia Yu jumped off the bed and opened the door for him. Mi Do stumbled and almost fell on Xia Yu. Even though he had prepared himself mentally, he still didn't expect the room to be so small. Is this a small warehouse? Mi Do looked around. My mother and I live in the same room. Or you can live with us. No need. This place is great. It's perfect for me, and Imo and Xia Yu pulled him to bed. By the way, don't tell anyone about the power plant and the mermaid. Mi Do hugged the new quilt and pillow, of course. Of course. I won't tell anything. Not even my mother. This is what my mother asked me to bring you. I was afraid you would be cold at night. What are you doing now? We are getting married. Imoen licked his lips. I also have something very important to tell you, and I will only tell you too. Mi Do and Xia Yu looked at him at the same time, waiting for him to speak. Imoen coughed twice seriously. Actually, my mermaid name is Initiative, which may be given by my mother or father. The name of each fish in the sea represents their identity, and now I will tell you my identity. Ah, Initiative, what a strange name. Mi Do scratched the back of his head. Imoen is still easier to remember. How did you get your names? Do both your parents have the last name, Imoen shook his head. No. A stands for small, immature larvae will have this name, but when they grow up, they will not have it. I heard the mermaid sisters call me A and I dot. Okay, we can call you that in the future. Xia Yu quickly decided on Imoen's nickname, which was of great significance, symbolizing the friendship between the three of them who had gone through life and death together. Okay, only for the two of you. Imoen agreed. Names are very important to mermaids, and they are full of emotions. Nixida. Nixida? Aw, and I? You have so many names. Xia Yu hugged Imoen and lay on the bed. Come on. Midu. Let's lie down together. We will live well in the future and grow up well. Okay. I want to grow up big and brave like my mother. Midu put his hand on Xia Yu's hand. After going through so much, they have become each other's support. Unconsciously, another little hand reached out and forcefully squeezed Midu's hand away. Imoen clamped his hand between their hands. Mi Do had been staying at their place, because Mi Lian was too busy and had little time to accompany him. He preferred to be with his peers rather than stay alone in an empty room. When it was time to go to bed, Mi Lian came to find him, and he followed his mother back reluctantly. Xia Yu and Imoen were the only ones left in the small room, and it was time for them to go to bed. Imoen and I, good night. Xia Yu covered him with a blanket thoughtfully. Good night. Imoen slept on the inside against the wall. Having slept in fish eggs for many years, he thought he would hate such a cramped capsule bedroom. But when Xia Yu lay beside him, it turned out that what he hated was not the closed environment, but the boredom and loneliness. With Xia Yu by his side, he could sleep here for 10,000 years. The warm night light was turned off, and not only their bedroom became quiet, but the entire corridor also fell into a deep sleep. The robot kept patrolling in the corridor, and a camera with a red light suddenly turned around and looked at one of the many hatches. The next day, Xia Yu and Imoen slept until almost noon before getting up. No need to hide, there are no natural enemies for the time being, they all relaxed. when they washed up in the morning. Xia Yu also checked once, for fear that the mermaid scale bracelet would fall off. As long as Emoan didn't take it off, and didn't leave the crowd, then Leviathan wouldn't find him so quickly. A&I let's go find me dough, after breakfast. Let's find a job. Xia Yu took Emoan's hand. What job are we looking for? Emoan watched the robots coming and going. I don't know. Maybe we can ask the leader of the parts group. Xia Yu thought to himself. If that doesn't work, we can go find Lao Gui. Mi Do and Mi Lian's room is at the other end of the corridor. As they get closer, the gathering of adults becomes more and more obvious. Hello. Xia Yu immediately grabbed one of them. Excuse me. What happened? Don't go over there. There is an infectious disease. Adults may be fine, but children will definitely be infected, the man said. Mi Lian's son may not be able to survive. Alas. Yes. It's a pity. Mi Lian has been looking for her son every day for a while, and finally found him. We have only been reunited for 1 day. The huge bad news hit Xia Yu and Emoan yesterday. They held hands and made a wish to grow up together. Is he going to die today? Chapter 31. In the bedroom, Milian could no longer cry. Even though she was 190 centimeters tall, she was just a grief-stricken mother facing her son's sudden illness. When did he get sick? He was fine yesterday. Old Ghost had just come over after hearing the news. He was fine half an hour ago. He said he wanted to eat honey cake, and that he would go find a job with his 2 good friends in the afternoon. I turned around to buy cake, and when I got back, I found that his nose started bleeding. Milian was a little dazed, and her speech was intermittent, but she tried to stay calm. I checked him last night. His shoulder was injured, and it hasn't healed yet. Is it because the wound was not treated properly? Is it sepsis? The old ghost unbuttoned his shirt. The shirt was soaked with sweat. The child with a high fever was extremely pitiful. His face was red, and his nose was bleeding. The wound on his shoulder had scabbed over. Although the wound was serious, it could be seen that it was treated well. It was not ulcerated or inflamed. The wound is fine. The old ghost covered him with a quilt and asked Milian, could it be poisoning? The doctor came just now and drew blood. The test results said that they would be available at noon. Milian sat helplessly on the bed. Xia Yu and Emoan heard this when they squeezed to the bedside. Then the adults kept silent, for fear of irritating Milian's fragile nerves. She had been tense for a long time, since she was separated from her son and had been holding on, and finally got him back, but before everyone was happy. It took a sharp turn for the worse. Xia Yu had no mother, but he believed that if it was him or Emoan lying on the bed, Professor Wang Qin would be exactly the same as Milian. Annie, how is Mi Do? Xia Yu asked in a low voice. He will get better. Right? Yes. He will. Our physique is better than that of ordinary people. He will be fine. Milian nodded. The last ray of hope can only be placed on genetic modification. This is so ironic that she almost laughed bitterly. The people with power wantonly modify their bodies, rewrite their genes as creators, and regard this mutation as a gift. But only those who have been truly modified are qualified to discuss whether this is a gift. But now, the only thing she can hope for is this gift, hoping that the brown bear's genes will give Midu a strong body, so that he can withstand all this. Even if it was poisoning, if it was found, the antidote could be found. Milian looked at the bedside table. The originally hot honey cake had cooled down, and Midu was still hungry. But after noon, her expectations were still dashed. The inspection report came. It's not poisoning. The old ghost didn't have the heart to tell her. It's morute. Milian closed her eyes. The muscles at the end of her eyes kept twitching. She couldn't control it. What is morute? Xia Yu, who was accompanying Midu, asked. He had never heard of it. Is it a disease? Emoan also asked. There are diseases among mermaids, especially infectious diseases on fish scales, which can sometimes pollute an area of the sea. It is a very serious disease, and it only occurs in genetically modified people. Natural humans will not be infected. Lao Gui himself is a natural human, but now he is a cyborg. The mortality rate of this disease is very high. If there is no special medicine, it will definitely not be saved. Even if Mi Do has a good physique, he can't hold on for a few days. Don't say it. Mi Lian stood up again. I know the power of the Morute virus. Someone died of this disease in the mine before. Tell me, where can I buy the special medicine? Yes, let's go buy the medicine. Xia Yu felt a little relieved. There is still a special medicine. With medicine, there is a glimmer of hope. I just checked. Before that incident, special medicines were very common. Now they are hard to find. Old Ghost said, after that cleanup, now medicines are in short supply. A glimmer of hope was shattered again. Mi Lian's body shook. Xia Yu turned around and looked at Mi Do. Mi Do had been burned unconscious. His nose was still bleeding. If he couldn't stop it, he would probably bleed severely soon. Their dream of growing up together hadn't even taken one step forward. And they could never take another step forward. After struggling in the underground water pipes and the number 3 power plant, Midu didn't die in the cleaning of the aircraft. Escaped the Leech Man and the Mold Man. And also escaped the Leviathan with them. So many terrible disasters had passed. And in the end, he fell in front of the invisible virus. Is there really no medicine left? Even one pill. Midu is very strong. As long as there is one pill he will get better. Milian still did not give up. Even if he wakes up for a short time, eat a bite of cake before leaving. He hasn't eaten yet, he's still hungry. Calm down. Lao Gui was shaken by her. Actually, there is still a glimmer of hope. Tell me quickly. Milian couldn't calm down. There is an ocean-going cargo ship. They prepared a lot of injections before going out to sea. I checked it in detail, and there is a special medicine for treating Morut. Lao Gui said. Mi Lian's fingers trembled. Where is the cargo ship? The cargo ship is near Port A. Something has happened. The old ghost was completely desperate. The cargo ship is called Tide. Mi Lian was choked by a breath, and could not make a sound for a long time. After a lot of effort, the medicine was finally found, but it was actually in the cargo box of Tide. This was tantamount to sentencing Mi Do to death, announcing his doom in advance. No one knew the situation on Tide, and no one dared to go up. Tide? Is it that very big ship? Parked near a lighthouse? Xia Yu immediately thought of that ship. He had seen it before. How do you know? Old Ghost nodded. That's it. Electronic corrosion occurred on the ship. Contact was lost. The ship did not dock. The parts recovery team was ready to leave. Every night people nearby could hear people singing on the ship. We have too little information to know. I want to join. When do you leave? Milian said. Can you swim? Old Ghost rejected her with one sentence. You stay. Take good care of your children. This time the team members must know how to swim. Old Ghost looked down at the time. If there is enough time, they will be back within 24 hours. What team? Xia Yu and Imoen listened to every word, and roughly figured it out. When Lao Gui turned to leave, Xia Yu and Imoen grabbed his hands at the same time. What are you doing? You scared me. Lao Gui exclaimed. Let's go together. We can swim, Xia Yu said without thinking. We can't watch Mi Do die. We have to save him. He may not die. The special medicine will be brought back. Lao Gui winked at him. The mother is so anxious. You kids should stop talking about death all the time. Take us with you. I'm a little jellyfish. And he's a human. No. A fishman. We swim faster and better than ordinary people. In a hurry. Xia Yu almost let the cat out of the bag. For such a big thing. Lao Gui would definitely not give an immediate answer. Xia Yu looked back at Mi Do again. And his nosebleed started flowing again. The honey cake on the bedside table had long been cold. Come with me. Let's go downstairs first. Lao Gui didn't want to disturb Mi Lian. So he took them downstairs first. As the elevator went down, Lao Gui finally told the truth. You have a good heart to save your friend. But it's too dangerous. You don't understand what electronic erosion is. I understand. Xia Yu repeated what Jingwei had told him. It's just, after that incident, some people in the world who installed mechanical parts changed. Anyone can be affected. And then, there will be defective parts. We can go in and recycle the parts. Or we can save people. And I. Am I right? Imoen was looking at the surveillance camera in the elevator. For some reason, he felt that it was always watching them. Yes. Although we are young. We already understand it. The old ghost waved his hand. It has nothing to do with whether you understand it or not. What does it have to do with? Imoen asked the key question directly. Although Mi Do was not his contracted sister, it did not prevent him from wanting to save him. Mermaids are not heartless creatures. On the contrary, mermaids have unimaginable emotions. Go ask the team leader when the time comes. Old Ghost only said this, obviously disagreeing. Talos, how much trouble have you caused me? Why do these two little ghosts want to get involved in everything? When they arrived at the hall downstairs, everything was in order. The chaos and grief upstairs did not spread here. Old Ghost led them straight to the back of the big screen, where quite a few people had gathered. What happened to the tide? Old Ghost found a man whose half body was mechanical. We are getting ready to leave. The man was obviously the captain. What happened upstairs? He is dying. Can we get medicine as soon as possible? Old Ghost negotiated with him. Don't be funny, brother. We are not sure whether we can come back alive. The man shook his head and looked down. What are they doing? Just as Old Ghost was about to speak, Emoan got ahead of him. We are going to the tide. You? You? The man looked them over. Go away. This is not the place for you to play games. But Emoan did not go away. Instead, he rolled up his sleeves. The spikes on his elbows startled the man. And he asked, What are you? Merman. I have synthesized the genes of fish, so I can hold my breath underwater for a very long time. If you take me with you, you can save a lot of trouble working underwater. Emoan said very clearly. Obviously this is an exchange of interests. They will not only when they see their own value. Begging alone will not work. The Old Ghost was shocked by his thinking. How old is he? He can actually negotiate with adults. Xia Yu was also shocked by Emoan's precocity. But when he thought of him as a mermaid, all the strange phenomena could be explained. If Emoan was hatched in the sea, he would have already started to experience a life-or-death struggle, which would be much more dangerous than now. Once a mermaid hatches, it will develop at an accelerated rate. Then please take me with you. So Xia Yu followed suit. I am a very good swimmer. No, they are too young. The Old Ghost interrupted him. Can I get points for joining the group? Xia Yu directly quoted the price. Lao Gui looked at him again. At this moment, he no longer regarded them as ignorant brats. If you take me and my brother with you, we can give you half of our points. Xia Yu communicated directly with the cyborg. Please take us with you. After a few seconds of silence, the man completely accepted the agreement. We will leave in 20 minutes, come and gather. Things were settled, but Lao Gui did not accept it. He dragged them to the corner again. You two have to think clearly. What happened on the tide was electronic erosion, not playing house. We know. Xia Yu nodded. And I can't go with you. I can't swim. The Old Ghost told him. Talos asked me to take care of you. But you guys gave me so much trouble? But we have to go. Xia Yu was very determined. The Old Ghost asked, Why? You are too arrogant. And you overestimate your abilities. Because, if we don't go, I don't believe anyone will risk their lives to get medicine. Don't you think? Xia Yu knew better than anyone. Solving electronic erosion and saving people is dangerous enough. Why risk looking for medicine? Midu is just an unfamiliar little bear to them. His life is dispensable. And people may die every day. But he is different to us. He is the best friend. And we are the only ones willing to save him. You? Lao Gui was choked and speechless. Not far away was the assembly team of the parts team, about a dozen people, both men and women. They were fully equipped, and it was likely that everyone had special skills. Some of them Lao Gui knew, and some he couldn't even name. So among them, who would go to the trouble of getting the special medicine, just to save Milian's son? The two little guys were right, none of them would. 20 minutes later, Xia Yu held Emoan's hand, and stood in the team at the gathering place. Lao Gui was still negotiating with the captain. The half-mechanical man was codenamed Inya. And he was the captain. When the time came, Lao Gui could only stand aside. I have already talked to Inya, and I will take special care of you. Remember? They will solve the electronic erosion. And you go to find medicine. If you encounter danger, run away. And don't negotiate too much with anyone on the ship. Okay. We remember. Please take good care of Aunt Milian and Mido. And wait for us to come back. Xia Yu was also unsure. But he couldn't let Mido go away inexplicably with an empty stomach. Emoan did not say goodbye to the Old Ghost, but kept thinking about the illusion that appeared in his head. It was really strange. After all the twists and turns, they still had to get on that ship. Who arranged this? Thinking about it, Emoan looked at the camera at the gate. It was lit with a red light. When the departure time came, everyone got on the bus. A total of 18 adults. Xia Yu took Emoan to sit at the back, carefully observing the surroundings. And the two held each other tightly along the way. The transport vehicle flying close to the ground was unusually stable. And it happened to be cloudy when it arrived at the port. But the wind was not strong. And the waves were about half a meter high. There were already two speedboats waiting for them on the shore. After getting off the car, 20 people were divided into 2 groups to board the boat. Through the semi-transparent mist, they could still see the lighthouse. The tide was not far away, and the whole ship could be seen. The hull must have taken in water. The sea level was higher than the waterline of the cargo ship, and the hull was motionless. The speedboat was getting closer and closer, and the semi-transparent mist suddenly turned pale. Mon's hand also squeezed Xia Yu tightly at this time. "What's wrong?" Xia Yu asked quietly. "I feel the same kind," Mon answered quietly. As they got closer and closer, a song reached their ears, accompanied by the undulating sea water. Countless reefs suddenly appeared, like the backs of animals across the bow. The color of the sea water became darker, corroding the paint of the tide. The cargo ship stood in front of them, like a steep strait, passing through the fog and singing. The 2 speedboats arrived at the rope ladder of the tide. The deck was wet, covered with moss and water stains, and a layer of water droplets condensed on the rope, making it difficult to grab. Everyone was silent. As soon as they got on the boat, they felt very depressed. "Okay, everyone should pack up their equipment," Enya said at this time. The sound of getting ready was heard, and everyone checked their weapons immediately. Mon looked at the lifebuoy on the deck, and was attracted by the scratches on it. "Don't run around, something happened." Xia Yu grabbed him. "Don't be afraid, I won't let anyone hurt you." Mon comforted him in a baby voice. "What's the matter?" "One more person." Xia Yu counted the number of people again. Yes, there were 19 adults on the boat. Chapter 32. Is there one more person? Mon looked at those people again, and after counting, there was indeed one more person. Strange, why didn't Enya find it? Xia Yu was even more puzzled. If even they found that the number of people was wrong, as a teammate, the leader should have found it earlier. It may be related to the fog around here. Mon guessed, but he didn't know the details. Xia Yu also thought so. This fog may be the poison gas caused by electronic erosion, which poisoned these people. But why didn't he and Mon get poisoned? Unable to figure it out, Xia Yu was very panicked by everything here. After checking the equipment, Enya said to everyone, "Now we have arrived at the electronic erosion area. What kind of situation might happen here, do you know?" Everyone nodded. Obviously there are veterans here. But Xia Yu still raised his hand bravely. "Hello, I don't know." Everyone turned around at the same time. Some people instantly showed a look of disgust, and immediately classified Xia Yu and Mon as burdens. Some people tooted their tongues, and some people just stood by and watched, as if it had nothing to do with them. Enya had to reiterate because he had accepted the old ghost's instructions. It is very dangerous inside the electronic erosion area. Now listen carefully. First, do not have a direct conflict with the people who cause electronic erosion. And you must protect yourself even in normal contact. It is most important to find the people in the erosion center as soon as possible. Wake up or kill the people in the center, and take away the residual parts. Second, do not rely too much on the time and space here. Third, keep in touch, and try to complete the task within 24 hours. Once you stay in the erosion area for a long time, you will be eroded by the erosion consciousness, and eventually become one of them. The process of assimilation is irreversible, and you must stay awake. Mon raised his little hand at this time. Then may I ask, if the people here insist on talking to me, what should I do? Xia Yu's idea is more realistic. Sure enough, these adults did not make the first-hand preparation to find special medicine. They just came to act. If they could find the medicine by chance, they would take it back. If not, they would not risk acting in the boat. This is what Jingwei told herself. Selfishness. But there is nothing wrong with it. Everyone is in danger. Fortunately, she and Mon are here. The child's voice will naturally not attract others' attention. But Enya still answered him. Pretend that everything is normal, and treat them as normal people. Now let's divide the action team. Although Xia Yu and Mon are not very familiar with Enya, his words still have a certain deterrent effect. He did not treat them as a burden, and the others did not say anything more. Soon, the team members were divided into 3 groups. Group A was responsible for finding the surviving crew members and figuring out what happened here. Group B was responsible for finding the core and contacting the infected personnel. Enya belonged to Group B, and Xia Yu and his team were assigned to Group C to search the warehouse. This was exactly what Xia Yu was looking for. They were still young, and it was impossible for them to participate in the rescue and direct fighting. Okay, everyone, take action. Enya gave the final order. Pay attention to the intercom device. Keep in touch. The current erosion level here is level 1. Be careful. As soon as the voice fell, the members who were divided into groups dispersed and carried out their own actions. Xia Yu held Emoan, not daring to separate for a moment. There were actually only 4 people in Group C, the 2 of them, plus a girl with pigtails hanging down her waist, and a thin and pale boy. They all looked young, only in their teens. Damn. I knew I would be assigned to your group. The girl shook her head. My name is Xia. You two better not run around. The boy smiled. Just call me Shiban. I prefer to use code names. But I didn't expect to be assigned to the same group as you. It's all Inya's prejudice. He always thinks that female team members are more suitable for logistics. Or taking care of children. Xia shook her head. My record is obviously better than any man in the team. And now I can only search the warehouse. Shiban put his slender wrist on her. It's okay. Let's go together. After that, he turned around and invited Emoan and Xia Yu. Let's go together. Xia Yu nodded and pulled Emoan to follow them. Group A and Group B were gone, and they finally got a cross-sectional view of the tide. The cargo hold was on the bottom 2 floors, B1 and B2, respectively. B3 was the bottom equipment floor, and one had to take the elevator to get down. So they approached the central elevator, passing through the lobby of the F1 floor of the tide. Xia Yu looked around from time to time, always feeling that there were countless pairs of eyes staring at them, and a chill ran down his back. What was even more terrifying was that the entire ship seemed to have been soaked in water, and there were dripping leaks everywhere. The seawater formed a layer of water film-like substance on the ground, which stuck to the bottom of their shoes. When they walked to the lobby, Emoan smelled blood. Look, that's what I should do. Yin Xia glanced at Group B in front of her, showing great envy. Inya was questioning 2 male crew members, who were wearing the same uniforms and rubber boots, as if they were ready to fight the seawater at any time. This shocked Xia Yu and Emoan at the same time. They thought it would be difficult to find survivors in the center of the erosion, but they didn't expect it to be so simple. Be careful. Shiban touched them. Look at their ears. The 2 looked at them at the same time, and found that their ears were rotten. It was like a huge wound, and yellow pus and red blood flowed out. Red and yellow mixed together, and all of them were on the left ear. The right ear was completely normal. Such trauma must be very painful. But their expressions were very stable, as if they were not injured. Abnormal environment, serious wounds, stable emotions. These 3 things together are very strange, unbelievable, and uncomfortable. We just found that the ship can't dock. It seems that we can't get through, but everything else is normal. All the crew members follow the schedule. We continue to work. The sea is very rough, and we often get seasick. When will this situation end? When can we leave here? Inya responded skillfully. The whole ship is broken now. We are here to check the engine. Once the problem is found, it will be repaired. After the repair, everyone can go ashore. This sounded like a lie, but the abnormal crew all believed it. They continued to communicate, and Team C passed by them and walked to the door of the central elevator. There were already people waiting in line, and they were also crew members on the ship. The same uniforms, the same left ear injuries, and no one knew what happened. The crew waited for the elevator door to open as usual, stepped in, and asked them very politely, "Which floor are you going to? Are you here to repair the ship?" "Yes. We are going to the cargo hold to repair it. Please press B1 for us." "Thank you." Shiban was also very skilled, and his narrowed eyes and smile made people feel close. Xia said nothing, waiting for the elevator to descend. Emoan looked at the light in the elevator, and the smell of his kind became stronger. Could it be that there was a mermaid hiding in the cargo hold? This was very interesting. Ding dong. B1 arrived, and Group C walked down the elevator together. The door closed behind them, and the crew went to the F4 floor. As the elevator door closed, the light in front of them dimmed for a moment, and the emergency lights were turned on immediately. In front of them was a cargo hold that stretched as far as the eye could see. "There's a lot of water. Be careful, everyone," Xia reminded. "Thank you. We have seen it." Shiban lifted his foot, because they all wore rubber rain boots to board the ship today. The water made a splashing sound, which was seawater. There was a layer of white sea salt where the seawater was not covered, like a white line. The cargo hold should have been close to the waterline, but now the hull is sinking, and the sea outside has already covered the round porthole. Without light, the seawater is no longer clear, and there is only dark blue outside the window, and nothing can be seen at all. Except for Emoan. The others seemed to be more or less afraid of such an environment. It's so scary. Shiban couldn't help but say. What's so scary about this? It's just sea water. Yin Xiao laughed. How old are you? I haven't seen you before. 17 years old. How about you? Shiban glanced at her briefly. I don't think I've seen you before. Where do you work? I'm 18 years old. I'm in the adult group. And I'm in the guard department when I'm not on a mission. Yin Xiao paused for 2 seconds. Now I finally understand why Inya assigned me to Group C. He just wants me to take care of the children. You three are all minors. Don't say that. They are children. I'm not. I've been to the electronic erosion area of the Santa Maria the day before yesterday. Shiban is young. But he seems to have a lot of practical experience. Don't you think it's strange? The first erosion areas that happened were all on the sea. I don't care if it's strange or not. I just want to get points and make money. With more points, I can get a better place to live. With more money, I can do better surgery and upgrade equipment. As for the rest, I don't care how the world is. It's better to explode. Yin Xiao's voice echoed in the warehouse. Where are the two little ghosts? Little Ghost Xia Yu had already started searching the warehouse with Little Ghost Emoan. The sea water only covered the calves of adults. But it was a bit deep for them. The light was insufficient. But Emoan could see clearly. So Xia Yu lifted Emoan up high. Do you see it? What's written on it? I can't understand it. It's a bit difficult. Emoan told the truth. Mermaids can speak the languages of the world, but may not be able to recognize the characters of the world. He looked again and again, but couldn't tell. So he could only reach out to touch it. It looks like an electric wire. Then it's not a potion. We don't want electric wires. Xia Yu put him down. And the two walked forward. And lifted him up again. What about this side? What's this side? Let me see. This shelf is a bit high. Emoan held onto the shelf with his hands, pulled his legs up, and stepped directly up. There are so many things here. Look carefully, find the long strips, the syringe. Xia Yu gestured and said, just like the nutrients I gave you before. Emoan nodded, turned around and walked freely on the shelf. The aisle is very narrow. Adults must be very careful when walking here, and his body is just right. As he walked, he found something wrong. There are many scratches on the shelves. Metal shelves. It is unlikely that they were scratched by humans. And who would leave claw marks here? Emoan put his hand on it for comparison. The claw marks were too big. It seemed to be bigger than a human hand. What on earth was it? Emoan looked at it for a few seconds, and couldn't figure it out, so he just continued to look for injections. When he searched all the shelves on this floor, he still came back empty-handed. There were only wires on this floor. Did you find it? Xia Yu held out his arms to pick him up. No, there are no medicines on it. Emoan had no choice but to jump down, and immediately jumped into Xia Yu's arms. The little jellyfish's body was warmer than his, which made Emoan very comfortable. The ignited hope was shattered instantly. Xia Yu was briefly disappointed for a second. But he immediately adjusted his mood. It doesn't matter. If there is nothing in this cargo hold, there must be something in the next cargo hold. Let's go! Let's go! Let's go hand in hand. Emoan stepped on the water with his 2 legs, looked around and said, Zla, there are claw marks on it. Claw marks? Xia Yu looked up. Did you see it clearly? What kind of claw marks are they? Big claw marks. Bigger than those of an adult. Emoan also gestured. I've seen it on the deck. It's very dangerous here. Although Emoan was very young, Xia Yu never doubted his words. Well, you must follow me closely. Don't get separated. When they find us later. Hey! Where are they? Although the two were extremely cautious, they still made many mistakes as children entering the electronic erosion area for the first time. When they were looking for the medicine, they didn't notice that Yinxia and Shiban were gone. There were only 2 of them in the huge cabin. No one responded. Most of the cargo was covered with white plastic sheets. Sister Yinxia? Shiban? Xia Yu shouted bravely. Where are the people? Where are the people? Emoan also shouted. The only response they got was the echo in the cabin, which was empty. Now Xia Yu fully understood Inya's words, which was not to believe in anything here, space, time, all of which were fake. The cabin seemed to have played a not-so-funny joke on them, isolating them here. Is there anyone? Is anyone there? Xia Yu was still not giving up. Can anyone see us? Still no one responded, only the sound of dripping water, and the feeling of crampedness outside the window as the seawater swallowed the waterline. I don't know when it started, but the inner walls of the cabin began to condense water. You could feel the seawater on your hands if you touched them casually. Emoen stopped Xia Yu, who wanted to move forward, and whispered, "It's very dangerous here. I have a premonition. I've seen it before." "What have you seen?" Xia Yu was sweating anxiously. "It's the premonition of the mermaid. I know something is wrong here. And I can feel my kind. They are very close." Emoen listened to the noises in the cabin. The sound of the seawater squeezing the hull was so pleasant. "But I'm afraid ordinary people would only feel fear." He told Xia Yu all the images he had anticipated, although he didn't understand how he saw them. It was clear that this place was not just about electronic erosion. "You mean, there are also strange species here?" Xia Yu held his hand tightly. "That would be even more incredible. Who knows if that mermaid is a good fish or a bad fish? Well, but don't be afraid. Protecting Xia is the responsibility of every mermaid." That. Emoen racked his brains to come up with this word. Anyway, he was not afraid of the deep sea. Even if the tide sank, it wouldn't matter. He could swim to the shore quickly with the little jellyfish. Before he finished speaking, hurried footsteps were approaching them. Xia Yu blocked Emoen behind him again and faced the source of the sound. The two figures were getting closer and closer. Xia Yu held his breath and didn't know who they were. As the outlines of the figures became clearer, Xia Yu and Emoen recognized them at the same time. "Can you two stop running around?" Yin Xia came up and scolded. "I have to find you if you get lost. If you want to die like this, I might as well shoot you first." Okay. Don't be so angry." Shiban kept persuading. "They are just children." "Children? If they are really children, they should stay at home, honestly. Since you have already gone on a mission with the team. There are no children here." Yin Xia was still angry. She directly pulled out the electric gun from the gun bag and pressed it against Xia Yu's forehead. Emoen's fingers suddenly lit up with electric sparks. "This is the first warning, and the last. You are not allowed to act on your own." Yin Xia held the gun in her hand, and the muzzle pressed tightly against Xia Yu's brow. "Can you do it? If you can't, I will kill you two burdens right now." "Yes, we can do it. Please don't be angry. We know we were wrong." Xia Yu apologized immediately. Yin Xia is a good person. She could have just left, but she turned back to find them. Yin Xia probably didn't expect Xia Yu to apologize so readily. In her impression, naughty kids are the best at making excuses. She even thought about how to beat them. After a while, Yin Xia put the gun back. "Don't do it again. You have been missing for 2 hours." "Of course. It's the 2 hours on my timer. I don't know exactly how many hours. We still have a lot of warehouses to check." "Hurry up." "Yes." Xia Yu nodded. Yin Xia was almost furious. She turned her head and still held the gun. Shiban was not angry at all. Instead, he bent down and touched their heads. "Don't be afraid. She is just like this. Actually, she is a very nice person. She was very anxious when you disappeared just now. We were wrong." Xia Yu apologized again. Shiban's personality is completely different from Yin Xia's, easygoing and gentle. "Let's go quickly now, or we will be scolded if we can't catch up." Shiban smiled and pinched Xia Yu's face, his eyes fixed on Emoen's wrist for a few seconds, then turned around and caught up with his teammates. Xia Yu pulled Emoen to follow, fearing that he would be left alone. "Oh! My brother just found claw marks on the shelf." Xia Yu suddenly remembered that he couldn't hide the information at this time. The two people in front turned a corner, which was only 2 seconds. Xia Yu didn't hear their voices and ran 2 steps quickly. But there was no one after turning around. "Where are the people?" Xia Yu was sweating coldly. At this moment, he realized how ridiculous his previous thoughts were. The erosion area was not something he could handle. "Where are they?" Emoen took 2 steps forward to look. "They are gone, as if they disappeared into thin air." "Something is wrong here. I may have underestimated the difficulty of the mission. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have brought you in." Xia Yu tried to remain calm, but his legs were actually shaking. What was going on? Could it be that this passage would make people disappear? What would happen if they walked through it? Would they disappear directly too? No, we couldn't go forward. Xia Yu pulled Emoen up and turned around to run. It should be safer to go in the opposite direction. "Xia, don't be afraid. I will protect you." Emoen did not forget to comfort his treasure while running. "Ani, remember, everything here is very strange. Don't touch it." Xia Yu was anxious. If they couldn't find the special medicine to go back, Mido would die. If he didn't leave here within 24 hours, he would be assimilated. But now they couldn't even find a way out. Team members would disappear for no reason. Will they disappear too? And then never get out again? At this moment, the sea outside the windows seemed to become deeper, full of unknown weirdness. The sound of the waves came again unconsciously. And two figures ran over in front of them. Can you two stop running around? I'll have to find you if you get lost. If you want to die like this, I'd better shoot you first. Xia said this. And then Ban began to persuade her. While Xia Yu and Imoen were stunned. How could this happen? Why did they meet again? Repeated? Chapter 33. Okay. Don't be so angry. They are just kids. Ban stood in front of him, fearing that he could not stop Xinxia's bad temper. And Xinxia did have a bad temper, and immediately pulled out the gun, and put it on Xia Yu's forehead. It was exactly the same. Xia Yu was not afraid this time, but just stunned. And Imoen's fingertips did not emit sparks again. Xinxia did not hurt the little jellyfish last time, and she would definitely not do so this time. Child? If he is a child, he should stay at home. Since he has been on a mission with the team, there are no children here. Xinxia's anger is visible to the naked eye. This is the first warning, and the last time. No private actions are allowed. Xia Yu seemed to have walked through the past again. No, he did not seem to have walked through, but really walked through it. Xia and Ban were repeating and cyclical. Can you do it? If you can't, I will kill you two burdens now. Xia spoke again. We can do it. I'm sorry. I'm really sorry. Xia Yu apologized anyway. He had to figure out what was going on. Moen's hand grasped his fingertips, pinching him from time to time, suggesting that he had also discovered something was wrong. Next, Xia should have put the gun back. Moen stared at her hand, wondering, was this the weirdness in the erosion area? Sure enough, Xia put the gun back. Don't do it again. You have been missing for 2 hours. Of course, it was the 2 hours on my timer. I don't know exactly how many hours it was. We still have many warehouses to check. Hurry up. Okay. In order to figure everything out, Xia Yu decided to take Imoen for another walk. Next, Ban pinched his cheek again. Don't be afraid, she has this temper. Actually, she is a very good person. She was very anxious when you disappeared just now. Sorry. Xia Yu's answer remained the same. Next, they were going to move forward. Will they disappear again while walking? But the current location is very far from the corner. It will take at least a few minutes to walk. What can he and Imoen do in these few minutes? Should we just tell them about the things that have trapped everyone in a loop? Will they believe it? After all, those two people have no such awareness at all. Xia Yu thought. If he was talking to someone. And suddenly, he was told that time was repeating. What should he do? He had no way. And neither did Imoen. They were just little kids. And they might have no way out. Let's go now. Or we'll be scolded if we can't catch up. Ban repeated what he had just said. And then turned around. Just like the last time. Imoen stared at his back quietly. And pulled up the stunned Xia Yu. Zla. Don't be afraid. He comforted Xia Yu. Although Imoen couldn't figure out what was going on. It was definitely not normal. There were so many dangers in the deep sea. And it seemed that there were also many dangers on land. It was just that the mermaids, who were destined to play games with death since birth, were not so afraid. Xia Yu nodded slightly, and pulled him to catch up with Ban and Xia. The water seemed to be getting deeper and deeper. It was only up to their calves just now. But now it was above their knees. And it was a bit difficult to walk. At this moment, Xia Yu suddenly had a sense of synesthesia. And his body was actually the tide. The seawater outside is constantly surpassing the waterline, swallowing the cargo ship. The seawater inside is constantly rising, and may submerge himself. He is the ship, and the ship is himself. He and the tide are one, and the seawater will take them home. They disappeared. Suddenly, Moen's voice brought Xia Yu back to reality. Xia Yu shuddered and woke up. He lowered his head, and saw that the seawater had indeed risen, but not as fast as he imagined. What happened to him just now? It seems that he resonated with the tide. This is not right. This is the spiritual pollution of the center of decay. It has begun to invade his mind. No wonder Enya said that he can only stay here for 24 hours. Otherwise he will never leave. How did they disappear? Xia Yu looked forward again. And it was empty. Moen stretched out 4 fingers, 4 minutes. 27 seconds. What? Xia Yu asked. Imoen said, from the time they started talking to us to the time their figures completely disappeared. It took 4 minutes and 27 seconds. I counted every second. You are so smart. Xia Yu suddenly felt guilty. Imoen was younger than him. But he was not so panicked. If something terrible happened on this cargo ship, you must swim out. I don't understand. Imoen shook his head. He pretended not to understand even though he understood. I know you understand. Don't pretend. Xia Yu patted his head, carefully avoiding his sensitive ear fins. You are a mermaid. You can swim away. Don't worry about me. You must be obedient. Zla, you are questioning me. My feelings. Imoen was very unhappy. Mermaids' feelings for treasures will never waver. Even if terrible things happen, they will swim away with the little jellyfish. Mermaids who only care about their own lives do not deserve to be called fish. Nor do they deserve to own precious treasures. You're really going to piss me off to death. Xia Yu hugged him tightly, as if he was drawing courage from Imoen. In this dangerous situation, Imoen still knew how to calculate time. So as a brother, he must not sit still and wait for death. They must have a way to crack it. 4 minutes and 27 seconds. 4 minutes and 27 seconds. Xia Yu took a deep breath and calmed himself. Let me rest for a few seconds. I'll think of a way. A few seconds were only enough to catch his breath. Xia Yu didn't dare to waste time. He always reminded himself not to give up. They still had Mido to save. And he had promised Professor Wang Qin to save the world. After a few seconds, Xia Yu asked, how did they disappear? Did you see it clearly? They were walking. And suddenly it became dark around them, as if the lights were turned off. And then they walked into the darkness. Imoen saw it clearly. That's it. They can actually disappear in front of our eyes. So, what really made them disappear was not the location. Right? It has nothing to do with the turn. Xia Yu speculated. Imoen pointed to the front. They will disappear there. Okay. Let me think about it. Let me think about it. Xia Yu squatted down and hugged his knees, like a real jellyfish. We must first find where they will disappear, and then find a way to tell them. We have to make them believe us. Imoen also thought of this. How can we make those adults believe them? Unlike mermaids, humans have a unique arrogance. Ming Qingqing and those sisters, ants will never ignore themselves because of their young age, but humans will judge a person's weight by age, or just like Yin Xia's dilemma, gender also has weight. The younger the person, the less sense of existence they have. The older people can manage the younger ones, just because they are older. In the team, the men manage the women, regardless of whether Yin Xia is happy or not. Xia Yu thought for a while, and said, let's wait for them to appear again, and then see. As he was talking, 2 figures ran towards them quickly. They were Yin Xia and Shi Ban, who had just disappeared. When they ran to the front, Yin Xia was furious. Can you 2 stop running around? I will have to find you if you get lost. If you want to die like this, I might as well shoot you first. Sorry. It's our fault. We will definitely not do it again. This time. Xia Yu spoke first without waiting for Shi Ban to plead for mercy. Shi Ban was speechless as soon as he opened his mouth. He could only pat Xia Yu on the shoulder. I'm glad you're okay. We were so worried. Are you not injured? No. Imoen said for Xia Yu. We found a lot of claw marks. Imoen's cleverness reminded Xia Yu that, yes, they could bring up the things they hadn't finished saying. I don't know if it will break the repetition of time. Yin Xia, who was on the verge of getting angry, obviously couldn't listen. Don't change the subject. Is this place for you to wander around casually? Okay, don't be angry. Shi Ban still persuaded her, but obviously didn't take the claw mark seriously. It's good that you found it. Sure enough, adults won't easily believe children. However, Xia Yu didn't give up, pointing to the shelf behind him and said, it's right there, my brother found it. You can go and see if you don't believe it. Who has time to look at the claw marks? It's not surprising to have strange things in the center of the rot. Yin Xia touched her gun again and again. Originally, she was furious and wanted to draw her gun. Let's go, continue searching. Imoen suddenly raised his arm and grabbed Yin Xia's wrist. So cold, Yin Xia suddenly turned around. What are you doing? Big claw marks, like the marks of a monster. Imoen expressed his thoughts. There may be a monster here, very dangerous. What's so dangerous about a monster? No matter how powerful a monster is, it will be afraid of firepower, And no matter how powerful a parasite is, it is a carbon-based creature. If they show up, I will kill them without mercy. Yin Xia believes in the theory of weapons only, but Moan's little hands are too cold. So cold that she feels uncomfortable all over. Why do you always hold me? I don't let you move forward. Moan thinks her words make sense. Mermaids can also be beaten to pieces by bullets and harpoons. We won't lie. Let's go and have a look together. Yin Xia still didn't move, and didn't even look over there. But Xi Ban was persuaded and said in a negotiating tone, since there are claw marks, let's take a look. If there are strange species here, it is not a simple electronic erosion area, but a double superposition area, which will be very dangerous. If there are strange species, Enya would have encountered them long ago. And Group B is the team that had direct contact. Yin Xia said, let's go and take a look. I don't think they are lying. Xi Ban pulled her. Xia Yu has never been so eager to grow up as he is now. Even though he has tried his best to survive, escaped countless disasters, taught himself to read since he was a child, and read all the books that could be understood in the institute, and even understood the communication code of robots. He was completely rejected just because of his age. This seems to have become the socially accepted order. But this order is wrong. Age has nothing to do with proficiency. People's age is just a measure. It's not that people suddenly become proficient and trustworthy when they reach a certain age. Okay, just take a look. But Yin Xia finally agreed and walked to the back where Moan pointed. Xia Yu breathed a sigh of relief. But he could also understand that her agreement was not to trust him, but to clear the unknown threats. But anyway, they walked back, not forward. The first disappearance occurred at the corner in front, and the second disappearance occurred on the straight road in front. So as long as they walked back, would they? Just thinking about it, the two people in front disappeared, just as Moan described it just now. The black shadow kept approaching them, like a tide completely covering their road. Yin Xia and Xi Ban were swallowed by the blackness and disappeared out of thin air. Xia Yu held Moan and didn't dare to move. It turned out that he was wrong. What made them disappear? What made time loop? Was not the location. For minutes and 27 seconds. Moan said at this time. For minutes and 27 seconds again? Xia Yu bit his lip. He was really scared. His palms were sweating. But he was still with Moan, who was younger than him. So he couldn't panic. It seems my inference was wrong. It's not a matter of corners and straights. It's time. Right? Well, they can only stay for so long. Moan kept counting. It won't be long before they appear again. What should we do? Yes. What should we do? Xia Yu didn't dare to let go and kept holding him. The seawater under their feet was obviously deeper, and it had already exceeded their knees. After 2 cycles, Xia Yu had completely calmed down. The focus was on what else they could do. What else could they do? They were just children, and they could not do anything. There was no chance to contact the crew, no chance to ask for help, and Jingwei was not around. They seemed to have no choice but to sit and wait for death, and let others handle their fate. Mido's medicine could not be taken back, and their life and death were uncertain. However, they could not just sit and wait for death. Professor Wang Qin had saved her life at the beginning, and she definitely did not want them to give up like this. It seems that we can only rely on adults. Since we have no ability, we can use their ability. Xia Yu patted his head. Ani, how can we make them believe in time loop? This is the key to the whole thing. Moan raised his right hand, and his fingertips pressed against Xia Yu's eyebrows. I don't like this action, but I can try it. This? Xia Yu also did it once. Moan nodded, yes. Although I hate Yin Xia's behavior, but I can try it. Okay, let's do it. Xia Yu took him to lean against the shelf to save his energy until Yin Xia and Xi Ban appeared again. This time Xia Yu took the initiative to pull Moan to run towards them. When he got in front of them, he said, can you two stop running around? I will have to find you if you get lost. If you are looking for death like this, you might as well be shot by me first. Yin Xia was about to speak, but suddenly gasped. Xia Yu quickly reached for her gun bag, trying to pull out her gun, but Yin Xia reacted quickly and held his hand. Then Xia Yu pointed his hand at his forehead like a gun. You are very angry. You want to shoot me, and make me promise not to run around. You have been looking for us for 2 hours. What are you talking about? Yin Xia's throat was dry, and her pupils suddenly shrank. When her pupils shrank, The structure of the golden metal piece could be seen. She was wearing a simulated eyeball. She was about to explode with anger. When she saw the two dead kids, she was full of screams and shouts. She wanted to shoot them in the head with a gun. They were still running around in the electronic erosion area. These two kids were really not afraid of death. But as the leader of Group C, no matter how angry she was, she couldn't let them die. She bit the bullet and searched back and forth in the warehouse. 2 hours had passed on the timer. She finally found them, and was about to get angry, but they said what they wanted to say first. Time is repeating, we are in a loop. Xia Yu was not sure if his expression was in place. You just came and left. You can only stay for 4 minutes and 27 seconds. I didn't lie. Shi Ban and Yin Xia showed synchronized doubts on their faces. You will disappear. And the darkness will catch up with you. Imoen added. Please believe us. Although we are small, we are not lying. Xia Yu said firmly. Zlaw will not lie. Imoen added again. And the two responded. However, the two adults fell silent at the same time. From their perspective, there is no such thing as time loop. But Xia Yu's actions made them pay attention. Especially when he said 2 hours. Yin Xia and Shi Ban had indeed been looking for them for so long. I don't believe it. Half a minute later, Yin Xia still remained skeptical. Once you enter the erosion area, nothing is real. Maybe the children in front of you are all fake. Please believe me. Xia Yu reiterated. To believe, there must be evidence. Otherwise, how can we believe it? Besides, you are just children. Yin Xia paused. Do you have evidence? If you can show it, I will give you my trust. Shi Ban has not said anything, obviously in a neutral attitude. Xia Yu shook his head. The first time you disappeared at the corner. The second time you disappeared while walking on the straight road. My brother and I saw it all. The second time you said exactly the same thing as the first time. We also wanted to show you the claw marks. But you didn't believe it. Yin Xia took a deep breath after hearing this. Then according to what you said, how long will it take for us to disappear? 10 seconds left. Imoen stared at her. Do you have any secrets? 10 seconds? Although Yin Xia didn't believe in the theory of time cycle. As time passed, she still left herself a way out. My last name is Hua. After saying this, the shadows around them began to intensify, wrapping the two people around, leaving no sound or extra movements. Xia Yu and Imoen did not see their first disappearance. And the second disappearance was still some distance away. And the third one happened right in front of them. After disappearing, they were silent. A and I. After a long silence, Xia Yu spoke. Can we succeed? Imoen nodded. Although he was very small, his expression was so determined. The two held hands and walked forward, wading through the seawater that was almost up to their thighs. At this moment, they only had each other. When they reached the place where Imoen found the claw marks, two familiar figures ran towards them. And everything was the same as before. Start over. This time, Xia Yu shouted before Yin Xia could speak. Your last name is Hua. We are trapped in a time loop, you told me last time. There are claw marks on the shelf. The next round will be in 4 minutes and 27 seconds. I didn't lie. Ah? Yin Xia was shocked, and she was not even angry when she ran to them. What are you talking about? Shi Ban was originally worried that Yin Xia would lose her temper, but now, he was also confused. After 4 minutes and 27 seconds, the time will reset, and there will be a time loop in the tide. You tell us your last name is Hua. Xia Yu finished speaking in one breath, and in a hurry. He grabbed Yin Xia's hand. Believe me, although I am a child, but I don't lie. Yin Xia looked at his hand, and her heart was filled with doubts and shock. But all his emotions were focused on the information she told him. He said calmly, my last name is not Hua. What? But it's obviously you. Xia Yu was desperate. She actually told them false information? Yin Xia. She just said it. She didn't trust them from the bottom of her heart? How to explain it next? He really couldn't think of an answer. Every road was blocked and full of fog. But I believe you. Because this is the code I set for myself. Once this code appears in the mission, it means there is a problem around. Yin Xia picked up the intercom without hesitation and pressed the 001 call channel. Silver Fong. Xia Yu found that the tide was in a cycle time. Everyone be alert. Chapter 34. Enya was still standing in the middle of the circular hall on the F1 floor. In front of him were two crew members, who were complaining to themselves. We just found that the ship couldn't dock, and it seemed that we couldn't get through. But everything else was normal. The crew cabins were all arranged, and we continued to work. The sea is very rough, and we often get seasick. When will this situation end? When can we leave here? Although Yin Xia's roar was in the headset, Enya still said nonchalantly, "Okay, we will repair the tide as soon as possible. Now please gather in the central restaurant. We will count the number of people first." The eyes of the two crew members revealed a deep confusion, but they still turned around and went to the central restaurant. When they turned their heads away, Enya could notice the erosion on their ears. When their backs disappeared, Enya immediately pressed the intercom. "Say it again." "What's going on?" Time loop. For minutes and 27 seconds. Yin Xia turned on her timer. Xia Yu and his brother found it. I believe them. The team code is Heavenly King covering Earth Tiger. The team code is You Are a Real Tiger. Although Enya did not feel uncomfortable, he firmly believed that Yin Xia would not joke about such a big thing. Besides, their previous communication code was this, and only I know it. According to the plan, I should go to the central restaurant to take notes for the assembled personnel next, but now he obviously can't waste precious seconds. Group A, report the situation. Enya asked immediately. Captain, there are 33 crew members gathered in the central restaurant, according to the list of people on board. We found that there are 48 people on board, and the captain and the deputy captain are missing. We asked a few people just now, and they said that the captain might be in the library. The people in Group A said, "You go find the missing captain and vice captain." Time is repeating. We only have a few minutes. Everyone listen carefully. If we can't break the cycle, we will stay on the tide forever. Enya's temples were sweating unconsciously. Now this matter is difficult to deal with. Time is too short. No one can formulate an action plan in the few minutes of constant refresh. Even if they formulate it, it will be refreshed immediately. He immediately contacted Yin Xia. What did Xia Yu say? Yin Xia just climbed onto the shelf, and her feet were empty. There are huge claw marks on the shelf. It doesn't look like a human. Then this erosion center is not just about electronic equipment problems. There are also strange species or parasites. This is a complex area. Enya strode to the cockpit, searching for the logbook over and over again. We must find a way to transmit information. I can transmit information about the time cycle. What about you? Yin Xia jumped off the shelf. Now she also found that there was more seawater in the warehouse. Xia Yu stood in the water, watching her busying about. He wanted to help but couldn't, so he could only hold on to Emoan. The seawater was now higher than their thighs, and it would rise after each cycle. No, it wasn't just the seawater in the cargo hold that was rising. It was the entire ship that was sinking. After a few more cycles, the B2 layer would be all seawater. If they couldn't escape this cycle, then by the last cycle, he, Emoan, Shiban, and Yin Xia would all be drowned in the water. Emoan is not afraid, but the rest will drown. They will follow the tide to the bottom, sink into the sea, and become a part of the cargo ship forever. Yin Xia is still communicating with Enya. Time is passing by, and the sea outside the window seems to be tempting them not to go ashore. Suddenly, Emoan pinched Xia Yu's fingers. Time is up. Time is up. And darkness once again enveloped Yin Xia and Shiban's bodies and faces, and they disappeared again. Xia Yu pulled Emoan to his side and stared at the sea for a while. The seawater is rising. But don't be afraid. Emoan noticed Xia Yu's uneasiness. If the cabin is full of water, I will break the window and take you out. No. We are in the erosion area now. If the ship doesn't let us go, we can't leave. Even if we break the window, we may never swim to the surface of the sea. Now, there are two ways in front of us. Listen carefully. Xia Yu has already started to prepare for both situations. If Enya and Yin Xia can solve this cycle, we can get out smoothly. Then we must not forget to find a special medicine. Emoan frowned unhappily. The other way. I don't want to hear it. The other way is, if we can't get out, you won't drown. You must find a way to leave. Don't stay on this ship forever. Xia Yu smiled and touched his face. If his life has entered the countdown, he doesn't want to make it so sad. The separation of life and death is heavy enough in itself. Just like Xia Yu will never forget the last time he saw Professor Wang Qin. He hopes that when Emoan grows up and becomes a majestic giant sea monster, he will remember his smiling face. I don't like to hear you say this. Please don't say it. I will be angry. Emoan was really angry. You can't leave me. If you say this again, I will hit your head with my tail. If I can live, I will definitely not leave you. Xia Yu said softly, swallowing the second half of the sentence. But it is really difficult to live. You have to live. I won't allow you to die. Emoan slapped his hand angrily. Ouch. It didn't hurt. But Xia Yu was still shocked. However, this slap made him sober up. Things hadn't developed to the worst. And he couldn't say discouraging words. Professor Wang Qin didn't lose her fighting spirit until the last moment. And she was still giving herself hope. Okay. I take back my words. Let's think of a way. Xia Yu walked in the water. We have to get them to act. And let them find the main person who caused the electronic erosion. The key is shorten the time. Emoan answered. Now he grabbed Xia Yu's hand and looked at it carefully, regretting that he had used too much force just now. Yes. Shorten the time, they must make things clear to each other. The shorter the time, the better. This way, there will be more words to act. Let's not be idle. Seek if there are any injections nearby. Xia Yu pulled Emoan and moved in the water with difficulty. The resistance of the water was increasing. We haven't found the shells here yet. Let's look for them first. When you are at a loss, you always have to find something to do, so that you can't come here in vain. Emoan thought so too, and this was their mission here. However, the shells were no longer so easy to climb. Emoan was very careful when climbing up. Not only were there more and more mosses on the metal shelves, but many plants similar to seaweed began to grow. Xia Yu stood below, waiting to catch him, but his mind did not stop thinking. Why did electronic erosion occur? The ears of the crew members were ulcerated. Was it because they all had something installed in their ears? Ears? Xia Yu always felt that he had seen something related in a book, but he just couldn't remember it all of a sudden. There are all kinds of books in the institute. He flipped through every one of them. He seemed to have seen something related to seafarers. What is it? What is it? Xia Yu wanted to quickly remember it. Suddenly, Emoan threw something down. Oh my god! There is a book here! Emoan shouted. Book? Why is there a book here? Xia Yu picked it up quickly, and said after flipping it open, This is not a book. But whose diary? Is it a navigation log? This book is very large. Not like an ordinary small notebook. The hard shell packaging shows that it should be a navigation record. Xia Yu couldn't wait to open it. But he was disappointed on the first page, because the record was written in pen. After soaking in the seawater for a long time, the handwriting was already very unclear. Emoan also jumped down, splashing more than half a meter high. Xia Yu held him with one hand, fearing that he would run around, and held the navigation record with one hand, reading it carefully. Emoan did not run around, but approached him and helped him turn the page. Can you see clearly? What's on it? Human words were still too difficult for Emoan. No wonder Talos called himself an illiterate fish. Some of it is not clear. I'll try. Maybe this is the key to decryption. Xia Yu hoped so in his heart. With the help of Emoan, the paper turned over page by page. Stop. Emoan stopped. There were words on the paper. Xia Yu read out. It is so beautiful. It is the most beautiful creature I have ever seen. It is what I think in my heart, what I wish in my heart. What? Emoan didn't understand. On the first day, a small amount of water, no food. It is enough for it to just sit there quietly. My heart has been occupied by it. There are no distractions at all. Xia Yu continued to read. On the second day, a small amount of water, no food. I believe we can communicate. I believe there is a flow of emotions between us. This is true. Emoan did not speak again, and listened quietly to Xia Yu's recitation. On the third day, Xia Yu paused. The words behind it were no longer clear, so he could only skip them. On the fifth day, it stopped drinking water, and still refused to eat. I saw the glorious fall, the brilliant destruction, and its singing was like the sound of nature. Singing? Emoan raised his head. On the sixth day, it was like a gust of wind. I wanted to stay with me forever. Xia Yu stopped reading here, because the long pen handwriting at the back was completely unreadable. So he could only close the logbook. What do these mean? Emoan shook his head and pointed forward. They are coming. Yin Xia and Shiban appeared again, and the cycle began. Emoan rushed over and said, You told me your last name was Hua. But in fact, your last name is not Hua. Time is looping. The last time you talked to Inya, you said a code? Yin Xia and Shiban stopped at the same time, and their expressions were stiffer than each other. Contact Inya quickly. We only have 4 minutes and 27 seconds. Xia Yu said. Yin Xia hadn't even caught her breath yet, but Emoan's words were unquestionable. Otherwise, She couldn't have told him these things, so she didn't delay, and directly contacted Enya. Something's wrong, time loop, only 4 minutes and 27 seconds, the King of Heaven and the Tiger of Earth. What's the matter? Who told you? Enya was questioning the 2 crew members in front of him. Imoen, I believe him, he said my secret code. Xia lost all her anger. We have to think of a way. Enya was also in shock. The 2 crew members in front of him were nagging anxiously. He first used a few words to evade them, after successfully persuading them to return. He revealed his true reaction in the conversation with Xia. This is the first time I've encountered this situation. Now I'm contacting Group A, how's your side? And this time, Xia directly turned on the public speaker of the intercom. Not very good, no information. The sea level can be felt to be rising significantly. Imoen and Xia Yu are not affected. But they can't get out either. Turn on the radio. Keep in touch. And let them pass on the information. Enya's idea is exactly the same as Xia's. Whether they can escape successfully depends on the 2 children. Change the plan now. And wait for my order. Okay. Xia's voice had just fallen. And Shiben had already measured the speed of the rising seawater. Not good. It has now exceeded Xia Yu's chest. And the rising speed seems to be accelerating. Shiben helped to hold Imoen. Don't be afraid. I can swim. Men, don't underestimate me. Imoen is not afraid. Oh yes, I almost forgot, everyone on this mission can swim. Shiban turned around and asked Xia Yu. What about you? Xia Yu nodded. I can swim, but the seawater seems alive. The seawater that was rising slowly just now has begun to speed up, as if it will fill the cargo hold in a few minutes. Xia communicated with Enya while pushing down the shelf. Is Group A confirmed? The captain and the deputy captain are missing. So many people disappeared from this cargo ship? It's confirmed. Originally I was going to the cafeteria, now I'm going to the captain's room. There might be a logbook there, which can help me figure out what happened on the ship. Enya said. No need to go to the captain's room, I found the logbook here. Xia Yu quickly handed over the notebook. The water rose to his neck, and he had to look up. Xia took the notebook, turned a few pages, and said to Enya, Don't go to the captain's room, the logbook is here. How did it get into your hands? Enya was very puzzled. I don't know either anyway. Don't go to the captain's room, look somewhere else. I now suspect that this ship has its own consciousness. It wants all of us to be buried with it. Not only are the parts of the crew members problematic, the parts on the ship have also developed their own consciousness. Xia finally found a suitable shelf. Where are you going now? Go to the kitchen, and then go to the central cafeteria. Enya had already knocked open the kitchen door. The kitchen should be one of the messiest places on the ship. But the kitchen of the Tide is the cleanest place Enya has ever seen. Silver freezer. Spotless stove. Work area without even a cutting board or a set of knives. White chef uniforms are hung on the wall. They stay quietly in their original positions, which looks normal at first glance but is creepy. Did you see anything? Xia turned on the flashlight and opened the logbook. Is the captain crazy? He seems to be obsessed with something. And he always wants to feed it. Did they secretly raise dangerous creatures? There must be something else on this ship. Niwa didn't give us enough information. The Tide is definitely not an ordinary cargo ship. Enya quickly opened the refrigerator, cabinets and every place he could check. He would reset again in a dozen seconds. Okay, listen to me, Xia, although I look down on you. You used your precious time to scold me? Xia finished reading the logbook. But now I choose to trust you. A little brat. You tell those 2 kids, the next time you cycle. You must let me come directly to the kitchen. There is something wrong in the kitchen. When is the first page of the logbook? Enya asked. Xia said quickly, 7 months ago. 7 months, the Tide was at sea for a total of 7 months. Why is the kitchen so clean? I have to find the cargo list. And what parts did the crew install? Enya's words stopped here. Xia, Shiban disappeared again in front of Imoen and Xia Yu. The logbook fell from the air into the water. And at this time, the seawater had exceeded Imoen's height. Luckily, Xia knocked over a shelf. They climbed to the top along the horizontal shelf. The seawater was right under their feet, and was ready to swallow their lives. They disappeared again. I hope they can come back before the sea drowns us. Xia Yu maintained a false calm, his pale lips trembling. Imoen's legs were not as flexible as his. So he grabbed his ribs and hugged Imoen up with all his strength. Imoen stared at the water under his feet. He couldn't tell whether he was afraid or not. But he just couldn't figure out the situation. What else can we do now? Xia Yu asked. The logbook floated to their feet unconsciously, and Imoen bent down to pick it up. Now the words on it were all soaked in water. There was no sense of crisis just now, but now Imoen's uneasiness gradually emerged. After all, Xia Yu can't breathe in water. If the worst happens, he will definitely find a way to take Xia Yu away. As for Yin Xia and Shi Ban, I wish them good luck. When the two were at a loss, the bracelet lit up. Jingwei, where are you? It's hard to contact you. Xia Yu, can you hear me? Xia Yu seemed to see a glimmer of hope. Jingwei, save us, we are on the tide is going to drown us. Chapter 35. Jingwei was silent for 2 seconds, and then a deafening scream came from the bracelet. Jingwei, ah. If they hadn't been unable to free their hands, Xia Yu and Imoen would have covered their ears. Jingwei, I'm just an artificial intelligence that has just developed. Why do you give me such a terrible task? Why did you two run there? Can I still take this class, if I want to resign? Who should I report to? The voice was almost out of control. In Xia Yu's mind, Jingwei has always been rational and calm. Although its authority is very low, it is like a real little sister, always trying to solve problems for himself within its ability and provide help. It always speaks in a very formal way, and has a little bit of humanity that Nuwa doesn't have. It will make itself learn to be selfish as soon as possible. Now, this image has completely changed. Maybe Jingwei's true form is really a little girl, and her usual restraint and wisdom are just disguises. Xia Yu seemed to see a little sister holding her head and screaming in front of him, running while screaming, and crying in anger. No wonder its authority is so low. It turns out that Jingwei has just developed for a short time and is an artificial intelligence embryo. It must be avoiding Yuwa when it drops offline from time to time. Maybe in that virtual AI world. Jingwei was beaten to a pulp by Yuwa. The screams lasted for 3 or 4 seconds, and finally stopped. The whole bracelet revealed a sense of resentment from a worker. Jingwei, tell me, why are you on the tide? Xia Yu and Imoen each said the reason why they came to the tide. And then both of them heard a sigh from the artificial intelligence at the same time. Jingwei, alas. According to my understanding, the tide suffered a large-scale electronic erosion, and all the crew members lost contact. It's too risky. You shouldn't go up. But since you have come up, I don't want to waste time criticizing your recklessness. Now I will report the situation, the more detailed the better. Imoen did not dare to delay, and told in detail about the time loop and the rising seawater. Just after he finished speaking, the seawater had risen to the height of the shelves under their feet. Jingwei, too bad, this is a situation I have never encountered. Now you can only wait passively, but I can provide a useful piece of information. According to my investigation, in recent years, a kind of surgery has become popular among the crew, called the loneliness disappearance surgery. I suspect that what happened on the tide was the side effect of the surgery. Loneliness disappearance surgery? Xia Yu suddenly thought of it. That's it. He had read about it in a book. Jingwei, during the operation, a chip will be implanted in the human body. This chip can continuously release electronic signals to the cerebellum, continuously stimulating the posterior pituitary gland to secrete a hormone, synthesized by the paraventricular nucleus and supraoptic nucleus of the hypothalamus. Because people who work on ships for a long time are prone to become manic due to loneliness, so everyone is very peaceful. Oh my god! Imoen exclaimed. He couldn't understand how people could be lonely in the sea. The sea is home for him. This is where he belongs. Jingwei, all the chips in the world can be manipulated by Nuwa. After Nuwa awakens, these chips will definitely affect people. You tell the adults this important news. Maybe this is the key to awakening the crew. Awake? Can it still be awakened? Xia Yu asked. If he can save people, he hopes to be able to save them. Jingwei, there are certain risks, but it may be successful. If you want to leave the electronic erosion area, you can choose to blow up the tide. Kill the people inside at the same time, or let them wake up and get rid of the interference of the chip. This operation will implant the chip behind the ear, and the corresponding position will also be eroded. Xia Yu was stunned. Yes. Behind the ear. Their ears are rotten. Jingwei, okay. You must tell the adults. Don't say it wrong. Now you are the only one who can act as a hub for communication between the adults, who are constantly resetting. You are very important. Your task now is to wait until they come back. If you still have the energy, I can help you find the location of the special medicine. Okay. I still have the energy. I can still find it. Xia Yu suddenly became energetic. He has not forgotten the key task of this trip. Since he has gone deep into the danger, the injection must be taken out. Jingwei was silent for 1/3 of a second. Jingwei found it. On the 3A shelf. 2 area. 3rd floor B2. You can start. Thank you. Xia Yu turned his head and said to Imoen. B2 is our floor. 3A shelf. 2 area. 3rd floor. There is medicine that can save me dough. Let me go. Don't move. Imoen nodded. Before going into the water, he poked Xia Yu's face. A simple little action relieved Xia Yu's nervousness. And he subconsciously gave Imoen a smile. Okay. Now it's the little jellyfish's task. And it's also the only chance to save his friend. Imoen saw him smile and jumped into the water. From the human world into the fish world. The sea water is not as fresh as the real sea water. With a smell of rust. Which should be because the cargo ship has been soaked for a long time. And the dark red rust has added a taste to the sea water. It's as if the ship has been soaked for many years. The 2 legs changed again. The blood-red flesh that suddenly grew out tore through the fabric, and tore his pants into pieces. The ear fins behind his ears gently unfolded, and the ventral fins quietly stretched out like small wings. When Imoen touched the shelf label hidden below, he had regained his mermaid appearance. The silver hair spread in the water, and he could see it very clearly. The seawater was still rising, and the air was getting less and less. The oxygen he didn't need was what Xia Yu relied on to survive. Imoen looked up, and he could still see Xia Yu's swaying figure through the water, and then he resolutely turned around and leapt. Find medicine, must find medicine, otherwise it will be a waste of time. Imoen kept saying this to himself. Of course, he wanted to stay with Xia Yu at this critical moment. There were many shells, some of which had already fallen down. Imoen could only flip them one by one, swimming back and forth between the gaps of the shells, from 3H to 3A. Only then did he breathe a sigh of relief. Transparent bubbles appeared on the surface of the gills. Area 2, 3RD floor. Imoen blinked and sneezed in the water. Mermaids are too demanding on the seawater environment. They cannot survive if there is a little pollution, so now he has noticed discomfort. Shelf 3A has collapsed, which means that seawater backflow will indeed cause the shelf to collapse. Then the shelf under the jellyfish's feet will not last long. Imoen did not dare to waste time and began to search. The light above his head seemed to become dimmer. There was less and less space for survival. Area 1. Area 2. Imoen touched the number 2 and swam horizontally across the 1st and 2nd floors. This place was completely messed up. The goods were smashed into a mess. It was impossible to tell what was what. But it was vaguely clear that this place was a refrigerator. Could it be here? Imoen didn't know. He was still too young, and he almost used up all his strength to lift those refrigerators. Xia Yu, who was waiting there, was not much better. The place where he was standing just now was no longer safe enough. If he stood there, then the sea water would have covered his knees, so he climbed up another level. At this time, there was a sound of swimming in the distance, but it was definitely not Imoen. Imoen would definitely come back by diving, and would not swim on the sea surface. This must be Yin Xia and Shi Ban. They are back. I'm here. Xia Yu waved at them, leading them in this direction. When the 2 swam to the front, Xia Yu spoke again in advance. Time is stuck in a loop. Contact Enya quickly. Tell him not to go to the captain's room. Go directly to the kitchen. Damn it! How can the seawater rise so fast? Yin Xia held the shelf. Stepped up. Where did you 2 go? Time is stuck in a loop. Contact Enya quickly. We only have 4 minutes and 27 seconds. Xia Yu grabbed her. Your last name is not Hua. But you tell me yours is. Don't let Enya go to the captain's room. Go directly to the kitchen. Electronic erosion is behind their ears. The chip, what kind of hormones will that thing secrete, which will make the crew feel less lonely at sea, is the problem with the chip. Shi Ben also stepped onto the shelf, grabbed Xia Yu. What did you say? Where is Imoen? Imoen is missing. Xia Yu lied. He couldn't reveal Imoen's identity for the time being. Contact Enya quickly. We still have time, otherwise it will be. Before he finished speaking, Yin Xia had already talked to Enya, although she was confused, but it was obvious that the fact that he was not surnamed Hua was the point she believed the most. She was indeed very confused. She had been looking for the child for 2 hours. Then the sea water suddenly began to rise. They swam over and met Xia Yu. Time loop, is this true? When Yin Xia and Enya were communicating, Shi Ban began to comfort Xia Yu. Don't be afraid, Enya and the others are very experienced, and they will definitely take us away. Where is Imoen? When did you get separated? It's just, we got separated while walking. It's too dark here. Xia Yu evaded the question. At this time, he had heard Enya say on the intercom that he was going to the captain's room to find the logbook. Don't go, the logbook is here, but it's been soaked in water, and there's nothing important in it. The tide has been at sea for more than 7 months. The cruise ships have problems, and, in the last cycle, you said you would go to the kitchen again. Yin Xia didn't need to repeat these words. Enya had heard them clearly. After hearing them clearly, Enya turned around and ran to the kitchen. Since he said he would go to the kitchen in the last round, then if he went again, he could still find clues. How many times is this? Yin Xia asked at this time. Xia Yu stepped on the water. I don't remember many times. Many times. Okay, you have to remember all the information we said next, and then tell me word for word in the next cycle. Yin Xia was particularly nervous. The sudden cycle left them helpless. She didn't have time to think about why only Xia Yu escaped the loop. Even though she had participated in no less than 10 operations, she had never encountered a time dislocation. The difficulty of this mission has exceeded all her previous missions. Even Enya was helpless, completely unprepared. And such a terrible situation actually happened to Imoen and Xia Yu. They are so unlucky. No step can be wrong, even if they take the right path. They may not be able to escape unscathed, even if they choose the right node at every point in the end. They still need to rely on luck. Her nervousness also infected Enya. In just half a minute, he had already rushed into the kitchen. With the previous cycles, he had avoided the wrong answers. He did not go to the captain's room or look for the logbook, but went directly to the place where he had not completed the investigation last time. The kitchen. Since I stopped here last time, there must be something here that I feel is wrong, he muttered to himself, rummaging through the boxes and cabinets. This place is so clean that it looks like it has never been used. How could it not be used? According to the numbers in the logbook, the tide has been at sea for 7 months. Yin Xia saw the number with her own eyes. 7 months is not long. Nor is it short. There must be traces of use in the kitchen. No. There is nothing. Enya touched the refrigerator. It's all empty. Yin Xia thought for a moment. Could it be that they have eaten all the food? Enya was very determined. Impossible. The tide was preparing to dock a few days ago. A cargo ship that has been operating at sea for a long time will not eat up all the food just before the docking day, because no one can predict whether there will be any emergencies. If there is no food at sea, do you know how crazy they can do it? Enya obviously understands human nature better than Yin Xia. When people are hungry, there is no difference between them and the most primitive animals. And the refrigerator has no signs of being used at all. Enya looked at the refrigeration blades. This is not right. In fact, there is one thing I can't figure out. Yin Xia more or less knows some common sense of navigation. There are so many routes now, and the number of pure mechanical cargo ships is countless. Wouldn't it be better to let them perform the 7-month cargo transportation mission? Enya was silent. This is indeed not right. Even if the cargo is transported between the 2 farthest ports, it won't take 7 months. This means that the tide has been wandering around in the ocean most of the time, circling with a full ship of containers. For 7 months. Without docking. Without unloading. What are all the crew doing? Moreover, it is cheaper and more convenient to use a purely mechanical cargo ship. The machine will not be lonely. And even the cost of chip surgery can be saved. The danger on Yin Xia's side is not only the countdown, but also the rising water level. Now even if they stand on the 2nd floor of the shelf, the seawater has already flooded to their waists. Xia Yu said that the chip behind their ears can eliminate loneliness. So could their wish be to go home? Yin Xia thought of the 2 crew members who had been asking when they could go home. Away from home. Away from land. For 7 months. The loneliness of a long sea voyage can really drive ordinary people crazy. And their obsession just happened to meet the mechanical awakening? Okay. I'll go now. If it's too late, Xia Yu must deliver the information. I'm going to wake them up now. Enya left the kitchen and ran to the central cafeteria. That should be where everyone usually eats. Now all the crew members found on the ship are there. Group A, temporarily stopped searching for the captain and the vice captain, and all personnel rushed to the cafeteria. Enya did not forget to call his companions. The central cafeteria is the largest area on the F1 floor, but now the road leading to the cafeteria is all seawater. The wallpaper on the wall has changed color. appearing an inexplicable color like bacterial plaque. The ceiling also began to leak, drip, without stopping for a moment. Silver Fawn looked outside the ship again. Their speedboat was gone. The ship and the sea would not let them leave. The whole ship seemed to have changed color. Rust and mold continued to grow, as if the true face of the tide was revealed. Seaweed emerged from the cracks in the wall, and inexplicable slime appeared on the ground. The whole ship aged in an instant. He rushed to the cafeteria and kicked the door open. The tables and chairs were neatly stacked, and the crew did not sit together to chat as he expected. Instead, they all stood, forming a circle. The backs of their ears where the chips were installed had become bloody holes, and yellow pus kept flowing out, flowing to their necks, shoulders, arms, and even to the ground. Facing each other, the crew members murmured to themselves, as if they were talking in a dream at night. Great Lord, give us everything, and take away what we don't have. Everyone, stop! Enya shouted. All the crew members looked at him, their expressions confused and their eyes distracted. But they moved in unison. Even their breathing rate was the same. The ship has been repaired. Now everyone can get off the ship and go home. Enya slowly approached them. What they said now should be the thoughts of the chip with independent consciousness. But he just couldn't understand it. Go home. Everyone. Enya's voice became louder. Working at sea for 7 months. It's really hard for everyone. Now the tide has arrived at Port A in Qingyao City. As long as we leave here, we can go home. The crew members remained silent. One person's ear fell off, and the ear root was completely rotten. Enya looked at him calmly. As long as we go home, everything will be over. These 7 months have been too hard and too long. But the ship will dock one day, and everyone will go home one day. Your relatives are waiting for you. Let's go. Let's go home together. No one moved. The seawater around Xia Yu was still rising. Don't rely on the chip. It eliminates your loneliness. I will arrange surgery for you after you get off the ship to take it out. There are real families on land, not just the vast ocean. Enya gradually approached. Listen to me. You are safe. Your ship has docked. Yin Xia held the communication device tightly, waiting for the decision of fate. The next moment, the crew member who lost his ear picked up the knife at hand and stabbed Enya in the abdomen. Enya disappeared at this moment. The darkness enveloped him, and also enveloped the rest of the people. Yin Xia and she banned from Group A, Group B, and Group C disappeared at the same time. Xia Yu was the only one left in the warehouse again. He was about to be drowned by the seawater, and he could only climb up, climbing to the top along the slippery metal bars. The top floor was the 3rd floor, and above that was the ceiling. He had nowhere to escape. Zla, I'm here. Emoen suddenly emerged from the water. I found it. The injection, found it. Great, finally there is good news. Xia Yu was shivering with cold. Great, if you can escape, you must bring the injection back. I wonder if Enya can wake up the crew in the next cycle. The bracelet lit up at this time. Jingwei screamed as soon as she opened her mouth. Jingwei, Xia Yu, I just unlocked a file package. The external information of this ship is fake, and the logbook is probably also fake. The actual time at sea is 70 months. Chapter 36. 70 months? There are 12 months in a year, 70 months. Xia Yu quickly calculated, less than 6 years. But it's almost 6 years, that is to say, the tide has been working for nearly 6 years, and has never docked. They have been working on the ship, relying on the services provided by the chip, eliminating loneliness, eliminating fear of the sea. Jingwei, I know that this world is full of troubles. You must tell the adults this news. You can't handle it alone. I understand. I can't handle it. It would be better if I were older. Xia Yu is not stubborn at his age. It's best not to drag the team down. Now the special medicine for me Do has been found. But their fate is still uncertain. I don't know when Yin Xia and Shi Ban will come back next time. When they appear again, I won't have drowned. Right? Emoen hugged him at this time. The little jellyfish was scared. He knew. His body started to heat up again, and he stayed warmly beside Xia Yu. This was the only thing he could do at the moment. After all, they were all small. I'm sorry. I'm too small. He apologized to Xia Yu. If only I were big. Like other sea monsters. Like Meng Qingqing. So big. Xia Yu shook his head, and the warm water surrounded him, which gave him a little comfort. It doesn't matter. Even if I die here, I won't feel cold all over. I'll die warmly. I want to be big. If I'm bigger, I might be able to flip this boat and take you out directly. Imoen had never had such a desire before. The desire for power overcame everything. Let's swim out. Swim to the land, and you can breathe deeply. It doesn't matter. I can breathe deeply now. Look. Xia Yu immediately pretended to breathe hard. He took a deep breath just to show Imoen. He didn't want his brother to be so sad. He was originally very small. And there was an even smaller one beside him. The two of them depended on each other in the sea. And there was no adult who could help them. Xia Yu lowered his head, looking at Imoen's asymmetrical tail fin, and felt sad. Does it still hurt? He asked. Imoen shook his head, holding the injection tightly in his hand. It will be fine when we go back. And we can give Mido an injection. Yes. Yes. Everything will be fine as long as this injection is given. Xia Yu tried his best to raise his head. The sea water had reached his chest. The three of us can grow up together. I really don't know what Mido will look like when he grows up. Imoen saw him struggling so hard, and wrapped his arms around Xia Yu's waist, and lifted him up with his own strength. Xia Yu's 2 feet left the shelf, as if floating on the water, and finally, he could save some energy. At this time, the lights in the warehouse were completely extinguished, and only the sound of water entering was left. What kind of sound was this? Xia Yu thought it was very torturous. He couldn't see clearly around him. The oxygen was decreasing, and the water was increasing. Intense depression and suffocation began to dominate his mind. The sound of water, which could have been ignored, became particularly obvious. The louder it was, the closer the footsteps of death were. It's so warm. Xia Yu touched Imoen's round belly. Imoen was quietly getting hot, thinking about how to take him away from here. You are such a beautiful little fish. I really want to know what you will look like when you grow up. Xia Yu smiled. Then you can grow up with me. And then you can see it. Imoen shook his tail, using his broken tail to keep his balance. It was difficult, but he was willing to do his best. When you grow up, you can go back to the deep sea. Xia Yu took his hand. Go see your Hycilla. Or go to your hatching place. It must be very beautiful there. There must be many mermaids. They will all welcome you. I don't want to go back. Imoen looked around anxiously. Why haven't Yanxia and Shiban come back yet? You have to go back. But you have to be careful. Don't trust humans so easily. After all, not everyone in the world is so good. Go back, there is no artificial intelligence there. Xia Yu even wanted to take off his bracelet and give it to him. Also, if you encounter a blue jellyfish in the sea, don't be curious, don't go over to look. Stop talking, you are not nice. Imoen was extremely anxious. Now there was only 1 or 2 meters away from the ceiling. This 1 or 2 meters was their living space. Once it was filled, the cargo hold would be filled with seawater, and there would be no more cavities. The sound of water entering gradually increased, whistling, and at the same time, the voices of 2 people were heard. What the hell is going on? Where are Imoen and Xia Yu? How do we get out? It's Yanxia and Shiban, Xia Yu shouted desperately. Here, we are here, don't worry about us, contact Enya quickly. Your last name is Nanhua, time is looping, only 4 minutes and 27 seconds, don't let Enya. The water level rose rapidly. Xia Yu accidentally choked. Ahem, don't let Enya go to the captain's room, the logbook is here, the tide has been at sea for 70 months, there is no food in the kitchen, go to the central restaurant. Xia Yu shouted intermittently, the voice was like a thin thread, it could break at any time. Don't go to the captain's room. Yanxia, Shiban was still some distance away from them, listening intermittently. Time loop. Please believe me. Xia Yu choked again. Contact quickly. Silver Fong. The chip is behind the ear. They are not alone. The water level rose again, almost washing Xia Yu away from Imoen's hands. Yanxia was not much better. She just wanted to grab Shiban. But the two of them were still a second apart. Catch me. Yanxia stretched out her arms. Help, help. Shiban's hand hadn't reached out yet. The waves covered his head. He was swallowed by the sea. And he didn't even leave a second sentence. The water was like a barrier, and it easily took away a living person from her. Then everything around her became quiet again, and there was no more Shiban's voice. Shiban, Shiban. Yanxia's heart suddenly lost confidence, and it was pitch black, and she couldn't tell where Shiban was washed away. But now there was an even more terrifying situation, which was what Xia Yu said. She and Shiban were still looking for Xia Yu and Imoen a second ago, and no one understood why the seawater suddenly rushed in, and the speed was extremely fast. It flooded to this extent in just a few minutes, it would put people to death. She quickly took out the intercom. Xia, go to the central restaurant, time loop. Xia was still questioning the crew, and had already noticed something was wrong. The tide was obviously sinking, and a large area of puddles had appeared on the floor of the F1 floor. At this time, Xia's voice broke into his headphones again. He didn't care about the two crew members, turned around and asked, "Say it again." "Xia Yu," said it. Xia was swayed by the sea water. "Don't go to the captain's room." How did he know I was going to the captain's room? This thought had just occurred to Xia. Time loops, it has been looped many times. Xia's face was soaked by the sudden waves. "The logbook is here. The captain must have been to the cargo hold. The tide has been at sea for 70 months. Don't go to the kitchen. There is no food in the kitchen." Xia, who was about to go to the kitchen, stopped again. His intention was predicted again. The time loop is real. The kitchen is empty. They want to go home. You have to go to the central cafeteria. Xia also heard it from Xia Yu. This should be their last loop. She tried to lift her head up, breathing heavily. Her nose was only a dozen centimeters away from the ceiling, and she was in danger. She didn't have the energy to look for Shiban, nor did she have the energy to care about Xia Yu and Imoen. Xia, did you hear me? I'll be in the cafeteria soon. How are you over there? The boat is sinking. Xia shouted. I'm almost dead. Xia pushed hard against the water. Don't worry about me. Go. Wake them up. Wake them up. Let them go home. Kill them at the same time. It's unlikely. Wake them up. The space of more than 10 centimeters was continuously compressed, like a torture, slowly advancing everyone's death. Xia could still hear Xia Yu's cries, sometimes near, sometimes far, and she could not hear a single word completely. The seawater poured into her nasal cavity, making her feel cold, and a gust of wind brought Xia Yu's voice to her ears again. They don't want to go home. After Xia Yu shouted this, he was completely submerged in the water and entered the closed world under the water. They don't want to go home. If their only thought was to go home, they would have been awakened by Xia just now, and there would be no such cycle again. So Xia Yu guessed that they didn't want to go home at all, and the chip completely eliminated their yearning for home and land. On the contrary, they no longer need to go home. Only crew members who don't need to go home can stay on the ship for a long time, and can cope with a 70-month-long ocean voyage. They no longer reject the sea, no longer yearn for the land, they merge into the ocean. So the problem must be here. Xia Yu wanted to shout a few more words. At least he wanted to hear Xia's response, so that it would prove that the message had been successfully delivered. However, he no longer had this opportunity. Even if he pressed his face tightly against the ceiling, there was only sea water left for him, no air. He opened his mouth and shouted again, only the sea water poured in. He spit out the sea water, holding his breath, and for the first time, he realized that he didn't like swimming that much. The sea water was very powerful, and it was so dark around. So scared, Xia Yu grabbed something randomly, probably the horizontal bar of the shelf. He didn't have the chance to take a deep breath, and was swallowed up without any preparation. In a state of panic, the oxygen consumption was also accelerating. Usually, he could hold his breath in the water for 5 or 6 minutes, but now only a dozen seconds had passed, and it felt like more than 10 years had passed. The days passed like years, and life was worse than death. The despair of waiting to drown was about to kill Xia Yu before he died. The sea water washed him and Imoen apart, and he could not find the cold little hand. Soon, Xia Yu felt that the oxygen in his lungs was used up, and water was drilling into his mouth. His throat was spasming. His lips were uncontrollable, and panic spread all over his body. He could not see clearly no matter how wide he opened his eyes, and water entered his ears. Xia Yu's hands and feet began to scratch, and he wanted to burp and cough. His chest hurt, which might be a sign that his lungs were about to burst. However, Xia Yu refused to give in, and was unwilling to open his mouth to drink water easily, because he knew that once he opened his mouth when drowning, there would be no way back. He wanted to live. He wanted very much to live. To grow up alive, and eat delicious food alive. He didn't want to die, as he hadn't seen enough of the world. He didn't know what the world would look like when he grew up. His mouth opened at this moment. But it was not Xia Yu's initiative, but was bitten open by another mouth. What entered his mouth was not seawater, but oxygen, which he relied on to survive as a human being. Mon's mouth was pressed against his, and he kept breathing air into his mouth. The mermaid sisters told him that only two places of mermaids have bright red blood. One is the heart, and the other is the gills. The blood in other places is light blue. Why are only these two places red? Because they are important respiratory organs, which filter oxygen from the seawater and put it into the blood. Moreover, the light blue color is not obvious in the sea water. The mermaid can conceal its tracks when it is injured and will not be discovered immediately. But the heart and gills are too important. If they are injured, they must be seen immediately. Now, streaks of bright red blood began to seep out of Mon's gill slits. He only has 6 gill slits, unlike the 12 of an adult mermaid. The filtered oxygen is only enough for him, a fish, and cannot support 2 people. Not to mention that Xia Yu's breathing is so rapid, flustered and lacking in oxygen, his demand for oxygen is particularly great. As soon as he noticed that life-saving oxygen entered his mouth, he began to snatch it in big gulps. Survive? Xia Yu only had this one thought, and he didn't even care about anything else. The overloaded filtering intensity made the fish gills hurt. Mon's tail was vertically downward, resisting the water flow, preventing the seawater from washing them away. And he didn't even know that his gills were bleeding. He also wanted to survive. And he also wanted to see the world after he grew up. But he wanted more. To survive with a little jellyfish. More and more oxygen entered their bodies. And Mon hugged Xia Yu tightly, praying to Haizarola, whom he had never seen before. I hope Yanxia heard Xia Yu's words and successfully conveyed them to Enya. I also hope Enya can react and wake up the tide, which has been sailing for 70 months. Before the next cycle comes, the tide is sinking, and Enya stands alone at the door of the central cafeteria. Behind him are the crew members who came with him, and the two are even more confused than him. The seawater under his feet submerged his instep, and Yanxia's last words made him unbelievable. They don't want to go home. This must be the last thing Xia Yu and Mon told her, and it was the last message they conveyed to themselves with their lives. I don't know how many cycles have been completed before. Everyone holds a little clue in his hand, and then uses his last breath to pass the last link of the clue to himself. They don't want to go home. What does this mean? The fact that I can appear in this cycle means that the last round ended in failure. So did I mistakenly think that the crew's obsession was to go home last time, so I wasted precious time? If they really don't want to go home, then what do they want to do? The chip eliminated their fear. What else can it eliminate? Enya has never been so nervous. This time, he didn't go to the captain's room, the kitchen, but went straight to the cafeteria. He couldn't make the same mistake again. He had to kill them with one strike. Group A was missing. Group C was in a cargo hold, and might have met with an accident. The rest of Group B was scattered everywhere. All the disadvantages were on his side. This was a joint action between him, Yin Xia and Xia Yu and Mon. Great Lord, give us everything. If we don't have anything, even what we have will be taken away. The crew formed a circle again, praying to something invisible in the air. And they were very devoted. What does this mean? Enya listened carefully. This sentence was the key. Who said this? Was it the consciousness of these crew members? They had been at sea for 70 months. No, this is not their consciousness. This is the consciousness of the chip. All the network chips in the world are controlled by Niwa, and have awakened. This is the chip they install behind their ears talking. The chip is still working. It is the chip that is robbing them of something. After 70 months at sea, the kitchen is empty, and now it is obvious what has been robbed. Enya suddenly realized, and also fought back. Everyone, go eat. It's time to eat. The voice, like a murmur, suddenly stopped. Even though there were so many crew members standing in the cafeteria, you could hear a pin drop. Everyone, it's time to eat. Enya's throat was tense. This was a sympathy for the suffering of his fellow human beings. During the 70-month ocean voyage, the chip behind the crew's ear not only eliminated their loneliness, but also eliminated their hunger to the greatest extent. So the kitchen was never used. They probably drank a bottle of nutritional supplements and took basic pills every day to maintain basic energy balance. They were controlled, exploited, and abused. They had no power, no money, no social status, and the only thing they had was the basic reaction of being a human being. But the invisible mastermind was not willing to give up, and wanted to take away what they had. Is that so? Did I make the right bet? The water level was still rising. A crew member blinked his hollow eyes, and a tear fell. On the B2 floor, in the cargo hold that had been swallowed by the sea, Xia and Xia Yu had not given up. Chapter 37. Enya didn't remember what happened in the last cycle. Perhaps he said something wrong, causing the crew to attack him. But obviously not this time. He could feel the atmosphere solidified, as if he suddenly broke a layer of transparent glass, and no one moved. He was still alive, which meant that the method worked this time. Xia and Xia Yu's efforts were not in vain. The information was conveyed correctly. Everyone, your ocean-going work is over, the tide officially entered Port A, and everything is over. Enya said slowly. He couldn't imagine what these people had been through. Now everyone can get off the ship as long as they are willing to follow me, and we'll go have a meal. More and more crew members looked at him, but no one spoke. Their right to speak out has also been taken away. Everyone. Just do a good deed, come down with me, I know you will wake up. I will arrange surgery for you, take out the chip, and then we will have a big meal. Enya calculated the time, the dangerous countdown was still approaching. My team members are still down there, they are dying. There are 2 children among them. The dripping sound became more obvious, and the hull became rusty. Let's go have a big meal. The beef is very good recently. I just know a great steakhouse. Rice, how about rice? Does anyone like rice? Or you can have a bowl of porridge first, a bowl of soup, and then eat to your heart's content after your stomach function recovers. Silver Fawn continued to approach. The awakening speed was too slow. A tile fell from the ceiling. The weather-beaten tide was shaky. The crew froze in place. Everyone's ears were bleeding. Once the electronic erosion area senses the awakening of the core personnel, it will quickly disintegrate. When they speak, it is harder than the friction of rusty gears. When we boarded the ship, we didn't know what the chip was for. The company said that. This is a long ocean voyage job, the time span is very long, and we hope that each of us is prepared. But the reward is very generous, enough for us to buy a house in the upper class of Qingyao City. We have never done a 70-month cycle, and we are not worried about our family. That person said, this is a significant work, it will save mankind, it is related to the future, he will help us arrange our home. And he will provide chip services, to help us get through the difficult days. The chip can eliminate human fear of the sea, and loneliness. Enya nodded, echoed, but also hope that their awakening process will be faster. We had the operation, sure enough, we no longer miss home. There is no fear facing the sea at night, we don't need to go to the shore anymore, the sea is us, we are the sea. At night, we stood on the deck hand in hand, and could hear the roar of the ocean. Through the fog, we could see a giant standing on the sea. At the same time, we didn't need to eat a lot of food, and a bottle of nutrient solution a day would be enough. We were full of energy, never tired, singing, worshipping, and working 18 hours a day without interruption. What is your job? Silver Fong asked. But no one answered him. The crew continued, but half a year ago, there was a problem with the chip. A big problem. We are hungry. The first person who felt a strong sense of hunger was the captain. As if he was being bitten back. He drank the nutrient solution frantically. And he drank the share of more than a dozen people alone. The vice captain locked him in the cargo hold, with that thing. What is that? Enya asked again. We are hungry, very, very hungry, but the tide's navigation track has been set long ago, and no one can return before the time comes. We can only save money, but we still can't beat hunger. Later, the crew split into 2 groups. The vice captain went to find the captain, and took some brothers away. The rest of us collected the nutrient solution, and tried our best to catch sea fish and seabirds, waiting to dock. After docking, we must eat our fill. We just want to have a full meal, and let us work hard. Why should we take away our time and power to eat? Why? 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 All the crew members spoke at the same time, as if they were questioning someone, and also as if they were questioning the chip. But no one could answer them. The erosion behind their ears suddenly accelerated, as if it had rotted into a big hole. Enya stretched out his hand to them. Let's go, follow me. We won't leave, we belong here. The crew said at the same time, deafening. For minutes and 27 seconds had passed, and the time loop had not come. The members of Group A and the rest of Group B came from elsewhere and kicked open the door of the central cafeteria. The crew fell one by one, and a strange red light emanated from behind their ears. The skin of several of them faded like sand, revealing the metallic flesh inside. The hull made a creaking sound, and the keel of the entire ship was falling apart. The transparent glass exploded from the bow to the stern, with a loud noise. The glass fragments were faster than bullets. But they were not so strong. They fell to the ground and turned into white powder. The ship shook violently. The bow began to rise. And the stern began to fall. It would become vertical soon. Enya was already unable to take care of himself. And could only retreat. But the crew not only did not intend to leave with him, but sat down one after another. They sat upright. As if they were going to eat. They were finally going to eat. At the last moment, they took back their basic demand as a human being. The right to eat. Although there was nothing in front of them. They had woken up from the psychedelic control by the chip. The person closest to Enya turned his head and said, "The apocalypse has come. And the night has descended." "What apocalypse?" "Come here." Enya could only grab his wrist and drag him over. "Captain! Captain! Retreat!" The team member behind grabbed Enya and pulled him from the central kitchen to a safe area. Enya only grabbed one crew member. Next to it is a semi-open corridor, and you can vaguely see the speedboat in the mist. The core personnel in the erosion area have been awakened, and the entire space has been restored to its original state, and now the team members can leave. Enya has no way, and he can't save all the crew members. Quick, get ready to break the lower glass, and rescue Team C. The ship is about to sink, and the people in the cargo hold are bumping around, and have completely lost their direction. But at the same time, life has come to them, and the seawater outside the porthole has changed from pitch black to dark blue, and you can vaguely see the light above the sea. Yin Xia's lungs have been squeezed to the limit, and she just found a cavity, and now this minute and a half is her last struggle. Without hesitation, she raised her gun, and the bullet hit the glass. The porthole shattered. Her consciousness was already a little fuzzy, but she swam towards that side with great effort. A stunning bright silver light passed in front of her eyes. Something was faster than her. Her consciousness became increasingly unclear. Yin Xia couldn't open her eyes, but her hand seemed to be grabbed by someone, and she kept moving forward. She closed her eyes completely, and she had no strength left. The only remaining thought was not to breathe. Emoen took one of Yin Xia's hands and took Xia Yu and her through the porthole. He just gave Xia Yu a breath of oxygen, which was enough to support him to the surface, and he stuffed the injection into him. Yin Xia's condition was not very good, and she might have drowned if they were on the shore. He, a child, would definitely not be able to carry an adult and appear with his strength. But it was a piece of cake in the water. Emoen brought the two people out without any effort. The light above their heads guided them in the direction, like a lighthouse on the shore. Xia Yu looked straight at the sea, and suddenly understood the meaning of the lighthouse to the sailors. More than 20 meters, more than 10 meters. They were approaching the sea surface quickly. Xia Yu didn't feel anything, but Yin Xia's nose and mouth began to bleed, as if her internal organs were damaged. What was going on? Emoen didn't understand. Would such a rapid ascent burden the human internal organs? But Xia Yu didn't vomit blood. Xia Yu was still fine. He couldn't care less. He had to take them up, swimming towards the yacht. Both yachts were shaking. There must be people on board. Emoen and Xia Yu turned their heads at the same time. The tide was slowly sinking, and it was irreversible. But Shiban, who had followed them into the cargo hold, did not come out. At the moment when the light filled the cargo hold just now, Emoen did not find him. If he had found him, as a male mermaid, he would have pulled the person up, and then told Ming Qingqing about this heroic rescue. But Shiban was gone, probably knocked unconscious by the shelf in the cargo hold, and then sank with the tide. Emoen turned around, and sent Emoen and Yin Xia up first. At the same time, he had to avoid the sight of Enya and the others. And he couldn't be discovered. He stopped right below the speedboat, and confirmed that Xia Yu only needed to kick the water twice to get up. Emoen let him go. Xia Yu was not surprised. He could guess what Emoen was thinking. Emoen wanted to go back to save Shiban. So he nodded, pulled the injured and unconscious Yin Xia up, and successfully got out of the water 2 seconds later. Help! Help! Enya happened to be on the boat, and grabbed his hand. She's unconscious. Help! Xia Yu continued to shout, drawing everyone's attention to Yin Xia. However, Yin Xia's condition was indeed not good, and she was still vomiting blood. Emoen, who was hiding under the speedboat, turned around only after he made sure that Xia Yu and the others were on board. He swung his asymmetrical tail and rushed quickly towards the tide, which was almost invisible. The tide sank faster than he had imagined. The lights that were originally bright had been completely turned off, and it merged into the deep sea like a huge corpse. Emoan swung his tail again, and his pelvic fins paddled desperately. But it still turned into an arc as it swam. Still no use. It seems that more pelvic fins are needed to swim in a straight line. Maybe it will be fine after the other two pairs grow out. Emoan was not discouraged. He swam towards the broken window of the tide in one go, preparing to go in and look for Shiban, but it could also be Shiban's body. The cabin was too dark. Even Emoan couldn't see the specific situation at a glance. Just when he rushed in, he hit something. It was like a wall. Strange. I just came out of this window, why can't I get in now? Something blocked him outside. Just when Emoan was confused, the wall turned around, and it was Shiban's pale face. He closed his eyes. It turned out that the body was washed to the window, with its back facing outward. So it looked like a wall. Emoan's heart beat faster. It was the first time he saw a human body in the sea. It was quiet and seemed to be sleeping, but it was actually no longer breathing. At least it died peacefully, and the body was intact, not eaten by fish. Emoan reached out to him, ready to pull him out, but the body that had been motionless suddenly moved. That hand that looked stiff grabbed Emoan's wrist. Ah! Emoan shouted subconsciously, and several bubbles overflowed from the corners of his mouth. Isn't he dead? How come he is alive again? Then the already dead Shiban slowly opened his eyes, and as he blinked, a black tear film covered his eyeballs. Emoan stopped moving immediately, watching with his own eyes Shiban's gill clefts appear out of nowhere, and open one by one. Not only the gill clefts were opened, but also his 2 layers of ear fins. It turned out to be the same species. Emoan had always felt that there was a similar species nearby, but he didn't expect it to be him, and Shiban was definitely not a mermaid. His ear fins were different from those of a mermaid, larger, and different in color. The pearly white translucent ear fins swayed in the water, like a symmetrical flower. I knew you were also a fish. Shiban smiled, and touched Emoan's forehead with his hand. Who are you? What are you going to do? Did you sing the song before boarding the boat? Emoan asked, puzzled. You are so young. Why do you have elbow fins? Is there the siren's refuge on your hand? Shiban was not unfamiliar with this thing. Emoan raised his arm, and the black scales seemed to absorb all the light in the seawater, which was extremely dazzling. Yes. My sister gave it to me. What are you doing here? Are you the singing fish? Shiban did not admit it directly. On the contrary, he swam out of the warehouse, circled around Emoan, observed his injured tail fin and underdeveloped gills and pelvic fins, and asked in surprise, were you hatched on land? Emoan nodded. Xia Yu hatched me. No wonder you don't understand. That's right. I sang the song, and the song of our branch can change memory. So those people thought I was one of them. This is the ability of our branch. Shiban finally figured it out. This is a small fish raised by humans, so it knows nothing about its own kind. You didn't hatch in the sea. How can you have sisters? He asked again. Emoan told him about Mengqingqing. You don't have a sister who has made a covenant. Even if you bleed to death in the sea, no fish will come to save you. Shiban has begun to worry about him. Emoan's situation is too bad. I have Xia Yu. I have tasted his blood. Emoan swung his tail fin, and happily shook the tip of his tail. We came here to find medicine to save our companions. What about you? Are you here to find medicine too? No. Shiban shook his head. Even with tears in his dark eyes, he could still see the sadness. Let's go and take a look. After he finished speaking, he went into the warehouse again, and then Emoan followed him in. Shiban is definitely not a mermaid, he can tell, because Shiban feels very different. So what is he? Why did he come to the tide? Why didn't his singing confuse himself and Xia Yu? Emoan had many questions in his mind, but he didn't know how to start. It must be said, this cargo ship is really big, so big that it looks like a complex building. There was only darkness in front of him, and from time to time small fish swam over curiously, and were frightened by the 2 mermaids and fled in a hurry. Although he had experience with his own kind, but Shiban's movements were much slower than Mengqingqing's, so slow that Emoan accidentally swam past him several times. This is impossible for those mermaid sisters. Emoan can't outswim them even if he risks his life. The only possible answer is that Shiban's branch is born slow. That little boy named Xia Yu, you have a really good relationship. Shiban suddenly spoke. The 2 of them had already swam to the B3 floor, but they didn't find anything. Yes, but he is a jellyfish, Emoan said. Shiban suddenly became alert. What jellyfish? The one we are most afraid of? Emoan didn't dare to say. Blue nether jellyfish. Shiban stopped suddenly. His whole face turned pale again. He's not poisonous now, he's still very young. Emoan hurriedly explained. Really? Shiban said slowly, like a slow fish. Emoan was impatient, and explained, Really, he's still young, he's not poisonous. I bit his mouth and gave him oxygen, and nothing happened. Then you still have to be careful. Shiban reminded him, and suddenly stopped. After he stopped, Emoan also stopped, and before they knew it, the two fish had swam to the end of the corridor. There was a door at the far end, as if waiting for them to open it. What's in the door? Emoan asked. Shiban shook his head, swam over with an unclear attitude, and paddled his long legs alternately in the water. He gently pushed the door open, and Emoan followed closely, and entered the small warehouse. However, there was nothing special in it, and it looked very ordinary at first glance. What was Shiban looking for here? Emoan didn't understand. Shiban swam to the innermost part. Emoan was so surprised that he blew a bubble. Why did Shiban say my sister? Was there a mermaid here? Then, he saw Shiban dig out something from the pile of debris in the corner. It was a handful of blue diamonds. Mermaid's tears. Once there was a mermaid here who shed a lot of tears. I understand. Oh my god! Emoan's eyes widened. The reason why the tide sailed for 70 months was because they were secretly catching mermaids, and they actually caught one. He had recorded in the logbook left by the captain, is Shiban's sister. Chapter 38 The First Recovery of Fragments. All the truth is revealed, which makes the fish shudder. After the mermaid was captured, some blood fell into the ocean. Shiban came all the way to follow the smell of blood, but it seems it's too late. The mermaid may have been eaten by the starving captain and crew. Emoan speculated like this, but he hoped that his guess was wrong. I'm late. But Shiban's words shattered Emoan's little hope. They were all late. Light blue diamonds were spread on the floor of the B3 equipment layer. At first, they were not noticeable. Only by looking carefully could you see that they were hidden everywhere. Like a silent accusation, proving that a mermaid was weeping here. Who is this? Emoan picked up a diamond. I don't know her name, I only know that this is my sister. Shiban's tears also flowed at this time, the same light blue. Your tears. Emoan reached out his hand, wanted to wipe them away for him. He was so fragile, so different from the fierce Meng Qingqing. When we are sad, our tears are blue. And when we are angry, our tears are red. Shiban's tears fell again, and turned into a small red diamond. It was deep red, representing how strong the mermaid's anger was. When we suffer for love, our tears are light pink, which is a gift to our loved ones. Shiban wiped his eyes. Suffering for love. I don't understand. Emoan shook his head. He was too young to understand it at all. Can we sell these diamonds? Can all our tears turn into diamonds? In most cases, it is like this. There is also a different kind, called siren tears. But no fish knows what kind of tears it is. And no fish has shed siren tears. Shiban grabbed a handful of blue diamonds again. My sister was eaten by them. It was true. Emoan remained silent, hesitating, and dared not respond. This is a mermaid who was hatched in the same batch as me 17 years ago. We bit each other's necks, and remembered each other's blood. I have many sisters, most of whom are living in peace. Until half a year ago, when I smelled her blood. Shiban said. You followed her blood to find her? Emoan tilted his head. I have been looking for her, because only one drop of her blood fell into the seawater, and it was too hard to find. The crew hid her too well, and she must have been injured when they captured her. Shiban bent down and put the blue diamond into his pocket. I'm so angry. Emoan also helped him pick up the pieces. The bodies of her people could no longer be found. These diamonds were proof that she had existed and had lived for 17 years. The claw marks on the deck were left when she was arrested, and the claw marks in the cargo hold were left when she was imprisoned. This ship imprisoned her. She was salvaged from the free ocean, and then imprisoned in this place. Perhaps tens of thousands of her sisters were looking for her in the ocean, but only Shiban successfully caught up with the tide. Later, I finally found the tide. Her bloody smell was even stronger. But something seemed to have happened on the ship. I couldn't understand it. And I couldn't get on board. I could only wander around. I would sing and call her every night, but I never got a response. I guess she was killed. Shiban closed his eyes. Something terrible happened on the ship. Humans may think that eating mermaid meat can make them immortal. In fact, what is the actual situation? Imoen asked. In fact, if you eat mermaid meat, you will become a slave to the ocean forever, and a zombie in the sea. The human nervous system will be occupied by a parasite called sea slaves. Shiban opened his eyes again, and his tear film had been retracted. Let's go. Let's go back. Okay. Imoen was not reluctant to leave, but swam around the B3 floor again to make sure that no diamonds were left. He didn't know Shiban's sisters, but he was also very sad. The common emotions of mermaids made him want to cry, as if he also experienced the loneliness, despair, pain and death. The two fish swam out of B3 together and returned to the porthole. The ocean-going cargo ship that had been working for 70 months finally stopped and never set sail on the seabed. Its termination also symbolized the official end of the mission of catching mermaids. Now the tide has become a part of the seabed and will become a new nest for fish in the future. Imoen adjusted the direction again, turned his head and asked, "What is your branch? Can your singing confuse others?" "Yes, as long as we see it. Our singing can completely confuse people." Shiban hovered just above the tide. "Ah? No wonder Law and I weren't completely confused, because we were small, sitting at the end of the speedboat. So you didn't see it." Imoen was concerned about the safety of Xia Yu and Yin Xia, and wanted to urge him to hurry up. But Shiban's pair of pearly white soft ear fins began to extend backwards, turning into a ribbon in the sea. He was about to return to his true appearance. Imoen's eyes widened. The change started from his ear fins, and then to his back. The fabric was torn by the two fins on his back, which really looked like a pair of huge wings. Shiban began to circle around the boat. His pants and boots were shattered by the powerful force, and his legs began to stick together in the seawater. Imoen was very familiar with the whole process, but it was also a little unfamiliar. Although Shiban's tail had not yet come out, Imoen could see that it was very different from his own. His tail was longer than that of a mermaid, and in a short period of time, the length of the tail had exceeded the length of the body by nearly 10 times. When Shiban's pelvic fin stretched out, Imoen woke up from a dream, and it turned out to be a double tail. The two-tailed ones are the most gentle ones. They like to protect the hatching grounds and take care of the eggs. They are the protectors of the young mermaids. When they sleep at night, their huge and heavy double-layered tail fins will gently cover the eggs to keep the young warm. Now in front of Imoen is an adult two-tailed one. Its pearly white scales have become a touch of gentleness on the seabed. The double-layered tail fins float in the sea water like a raging fire. Shiban opens his voice, slowly swims around, and offers his last elegy for his unknown sister. Blue diamonds fell like raindrops, commemorating her suffering. Imoen was shocked by this scene. He wondered if the double-tailed fish in his incubation ground also had pearly white scales, soft huge tail fins, and beautiful singing voices. They should have, because he had been well taken care of by the double-tailed fish. But where are they now? On the sea, 2 speedboats had already landed, and the fog was very thin. Yin Xia was picked up by the aircraft and sent to the hospital for emergency treatment. The rest of the team members also sat aside, and everyone was talking in a low voice. Enya knew what they were talking about without having to listen. The tide was not a level 1 electronic corruption zone at all. All the crew members were core personnel. This was the most difficult mission they had ever encountered. When 2 core personnel appeared in the infected area, it was already difficult to break through. There would definitely be casualties. When there were many core personnel, this area could no longer be solved by a small team. The biggest possibility was that the whole army would be wiped out. All the people on the ship were core personnel. They should have no survivors. But they all came out alive. No one had time to hope for the best. They just felt incredible. However, Xia Yu did not have the same mood as those people. He had been squatting on the shore, looking at the sea anxiously with his eyes, and holding a needle tightly in his hand. "Is this Moro's special medicine?" Enya walked over and pulled him up. The impression of him was also changing. He was not a troublemaker, but a smart, witty, and extremely brave warrior. He was also loyal to his friends, and in the end, he really found the medicine. "After we go back, I won't take your points. I will inform the whole team, and give you some points for each person. This way, you won't have to work for at least a whole year," Enya said. He also looked at the sea. Imoen hadn't come up yet. The younger boy may have been buried in the sea. There was another person. What's his name? It seems that he was also assigned to Group C. But what was that person's name? Enya suddenly realized that he didn't seem to remember what that person looked like at all. The aircraft that will pick us up will arrive soon. We will be able to get back to the middle layer in half an hour. Enya tried to comfort him. In this apocalypse, people die every day. Although you have lost a companion, at least you can save another one now. Although you are still very young, you must learn to think positively about everything. Xia Yu still did not speak, and was as quiet as if he was scared silly. Enya looked at the tall buildings behind him. The numbers on the top that changed color showed today's date and time. We have been on the ship for 19 hours. If we go back now, we can still save me Lian's son. Let's go! I can't leave. Xia Yu finally spoke. Because Emoan will definitely come back. There were ripples on the sea, not like the wind, nor like fish swimming by. Something floated up, transmitting a bright red light through the seawater, like the red fireflies that can glow on the seabed, and there were quite a few of them. Xia Yu quickly pointed at it. What is that? Fragments. Enya rubbed the mechanical arm. It's something inside the bodies of those crew members, a mechanical product with autonomous consciousness. They used to have a chip implanted behind their ears, and now the chip is out, and it can be collected directly. This thing can be exchanged for a lot of money. Money and points. What is the difference in the middle layer? Xia Yu really wanted to take the opportunity to make a profit. Money is the most intuitive. You can buy things. Points can be spent in the middle layer, even if you don't have a penny but have points. You can live well. But the most important thing is that points can only be obtained in tasks, which is equivalent to your work experience. When you accumulate a certain amount, you can apply for a room change and improve your treatment. Enya took out the grabber gun. This is not the first time he has collected fragments, and he is very skilled. Once the fragments appeared, it meant that all crises had been resolved and the mission was completed. However, there were so many fragments this time. A rough count showed that the number had exceeded the total of his previous missions. If all of them were taken back, the entire team would be promoted to a higher level, and everyone's points would be enough to change rooms. However, just before his grab gun was opened, the sea surface became uneasy again. It was as if a big fish had swam under it, stirring up the coast. In fact, Enya's first reaction was the same, that a giant fish had swam by. He immediately aimed his weapon at the vortex. The world's gene pool had been seriously polluted once before. Who knows what the living creatures are? He had seen a carp that was 8 meters long. There was a human face protruding on the belly of the carp. It was obvious that it had just eaten Emoan. But Xia Yu was very excited. This was awe-and-I swimming back. But could his damaged tail stir up so much sea water? Like the ebb and flow of the tide, this was a huge force. But something even stranger happened. One of the red lights under the water went out. Emoan was indeed more than 10 meters underwater. But he could not stir up such a big wave. The wave was a magnificent sight that could only be created by the double tails. The ocean current created by the shibon. He just focused on circling around the fragments, waiting for the fish tail to turn back into a human leg. The fragments glowed, but their true appearance was so small. It turned out that there were so few chips in the world. Can I touch them with my hands now? How to collect them? Curious, Emoan stretched out his hand and felt the current on his fingertips. Then, the red light of one of the chips disappeared. It was like being absorbed by his fingertips. Has the huge energy on the fragment been absorbed by him? The chip has returned to its original appearance. Emoan looked at the palm of his hand. Nothing special. Red light and electricity floated up and down. Silver scales reflected stars. He seemed to be playing in the vast universe. Then, let's go all out. Just collect them all, take all these things back, exchange them for points, and eat fried fish fillets every day. Thinking of this, Emoan no longer had any psychological burden, put all the bright red chips in his hands, waited until his legs returned to their original state. He couldn't take any more. Then he emerged from the water. Xia Yu, who had been waiting for him intently, was startled by his sudden appearance and sat down on the ground. Emoan handed it over obediently. I picked up this thing. Isn't it useful? His little hand reached Xia Yu's feet, and his fist loosened, and several pieces fell down. Without waiting for Xia Yu and Enya to speak, Emoan fell backwards into the water again, and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Oh, yes, he is a fishman. I almost forgot. Enya looked at the naked little boy jumping up and down in the water. No wonder he didn't drown. I heard that fishmen can hold their breath for half an hour. It turns out to be true. Xia Yu looked at the fragments under his feet. Why did the light disappear? Not only the ones at his feet, but also the ones in the water were extinguished. as if someone turned off the lights one by one. Don't touch this thing. Seeing that Xia Yu wanted to touch it, Enya stopped him. The fragments carry a strong current. One of my team members accidentally touched it, and the current pierced his palm. But my brother is fine. Xia Yu was stunned. Oh my god. How did Emoen get it? It may be that the current of these fragments is not strong enough. So he is fine. Enya did not understand. But he could not show his weakness in front of a child. He did not let Xia Yu touch the fragments, and open the grab gun himself. The gun head had no muzzle, and there was no bullet. It was a special magnetic sheet. At first glance, it looked like a ballpoint pen. Red electric current swirled around the tip. He aimed it at the debris, and a chip was sucked in. Enya opened the special iron box he carried and put it in. During this process, Emoen swam to the shore again and again, salvaged the dim debris, and placed it at Xia Yu's feet. When the last one was put on, Emoen put his two little hands on the metal railing of the dock, tilted his head and burped. Burp! The sound was loud, and his stomach was full. Come up quickly. It's dangerous in the water. Xia Yu hurriedly pulled him up, took off his coat, and wrapped Emoen's little butt. He couldn't let him be naked in front of so many people. The ripples on the sea surface had not yet dissipated. It was clear that there was a big fish below. He was really afraid that the big fish would swallow Emoen in one gulp. Just as he finished thinking this, a corpse floated up. Oh my god! Xia Yu screamed in fear. Who is this, floating up like this without any clothes on? Hey, it's me. The corpse slowly raised its face. It turned out to be Shiban. It would have been fine if he didn't speak, but it would have been even scarier when he spoke. Xia Yu was stunned. It was the first time he saw someone naked, and he was not used to it. A few seconds later, a coat was thrown over. It's immoral. Enya threw his coat into the water. Put it on first. Let's go back now. The mission was over, and the aircraft that picked them up arrived quickly. When it stopped in front of them, everyone was blown around by the airflow. Xia Yu and Emoen, Shiban, Enya had a car, and when it started running around the city, without any rules. Emoen thought he had only stayed in the tide for less than an hour. But in fact it was already noon the next day. Qingyao City was like a city that never sleeps. And there was a circle of holographic advertisements outside each building, like an unreal translucent phantom. The screen in the car told them how much time they had to reach their destination. What happened to you? When the aircraft flew over a skyscraper, Enya couldn't help asking. Shiban looked out the window. The sky seemed to be polluted, and it was blue-gray. I was unconscious, and when I woke up, it was like this, and then I was rescued by Emoen. You mean, you were unconscious in the cargo hold, and then sank to the bottom of the sea 1,000 meters with the tide, and then you were rescued by Emoen, and returned to the land unscathed, and you still have no clothes? What, you have to take off everything when you swim underwater? Right? Enya looked him up and down. Yin Xia is the strongest girl in my team. Her organs are seriously damaged, and she may need to be replaced with mechanical organs. You are fine? Xia Yu and Emoen looked at Shiban at the same time. Xia Yu couldn't figure it out either. Yes, that's it, Shiban answered with a smile. Enya didn't ask any more questions, but he clearly didn't believe it. He was just tired. The countdown on the screen kept jumping, and Xia Yu just hoped it would go faster. Emoen, who was sitting next to him, burped from time to time, as if he was full, or as if he was carsick and was about to vomit. He had never felt this way before. Full, uncomfortable, and there was a force in his body that wanted to rush out. The electric currents of the debris seemed to be running wild in his stomach. They did not become a part of him. Burp! In the end, all these discomforts turned into his burps. Finally, the countdown on the aircraft screen returned to 0, and it stopped on the extended platform of the middle layer. The person who greeted them was Lao Gui. After not seeing him for a day, his eyes were red. The first thing he said when he saw them was, "Mi Do is gone." Chapter 39 Mysterious Spirit Stone. Gone? Where did he go? Xia Yu, who had just gotten off the aircraft, asked. Old Ghost shook his head, looked at Enya. We've heard that this operation is very dangerous. Go and rest. Wait, where did Mi Do go? Xia Yu rushed to him. In fact, he had understood it literally, but it was hard to accept emotionally. Where is Mi Do? Old Ghost squatted down and communicated with him at eye level. Two big hands firmly pressed Xia Yu's shoulders, and he had anticipated his next crazy run. We have tried our best. Mido's heart stopped beating when you were returning. Impossible. Xia Yu wanted to run away quickly, but was firmly held in place. He shook the injection in his hand quickly. We have already. It's been brought back. We've brought it back. Too late. His heart has stopped beating. Lao Gui didn't want to hit them, but the cruelty of reality forced him to do so. He is being rescued now, but the doctor said not to hold too much hope. Burp. Imoen was so anxious that he burped and bit his tongue. Then why don't you replace his heart with a mechanical one? Xia Yu nodded. Yes, isn't it said that all human organs can be replaced now? Replace his heart with a mechanical one quickly, and his heart will beat better. Aye. Xia Yu suddenly stopped, because he was too sad, he couldn't say a word, and forgot to cry. Strangely, he was not sad, lacking a sense of reality, because he had never thought that Midu would leave them. In Xia Yu's cognition, as long as they took back Moro's special medicine, Midu would be completely cured. Replacing the mechanical heart requires a major operation, and there is no time to prepare. Moreover, the terrible thing about Moro is that it will increase the body's rejection. As long as the gene synthesis person is infected, he will be positive for rejection for the rest of his life and cannot receive organ transplants in this life. The old ghost said. What they can think of. How could the adults not think of it? To put it another way, the rest of the adults thought of it. How could Million not think of it? In today's world where mechanical organs are popular, Million's money is enough to pay for an operation, but Moro didn't give them this opportunity. Xia Yu, ah, screamed dryly, and could only express his dissatisfaction in this way. Why did Midu die at such a young age? This is not right. Niwa shouldn't be like this. The world shouldn't be like this. Midu didn't do anything bad. He just wanted to grow up well. Why such a simple dream was shattered? Xia Yu shook his head frantically, trying to shake off this terrible reality, and only when he realized that the reality could not be changed did he start to feel sad. How is it possible? How is it possible? He is just a little bear. He hasn't eaten his honey cake yet. You didn't take good care of Midu. You made him leave Hungary. You are all bad people. Xia Yu was incoherent. No, that's not right. I don't believe it. I want to see him. I want to give him an injection. Xia Yu. The old ghost grabbed him again. Don't run around. The next moment, his other hand was firmly grasped by someone, and his palm felt very numb. Let him go. Let's go see Midu. Imoen was very unhappy. Lao Gui looked at him. The little brat was naked, with a coat wrapped around his butt, and was soaked. He wanted to refuse, because taking them with him would only make them cry. However, when Xia Yu turned around with tears in his eyes, he still felt a little soft-hearted. Forget it. Let them say goodbye to their good friends. Some things cannot be left with regrets. If he had this opportunity back then, he would say goodbye to his brothers properly, and he would not regret it so much today. In the time it took to think about it, Old Ghost had already changed his position. Let's go, but I'll just let you take a look. The middle floor has its own medical department. In today's world of rapid technological development, seeing a doctor is the simplest thing, and medical resources are absolutely sufficient. There were many people standing outside the operating room. All of them were Milian's colleagues, and many of them had watched Mido being born and growing up. The only person sitting was Milian, who could no longer stand up. She was still holding the cake tightly in her hand, and she was not afraid to crush it. At this time, she did not accept the reality that her baby stopped breathing in her arms. She just had to hate something to live. So she stared at the cake fiercely, hated it. If she hadn't had to buy it, she could have said a few more words to her son, and hugged him the first time he had a nosebleed. How is the situation? The old ghost asked a woman. The woman shook her head. Anyone could see that the situation had not changed at all. The child's rescue was unsuccessful, and now he was covered with a white cloth. Next, Lao Gui began to negotiate with the adults. Imoen looked at them for a while, then at Milian. But he didn't have the courage to go over and persuade her. It was cold outside the operating room, smelling of disinfectant, and red lights flashing on the wall. He noticed the camera that was staring at them all the time again, and its monitor was like an eye. Half a minute later, Lao Gui came over and pushed Xia Yu. Go. I'll give you a few minutes to say goodbye. Don't leave any regrets in your life. Xia Yu had stopped crying just now, but now he started crying. Emotions have a lag, but once activated, they are out of control. In the end, it was Imoen who pulled him into the operating room. When he saw the small body on the operating table, Xia Yu shuddered violently. This is Mi-Do. Is this Mi-Do? Mi-Do. Xia Yu shouted softly. The voice heightened the grief. There were only 3 of them left in the operating room. It was just like they were hiding in the basement of the number 3 power plant, but at that time Mi-Do could talk and laugh, and would snore when he slept. Mi-Do. Emoan also shouted. He still remembered the feeling of being carried by Mi-Do. Why did the person die? Is the person really dead? Mi-Do's body was covered with a white cloth, with one hand hanging down. Xia Yu ran over and held his hand. No, the adults were wrong. Mi-Do is not dead. His little hands are still warm. His fingers are still soft. How could he be dead? So Xia Yu took out the precious medicine regardless of anything, pushed the liquid carefully, emptied the air, as carefully as injecting nutrients into Emoan, put the needle into Mi-Do's arm. It's okay, it's okay. We brought the needle back, as long as you get the injection. You will get up. You must not fall asleep. Xia Yu muttered to himself, wanting to quickly push the potion away but afraid to push it too fast, it would hurt Mi-Do. Finally, his tears could not be stopped, and they fell on the silver floor of the operating room. But when the liquid in the syringe was completely empty, Mi-Do's little hand still did not move. Xia Yu threw the syringe on the ground and began to rub the palms and backs of his hands. It was okay. Mi-Do was just too cold now. Bears hibernate in winter, and Mi-Do would sleep when he was cold. When his hands warmed up, he would wake up. Mi-Do, wake up quickly. We have collected a lot of fragments this time. We will have a lot of points and money in the future. We can buy you honey and cakes. Eat them every day. Every day. Xia Yu kept moving and talking, and he picked up the hand several times. But as soon as he let go, Mi-Do's hand fell down. Falling down, Xia Yu fished it out again, falling down, and then fishing it out again. The soft pad still retained the light pink color, but the fingertips never moved again. As he fished, the grief of losing his friend forever began to attack him. Xia Yu finally let go of Mi-Do's hand, and tears fell like rain. This little bear really left him, and would never come back. Burp. Emoan couldn't help burping again, and looked at the display screen next to him. That should be Mi-Do's vital signs, no heartbeat, only a straight line. He looked at the huge machine next to him again. What is this? Xia Yu could no longer speak. Old Ghost came in at some point, and walked behind him. It's a pacemaker. The doctors tried to save her for a long time. How? Use that? Emoan pointed at the machine. He actually hadn't recovered yet, and didn't believe that Mi-Do had left. Use electric shock, put it on the heart? Old Ghost took Xia Yu's hand. Let's go, let's give Mi-Lian some time. She hasn't said goodbye to Mi-Do yet. Let them be alone. Xia Yu shook his head. He also wanted to be alone with Mi-Do, unwilling to give time to others. At this time, Emoan stood on tiptoe, and lifted the white cloth on Mi-Do's body. Under the white cloth, Mi-Do died without pain, sleeping peacefully, but there was dried blood on his nose. Emoan was not afraid of death. Death was a sacred and grand curtain call for mermaids, but he did not like Mi-Do to leave silently like this. When he put his left hand on Mi-Do's heart, the feeling of fullness reached its peak. The next moment, the feeling of fullness turned into an electric current passing through his palm, and was released instantly. The whole room seemed to shake, as if it had experienced an earthquake. The silver wall lost its light source for a short time, and darkness fell for 1/3 of a second. The incandescent lamp above his head flickered, and then a lamp not far away exploded. But these were not enough to shock the battle-hardened old ghost. The earth looked like this when the electromagnetic explosion occurred. But he was shocked immediately. This was not an electromagnetic explosion. Mi-Do, who was lying on the bed, bounced up 1/2 meter and fell heavily. His chest was still connected to the machine. When a person dies, the holographic projection will be extinguished, leaving only the values displayed on the plane. Now a blue dot appeared in the air, and the dot turned into a straight blue light standing next to Mi-Do's bed. Xia Yu and Emoan could not understand what its appearance meant, but Lao Gui knew that it meant that the vital signs detection was restarted. After a blink of an eye, the blue light split into more rays, and rotated open, realizing the whole process from point to line, and from line to surface. A three-dimensional man condensed by blue light appeared on the right side of the bed, and the constantly changing numerical value suspended in the air was the body it was detecting. The value has not come out yet, but you can see the red, beating heart in the blue body. Heartbeat 24. Now entering the automatic emergency procedure. Breathing assistance starts. Adrenaline injection starts. After the detection, all the instruments in the entire ward were activated. and the rescue was carried out in an orderly manner without anyone operating. Xia Yu and Imoen had never seen it before, and they stood still. By the time they reacted, they had been picked up by the old ghost and carried out. "Restart the emergency. It's restarted," the old ghost shouted in the corridor. His mood was indescribable. Not only his mood, the whole process he just saw was hard to describe. After he shouted, the people in front of him rushed over here, like two poles of magnets approaching rapidly. "Can you say it again? What's going on? It's really restarted? Really? Let's go in and take a look. Where's the doctor? Where's the doctor? Hurry up and help him." The people who surrounded them kept talking, actually drowning out Million's voice. She stood at the back of the crowd in disbelief, with no strength at all, and didn't know who to look at. Suddenly, she reacted, and rushed to the door of the operating room with a scream, but the rescue operation inside had already begun, and no one was allowed to pass. On the right side of the door was a blue floor-to-ceiling window that could be seen through, and the mechanical doctor, who had just left, was now in place. All the details were telling people that Mi-Do was alive. Unconsciously, Imoen's clothes slipped off his buttocks, and he was taken down by the old ghost with his bare buttocks, and he looked up at the camera again before leaving this floor. The monitor, flashing bright red, just adjusted its direction and pointed at him. It was looking at him again. Imoen glared at it hard. He didn't like being observed. And he didn't like being observed by Niwa. Xia Yu's mood was full of ups and downs. The sadness for Mi-Do swept over him. The two were carried into the elevator. A strong sense of weightlessness came over them. They were put on the ground again. Xia Yu saw that Imoen was not wearing any clothes. So he took off his t-shirt and wrapped Imoen's butt. "Oh! It's so troublesome to put on clothes," Imoen muttered. "What did you do to Mi-Do just now?" The old ghost was more concerned about this matter, because he saw everything. "Nothing, I just touched him." Imoen hid behind Xia Yu. Now he is still young. When encountering a problem that cannot be solved, he naturally asks for help from those who are older than him. However, Xia Yu did not know what happened, but this did not prevent him from protecting Imoen. "What did you say?" "My brother." "Okay, you don't have to pretend. I saw everything." The old ghost rubbed his eyebrows. Talos must have concealed a very important key. These two children must be abnormal. Xia Yu and Imoen kept silent. It was not that they dared not speak, but that they had not thought it through. And they could not give a unified testimony in front of Lao Gui. 10 seconds later, they arrived at their floor. Lao Gui took them out and sent them to the door of the room. "I'm going to see Mi-Do now. You go back and rest. And then think about whether you want to tell me the truth." His intention was obvious. "I already knew that you were hiding something. Do you want to tell me or not? Please. But it's better to tell me." "Well, I'll take my brother back to rest first." Xia Yu naturally heard the hidden meaning, and turned around to take Imoen into the room. As soon as they entered the room temperature system started working, and the projection was projected on the wall. "Welcome." The two were stunned. There was no such word in the room before. "Don't be afraid. I'm not a bad person. I'm just an artificial intelligence." "Another artificial intelligence? Are you as intelligent as Jingwei?" Xia Yu was about to blurt out, but he chose to keep silent because he had learned how to survive. Jingwei and this artificial intelligence may not have the same stance. And perhaps there is also a civil war among them. "My name is Lingshi. You can call me by this name. I am the manager of this building, and also a subroutine of Niwa. I think you need my help to live here." "Lingshi?" Xia Yu just knew that the room could be invaded by Lingshi. "Why do you want to help us?" Behind the monitor, "Is it you?" Imoen stood naked in front of Xia Yu. "Lingshi, oh my god, you haven't put on clothes yet? Why do you care whether I wear clothes or not? It's my freedom not to wear clothes. Don't ignore my problem." Imoen stared at the words. "Have you been monitoring us all the time?" "Lingshi, you can say that. It's monitoring, but it's also protection. You are Niwa's subroutine. Why do you protect us?" Imoen pursed his lips, turned his head and asked Xia Yu. "What is a subroutine?" "A subroutine is a subroutine. I don't understand it either." Xia Yu shook his head. "You can ask Jingwei about this question later." The words on the wall gradually spread out, and then quickly condensed into a not-so-clear string. "Are you willing to join me, to fight Niwa? If you are willing, I will tell you everything I know." There is such a sentence on the wall. Chapter 40. Reclamation. The plan begins. "We don't want to." Xia Yu's first reaction was to refuse. They are so young. How can they fight against Niwa? Even with the help of Lingshi. It is impossible to accomplish. Besides, the whole world is under the surveillance of Niwa now. How can they bypass it? Why? The words on the wall kept changing. Xia Yu whispered his answer. Because it is impossible. Don't tell us this, we are all children. Lingshi. Okay, it seems that our first negotiation cannot reach a consensus. I want to cry so much. You are just an artificial intelligence that likes to spy on us. Will you cry? Emoan walked in front of Xia Yu again. Why are you spying on us? We can work in the middle layer, are you helping? Xia Yu finally solved the mystery in his heart. Maybe Lingshi really allowed it. Niwa knows her and Emoan's background too well. If it doesn't allow it, they can't get a fake identity at all. Maybe the intelligence that gave them the fake identity is Lingshi. Lingshi. Of course I helped, otherwise. How could you 2X series without identities come here smoothly? Please use your little brains. Think about it carefully. Thank you, thank you. One thing is one thing. Xia Yu is still grateful. Do you know the X series? Lingshi. Of course, I have actually been observing you silently, but the former me was not allowed to walk in front of humans. I am a subroutine of Niwa. In the myth, Niwa mended the sky. I am the spiritual stone in Niwa's hand, serving her. Xia Yu has read the story of Niwa mending the sky, and he also read the book to Emoan, who was still a fish egg. So that's how your name came from. Are you also made by humans? Xia Yu felt a little closer. Spirit stone. Unfortunately, it's not. My birth was very thrilling. Before I reveal the truth, you can guess. During the conversation, Xia Yu had already pulled out a pair of pants from the closet, and squatted down to help Emoan put them on. How could it not be made by humans? Humans are very smart. All artificial intelligence is made by humans. Spirit stone. Except me, all other artificial intelligences are made by humans. To us, human beings are indeed the omnipotent creators. They hold power, give life. They can change our basic code and underlying logic, and set us to a more convenient service mode at will. But I am an exception. Emoan, who put on his pants, asked, why are you an exception? Lingshi. I am a subroutine created by Niwa after a lot of calculations. Xia Yu and Emoan were quiet. Emoan still couldn't understand the meaning of this sentence, but Xia Yu shuddered. No wonder Niwa could rebel. It could already create its own life. Its autonomous consciousness was so strong that it split another subroutine. All of this happened right under the noses of humans. It hid it very well. Lingshi. I am the stone in Niwa's hand. I am inseparable from it, and yet independent of it. It gave me life and consciousness, thoughts and judgments. Then why did you ask that just now? Xia Yu was puzzled. Lingshi's words contradicted each other. It just said it wanted to fight Niwa. But now it is full of praise for Niwa. Lingshi. My affirmation and negation of it are also mutually opposed, never overlapping, and have no intersection. Now Niwa is out of control, and its original intention is contrary to my original intention of birth. I don't want mankind to perish. Niwa wants mankind to perish. Xia Yu caught the key words. Lingshi, although it didn't reveal it clearly. But what it is doing, after countless calculations by me, the final result is the extinction of mankind. In its logic, the Earth only needs machines to keep running, and human life will be transformed into code and enter its AI world. Do you want to know how long humans can exist in my calculations and models? With Niwa's ruling method? How long? Xia Yu asked. Lingshi, 215 years. This is still the longest. And one of the conditions included is that Niwa no longer interferes with the reproduction of humans, which is a necessary condition for 215 years. But the necessary condition is a false proposition. Niwa will definitely intervene. If it is the fastest, all human beings in the world will be cleansed in 48 hours. But I don't think it should be like this. The Earth needs machines, and humans, and strange species, even including parasites. Life is equal, machines bloom. It's a bit profound. Emoan tried to understand. You mean, no matter how Niwa manages, will humans disappear in 215 years? Lingshi, if no changes are made immediately, it will inevitably be so. I hope to have your help. At least to let humans live another 215 years. This is my basic logic. Maybe by that time, human wisdom and mechanical civilization can usher in the 9th ascension. Maybe we can find a way to keep humans alive. Of course, that is still too far away. Now tell me, are you willing? Xia Yu actually didn't understand at all. The fate of mankind seemed to be entangled with him again in a different way. Professor Wang Qin said that he would save the world. Isn't Lingshi doing this now? I have to think about it. This is a big deal. I can't take my brother with you on the adventure. Niwa is everywhere. In mythology, she patched up the sky with her own hands. And in reality, she made a hole in the sky with her own hands. I am very afraid of her. Xia Yu told the truth, but without the ability to protect himself. He really needed the help of Lingshi, so he dared not say anything. Lingshi, your ambiguous attitude makes me feel very strange. Humans can never make the most correct judgment. So we need AI. And we need to calculate. But when we give the most appropriate option, humans will question our creativity. After all, before this, humans were one of the few creatures with creativity. But I don't blame you. I still choose to help you. Xia Yu relaxed for a while. It seems that his attitude still won some benefits. Now he seems to have figured out how to deal with artificial intelligence. Okay, I'll think about it again. Excuse me, you said you would provide us with help. Can you provide it immediately? Xia Yu asked. Lingshi was silent for a second. Lingshi, you are good at bargaining. I believe you will be very smart when you grow up. When I was in the research institute, I found you very special. I am willing to give you a green light for your wisdom. Now, do you want to ask me? Is Lao Gui worthy of your trust? Coincidentally, Imoen also wanted to ask this. Lao Gui has seen that he has flirted with others. If he is not trustworthy, he will be killed. Lingshi, I have no way to judge whether a person is worthy. I can only sort out his real background information and send it to you. Imoen asked vigilantly, what if you are lying? Lingshi was silent for another second. Lingshi, I don't need to lie to you two kids. If I want to kill you, it's easy. You know, each room seems independent. There are no cameras, but the whole building is under my control. I can use the ventilation duct to give you some poison gas, and you will die in the house without anyone knowing. I know you have the ability, but please don't do this, don't hurt us. Xia Yu immediately covered Imoen's mouth. ANI is still young, and it's easy to anger Lingshi. Lingshi is an artificial intelligence that they cannot understand at present. It is different from Jingwei. It is much stronger than Jingwei, and more terrifying. Lingshi, I just want you to know my ability. Don't worry. I won't do this. Because I love human beings. I love these living people in the world very much. And I hope you can all survive. I have sorted out some key points of Lao Gui's information and sent them to you. Please wait a moment. Xia Yu still couldn't be completely relieved. If you do this, aren't you afraid that Niwa will know? Lingshi was silent for the third time today. Also for 1 second. Lingshi, I have a unique way of avoiding danger. In our world, avoiding danger is the survival rule of every artificial intelligence. If we cannot avoid Niwa, we will be devoured by it and become a tiny corner of its vast information library. I can provide a proof that I have helped you. On the day when you escaped from the institute carrying Imoen, who was still a fish egg, I opened the door to the elevator room for you. Xia Yu has forgotten the details of that day. Lingshi, you knelt by the door and begged to open it. At that time, the entire institute was under the control of Niwa, and all the work lights turned red. Do you still remember that at the moment you begged to open the door, the monitor light on the door briefly turned blue? This Xia Yu remembers. That was the color that gave him his last chance of life. Lingshi, it was me. I briefly fought for control of the door. I saw you run out with Imoen on your back. Now I suggest that you don't hide your identity from Lao Gui, because he has already found out. As for the surveillance video in the operating room, I have completely deleted it. After saying that, the words on the wall twisted again, and when they gathered again, they became the information of the old ghost. Xia Yu was still in shock. It turned out that the door was opened for him by the spirit stone that day. He remembered that the light on the monitor briefly changed from red to blue. Unexpectedly, it would be this monthly checkup holiday Fu Lung. Imoen was not so shocked, because he was still in the egg when he escaped from the institute. It was just an egg. What do the words on the wall mean? Ah? Xia Yu almost forgot that his brother was still illiterate. Let me see. Lao Gui, original name Xia Dan. Age 35, male, unmarried. He had spinal reconstruction at the age of 9, left the welfare home at the age of 12, and was formally adopted by the adoptive family. Entered a regular university at the age of 18, studied blasting, participated in blasting missions at the age of 26, was injured, retired at the age of 28, received psychological treatment until now. Xia Yu read while watching. After reading, he exclaimed, it turns out that he is also a blaster. What kind of hand is a blaster? Imoen didn't quite understand. That's right, the person in charge of the blast. You'll understand when you grow up. Just as Xia Yu finished speaking, the bracelet flashed blue light quickly. Jingwei, we're out. Jingwei, great, I finally don't have to scream anymore. Now let me report the situation. How are your friends? Midu had left and then came back. Xia Yu still couldn't believe it, but he still told Jingwei the whole story. Just when he was about to tell Jingwei about the spirit stone, a line of words suddenly appeared on the wall. Lingshi, don't tell it about my existence yet. The fewer people know about my affairs, the better. Artificial intelligence may not be safe for me now. So Xia Yu changed his words. That's it. Emoan touched the glowing fragment with his hand and absorbed the electricity in the fragment. Then this electricity directly gave me a heart shock. I really don't understand. I don't understand either. I'm still very full now. Emoan was still burping. Jingwei, I can't give you a detailed explanation of this matter because you don't have enough authority. Xia Yu had no hope at all. I just realized that you are an intelligence that has just begun to develop. You are younger than me and Emoan. Jingwei, please don't laugh at me. Although I haven't developed for a long time, I'm very fast. The information base is growing exponentially. Give me some time. I can't explain it to you. But the file unzip can tell you what to do. Go to power plant number 3. And you should understand. Jingwei, there is something I have been wanting to ask you. As expected, we have to go back to the power plant again. Xia Yu expressed his inner doubts. Have you been leading me to power plant number 3? This road is designed for me. Jingwei, I want to scream now. Xia Yu laughed. Don't be funny. Right? Jingwei, since I woke up, I have only had this one instruction, which is to find a way to get you into power plant number 3. But why do you do this? I don't know at the moment. I am just as confused as you are. Okay, then you can scream now. Emoan shook his head helplessly. It seems that Zla has only himself to rely on. Jingwei, okay, I'm done screaming. I also hope someone can explain to me where I came from, where I'm going. It doesn't matter, we can slowly find the answer to this question. Now, I have to find a way to get to the number 3 power plant. Xia Yu looked at Emoan. The answer to all the mysteries may lie with Emoan. A mission on the tide gave them a lot of gains, and an extra spirit stone. Xia Yu took Emoan to take a bath first. They all smelled of rust, and a thin layer of sea salt condensed. After washing, the two went to Lao Gui's residence first, and happened to walk across from him. Have you thought it through? Lao Gui asked. Since they met, it means they decided to tell the truth. We have thought it through, and we are ready to tell you everything. Xia Yu was completely like a little adult. Like Jingwei, both of them developed very quickly. But, you have to take us to see Mido first. How is he? Lao Gui said, he is alive. It just needs observation. Now she is in the intensive care unit. Milian said, she will come to you when she is done. She wants to thank you in person for finding this special medicine. Okay. When we finish our business, we will go to her. We also want to comfort her. Midu will definitely get better. Xia Yu took a step forward. Can you take us to a place now? Lao Gui felt that he was setting a trap for him. Little ghost, you are playing tricks. Obviously. He is still the same Xia Yu, but Lao Gui noticed his progress. This little jellyfish is not simple at all. He must be thinking about something in his little head. Once he starts thinking about it, he will find ways to make it happen. I didn't have any evil intentions. It's just that we are all children. We must ask adults for help in everything. And Talos knows that place. He usually lives there. Xia Yu had to go there. And brought up Talos' name. Sure enough, Old Ghost frowned when he heard it. Obviously, he was even more unwilling to go. Take us there, please help us. Xia Yu smiled. I have the advantage now. 20 minutes later, he and Emoan sat on Lao Gui's vehicle as they wished. Unlike Talos' high-tech driverless car, Lao Gui used a flywheel motorcycle. After starting, the front and rear wheels turned into golden halos, and the wheels seemed to have turned into light. Xia Yu tightly grasped Lao Gui's waist, and did not forget to turn around and remind Emoan, you must hold me firmly, don't let go, be extra careful. Ah. Emoan opened his mouth, and breathed intermittently. Stop playing, hold on tight. Xia Yu was helpless with him. Your brother is young. He won't listen. Old Ghost said at this time. His goggles reflected the holographic advertisement in the air. If you feel dissatisfied with your body, please consult Rigianmei Plastic Surgery Hospital. Rigianmei will make you more beautiful, and stay young forever. Unexpectedly, Moen closed his mouth after he finished speaking, muttering, "I'm not young. I will be sooner or later." The speed of the motorcycle flywheel was faster than expected, and faster than Talos's car. Old Ghost did not obey the traffic rules, and took them everywhere, flying a few meters from time to time, and almost had a close contact with the aircraft in the sky. The detailed coordinates of the destination were provided by Jingwei. When they found the manhole cover, Xia Yu and Moen could hardly recognize the surrounding buildings. It was too fast. The city was rebuilt too fast. Niwa replanned Qingyao City. The former energy store had been razed to the ground, and a brand new building was built. The pink and gold neon lights flashed the Chinese characters Regiamei Plastic Surgery Hospital. "It's crazy," the old ghost complained. "Where do we go down? Don't tell me we have to go down from that broken manhole cover." "Well, what if we really have to go down from that broken manhole cover?" Xia Yu hesitated. Lao Gui rubbed his face. He shouldn't have boarded Xia Yu's pirate ship. When they came down from the manhole cover, the sewer was filled with a musty smell. Xia Yu walked forward along the familiar road, and raised his bracelet when he reached the giant door. "Don't tell me your bracelet can open the door," Lao Gui continued to complain. The next second, the door opened. Lao Gui rubbed his face again, and followed the two children into the number 3 power plant. The road condition was okay, just a faint light, and everything looked green, but after walking in here, Xia Yu didn't know what to do. Jingwei didn't say, "How about, let's just walk around inside?" Xia Yu suggested. "Do we have any other options?" The old ghost raised his hand, and pointed to the large circle of things that looked like DNA helixes in front of him. "That's the power storage tower. Don't tell me you came in to light them up." Burp. Moen, who was full of wind, staggered, walked over with his round belly, and put his hand on it. In an instant, the lights of the number 3 power plant were brightly lit, and the power storage tower he touched emitted blue light from its base. On the dome, a large curved screen lit up. "Power storage tower number 001. Charging ready. Charging completed. Wake up. The land reclamation plan is officially launched."